My name is Huami. I woke up with a sharp pain between my thighs, startled. When I opened my eyes, the room was a mess. Confused, I remembered how Fong Xian, someone I once treated as family, had betrayed me. She not only stole my boyfriend but pushed me into a horde of zombies, leaving me to die. Yet here I was, alive again. Somehow, I'd been reborn, waking up a month before the apocalypse, right after a heartbreak-induced hangover. Realizing I had a second chance, I quickly started planning. There was only 1 month left before the world would fall apart. I needed food, supplies, and money. Selling my old, dilapidated ancestral home was the first step. Surprisingly, it had turned into a valuable historical property worth a fortune. I sold it for quick cash and used the money to prepare. Next, I bought a small supermarket near my home. It was packed with essential supplies, and I could use it as a cover to hoard goods. I stocked up on everything: food, clothes, tools, and most importantly, 1,000 winter jackets, knowing how precious warmth would be when the snowstorms arrived. With my plans in motion, I also headed to the market to buy seeds. In the early stages of the apocalypse, plants would still grow normally. My ability to rapidly grow crops would ensure I never went hungry again. I bought a huge variety of seeds, from fruits to grains, and filled the supermarket to the brim with supplies. This time, I was determined. I wouldn't just survive, I'd thrive, ready to face the end of the world on my own terms. I stared at my little supermarket, feeling a headache creeping in. I needed to find a warehouse to store all my supplies safely before the apocalypse hit in a month. Just as I was browsing rental listings, the ground suddenly shook. An earthquake? That didn't happen in my last life. Before I could process it, debris started falling, and I rushed to a corner. Then, everything went dark as I was buried under rubble. To my surprise, a glowing screen appeared in front of me. I realized this was some kind of new ability, totally different from the plant-growing powers I had in my last life. After the shaking stopped, I pushed through the debris and stood up. Luckily, my supermarket didn't collapse, but it was a mess. People outside were screaming, trapped under rubble. While I couldn't leave because the front door was blocked, I discovered a strange new backroom inside the store, a spacious, empty white room. It was the level 1 storage mentioned on the screen. Excited, I started moving everything from the supermarket into the storage room: food, seeds, tools, and even the winter jackets. By the time I was done, the supermarket was nearly empty, except for a few snacks and water on the shelves. As I finished, I heard rescue workers outside clearing the rubble. Soon, they opened the door and shone their flashlights inside, surprised to see the store perfectly intact. They entered cautiously, shocked at how calm I was compared to the other survivors they'd helped that day. I offered them water, refusing payment, but they insisted on leaving money behind. I was stunned. The system not only allowed me to sell items but also revealed a mall where I could use money to unlock new features and buildings. It seemed my apocalypse supermarket was more powerful than I thought. Maybe this was the key to surviving and thriving in the coming chaos. I was exploring the system when I clicked on a building option. It showed a message: activate level 1 factory. Requires 10,000 yuan. That was expensive, but I had money in my account, so I tried transferring it. The system rejected it, saying the money had to come from supermarket sales. This was frustrating. In the apocalypse, no one uses money. They barter or fight for resources. Who would buy from a store? As I mulled this over, my phone rang. It was Fong Xian. That traitor. I ignored the call, but she kept calling until I reluctantly answered. Her fake concern and my ex, Qin Ziren, trying to justify himself on the line brought back old memories. In my last life, Fong Xian and Qin Ziren betrayed me. This time, I cut them off immediately and blocked them. Once the network stabilized, I resumed shopping online. I ordered 20,000 bottles of water from a supplier. When they asked if it was for disaster relief, I casually said it was for resale, hinting at future disasters. The supplier delivered the water, but the damaged roads meant workers had to carry it to my store manually. After they left, I began moving the bottles into my level 1 storage. Annoyingly, I had to carry them one by one. I grumbled about how other stories had systems that worked with a wave of a hand, while I had to sweat over it. Suddenly, the box in my hands disappeared, and the system displayed 1 level storage, Water X52. I realized all my earlier hard work was unnecessary. I could have just willed items into storage. Despite my frustration, I kept loading the water efficiently. As the evening fell, a group of rescue workers arrived, led by someone who seemed familiar. The leader removed his helmet, smiled knowingly, and asked if I remembered him. I didn't. His smile faded, and he changed the topic, asking to buy water since their supplies hadn't arrived. I stared at him, wondering why this man felt so familiar, but brushed it off. I had a business to run, even if it was in the middle of a disaster zone. I was surprised when the rescue team wanted to buy all the water I had. Their supplies were delayed, and they were desperate. I agreed to sell them 10,000 bottles, keeping the rest for myself. The team leader, Gong Yi, transferred the payment and added me on WeChat. His profile picture was oddly intimate, nothing like his tough demeanor. While his team moved the water, Gong Yi lingered in the store, asking why the shelves were empty. I brushed it off, but when he wandered near my hidden storage room, I tensed up. Thankfully, he didn't seem to notice the door. However, his sharp gaze unsettled me, like a hunter watching his prey. As we talked, I received another annoying message from Fong Xian. She shamelessly asked for money from the sale of my ancestral home, claiming it was to buy a house. Her audacity made me laugh coldly. I replied, letting her know she'd get nothing from me. Just then, Gong Yi stood over me, towering and intimidating. He casually guessed I was talking to a cheating ex. I was stunned. How did he know? Before I could ask, his radio called him away. As he left, he turned back and said, "Stop looking for men in the trash." His words left me speechless. After he left, I checked my system earnings, just enough to activate a level 1 factory. I excitedly unlocked it, hoping for something amazing. Instead, I got a machine that could produce empty water bottles. What use was that? I sighed, feeling let down, and returned to work. To prepare for the apocalypse, I ordered 10,000 packs of instant noodles. Food would be more valuable than gold when the world fell apart, and I was determined to survive, no matter what it took. I realized it was Singles' Day, the perfect time to save money on bulk purchases. I scoured online deals and managed to order thousands of instant noodles at an unbelievably low price. Each flavor, braised beef, pickled vegetable, pork bone, and hearty broth, was carefully calculated to save every cent possible. While waiting for my supplies, I discovered the surrounding area had suffered more damage from aftershocks. The roads were ruined, and my delivery truck couldn't get close to the store. Determined to retrieve my goods, I ventured out. The destruction was extensive, with houses collapsed and survivors scavenging for belongings or dreaming of compensation. I shook my head, knowing this was just the beginning. Soon, even the government wouldn't be able to help. Eventually, I found the delivery truck stuck in the rubble. The driver was frustrated, unable to move forward or back. I reassured him, took 2 boxes of noodles for him as thanks, and told him to leave the truck for now. Knowing the roads wouldn't be cleared anytime soon, I climbed into the truck bed and experimented with my system. To my delight, I managed to transfer all 10,000 packs of noodles into my storage space without lifting a finger. Excited, I tested the system further. Though my storage was nearly full, I decided to activate my factory to produce 40,000 empty water bottles. Surprisingly, as my storage filled to the brim, it upgraded to level 2, doubling its capacity. Encouraged by this discovery, I immediately ordered my factory to produce even more bottles and expanded my resources. With my upgraded storage, I even managed to stash the entire delivery truck. Standing amidst the ruins, I couldn't help but grin. My system wasn't just about survival, it was a tool for thriving in this chaotic new world. The other party hesitated for a moment and said, "We are a formal water production plant. Are your water bottles qualified?" He underestimated this girl, thinking that she was just a small-time figure who owned the Lotus Xingxing supermarket. He did not expect that she could actually bring him 40,000 mineral water bottles. But the production process of this mineral water is different from the ordinary one of simply pouring water into bottles. Not only does water quality matter, but it also has to be clean. If some fake factory uses waste plastic to produce mineral water bottles, the water plant will not dare to accept them. Qualifications? Huami hadn't noticed this yet. Just as she was about to look for it, she found a thick stack of mineral water bottle qualification certificates popped up on her control panel. How could this level 1 factory of the Doomsday Supermarket not have the qualifications? Yes, of course I have, and it's certified by the United Nations. Huami held the stack of qualification certificates, which she didn't know whether they were real or fake, and said with a smile, "Don't worry, if there's something wrong with Aquarius's origin, let me suffer the retribution of the end of the world." The supplier then agreed with many thanks and gave Huami an address. She immediately took out a large truck from the warehouse, loaded it with empty mineral water bottles, and rushed to the mineral water factory. The supplier and the director of the mineral water factory were standing at the factory gate, anxiously waiting for Huami's mineral water bottles. When the supplier saw the big truck Huami was driving, he felt it looked quite familiar. But the mineral water factory is waiting to start operation, so I can't care less. As soon as Huami's truck stopped, the factory manager carefully checked the qualification certificate that Huami brought and immediately called the strong young men in the factory to jump on the truck to move the bottles. The water-making machines are all ready-made. The supplier used a computer to do the math for Huami and used the money from the bottle to offset part of the cost. A bottle of mineral water only cost a few cents. The factory manager said that if you can supply our mineral water factory with mineral water bottles for a long time, we will buy these bottles from you at 0.30 yuan each. The supplier said this while wiping the sweat from his forehead and looking at Huami cautiously. As if afraid that Huami would refuse, he smiled bitterly and said, "Now all the mineral water bottle factories in Xiangqing have been destroyed by the earthquake. If we need to temporarily transfer bottles from other places, the cost will be more expensive than 30 cents per bottle. What do you think? Please help us." Of course, there is more than one mineral water bottle manufacturing factory in the world, but Xiangqing is the only large one. The factory manager explained, "We are a regular water plant. We produce tens of thousands of bottles of mineral water every day. Ordinary small factories simply cannot provide us with so many bottles of mineral water." "Okay, then you should make 100,000 bottles of mineral water for me first." Huami seemed very generous. It was just mineral water bottles. She could get as many as she wanted. The supplier and the factory manager looked at each other, and the factory manager agreed, without hesitation. 100,000 bottles of mineral water. This is a big business, no matter where it is. The two parties quickly drafted a contract. They would send 10,000 bottles of mineral water to Huami tonight. With the capacity of their water plant, they would be able to deliver all 40,000 bottles of mineral water tomorrow morning. Huami paid the deposit and waited in the factory director's office, just in time to take away 10,000 bottles of mineral water. While she was taking a break, her WeChat ringtone rang. Huami thought it was Fong Xian asking her for money, but when she looked, it turned out to be Gong Yi, whom she had just added as a friend not long ago. "What's wrong?" Because the other party was a rescue team, and there was a sense of familiarity that Huami couldn't explain, so she patiently answered Gong Yi's voice call. Gong Yi frowned and asked on the other end of the phone, "You're not in the store?" "No. Do you want to buy some water?" Huami felt that this was the only reason why Gong Yi was looking for her. Gong Yi was silent for a moment on the other end of the phone. "Do you still have water for sale?" Huami was quite proud. "Yes, I have lots and lots of mineral water, enough for your rescue team to drink." "Then sell me another 20,000 bottles. Do you have that much?" "Ha ha ha, it's only 20,000 bottles, $3 a bottle. Do you have that much money?" Gong Yi on the other end of the phone also laughed. At this time, after 2 consecutive earthquakes, the prices of mineral water in all supermarkets in Xiangqing have increased. Not to mention mineral water that costs 3 yuan a bottle. Gong Yi would buy it even if it costs 30 yuan a bottle. They agreed on the delivery location, which was near the collapsed mineral water bottle factory, where transportation was more convenient. It was already dark at this time, and the 10,000 bottles of mineral water that had just been produced on the assembly line were packed and loaded onto Hwami's large truck. She had agreed with Gong Yi to bring 10,000 bottles of mineral water to Gong Yi first. The remaining 10,000 bottles of mineral water will be delivered tomorrow morning. There is no wrong version in the 1619 book forum. Because the earthquake only came twice, and only the residential area where Hwami lived and the water bottle factory were collapsed, so Hwami drove a truck dragging 10,000 bottles of mineral water and rushed to the rescue team overnight. It was a large, makeshift rescue center. Hwami didn't see Gong Yi, and a young man from the rescue team received her. The young man said, "The boss went to rescue. There was an earthquake outside the city." "Another earthquake?" Hwami nodded and said nothing, only asking the young man to take the 10,000 bottles of mineral water in the truck. "This really helps us a lot." The young man called a few people over and unloaded the goods while looking at Hwami with gratitude. "You don't know. Our logistics department tried everything, but couldn't buy mineral water. The only water plant in Xiangqing said they didn't have mineral water bottles, so they couldn't produce water. Our logistics department had to go to the next city to buy water, but they said they wouldn't be able to get the water until the day after tomorrow. However, the survivors rescued in the past 2 days need water and cannot wait even a day. If there is not enough water supply, it will cause bigger problems." Hwami smiled comfortingly. "It's okay. The only water plant in Xiangqing sold all the water to me because I'm the only one with mineral water bottles. Your boss sold 20,000 bottles of mineral water to me. Don't worry, you have enough to last until the logistics are purchased from the next city." So much the young man was a little surprised. There were only about 3,000 survivors here. Did they need so much mineral water? It turned out that they did. And they needed it very much. Because the earthquakes that occurred in the suburbs were not aftershocks, but since the first earthquake, more disasters will surely occur one after another. "Well, I'll pay you then." The young man took out his mobile phone and transferred 30,000 yuan to Hwami. Although he felt that he could not finish so much mineral water, his boss had told him to pay for Hwami. After receiving the money, Hwami patiently waited for the prompt from the Apocalypse supermarket cashier system. She was also in a hurry to use the money to upgrade the Level 2 factory. A Level 2 factory requires 20,000 yuan, and only the money earned from Hwami can be used. As a result, there were no hints.
Hwami?
She didn't quite understand why her cashier interface still only had 7 yuan. After pondering for a long time, she still couldn't figure it out, and suddenly heard someone calling her from behind. Hwami turned around, and it was Fong Xian. Fong Xian at this time looked much younger and more beautiful than the Fong Xian who relied on flowers to survive in the apocalypse. She was wearing a pink tweed coat with a rhinestone brooch on the collar. Her long hair was curled into big waves. She came over with a happy look on her face. "Ah, sister, you really worried me to death. I knew I would find you here." All the survivors rescued from the collapsed residential areas and factories in Xiangqing were placed here. In the past 2 days, all kinds of people have come here, some to visit relatives, some to conduct interviews. So Fong Xian went straight into the medical rescue center. The expression on Hwami's face turned cold in an instant. "What are you doing here?" She didn't go to Fong Xian, but Fong Xian came to her house. Was she looking for death? Fong Xian didn't feel the danger coming. She held Hwami's hand with her newly manicured hands and put on a pitiful look. "Sister, you hung up on me last time, and I couldn't get through to you after that. Please don't be like this. We are good sisters, right? How much did our ancestral home sell for?" "Sister, just tell me." "Sister, last time I told you, I wanted to buy a house in Xiangqing, so you bought it for me." Her tone was coquettish, as if as long as she put on such an attitude, Hwami would agree no matter how excessive her request was. Hwami looked at Fong Xian carefully. She is pretty and charming, and when she acts coquettishly, she is the type men love the most. However, Hwami saw something ugly in her.
Huh.
Hwami couldn't help but laugh at herself. Why couldn't she see the strong stench coming out of Fong Xian's soul? Seeing Fong Xian stunned, Huami asked, "What do you mean by our ancestral home? Your last name is Fong, and mine is Hua. My Hua family's ancestral home has nothing to do with you. Why should I spend money to buy you a house?" She is quite strange, really. What kind of logic is Fong Xian using? Fong Xian also thought Huami was quite strange. From childhood to adulthood, she had eaten Huami's food, worn Huami's clothes, and she took away most of the scholarships Huami received. Isn't this natural? How come the money Huami got from selling the ancestral home can't buy her a house? Fong Xian pouted. Huh, sister, I'm going to be angry if you say that. How can you say that? From childhood to adulthood. You always. It's because I'm always so stupid that I've raised a lazy vampire like you. How much money have you taken from me over the years? Is it enough to buy a house? Tell me. Huami interrupted Fong Xian directly, shook off Fong Xian's hand, and looked around. Their quarrel had already attracted the attention of the garrison. Because there are thousands of survivors here, in order to maintain public order and stability, the garrison team is responsible for maintaining order on the scene. Huami didn't want to kill anyone at this critical moment of stockpiling supplies, so she could only raise her eyebrows and look at Fong Xian. Get away from me. Don't let me see you again. Otherwise, next time, you won't be able to return safely. She always wanted Fong Xian to pay back everything she owed her, either with money or with some part of her body. However, Fong Xian did not feel the murderous intent from Huami. It is difficult for people living in a stable world to have such wild intuition. She just walked forward crying, trying to hold Huami's hand. Sister, don't be like this, sister. Huami turned and left, leaving Fong Xian with a heartless look on her face. Seeing Fong Xian was about to chase her, Huami suddenly turned around, pursed her pink lips, and pointed at Fong Xian with a slender white finger. The meaning in that posture was full of a hunting flavor. If you have the guts, Fong Xian dares to catch up one step further. Even if Fong Xian is slow, she can sense this hunting posture. At this time, she'd better stop provoking Huami. Otherwise, the outcome will be ugly. So Fong Xian stomped her feet and stopped where she was. After Huami turned around and got on the truck and drove away, Fong Xian, who was left there, suddenly had a ferocious look in her tearful eyes. She looked at the truck driving away unwillingly, took out her cell phone, and found Qin Xiren's number. She tried to make her voice as coquettish as possible. "Brother Xiren, I just found my sister, but she was very fierce and said she would never forgive you. She may not want to see you now. And I don't know where she got this huge truck from. It doesn't look like it belongs to her. Did she make some bad friends outside? Brother Xiren, I'm so worried about my sister." Fong Xian was hinting to Qin Xiren that Huami drove a large truck and that such large trucks were usually driven by men. There is no wrong version in the 1619 book forum. So Huami might have met a strange man outside, and she was not as good as Qin Xiren imagined. But Qin Xiren didn't hear the hint in Fong Xian's words. He even completely ignored the fact that Huami was driving a large truck. Qin Xiren was silent for a long time on the other end of the phone, and then he said in great pain, "Is she in a makeshift emergency center? I'll come find her now." After a pause, he seemed to have made up his mind. "Fong Xian, thank you for your company during this period, but I think we should not continue this in the future." He really likes Huami, and with his whole heart, he wants to wait to marry her. But he and Huami had been together for such a long time, but Huami had never let him touch her. At this time, Fong Xian, who was somewhat similar to Huami, took the initiative to approach him, showed her kindness to him frequently, and made some proactive invitations to him. Qin Xiren was also a hot-blooded man who could not control himself for a moment. And then there was the first time they collided with each other. After that incident, Qin Xiren regretted it very much, but Fong Xian said she didn't mind. She liked him and had secretly had a crush on him for a long time. I ask, which man in the world can resist such temptation? Then there was the second collision, the third collision, and countless times after that. until he cheated on his wife and Hwami discovered the clues. Now Hwami wants to break up with Chin Ziren. Of course he didn't want to, so he broke up with Fong Xian for the nth time. You also know, Fong Xian, you're a me sister. In fact, I have always only regarded you as my sister. Urchian after retirement, I will become a system for the male lead be the male protagonist's little ancestor. Fong Xian's face became even darker when he heard this. Sister? She was whimpering and crying. Brother Ziren, I really like you. I don't mind being secretive with you all the time, and I have never thought of destroying the relationship between you and my sister. Brother Ziren, please don't ignore me. Boo, obviously, her words were quite useful to the man. Who doesn't want to be everything to a woman? It doesn't matter whether he likes this woman or not. What matters is that this woman is willing to die for him. Fong Xian satisfies men's vanity to the greatest extent. Sure enough, Chin Ziren softened his heart again. Let me explain everything to me first, and then we can talk about our business. The sound of Chin Ziren taking the car keys came from the phone. He was going to drive to the rescue center to find Hwami. At this time, Hwami had already been waiting at the gate of the water plant at night. She quickly put Fong Xian and Chin Ziren out of her mind and lay in the driver's seat, carefully studying why she sold 10,000 bottles of mineral water, but there was no money in the Apocalypse supermarket cashier system. The car lights in the rearview mirror lit up, and several cars parked in an orderly manner behind Hwami's truck. Hwami tilted her head lazily and looked in the large rearview mirror, watching several people walk out of those cars. From their conversation, we learned that they were not from the same group, but came from various places in Xiangqing to buy water. Because the price of mineral water near their home has risen to 30 yuan a bottle. A group of people walked past Hwami's truck and arrived at the locked gate of the water plant. The guard waved at them from the security room. It's time to get off work. It's time to get off work. We're already off work. The group of people who came to buy water sighed. But soon, some found picnic mats, and some took out tents from their cars, ready to wait for the door to open overnight. Someone shouted to the water plant security guard, "Uncle, we will sit here and wait for you to open tomorrow. We won't go back if we can't buy water." It was the first time for the water plant security guard to encounter such a situation. He quickly opened the window, stuck his head out, and asked, "Why do you have to buy water? We are a water plant. We don't sell water retail, see?" The security guard pointed at Hwami's truck and said, "People who come to our factory to buy water all drive trucks like this. They buy tens of thousands of bottles at a time. How much can you buy? You can't wait in front of our factory." He repeatedly stressed that the water from the water plant would not be sold in retail. The people who were prepared to wait all night for the water plant to open, after a while of murmurs, gathered in front of Hwami's car door. Someone knocked on Hwami's car window. When he saw it was a young girl, he was stunned. Such a young and beautiful girl. Driving a truck? Is her driver's license an A license? Soon, they didn't bother to think too much. Among them, a sturdy man started talking to Hwami with an anxious look on his face. "Sister, our community is right next to the community that was destroyed by the earthquake. It seems that our underground water pipes were damaged. We don't even have tap water to drink." "Girl," the security guard said that the water from their water plant is not sold in small quantities. "Do you have any water here? We'd like to buy it from you. How about 5 yuan a bottle?" "Okay." Hwami answered very straightforwardly. What could she not agree to at 5 yuan a bottle? "How many bottles do you want?" The other party seemed to have never expected Hwami to agree so quickly, and the group of people outside the car door fell silent for a moment. It was the burly man who had been chatting with Hwami who spoke. "It's not easy for you to come out and sell goods at such a young age. I'll buy 1,000 bottles." He was a kind person and didn't think the disaster would last long. He just wanted to buy a few boxes of mineral water as a backup. But thinking about Hwami, it's not easy either. Look how dark it is. Such a young girl is just enduring like this. What's wrong with letting the little girl earn a few thousand more dollars? Looking at the pure kindness in the man's eyes, Hwami couldn't help but smile. She opened the car door and said to the sturdy man, "You have to believe that you will not regret your choice today. After saying that, she walked to the back of the truck bed and took out 5,000 bottles of mineral water from her level 2 storage while everyone was out of sight. Then he said to the group of men who were approaching, "The payment and goods are settled. I will move the goods as much as you pay me." The man who said he wanted to buy 1,000 bottles of mineral water was the first to come forward to scan the code and pay, and then he loaded boxes of water into the back seat of his car. Because he had traveled across half the city to buy water today, he drove a cargo truck that could carry 1,000 bottles of mineral water. He was busy as the people behind him lined up to scan the code and buy water. Huami, however, was sitting in the back of the truck, stunned because her cash register system had received funds. Current balance, 5,007 yuan. This stupid cash register system requires Huami to deposit the goods into the level 2 warehouse first, and then take them out to sell before she will be paid. Otherwise, no matter how much water Huami sells, the cash register system will not recognize it. There is no wrong version in the 1619 book forum. I'll buy 200 bottles. The second man stood outside the truck bed, looking Huami up and down. It seemed as if he was wondering why such a beautiful girl like Huami would do this. Huami rolled her eyes at the second man, stopped cursing the cash register system in her heart, and just collected the money and sold water efficiently. By the time a group of men had finished moving the water they had bought, it was almost dawn. The last man in line stood in front of Huami. He looked back and saw that the car parked behind him had almost left. "Hand over the money." He spoke in a low voice. Huami was playing Candy Crush on her phone. Because the other party's voice was too quiet, she asked without even raising her eyelids. "What? Say that again?" I said, "Give me the money." The man in leather jacket grabbed the truck bed with both hands and was about to pinch Huami's ankle. Such a young and beautiful girl, driving such a big truck in such a remote place, it seems so inappropriate no matter how you look at it. Would you give it to someone who sells it? It's not impossible. Some girls are so unself-respecting that they stop a driver on the road and get into a man's car. So it is possible that Huami was brought to such a remote place by the truck driver. As for where the truck driver went, who cares? Anyway, the night was so long, and I only saw Huami selling water, and I didn't see the truck driver come out. The man in leather jacket also saw it just now. Huami sold a lot of water. A bottle of water was 5 yuan, and she earned at least tens of thousands of yuan. This money made the man in leather jacket interested. If he could rob Huami's money, he could also steal the remaining water in Huami's truck. Anyway, this place is remote. Huami sat on a box of mineral water, still without taking her eyes off the Candy Crush saga, and kicked it out directly. Today she wore a pair of sneakers that were convenient for driving and walking. The kick hit the leather jacket man's outstretched hand, pressing his fingers against the iron truck bed railing. "Ah!" A scream came from the mouth of the man in leather jacket. It was particularly harsh in the early morning. Huami's eyes were fixed on the screen of the mobile phone in her hand, and her fingers were tapping quickly. The game of Candy Crush isn't over yet. When the security guard heard the noise, he ran out with an electric baton. Huami's ears twitched in the truck bed. When she heard the security guard's footsteps, she loosened her foot that was stepping on the leather jacket man's fingers. "You stinking witch!" The man in leather jacket took back his hand. Without even having time to look at his fingers, he just jumped up and rushed onto the truck bed. Just then the security guard ran over and saw this scene. A big man with a ferocious face was pouncing on the young lady who was a big customer of their water plant. "This is too much. This is not a police officer." The security guard uncle can tolerate it, but the aunt can't tolerate it, so she hit the man's back with an electric baton. "Get down here. Do you think this is the place for you to think with your lower body?" Back then, security guards also practiced. The man who was hit by the electric baton held his head and started fighting with the security guard. It turns out that the security guards who had practiced security seemed to be a bit off the mark. Huami finally put down the Candy Crush saga in her hand, jumped off the truck bed, and pulled out an iron rod from the ground nearby. She picked it up casually, and it seemed to be waste construction steel bars. Just as her eyes were fixed on the man in leather jacket, the burly man who had been the first to buy water rushed back in his car. He was not vague. When he heard the security guard yelling, "You rascal," he jumped out of the car, ran to Hwami and asked, "Girl, what's going on? Is this guy bullying you?" Hwami nodded without hesitation. The burly man turned around, raised his fist, and beat the man in leather jacket together with the security guard. Seeing this, the man in the leather jacket jumped into the car and ran away, chased by the security guard and the burly, kind-hearted man. Hwami casually threw the iron rod he picked up into the warehouse. The security guard was so angry that he took out his phone and called the police. "Don't be afraid, pretty girl. The police will be here soon and will definitely catch the gangster for you." Another sturdy, kind-hearted man who had returned rolled up his sleeves and said angrily, "Luckily I came back to buy water." In fact, Hwami was not afraid at all. She nodded seriously and was sincerely grateful to the security guard and the strong and kind man for their help. I really hope that people like this can remain as upright and kind as they are today, even in the desperate survival environment of the end times. She looked at the kind and muscular man again. "Didn't you just buy 1,000 bottles of water? Why do you want more water?" Jing looked embarrassed. "Hey, I just drove back and my wife complained in the family group that I bought so much water. Who knew that every relative in our family group asked my family to give them some water? Do you think this water is enough?" "It's definitely not enough." Hwami shook her head. If earthquakes continued to come, how could 1,000 bottles of water be enough? Moreover, she saw this strong and kind man who seemed to have a particularly good heart. He actually gave his water to his relatives and ran back to buy water. Hwami couldn't help but look at Jing worriedly. After thinking about it, she left him the address of a supermarket. "I still have enough water for now. If you are short of water, you can come to this place to find me. No phone or anything." Jing scratched his head. If Hwami could leave a phone number, it would be easier for him to contact her. Hwami laughed and said, "You should remember the address." Because she was not sure. If the earthquake continued like this, the signal base station would be destroyed and the mobile phone would lose signal. So everyone needs to adapt to life without mobile phones in advance. Jing thought that Hwami didn't want to have any in-depth contact with him and didn't even send him a message. He didn't take it to heart. After all, it was normal for the girl to be a little vigilant. So he bought 3,000 bottles of mineral water from Hwami at one time. Considering that there is so much water, even if more family members and relatives come, they should be able to hold out until the water price returns to normal. After Jing dragged the water away, Hwami and the security guard waited for the police to arrive. But the police didn't come all morning. Is no wrong version in the 1619 book forum. Even after all 30,000 bottles of freshly made mineral water were loaded onto the truck, the police still hadn't seen any sign of him. The security guard made a few phone calls to inquire about the reason, then frowned at Hwami. "Beauty, there was another earthquake, and the police were pulled to maintain order. I guess they may not be able to come to our place today." 3 more residential communities collapsed in Xiangqing. Rescue teams throughout Xiangqing were busy as Hades. The rescue team in the city was not enough, so they had even started recruiting survivors from the civilian population. Everyone was working hard to dig people out from the collapsed ruins. The garrisons outside the city and the police inside the city all went out to help rescue people. No one dealt with Hwami's minor attempted case. It's a mess, and it's becoming increasingly chaotic. Hwami said to the security guard expressionlessly, "I see that your water plant is located in Xiangqing New District, and the location is quite remote. You can bring your family members over to live here during this period. It will be closer to the water plant." As soon as she finished speaking, she received a call from Gong Yi. Just now, Gong Yi was rescuing people in the suburbs. Before he finished rescuing all the survivors in the self-built house, he suddenly felt the ground shaking. He immediately knew that the shaking had started again, so he immediately called Hwami. When the call was connected, the first thing Gong Yi said was, "How much mineral water do you have? The rescue team wants it all." In the whole Xiangqing, Hwami is the only one that has mineral water bottles, so the director of the water plant can only sell mineral water to Hwami first. Gong Yi didn't know where Hwami got the channels to provide so many mineral water bottles, but He had a strong sense of crisis and felt that this natural disaster and man-made disaster might not be stopped for a while. So Gong-yi called Hwami directly without notifying his superiors and said he wanted to buy all the water she had. Quite a lot. Hwami looked back at the water plant behind her. Her truck was now loaded with 30,000 bottles of mineral water, but she had previously ordered another 100,000 bottles. Okay, take it to the rescue center. I'll send someone to contact you. This time, Gong-yi didn't waste any time talking to Hwami. After finishing his business, he hung up the phone. He was very busy and had no time to indulge in romance with Hwami. Now that human lives are at stake, his head is about to explode. Any responsible person would have no time for sentimental relationships. Hwami looked at the beeping cell phone and thought that Gong-yi might be the chosen one in the legend of the apocalypse. Most people who can survive and live well in the end of the world have a strong sense of crisis, which makes them buy a lot of supplies when natural disasters and man-made disasters just come. In the end, it was these supplies that supported him until his body mutated, and he became a superpower. Hwami didn't waste any time and drove the truck to the temporary rescue center. Although the earthquake destroyed 3 more residential areas and caused chaos in Xiangqing, Hwami was lucky and did not encounter any roadblocks along the way, and she arrived at the rescue center smoothly. There are twice as many survivors here as last time, and there are ghosts howling inside and outside. While waiting idly for Gong-yi's people to arrive to contact her, Hwami got into the truck and put the 30,000 bottles of mineral water that had just been loaded into the warehouse. Upgraded my warehouse to level 3, space 3 by 1. Then ship out of the warehouse. In this way, when the rescue team comes and buys the 30,000 bottles of mineral water from Hwami, it will all be counted as Hwami's turnover. It was the same lifeguard who received Hwami. As soon as he saw Hwami getting off the truck, Chow Feng went to meet her with a sad face. Boss is the one who has foresight to order 30,000 bottles of water directly from you. I originally thought we wouldn't be able to use them all, but look at this, there are so many more survivors all of a sudden. He pointed at the survivors wailing around him. Each of them had a bloody head and looked miserable. These were people who had just been dug out of the rubble. And such survivors are still being dug out and sent to rescue centers in an endless stream. Hwami was accustomed to such scenes. She delivered the goods, received her sales revenue, and looked at this makeshift rescue center with an expressionless face. So are 30,000 bottles of mineral water enough? That's too naive. Water resources will become more and more precious in the end. A bottle of mineral water is simply worth a fortune. After watching Chow Feng leave, Hwami returned to the truck and counted the string of zeros in the cash register system, feeling extremely happy. Immediately upgraded the level 1 factory to a level 2 factory. Level 2 factory, mineral water bottle, specification 55 milliliters, mineral water bottle, specification 1.5 L, limited production, self-priming filter type anti-particle respirator, specification, children, X 10,000. She squinted her eyes and looked at this level 2 factory. She spent 20,000 in turnover to get a function that could produce 1.5 L mineral water bottles. Hwami didn't know whether to cry or laugh. Well, she is also very optimistic. At least she could only hold small bottles of water before, but now she can hold big bottles to drink. Moreover, a limited number of 10,000 self-priming filter-type anti-particulate respirators can be produced. Although they are for children, Hwami immediately clicked on the screen without hesitation and produced the 10,000 children's size self-priming filter-type anti-particulate respirators first. What she found strange was that the green bar above the factory icon, which had become full after the upgrade, gradually decreased during the production of the self-priming filter-type anti-particulate respirator. What on earth is this? Hwami couldn't figure it out and thought it was a bit like the health bar in the game. But aren't all health bars red? The health bar of a level 2 factory is green. If it is the health bar, how to restore it? This strange apocalypse supermarket doesn't even have an instruction manual or something. Isn't there a manual for her to take a look at first? She hesitated, but still drove around outside before delivering 100,550 milliliters empty mineral water bottles to the water plant in several batches. After doing all this, Hwami collapsed in the driver's seat exhausted. At this time, she should go back to her supermarket. After all, she had been out for several days and hadn't been back to her Lotus Xingxing supermarket for several days. How nice it would be if she could go back to her supermarket instantly at this moment. She was really tired and didn't want to run around. As soon as this thought came to her mind, Hwami felt the scenery around her change dramatically, and she sat down behind the cashier counter of the Lotus Xingxing supermarket. It turns out that this supermarket also has a one-click instant reply function. This made Hwami very happy. Then she could go anywhere from now on, right? Isn't it just like Doraemon's portal? With this in mind, Hwami wanted to go back to the rescue center and put her truck back into the level 3 storage. Sadly, she couldn't go back. What's going on? She wants her big truck. Hwami looked around her small supermarket, which stood alone in a pile of ruins, surrounded by all sorts of things. This area had obviously been searched by the rescue team. There were no survivors underground, and all the survivors had been transferred to a temporary rescue center. But the city clearance team did not come, and the reconstruction plan is not on the agenda now. So this place will probably remain deserted like this forever. There is no wrong version in the 1619 book forum. At this time, Hwami received another call. Hello, this is the boss of Xiangqing Post. Because your nearest express delivery station has collapsed in the Xiangqing earthquake, do you want your express to be returned or delivered nearby? The strong and respectable couriers are still delivering parcels regardless of rain or shine even at this time. Hwami said, don't go back. Put it in the nearest place. Okay, then we'll put it at the courier station closest to you. You can pick it up yourself, or you can wait until the earthquake is over and have our postmaster deliver it to your door again. Xiangqing Postmaster, we'll get the job done. Thank you. Thank you very much, Mr. Postmaster. After hanging up the phone, Hwami immediately went online and checked that the instant noodles she bought on Singles Day had been delivered to a courier station outside Xiangqing. She needed a big truck in every sense of the word. Otherwise, it would be very troublesome to deliver water bottles to the water plant and go out of the city to pick up the express delivery. Hwami took a deep breath, took out a pair of running shoes from her luggage and put them on, and was about to hike through the ruins again to the temporary rescue center. A man walked over. Hey, why are you here alone? A man with a backpack looked at Hwami, sized her up and down, and spoke to her in a rude tone. Hwami stopped where she was, tilted her head, and blinked her fox eyes with a hint of natural ignorance. How many people should be here? The man swallowed and glanced behind Hwami. No one inside? I know this boss. I saw you come out from inside. Did you take something from inside? Undoubtedly, Hwami is a girl with a very charming appearance. The man with the backpack kicked open the supermarket door that Hwami had just locked, walked in, and turned back to shout at Hwami. Come in, I'll see what you took from my friend's store. He wants to search me. Hwami curled her lips and walked into the supermarket generously. I'm coming in. Just as the man kicked the door and entered the Lotus Xingxing supermarket, a red triangle popped up in front of Hwami's eyes. Lotus Xingxing supermarket detected an intrusion and started the intruder scan. One person, carrying a controlled knife. The Lotus Xingxing supermarket's S-level security risk has been upgraded to SS-level security risk. There have been a lot of things going on recently, and Hwami just remembered that her supermarket has always been at S-level safety hazard and has no protection at all. One intruder will upgrade the security risk to SS level. This is a security risk that reaches a whole level. As Hwami, the fox-like girl, entered the supermarket, the man in the supermarket put down his backpack and walked up to Hwami. There are so few things in this supermarket. Did you steal them? I'm going to search now. That look was even more obscene than the one I met last night by the leather jacket guy. It is not difficult to imagine what he wanted to do to Hwami by searching her body. It's such a mess outside. It doesn't matter what you do. Hwami stood there without moving. No, there are only so few things here because... She put her hands behind her back, spread out her 5 fingers, and a piece of scrap steel appeared in her palm. Yes, it was the one she picked up outside the water controller. Now it is finally time to realize its value as waste. Just as the man's hand was about to touch her, Huami tilted her head and smiled charmingly. I bought this supermarket. Now, I am the owner of the store. Every time she said a word, she would hit the man with a half-meter-long iron rod. The man looked tall, but he fainted after just a few hits.
Puffed.
I fainted. Huami hadn't even warmed up yet. She threw the iron rod in her hand casually, but suddenly disappeared in mid-air and flew directly back to the corner of the level 3 warehouse. Huami curled her lips and naturally picked up the backpack that the man had left in her supermarket. She turned the bulging backpack over and emptied it onto the ground. There were also quite a few miscellaneous ones from Wei, Xiaomi, O, and V. It turns out he is a man who made money from disasters. Huami naturally put all these things into the warehouse, then took them out and placed a few in the glass cabinet under her cash register. Whether he lives or dies depends on the man's luck. Huami, a beautiful and kind-hearted person, stood at the edge of the bottomless pit, clapped her hands, turned around and looked at her supermarket. This SS-level safety hazard reminder was not over yet. Prove that if there is a first person who can break in, there will be a second person. There was no other way. Huami could only call Chao Feng and ask him to help keep an eye on her truck to make sure it wasn't stolen by people who profited from disasters. Then she rolled up her sleeves, found a shovel in the ruins, and started digging along the path of her small supermarket. She dug and dug. When she was hungry, she went back to the supermarket to find snacks. When she was tired, she went to the second floor of the supermarket to sleep. This supermarket originally had a lot of goods. Although the quantity was not large, there were goods from all walks of life. There were also several quilts of inferior and rough quality. The supermarket was not big, but Huami spent a whole day digging a shallow ditch next to the supermarket. She called this small ditch, which just reached above her knees, a trench. In the small trench, she placed a row of thumbtacks, which are called ground spikes. Then put some scraps of paper on top of the trench. This is called concealment. Start security scanning. Completion of security and defense works defense engineering rating. Shoddy trench activate 1 square meter of black soil in the supermarket backyard. Please select a location for the black soil. Immediately afterwards, small red and green squares appeared in front of Huami's eyes. Wherever her eyes saw piles of rubble, small red squares appeared, and wherever her eyes saw a slightly flatter area, small green squares appeared. Meaning, the red ones cannot be chosen, but the green ones can be chosen? But the green ones are so far away from Huami's supermarket. If she wants to urinate on the black soil to fertilize it at night, she has to run dozens of meters. There is no wrong version in the 1619 book forum. Unless she takes action now and clears out a square meter of flat land near the supermarket. Huami felt like she didn't want to move even a finger. She finally decided to place the 1 square meter of black soil 20 meters away from the supermarket. I don't know what is in this black soil. As soon as this thought came to her mind, she stood on the black soil.
Huami.
She looked back blankly at the supermarket 20 meters behind her. So she couldn't teleport away from the supermarket before. Was it because there was no black soil in her poems and the distance? Huami felt a little hungry, which was rare. She has never had a big appetite, but she had just eaten some snacks and now she was feeling hungry again. It was like this for both meals. Probably because I did some physical work, so I got hungry very quickly. Huami didn't care and took out a piece of bread from the level 3 storage to eat. As soon as she took a bite, the square meter of black soil under her feet began to shake. As if she had a premonition, Huami turned her head and saw a thick smoke rising from the direction of the airport in the suburbs. There was another earthquake, and this time it seemed to have affected the airport. Huami was still looking at the thick smoke in the sky when her cell phone rang. It was the director of the water production plant, Xiao Hua. We have already produced your 100,000 bottles of mineral water. How many more bottles can you get? The situation here is very serious. All sectors of society need to buy water. The name Xiao Hua. There was no time to waste, so Huami hurriedly said, I'm coming. She threw a handful of straw seeds onto the black soil and ran to the makeshift rescue center while stuffing bread into her mouth. She didn't have time to think about what would happen after the straw seeds were sown. She just wanted to quickly get her truck. Hwami walked out of the ruins smoothly and found a fully charged flatbed truck on the road. It was 90% new.
Great.
She rode the flatbed truck all the way to the temporary rescue center to get a large truck. The water plant has already produced 100,000 bottles of mineral water, and the factory manager is now starting to accept orders from the society. He hadn't even put out any advertising yet, but orders were already pouring into his office like snowflakes. But the water plant didn't have enough bottles to start production. Now a large number of ordinary people who come to buy water have gathered outside the factory. Some drive cars, and some ride electric donkeys, blocking the only remaining water plant in Xiangqing. As a last resort, the factory manager could only wait for Hwami to arrive, open the back door of the water plant, and take the employees of the water plant to unload the goods at the back door. The empty bottles were unloaded and mineral water bottles filled with purified water were loaded onto the truck. It was definitely impossible to haul 100,000 bottles at a time. Hwami would pack tens of thousands of bottles and put them into the warehouse once, then go to the temporary rescue center and sell them to Chao Feng. After several attempts, finally, all 100,000 bottles of water were sold, and the Level 3 warehouse was successfully upgraded to Level 4 warehouse. Regarding this strange apocalyptic supermarket feature, Hwami feels that the thing that makes her least worried is the upgradable warehouse. As long as she stocks enough things, her storage can be upgraded infinitely. However, this thought did not make her feel happy for long. When Hwami was desperately producing mineral water bottles and preparing to upgrade the warehouse to Level 5, the panel reminded her. Due to the incomplete overall supporting facilities, the warehouse cannot be upgraded to Level 5. What the Hades is supporting facilities? Hwami squatted beside her truck, scratching her hair and thinking for a long time. Is it that the storage has been upgraded to Level 4, but her black soil is only 1 square meter? This is indeed a big gap. Elder sister. Outside the entrance of the temporary rescue center, Fong Xian found Hwami again. Hwami was still squatting beside the tire scratching her hair. When she looked up, she saw Fong Xian hurriedly walking towards her. There were guards with guns standing on both sides of the entrance. Seeing Fong Xian's happy face, Hwami stood up with a stern face and turned to leave. Fong Xian shouted from behind, "Sister, I just saw Brother Xiren. He has been looking for you here for several days." Hwami in front of her paused. A hint of joy flashed in Fong Xian's eyes. Yes, as soon as Hwami heard the name Qin Xiren, she would definitely stop. Hwami's cold behavior towards her these days was very abnormal, which made Fong Xian feel a little panicked. It was as if Hwami had lost her control. How could this be possible? Hwami had to give her food, drink, and money to buy a house. How could she lose control now? At the critical moment, Qin Xiren had to be brought in to make Hwami obey. Fong Xian walked forward, her face full of worry. "Sister, I know there are some misunderstandings between you and Brother Xiren, but your relationship is so good. Wouldn't it be better if you just talk it out? The most important thing is, sister, your recent condition is very worrying. You even ignored me. Sister, I am your most beloved and dearest sister." After hearing Fong Xian's last words, Hwami's body trembled slightly. Fong Xian, who was standing behind Hwami, thought she was crying. Yes, Hwami has been acting so abnormal recently, even being aggressive towards her. It must be because Qin Xiren cheated on her, so she is in a bad mood. What a pity. Hwami will never know that the person Qin Xiren cheated with is actually Fong Xian. When Fong Xian thought of this, he felt a sense of victory as if he had defeated Hwami. She took 2 steps forward proudly like a champion and acted like a true confidant. "Sister, actually think about it from another angle. Which man in this world doesn't cheat? Even though Brother Xiren has a woman outside, his heart is still with you. Sister, please don't be depressed like this anymore, okay?
Don't cry. No, im login."
Hwami turned her head around with an expression that she couldn't suppress. Her body was shaking slightly because she couldn't hold back her laughter. Fong Xian was shocked. "Sister, you. I just think you're funny." Huami couldn't help but smile wider and looked at Fong Xian with a pair of shiny fox eyes. Why did you do this? You slept with a man like this, and Qin Ziren kept saying, oh, I just treat you as a sister. When he was with Qin Ziren before, he always treated Fong Xian as a sister. This was nothing new. So, after knowing that Qin Ziren had cheated, Huami never doubted Fong Xian. As a result, the whole world knew that Qin Ziren and Fong Xian were having an affair behind her back, except her. There is no wrong version in the 1619 book forum. The soft and innocent expression on Fong Xian's face suddenly turned ugly. She opened her mouth and said excitedly, Sister, what are you talking about? What do you mean? What is the relationship between me and Brother Ziren? The reason why I am close to Brother Ziren is because you are my sister, and he is your boyfriend. Huami slightly moved her face to avoid Fong Xian's saliva spraying on her face. After Fong Xian finished speaking, Huami said slowly, look at this. Your relationship with him cannot even be exposed. Aren't you cheap? You are a good girl, not bad-looking. Why do you like to find men in garbage dumps? As soon as these words came out, Huami was stunned for a moment, and Gong Yi's words suddenly rang in her ears. Don't look for men in the garbage dump anymore. She didn't. She has reformed and no longer looks for men in the garbage dump. Huami retorted in her heart, cheered herself up, focused her attention again, and looked at Fong Xian. Fong Xian, you're just ruining yourself. I'm very busy right now. It doesn't matter what happens between you and Qin Ziren. It has nothing to do with me. She turned around to leave, but Fong Xian grabbed her arm. Stop, sister. Please explain yourself clearly. The next second, Huami grabbed Fong Xian's wrist, pulled her body, and slammed Fong Xian against the truck door. Huami noticed the guard's caution. She smiled at Fong Xian and helped her up. Why are you so careless? What are you in such a hurry for? Look, you fell down. Fong Xian hugged herself with a look of grievance. She didn't know how Huami threw her against the car door. She didn't even see how Huami moved. Many people didn't see it clearly. In order to avoid attracting the attention of the garrison, Huami smiled and adjusted the collar of Fong Xian's pink coat, turned around, got in the car, and drove away. Fong Xian was left standing there, with half of her body smashed against the car door, in excruciating pain. Qin Ziren's voice suddenly rang out from behind her. Xin, was it a me who just left? Fong Xian's face was filled with resentment, but suddenly she became weak and innocent. She hugged her arms and turned around, tears streaming down her face. Brother Ziren, sister hit me. Qin Ziren didn't see what happened. He had been looking for Huami in the rescue center for several days and only saw Huami's back today. At that moment, he did not care whether Fong Xian was in pain or not. He just complained, didn't I tell you to call me as soon as you find her? You know she's mad at me now. Brother Ziren, I'm in pain. Ami has blocked my phone number and removed my WeChat from her friend list. Where do you think I can find her now? Qin Ziren didn't care whether Fong Xian was in pain or not. He was just angry that Fong Xian didn't inform him. She should have called Huami and told him where Huami was the first thing she did when she saw her. But my sister beat me, Brother Ziren, and she already knows about our relationship. You told her? Qin Ziren's face suddenly changed, and he looked at Fong Xian with extremely annoyed eyes. Fong Xian would definitely not admit this. She hurriedly shook her head, and the tears on her face flew away. Of course not, Brother Ziren. How could I tell her this? I don't know who told her, but she just said that she already knew it, and she even beat me. The point is, Huami actually hit her. Qin Ziren then looked at the arm that Fong Xian was hugging, but he did not go forward to comfort her. He just said to Fong Xian in a commanding tone, next time you see her, deny everything we did. She has no evidence, so maybe she's just trying to trick you. He and Fong Xian had had affairs many times before, and they had kept it a secret in the past. How come Huami suddenly found out about it now? Qin Ziren quickly filtered out the only few people who knew the truth in his mind, but none of them were the kind to gossip. Fong Xian herself couldn't say it either. After all, She was a graduate of a vocational school and could only live a comfortable life thanks to Huami. That's right, Fong Xian never studied hard since she was young. She relied on Huami to give her special tutoring all the way, and she was admitted to a vocational high school.
Finally, she found a sales job.
Huami is as outstanding as Qin Ziren. They both graduated from prestigious universities and received very good offers right after graduation. In the future, as long as Qin Ziren marries Huami, he will have a very good future. At least it's much easier than marrying Fong Xian. So Qin Ziren knew from the beginning that the person who was most suitable for him, the person he loved the most, was Huami, and it could not be Fong Xian. Fong Xian was not convinced in her heart, but when she looked at Qin Ziren, she nodded obediently. Brother Ziren, I will be obedient next time and call you the first time I see my sister. Don't be angry, Fong Xian is very good at coaxing this man. She just endured the pain, stretched out her little finger, secretly hooked Qin Ziren's little finger, and pulled it towards her lower abdomen. Qin Ziren pursed his lips and looked over. Fong Xian's eyes were filled with tears. She had just cried, and her nose was red. It looks pitiful to me. For a moment, the hot-blooded Qin Ziren hesitated. He didn't say anything, and of course he didn't scold Fong Xian again. Instead, he took Fong Xian to his car and drove to a remote place. Huami knew nothing about what was going on between the two. She drove straight to the water plant, and as soon as she arrived at the back door, she saw a familiar face. It's a truck driver. He was talking to the mineral water seller. Huami felt embarrassed for a moment. She thought she would never see this truck driver again, but she didn't expect that he could actually find the water plant. After all, the car belongs to someone else. Since the driver has come, she has no choice but to return it to him. So Huami jumped out of the car, said hello to the driver, and handed him a very generous red envelope.
I'm sorry, Master.
I saw that you didn't contact me these days, so I drove your car for a few days. Here's the gas money for you. It's okay. I know everything. You were in a hurry to deliver the goods, and I was just wanting to thank you. There is no wrong version in the 1619 book forum. Instead of getting angry, the truck driver accepted Huami's red envelope with gratitude and started talking about what had happened recently. It turned out that his house was collapsed by the earthquake and everyone in the house was trapped in the rubble. Fortunately, no one was injured, but because they were buried quite deep, they could not get out for the time being. So the whole family, young and old, lived under the ruins for several days, relying on the 2 boxes of instant noodles that Huami gave him. Until the whole family was dug out by the rescue team, they were all fine. This instant noodle is really good. It doesn't need to be boiled in water. You can eat it directly by tearing open the package. So as soon as he was dug out, the truck driver Fu found his employer, the supermarket supplier, and wanted to buy more instant noodles. Yes, when he came out of the ruins, he didn't look for his truck first, but bought some instant noodles to stockpile. While I was talking to the supplier, Huami came in her big truck. He was extremely grateful to Huami. To be honest, if it weren't for Huami, his whole family would have starved to death long ago. If he hadn't starved to death, his condition wouldn't be this good after being dug out. However, Huami felt a little guilty as she had originally intended to steal Fu's truck. After all, she has lived in the apocalypse for so many years, and some of her ideas have become deeply rooted, so it's really no wonder she is like that. In the end times, whoever picks up something on the street owns it. If 2 people like an item at the same time, they will fight over it. Whoever wins the grab gets it. So, Huami never thought there was anything wrong with what she did.
Facing a fuese sincere thanks, Huami smiled.
So, what are you going to do after you buy the instant noodles? Where are you going? Continue delivering goods to the supermarket? Fu was stunned. He scratched his almost bald scalp. At that time, Xiangqing was a little chaotic. He had just come out of the ruins. His family was still in shock and temporarily lived in a rescue center with nowhere to go. And now, the delivery job is not very stable, so I can only smile bitterly. I haven't figured out what to do next. I'll see if my boss gives me any work. Fu's truck is too big, and it is not as light as a small van in the city. If there is an earthquake and he is stuck in the middle of the road, his truck will not even be able to turn around. So, he just talked about this issue with the supplier. The supplier's statement was more tactful. They prefer to use small vans with good passability to deliver goods. Naturally, Ah Fu had no food to eat. At this time, Huami extended her olive branch. She was smiling like a clever little fox. Uncle, it's like this. You know, I have always had a supply channel for mineral water bottles. If you can help me deliver the goods, or sell, or rent your truck to me, that's fine. Ah Fu smiled immediately after hearing this. Then you're not worried that my truck is too big, and it might be difficult to turn around if I run into an obstacle on the road? It's okay. If you encounter any obstacles, just tell me. I have acquaintances in the Xiangqing obstacle removal team. Huami patted her chest and dragged Gong Yi out to prove that she really had someone above her. Does the rescue team leader Gong Yi know him? He's an old acquaintance of mine. We are very familiar with each other. Captain Gong is a celebrity. He used to appear on TV a lot. I heard that he was seconded to the rescue team from the special garrison. I guess he'll be promoted when he returns to the garrison after the earthquake is over. With the supplier joining in at the right time, it was no wonder that he felt that Huami could get so many mineral water bottles and could buy hundreds of thousands of bottles of mineral water at one time. It turned out that Captain Gong was standing behind him. Suppliers couldn't help but look at Huami with new eyes, and their attitude became much friendlier and more respectful. Huami smiled and wisely did not continue the discussion on this topic. Her attitude became very secretive in the eyes of others. Looking at her again, she is so young and beautiful, and Captain Gong is also a handsome, young and promising man. It is not difficult to imagine the relationship between these two people. Because Gong Yi's name was mentioned, the people were easier to talk to. Soon, Huami delivered the empty mineral water bottles and ordered another 100,000 bottles of mineral water from the water plant. Because she has a source of mineral water bottles, the water plant must give her water priority. Only after her water is finished can others get their turn. But this time Huami didn't have to wait for the water to be made. She could just leave and let Ah Fu deliver the water to her. After giving Ah Fu a few more instructions, Huami rode her flatbed cart and left the water plant. She was not in a hurry to go back to the supermarket. After all, to go back and come out again, she would have to walk through the ruins. Huami decided to go out of town to the express delivery station to pick up a delivery of instant noodles. Because the current logistics network is still usable, the hard-working couriers will not leave their jobs unless they can no longer hold on. After all, logistics can guarantee the most basic people's livelihood needs. So on the way to pick up the express, Huami placed an order online for another 10,000 portable gas cylinders and 100 portable gas stoves. After calculating the remaining money and deducting the money to be paid to the water plant, Huami bought another 1,000 sets of outdoor cookware and 1,000 sets of folding serrated knives in 3 sizes: large, medium, and small. Only one address was filled in: Xiangqing Express Station. Please be sure to call to notify us. If the call is not connected, please drop it off at the nearest place and I will pick it up myself. The range is quite wide. When there is no signal, the couriers of the Great Postal Boss will assume that as long as it is a courier station in Xiangqing, it will be fine. At that time, they will not call back the express deliveries to Huami. The instant noodles that Huami ordered online were delivered to the courier station in the nearest market town when she left the city. But this closest distance is a bit mysterious. It took Huami more than an hour to get there on a flatbed cart. I don't know why. Maybe because I was too tired recently, but today Huami felt particularly hungry. Huami, who usually had good physical strength, was almost starving when she arrived at the market town. This market town has not been affected by the earthquake yet, and everything seems calm, although people are talking about the frequent earthquakes in Xiangqing recently. Huami didn't have time to pick up the express, so she just found a noodle shop and ordered 2 bowls of noodles. 2 bowls. The bowls were bigger than her face. After eating, Huami finally came to her senses. What a stomach! She had never eaten so much in one meal. Girl, you really can eat. The noodle shop owner came to collect the bowls and was surprised to see Huami finish 2 large bowls of food without leaving any soup. I really can't tell. This girl looks so slender and fragile, but she has such a big appetite. Hwami paused, turned around, looked at the proprietress and asked with a smile, "Excuse me, where can I buy a second-hand electric flatbed truck?" There is no wrong version in the 1619 book forum. Money is hard to spend, and Hwami didn't have much money left in total, but fortunately an electric flatbed truck is not expensive. The noodle shop owner has been doing business in this small market town for decades. As someone who welcomes and sees off customers, she knows everything about who has what to sell. Soon, she enthusiastically called an old man for Hwami. When the old man came, he drove an electric flatbed truck that looked old, but very large and solid. He asked for 400 yuan and would not sell it for a penny less. Hwami slammed the table, 200 no more. After saying that, she was about to get up and leave. It wasn't that she couldn't afford 400 yuan, but the other party's attitude made Hwami unable to help but bargain. Bargaining is a woman's stubbornness engraved in her soul. Finally, the old man called her back, and after some bargaining, the two sides reached a deal at 250 yuan. Yeah, 250. The old man looked at Hwami as if he was looking at 250 and transferred the money to him. This electric flatbed truck he had used for more than 10 years had not been bought for a long time, but he finally sold it today. Hwami drove her newly purchased second-hand flatbed truck to the express delivery point to pick up her instant noodles. Because the orders were placed from different stores and the quantity was quite large, the instant noodles would not arrive at the courier station all at once. The first batch of more than a dozen boxes of instant noodles just filled up the flatbed truck. Hwami dragged a dozen boxes of instant noodles out of the market town and came to a remote place where there could be no surveillance or anyone watching. She turned around, put her hands on the boxes of instant noodles behind her, and put the boxes back into the level for storage. She returned to the market town. "I bought some cooked food in the market town and packed 200 portions of kimchi and 200 portions of spicy hot pot." Of course, she couldn't have bought all of these from the same store. She's not stupid. Moreover, her level 4 storage has automatic freshness preservation and freezing functions, which is similar to the spaces in novels. When you put hot food in, no matter how long you take it out, it will still be as hot as before you put it in. After preparing all the kimchi and spicy hot pot, it was already dark. Hwami put the electric flatbed truck back to her level 4 warehouse, snapped her fingers, and went back to the supermarket to sleep. She maintained her habits very well, but she was not used to walking outside at night unless it was necessary. At night, Hwami used a large bucket of mineral water to casually wipe her body, focusing on washing her buttocks, and then lay on the second floor of a small supermarket playing with her mobile phone. Before she knew it, she fell asleep. She woke up again because a message suddenly appeared in front of her tightly closed eyes. Insufficient energy detected. Insufficient detection energy. Insufficient detection energy. Maybe the information was quite important, so 3 prompts popped up to Hwami in a row. The lights on the second floor of the supermarket were flickering, and it seemed that the voltage was unstable. Electricity. Hwami opened her hazy eyes and then she remembered that it had been so long since the earthquake, but she had never worried about the electricity usage in her supermarket. It is estimated that the electricity was provided to her by this doomsday supermarket. What should she do now that she is running low on energy? Will there be a power outage? She opened the control panel and checked the level 2 factory. The green health bar on it had completely run out, with a red lightning sign. It really needs to be charged. Hwami lowered her head and looked at her phone again. Fu sent her a message saying that the water plant was working at full capacity to produce mineral water. The 100,000 bottles of mineral water that were produced after she left had been produced, but there were too many people who needed water on the market. The water plant planned to sell 50,000 bottles to her first and sell the rest to people who came to buy water in Xiangqing. In addition, the water plant will order another 200,000 1.5 L mineral water bottles from her. Hwami immediately called the director of the water plant and said, "I don't want the remaining 50,000 bottles of mineral water. Does your factory have a large generator set? A large factory like yours should be able to get something like this. There is such a channel, but what about the price?" The factory manager said it very vaguely. Anyway, 50,000 bottles of mineral water are definitely not enough to match a large generator set. Moreover, in order to continue operating the generator set in this environment, a large amount of diesel will be needed. The channel must also be legal. The factory manager was very confident that since they had all the necessary documents and strong connections, getting more diesel would not be a problem. Hwami smiled immediately. Director, the money issue is easy to deal with. Just get me a generator set, and I'll give you as many mineral water bottles as you want. The two parties negotiated a price that they could both accept. Hwami provided mineral water bottles to the water plant, and the plant director provided her with a generator set and also provided the diesel needed for subsequent use. Cooperate with each other for mutual benefit. The factory manager acted quickly. Just when Ah-Fu brought a large truckload of mineral water to Hwami, he had already sent people to drag the generator set out of the ruins. According to the previous agreement, Ah-Fu and the person who delivered the generator set only need to deliver the goods to the front of the ruins where Hwami's supermarket is located. Hwami will ask the city clearance team to come and repair the road. After the road was repaired, the workers went back to transport mineral water and install generators. This should take a few days. Everyone thinks so. So after the things are delivered, everyone can relax and do what they need to do. However, not long after, Hwami, holding a bowl of spicy hot pot, called the factory manager and said, I have already moved the generator set and mineral water. Please send someone to install the generator set and tell Ah-Fu to pick up the truck. The factory manager said, huh? But didn't understand what was going on. After thinking for a while, he asked in confusion, is the city obstacle removal team so awesome? They just repaired the road? It's not fixed, but I've moved the generator set next to my supermarket. Hwami didn't explain too much. It was almost the end of the world, and the world would soon become bizarre. What was the point of her explaining so much? The factory director might not be alive the next day. The factory manager was also confused. A generator set was about the size of a container. Did Hwami find an overhead crane to transport such a large and heavy generator set into the ruins? As expected, with the support of the palace team, one has a wide network of contacts. The factory manager did not waste any more time and immediately called the workers to install the generator set for Hwami. It takes a lot of time to install such a big thing, so in order to save electricity, Hwami packed up the things in the supermarket, leaving water and instant noodles for the workers, and went to the temporary rescue center to charge her phone. The temporary rescue center has electricity and provides survivors with 3 meals a day and 2 snacks, free of charge. Free of charge. So when Hwami walked out of the ruins, she kept picking up power banks from the ruins. Is no wrong version in the 1619 book forum. Whenever she sees a power bank, she picks it up. Everyone must have one of these things now, or even several, so when Hwami walked out of the ruins, she probably picked up dozens of various types of power banks. She was extremely happy and felt that she was so smart. With so many power banks, she could worry free about using the power for her mobile phone. In the future, even if her mobile phone has no signal, she can still play the stand-alone version of Candy Crush. When you think about it this way, it's worth it no matter how tired you are. As a result, when she rode the flatbed cart to the temporary rescue center, she found that stalls had been set up outside the rescue center at some point, and at a glance, she saw all kinds of things for sale. Of course, there are also people selling power banks, all of which are picked up and sold by pound. There are also new power banks for sale, but they're a bit more expensive. However, they're still a lot cheaper than before the earthquake, only about 10 yuan each. So why didn't Hwami, who had spent several hours rummaging through the ruins and was exhausted as a dog, spend some money to buy a power bank weighing dozens of kilograms? Hwami was so angry that she ran to the stall selling power banks and said in a gruff voice, "Send me a little cheaper. I want all these power banks." The stall owner looked at Hwami in surprise. When he saw Hwami take out her cell phone to transfer money to him, he hurriedly stood up and quoted a price. Hwami cut his offer in half, and the stall owner nodded in agreement without hesitation. After receiving the money, the stall owner pointed to his large stall filled with power banks and said, "This stall is for you, rich man. Please treat me." Then, He casually put on his bag, left his stall, and continued to dig for power banks in the ruins. Looking at the stall owner's hurried back, Hwami felt that she might be a little impulsive. There were so many power banks, and she couldn't just put them into the level 4 storage in front of everyone here. This is the line pulled out from the temporary rescue center. I don't know who was so talented to pull it out. However, Hwami hadn't been charging for a while when someone came over and asked, "Hey, how much is the power bank?" "Not for sale." Hwami replied with 2 words and continued to browse her phone, playing Candy Crush Saga to use up her battery. After a while, someone came over. "How much is your charging pad?" "I said I won't sell it." Hwami was annoyed by the questions, so she took out a self-priming filter-type anti-particulate respirator from her bag, put it at the front of the stall, found a piece of hard paper and wrote with a marker, "Power banks are not for sale. Children's self-priming filter-type anti-particulate respirator is available for pickup. 25 yuan per piece finally." I pasted my own payment QR code and then concentrated on charging and playing with my phone next to the socket. She thought it was finally quiet, but after a while, the survivors came and went, and Hwami received 25 yuan. After a while, she received another 25 yuan. After a while, she received 250 yuan from someone who bought 10 children's self-priming filter-type anti-particulate respirators. Why are children's models so popular? Hwami finally became a little more cheerful. She thought this thing was only used by people who were allergic to pollen. It only cost a few cents each in the drugstore and was completely useless. Do you still have a self-priming, filtering particulate respirator? A mother holding a child hurried to Hwami's stall, anxiously asking, "I heard you sell this here." Hwami glanced at the child in the woman's arms. The child had a pair of innocent big eyes and was holding a yellow Psyduck in his arms, looking at her. Her heart softened and she nodded.
Have.
After saying that, she reached into the large shoulder bag beside her and pulled out a handful of self-priming filter-type anti-particulate matter respirators. It looks like it was taken out of a big bag, but it was actually taken from level 4 storage. "I'll buy 10. The woman hurriedly took 10 and transferred the money to Hwami. She didn't have time to leave and only put one on the child's face. He looked at Hwami with gratitude again. "Thank you so much. I've been looking for children's edition everywhere, but I can't find any. Look at this messed up world. There's dust everywhere. If this continues, the child will definitely cough." Yeah. It might be even more troublesome then. It's better to take some precautions." Hwami nodded and watched the woman leave with the child in her arms. The child was wearing a self-priming filter-type anti-particulate matter respirator on his face. His little face was resting on his mother's shoulder, next to the yellow Psyduck, and still looking at Hwami. Hwami also looked at him. Suddenly, the child smiled at her with his eyes squinted, which was so cute. Although she couldn't see his smile, Hwami's heart was still hit hard. Wow, she also wants to have a cute baby like this. Hwami felt a little bit of desire in her heart, but then she shook her head and threw this unrealistic idea out of her mind. Didn't she know what kind of life she had lived in her previous life? Bringing a little life into this world when there was no more food or ammunition was a very irresponsible idea. Moreover, in her 2 lifetimes, she had only slept with a man once, and that was the time when she was heartbroken and drunk and spent money to buy a man. Hwami had forgotten the entire process. Where can she go to have a baby? Shaking her head, Hwami sat down again and continued to reach into her bag to take out a self-priming filter-type anti-particulate matter respirator. By the way, check the power banks on the stalls one by one. If the battery is full, she will throw the power bank into her bag, which is actually into the level 4 storage. If the battery is not fully charged, she will also throw it into the level 4 storage, but store the fully charged power banks and the partially charged power banks in 2 piles. This way, next time you come to the emergency center to use power, you can just take out the power bank and charge it. She took out the self-priming filter-type anti-particulate respirator little by little and collected power banks from the level 4 warehouse little by little. Before I knew it, I had sold out all 10,000 children's self-priming filter-type particulate respirators. There are also parents who come here with their children, attracted by its reputation. Huami waved her hand to indicate that she was out of stock, then turned around and quickly spent 30,000 yuan to upgrade her level 2 factory to a level 3 factory. There is no wrong version in the 1619 book forum. Level 3 factory, mineral water bottle, specification 550 milliliters, mineral water bottle, specification 1. 5L, mineral water bottle, specification 10L, limited production. Self-priming filter type anti-particle respirator. Specification. Children. X 20,000. Self-priming filter type anti-particle respirator. Specification. Adult. X 10,000. Are you planning to let her keep producing mineral water bottles? Why not let her produce self-priming filter type anti-particulate matter respirators? Don't limit her production. Huami decided to take a gamble. Maybe a level 4 factory could have the capability to produce unlimited quantities of self-priming filter type anti-particulate respirators. So the guy got excited, gritted his teeth, and made impulse purchases, spending another 40,000 yuan to upgrade the level 3 factory to a level 4 factory. Level 4 factory. Mineral water bottle. Specification 550 milliliters. Mineral water bottle. Specification 1.5L. Mineral water bottle. Specification 10L, mineral water, specification 350 milliliters, limited production, self-priming filter type anti-particle respirator, specification, children, X 30,000, self-priming filter type anti-particle respirator, specification, adult, X 20,000, ethanol X 10,000. Why is it another 350 milliliters water bottle? Huami was a little angry and was about to curse, but when she looked carefully, she realized that this 350 milliliters bottle was not a water bottle, it was water. There is water in it. Huami quickly checked the energy bar. She estimated that the energy bar on the level 4 factory icon, which had been at the bottom, was filled up after the factory was upgraded. Therefore, she just upgraded 2 levels in a row, which was a complete waste of resources. She could have produced some things after reaching level 3, and then upgraded to a level 4 factory after the energy bar was empty. Huami couldn't help but sigh when she thought of this. What a waste. It doesn't fit in with her virtue of thriftiness. She stared depressedly at the full green energy bar on the level 4 factory. Ever since the energy bar reached the bottom, Huami had been feeling a little energy anxious. In this case, only large amounts of mineral water can calm her anxiety. So, Huami ordered mineral water, specification 350 milliliters, and prepared to produce tens of thousands of bottles of water in one go. Although it is of small size, Huami doesn't mind it. However, sadly, the panel prompts, "You need water."
Huami, anxiety x2.
She could only continue to produce mineral water bottles of various specifications with indignation, with the production quantity of each bottle starting at 100,000. And continue to produce the 30,000 children's self-priming filter-type anti-particulate respirators, 20,000 adult self-priming filter-type anti-particulate respirators, and 10,000 bottles of ethanol. After these things were produced, Huami's level 4 factory's energy bar reached the bottom again.
Huami, anxiety x3.
She continued to click on upgrade, wanting to upgrade the level 4 factory to a level 5 factory in one go and restore the health bar again. The result was very sad. The familiar prompt came again. Due to the incomplete overall supporting facilities, the factory cannot be upgraded to level 5. In terms of supporting facilities, it still only has 1 square meter of black land. Huami, anxiety x4 at this time, the workers in the supermarket called her and said that after their unremitting efforts, the generator set was almost installed. Because Huami prepared a lot of food and water for them, they returned the favor and took the initiative to help Huami clean up the rubble and debris around the supermarket. So now there is a small piece of vacant land next to Lianhua Xingxing.
Great.
Huami decided to go back to the supermarket to do construction. She packed up, unplugged all the power banks from the socket, threw them into her bag, and started looking for something to use for defense at the stalls along the way. By the way, I used my mobile phone to ask the agent where the remaining money from the sale of her ancestral home was. It was time to give her the final payment. She has been spending a lot of money recently, and all the money she earned was used to upgrade the factory. The agent was very nice and said there was no earthquake in their area. They said they sympathized with the fact that she was in an earthquake zone. They had already convinced the buyer and transferred another 10 million yuan to Huami's account. Huami held her hot phone in front of a camera booth and asked, "Does your camera work? Can it be placed on a wire fence and exposed to the sun and wind? I'm a professional. In the past, you couldn't buy one without hundreds of thousands of dollars." The stall owner sat cross-legged behind the stall, picked up a large camera, and explained professional things to Huami. After he said a lot of things, "I'll give you 50,000 each now. After I sell these last remaining stocks, I'll leave Xiangqing. To Hades with Xiangqing, a city that is so shocked. 10,000 each, I want them all." Huami bargained for a price as usual, and the stall owner agreed again. Now he just wanted to cash out all his money and leave. These cameras were very professional in the field, and ordinary people could not use them at all. Large companies and enterprises are in chaos now and will not buy goods from him in the short term, so when the stall owners meet someone like Huami who is willing to go all in, they will just sell to him as long as they pay. Huami put these professional cameras into a patterned bedsheet and then exerted force to carry the big package on his shoulders. She continued to search the stalls for materials that could be used for safety protection, and then she cleared out a stall selling kitchen supplies. The reason why this stall owner was in a hurry to sell was similar to the previous one. She had to cash in the money as soon as possible and then leave this unfortunate place, Xiangqing. Huami felt that she could use all these things, so she offered a suitable price and bought them all. A nearby umbrella vendor saw this and thought it was a good opportunity to sell his products, so he quickly extended his transparent lady's umbrella to Huami. "Beauty, I'm also in a hurry to leave Xiangqing, so please buy all the umbrellas on my stall." There were at least dozens of umbrellas and several boxes of raincoats on his stall, both for men and women. There are also rain hats for heads and rain boots of all sizes for feet. Huami looked up at the cloudless sky. In fact, rain gear could be used. It always rains for a long time before a snowstorm comes. Another big man came over carrying a roll of barbed wire. "Beauty, do you want these barbed wires? They are all good stuff." He looked like he was delivering goods to a construction site because Xiangqing had suffered an earthquake and all construction projects were on strike. He had no way to dispose of his barbed wire, and it wasn't needed anywhere else as the bank was still waiting for him to repay the loan, so he could only take it outside the rescue center to sell it. Huami was carrying a big bag on her shoulder. She looked at the people who had gathered around her and said, I'll buy them all. Wait for a moment, I'll call my driver over." She immediately made a phone call and asked Ah Fu to drive his empty truck to collect supplies outside the rescue center. Huami wanted all those kitchen supplies, rain gear, and barbed wire. But she couldn't possibly stuff all these things into her level 4 warehouse in front of everyone, so she could only ask Ah Fu to drive the truck over and put the things on the truck first. Ah Fu has been helping Huami transport mineral water and mineral water bottles recently, although he always delivers the truck full of goods to the ruins of Huami's community. There is no wrong version in the 1619 book forum. Then, according to Huami's request, he parked the truck next to the ruins and could go home from get off work. After a few hours, or the next day, when Huami called him to pick up the car, the truck full of mineral water would be replaced with full mineral water bottles. But Ah Fu never doubted Huami. He is an honest man. It is not easy to find a job during this earthquake, and he doesn't want to lose this job because of his suspicious nature. So after receiving Huami's call, Ah Fu came quickly. He parked his truck outside the stall area, and the stall owners selling kitchen supplies, rain gear, and barbed wire just put these things in Ah Fu's truck. "Miss Hua, why did you buy so many things?" Ah Fu looked at the huge package of patterned sheets on her shoulders and hurried forward to take it. He was a little confused as to why Huami bought so many useless things. Yes, dozens of bottles of detergent, hundreds of steel wool, dozens of umbrellas, a dozen boxes of raincoats, 40 pairs of rain boots, dozens of rolls of disposable kitchen rags, and so on. These are nothing, there are also bundles of barbed wire. What is Miss Hua going to do? He couldn't help but look at Huami with worry. "Miss Hua, we should actually buy more food and water now. My wife and children like to visit the stalls outside the makeshift rescue center recently. I heard that all the food and water at these stalls are increasing in price, while the rest of the items are decreasing in price. This is a very scary thing, and it silently reveals a message. When the price of something increases in the market, it means that it is in short supply. In other words, the food and water in Xiangqing are quietly decreasing. So if you have money, you should stock up on food and water at times like this. Ah Fu told Huami this simple truth. Huami spread her hands and said, "Look at these stalls. The food and drinks are so expensive. I need money to buy them." It's not that Huami doesn't want to stock up on food. The key is that there is no need for Huami to buy the expensive food and water at these stalls. Moreover, all the food and water, no matter how high the price was, were sold out as soon as they came out. Among the express parcels sent from other places to Xiangqing, 9.5 out of 10 are food and water. A steady supply of food and water is pouring into Xiangqing, but there is no sign of sufficient food and water on the market. What does it mean? It means everyone is stockpiling food and water. In this case, if you want to find cheap food and water in such a place, you have to be extremely lucky. When Ah Fu heard Huami say this, he could only shake his head helplessly. Anyway, Huami has Gong Yi as his backer, so he probably won't be short of food. As a worker for others, he doesn't need to worry about this for his boss. Looking into the truck bed, the barbed wire takes up the most space. The big man selling barbed wire had a lot of barbed wire in his hands. After all, he was delivering goods to the construction site. After he loaded all his goods onto Ah Fu's truck, the big man was a little worried whether he had sold too much to Huami. After all, Huami looks like a young girl who is not very worldly wise. What can she do with so many barbed wires? Huami came over and handed the money to him. If you still have barbed wire, you can pull it to the rescue center. I'll come here every few days.
I'll take as much as you have.
I just want to use it to make a fence. After saying that, she got into the car and asked Ah Fu to drive her back to the ruins. However, he did not notice that just in the distance of the truck, Fong Xian was standing there, holding a mobile phone in her hand, taking pictures. She took pictures of Huami talking to Ah Fu and Huami getting on Ah Fu's truck. After the truck left, Fong Xian sent the photos in her phone to Qin Ziren and sent him a text message. Fong Xian, "Brother Ziren, come quickly. I found my sister. If you don't come, my sister will leave." Qin Ziren on the other end did not reply to the text message for a long time. Fong Xian looked at the line of words input in progress, written by Qin Ziren on the top of the W message dialog box with satisfaction. She didn't even have to think about how shocked and sad Qin Ziren, who loved Huami so much, must have been when he saw Huami getting into an old man's truck. Qin Ziren was upset, so naturally, he wouldn't give Huami an easy time. He would constantly pick quarrels with Huami and try to control her. And Fong Xian just likes to see Huami having a hard time. She waited for a while, and Qin Ziren's text messages were deleted and reduced, and only a few words were sent. Qin Ziren, where are you? Fong Xian quickly told Qin Ziren the location of the stall area. Of course, when Qin Ziren came to find Huami, the truck was no longer there. Huami also disappeared. Fong Xian stretched out her finger in annoyance and hooked the corner of Qin Ziren's clothes, looking aggrieved. "Brother Ziren, I'm sorry. Last time, my sister attacked me in order to avoid me."
I didn't dare to stop her this time.
As she spoke, tears welled up in Fong Xian's eyes. She raised 3 fingers. "I swear, I really sent you a message the first time I saw my sister. Brother Ziren's sister, my sister has changed a lot. Is she really in love with that truck driver?" "I guess so." Fong Xinka had never seen the man driving the truck before. If Huami was not hooking up with the man driving the truck, then she must have some relationship with that man. Fong Xian dared to bet with her toes. "What nonsense are you talking about?" Qin Ziren's face was furious, and he yelled at Fong Xian. How could Ami fall for a man like that? He saw the old man in the photo, who was probably around 50 years old, not dressed like a rich man, and was driving a large truck. This is a job that only people living at the bottom of society would do. Huami is beautiful and capable. Even if she wants to find a man to anger Qin Ziren, she will definitely find someone who looks better than Qin Ziren. How could she possibly find a truck driver? He was already good enough, and it was impossible for Huami to meet another man who was better than him. Qin Xiren's roar successfully made Fong Xian cry. She lowered her head and cried silently, like a submissive little wife, not daring to refute Qin Xiren's words. In fact, Fong Xian did not agree with Qin Xiren's words. She felt that Huami was just like herself and would do anything to make someone angry. As for whether Huami will find a truck driver as her lover, that's not necessarily the case. There is no wrong version in the 1619 book forum. Truck drivers actually earn a lot, much more than a salesperson like her with not very good performance. If this truck driver can give Fong Xian several thousand yuan every month, Fong Xian doesn't mind finding a truck driver as a financial sponsor. Using this line of thinking, if the money is given to Huami, she will definitely do it. Qin Xiren looked at Fong Xian's innocent appearance, thinking that she loved him to the point that she couldn't live without him. Qin Xiren's tone softened. You continue to wait here, Ami. I'll go back to take care of work first. Yes, Qin Xiren is of course an employed person, and he works for a very good company, and is currently in the probation period. Although Xiangqing has experienced frequent earthquakes, the entire city has not been destroyed. Large areas of the city have not collapsed. For society to function at the most basic level, there must be people in necessary positions to promote the functioning of society. Qin Xiren's job is to purchase supplies for the city management bureau. This is when he is busiest. The task of finding Huami can only be pushed to Fong Xian. Fong Xian loves him to death and would never do anything evil. Fong Xian nodded as expected, looking very well behaved. But when Qin Xiren was about to leave, Fong Xian reached out and grabbed the corner of Qin Xiren's clothes. She looked very embarrassed, and her feet, wearing silver-white fine sandalwood high-heeled shoes, moved slowly on the ground. Brother Xiren, I haven't been to work these days because I've been looking for my sister. My boss is very angry, and the economy is not so good right now. We are in sales and don't have much business. Her salary was not high to begin with, and after graduating from vocational high school, she found a job selling real estate. She would punch in the morning and make an excuse to go out and play in the afternoon. Whenever she ran out of money, she would ask Huami for it. Of course, Qin Xiren is also very generous. Since Huami started dating Qin Xiren, Fong Xian has also received a lot of benefits from Qin Xiren. After sleeping with Qin Xiren, she received even more material benefits. When Qin Xiren saw Fong Xian like this, he immediately understood her difficulties. He expressed his understanding, took out his mobile phone, and directly transferred 30,000 yuan to Fong Xian. You can use these first. The order outside is a bit chaotic right now. I will give you money after you find her sister. You don't have to go out to work in the future. Anyway, you don't make much money in that job. Thank you, Brother Xiren. You are the best to me. Fong Xian was so happy that she felt like flying. This was exactly what she wanted. Her ideal situation was that Qin Xiren and Huami both gave her money to spend and supported her. It would be best if Huami gave her money to spend, but was abandoned by Qin Xiren and was mentally tortured and hurt by Qin Xiren. Fong Xian felt that she had achieved her goal in this regard. After all, she understood Huami's feelings for Qin Xiren. Huami loves Qin Xiren to death. Even though Qin Xiren betrayed Huami, Huami was angry and wanted to break up with Qin Xiren, but Huami just couldn't leave Qin Xiren. It is natural for men to cheat. Which man in the world doesn't have some unfaithful thoughts? In the end, there is a high probability that Huami and Qin Xiren will get back together. Of course, Fong Xian didn't want to see such an ending. She wanted to monopolize Huami's man every day, live a carefree life of shopping, and then watch Huami suffer. Now the first step of the plan has been successful. Qin Xiren asked her to resign and gave her money to spend. The next step is to prevent Huami and Qin Xiren from meeting no matter what. Otherwise, when the two of them met, Huami was coaxed back by Qin Xiren with a few words, and then the prince and princess in the fairy tale flew away together. What should Fong Xian do? Having made up her mind, Fong Xian took the tens of thousands of yuan Qin Ziren gave her and waited attentively at the temporary rescue center to wait for Huami to appear again. Of course, it is so boring to stay with one person all day long. With Fong Xian's personality, she also likes to shop. But what she bought were lipsticks, nail polishes, high heels, jewelry, and beautiful dresses. Anyway, these things are very cheap now, and Fong Xian couldn't hold back, so she spent all the 30,000 yuan that Qin Ziren gave her. It doesn't matter. Fong Xian now has a big sponsor like Qin Ziren, and this temporary rescue center also provides 3 meals a day and snacks. Anyway, she won't starve to death. When the money is all spent, I can just ask Brother Ziren for more. As for Huami, she didn't care about Fong Xian and Qin Ziren at all. She asked Ah Fu to park the truck in front of the ruins and sent Ah Fu to rest. She went into the truck bed and put all the things in the truck bed into the level 4 storage, with just a thought. Then filled the truck with empty mineral water bottles. Huami, who didn't want to move at all, returned to her supermarket in an instant, dragged out the barbed wire from the level 4 warehouse, and began to provide security protection for her Lotus Xingxing supermarket. But before she could even untie a roll of barbed wire, Huami was hungry. She touched her starving stomach and remembered the 2 loaves of bread she had just eaten not long ago. What happened? Could it be that her ability to stimulate plant growth had become the ability of this apocalyptic supermarket, and as a result, her appetite had also changed? If she continued to eat like this, would she become a 250-pound fat person? Huami squatted down, holding her belly, and sat on the wire mesh. She took out a big bowl of hot spicy hot pot from the level 4 warehouse and ate it while checking the news on her phone. There were also news reports of earthquakes in some local cities, but the damage was not serious. They were all small earthquakes, not as frequent and damaging as the earthquake in Xiangqing. It seems that Xiangqing is in a state of shock. But this is also good. At least global logistics is still smooth. Although the airport in Xiangqing was collapsed by the earthquake, the boss of Xiangqing Post Office specially held a press conference to ensure that the Guanghuan Shopping Festival of Xiangqing residents would not be delayed. If air transportation was not possible, the boss of Post Office would use land transportation. If land transportation was not possible, the boss of Post Office would use water transportation. If water transportation was not possible, the boss of Post Office would rely on manpower for transportation. In short, even if the end of the world comes, the boss of Xiangqing Post will ensure that the express delivery of Xiangqing people is delivered smoothly. Very good. After Huami saw this news, she looked through the information on the shopping website and found that some of the instant noodles, portable gas cylinders, portable gas stoves, etc. that she had bought before had been shipped, but some had not. Those that have been shipped still account for the majority. It's just that air transportation is not available, so we have to use land transportation. I don't know what happened on the way. Some are about to reach Xiangqing, and some are still halfway. Many of them have already been delivered to the express delivery stations in the nearest market town. Huami still chooses to trust the boss of Xiangqing Post. At this time, if she can get 5,000 out of 10,000 boxes of goods, it is already very good. So she went online to several stores and placed orders for bread worth 30,000 yuan. The reason for stockpiling bread is that it is very convenient, and you don't have to turn on the gas stove to make a fire to cook. After humans, animals, and plants began to mutate, Huami could still fight monsters while eating bread and instant noodles. Just as she was shopping online, a man came from the distance of the ruins. It was the tall and strong Hu Jing. He seemed to have been wandering around for a long time before he finally found Huami, sweating profusely. From a distance, he saw Huami sitting outside a small supermarket. Hu Jing raised one arm and waved happily. "Miss Hua, I finally found you." Huami looked up, with a trace of confusion in her clear eyes. "Looking for me? What's the matter?" Hu Jing had a look of shock on his face. He had a large bag on his back. He sat opposite Huami, took off the backpack, and then took out a few stacks of red bills from the bulging backpack. There is no wrong version in the 1619 book forum. 10,000 in a stack. "Miss Hua, I know you are very capable. Can I buy some more water from you? I'll give you 10 yuan a bottle." "No, 20 yuan a bottle is fine." Hua Jing looked embarrassed when he spoke. He hadn't seen him for a few days, and the strong man seemed to have become much more haggard. His hair was greasy, and his clothes looked as if they hadn't been washed for many days. Seeing that Huami was just holding a large bowl and eating spicy hot pot without any response, Hua Jing continued, "It's like this. Last time, I bought 3,000 bottles of mineral water from you. A relative of ours said that the price of mineral water in Xiangqing has increased a lot, so you two decided to sell those 3,000 bottles of mineral water?" Huami finally spoke. She was holding 2 chopsticks in her hand and was eating a beef ball. When she took a bite of the ball, the soup inside burned her mouth. She hissed and laughed. "That's great. You made a lot of money." Hua Jing couldn't figure out what the smile in her words meant. He just sighed and said, "We did make a lot of money." The 3,000 bottles of mineral water sold very quickly. However, we always thought that water would be available soon, but in the end, our tap water supply has not been restored. So now their family draws water from the Xiangshui River for bathing. But we can't bring water from the Xiangshui River for drinking, especially for children. They can't drink river water. Hua Jing and his relatives then realized what they had sold. Although the gas company said it was just due to a malfunction and they were carrying out emergency repairs, without natural gas, they couldn't even heat the river water to drink. So Hua Jing made up his mind and took all the cash in his house to find Huami. He sat opposite Huami, looking ashamed. "In fact, I went to the water plant this morning, but the entrance was full of people lining up to buy water. Almost every few boxes of water released by the plant were sold out." Oh, actually the word buy should not be used. Instead, the word grab would be more appropriate. We have also tried to order water online, but they did not accurately judge the severity of the situation. Although logistics were still running, they could not enter the city at all. Even if they entered the city, they would be delivered to an unknown express station in the city. It is now very difficult for people in Xiangqing to pick up a parcel. Sometimes people in the city have to go outside the city to pick up a parcel. Inconvenient logistics has resulted in a poor supply of food and water. Everyone was panicking. Everyone was desperately stockpiling food and water. Some people even moved into temporary rescue centers. Some people couldn't stand the earthquakes in Xiangqing and simply left Xiangqing with their families. For example, those people who set up stalls outside the makeshift rescue center to clear out their stock. Hua Jing's expression almost pleaded as he finished speaking. "Miss Hua, please sell me some water. This time, no matter who asks, I won't sell it to you." Huami ate a piece of dried orchid and felt a little tired. She pointed with her chopsticks to the small empty space around the supermarket. "You're offering too little. Look at how much a bottle of water costs outside now. It starts at least 50 yuan. How many bottles can you buy with your few wads of money?" Hua Jing lowered his head dejectedly and slumped his shoulders. Thinking of the 3,000 bottles of mineral water that he was tricked into selling by his relatives, he raised his hand and slapped himself hard. "Don't go to extremes. Keep a calm mind at this time, and you will slide slower into the abyss." Huami had already finished a large bowl of spicy hot pot and said, "I just want to put up a wire fence here. If you help me with the work for a day, I'll give you a box of mineral water." She was really a little tired, and after eating, she kept wanting to doze off. "At this time, I really want to go to sleep." But her level 4 factory and level 4 warehouse are waiting to be upgraded, and the 1 square meter of black land is not up to par, which is delaying her career. Hua Jing, who was sitting opposite, heard this and was surprised to find such a good thing. According to the price of 50 yuan per bottle of mineral water outside, and a box of mineral water has 24 bottles, then he can earn 1,200 yuan for a day's work. Hua Jing nodded in agreement immediately. Next, Huami added, "You still have to pay in cash, all cash." Therefore, the value of a box of mineral water every day is Hua Jing's cash plus Hua Jing's labor. Even so, Hua Jing had no choice but to nod in agreement. After all, as long as he worked for Huami for a day, he would get a box of mineral water. But even if you work outside for a day, you may not be able to get a box of mineral water. After making arrangements with Hua Jing, Huami returned to the supermarket. The generator set has been installed and is rumbling at the back of the supermarket. As soon as she returned to the second floor of the supermarket, she opened the control panel and saw the health bar on the level 4 factory icon was flashing. Indicates that energy is being charged. The problem is that the generator outside is too noisy, and the energy is charged too slowly. If we continue to charge at this slow pace, the diesel will probably be used up before the energy of the level 4 factory is fully charged. This type of energy will gradually become more expensive and less available as the environment becomes worse. In the end, there was no demand for it. Hwami looked helpless, as she had no way to move the supermarket to the temporary rescue center for charging. That's all she can do for now. She'll go buy some gasoline and diesel later to stock up. Having made up her mind, Hwami plugged a power bank into every socket in the supermarket and fell asleep. I originally only wanted to sleep for a few hours, but I ended up sleeping until the next morning. She has a good habit of turning off her phone before going to bed. When she wakes up and turns on her phone, she finds it is flooded with text messages. The director of the water plant urged her to quickly deliver hundreds of thousands more mineral water bottles to the water plant. Fu said that he had sent a truck full of empty mineral water bottles to the water plant, but the plant didn't have a single bottle of water to bring back for Hwami. There is no wrong version in the 1619 book forum, because all the mineral water was taken away as soon as it came off the assembly line. Everyone was in a hurry and said how much they needed the mineral water. There is really no way. Hwajing also left a message for her, saying that the barbed wire had been half pulled up and he had left as agreed, and would come back today to finish the remaining half of the work. Then, he told Hwami that he found a large clump of straw 20 meters away from the supermarket, so he took the initiative to cut the straw and weaved a straw broom. I also helped Hwami scan the empty supermarket. Hwami ran downstairs and took a look. Sure enough, the supermarket, which was already covered with a layer of dust, was cleaned spotlessly by Hwajing. The sky can handle it. She ran out again to take a look at the half-built barbed wire fence. Hwajing did a very good job. Finally, Hwami remembered the straw mats on her black land. When she left 2 days ago, she casually scattered a handful of grass seeds on the black soil. Did it grow? She quickly teleported to the black soil and saw that the grass that Hwajing had just cut had sprouted another square meter of tender shoots. It is estimated that within 2 days, we will be able to harvest another crop of straw. Is this black soil so magical? Hwami suddenly felt a little regretful. She bought a lot of fruit seeds last time. If she had known to plant grass instead of fruits directly, she would be able to eat fresh fruits today. Hwami was very frustrated and could only turn her grief and anger into motivation. When Hwajing came, she gave Hwajing a box of mineral water, a bag of bread and instant noodles, and then she left the ruins. Today, she still plans to go to the stalls outside the rescue center to buy some things that can be used for safety and defense. Passing by Fu's truck, Hwami slowed down a little, patted the truck bed with her hands, and quietly filled the huge truck bed with empty mineral water bottles. These empty mineral water bottles are to be used to exchange for diesel from the water plant manager. Then she went out of the city to pick up a package, and then slowly arrived outside the rescue center. Before entering the stall area, Hwami found a secluded place, dragged her electric flatbed truck out of the level 4 warehouse, and drove it into the stall area. To be honest, she actually came here with the purpose of buying building materials. But as I got closer to the stall area, I saw a stall selling sanitary napkins. Air sanitary napkins, antibacterial pads, tampons, and sleeping pants are piled higher than a mountain. Although Hwami had a lot of money, she had no intention of competing with the people of Xiangqing for food rations, so she could only stock up on other things while other prices were cheap. After all, the end of the world has begun, and any material will become very valuable. Stock up on these things you'll need during your period, so that you don't have blood all over your legs every time you get your period. Hwami rode a flatbed truck forward and washed away the mountain of sanitary napkins. Dragging a mountain of sanitary napkins, she drove forward, quietly collecting the sanitary napkins into the level 4 warehouse. The man who was selling barbed wire yesterday did not appear again, but the stall selling goods outside the temporary rescue center was much longer than yesterday, and there were also a lot more people. She aimed at a stall selling batteries, which sold Nandex batteries, Genex batteries, and Schwangx batteries, covering almost all battery brands on the market. We also have all kinds of batteries, including number 7, number 5, and button types. Huami's eyes lit up when she saw the energy source, and she bought piles of batteries without any hesitation. She once again successfully took over the battery vendor stall. This time Huami was not in a hurry. She simply parked the flatbed truck behind the battery stall, sat down cross-legged, and took out a handful of children's self-priming filter-type anti-particulate respirators, a handful of adult self-priming filter-type anti-particulate respirators, and a dozen bottles of ethanol from the large shoulder bag she brought with her. She thought that the last time she sold respirators, business was pretty good, so it would definitely be good this time too. But just as these things were put out, Huami had no chance to secretly move the batteries and sanitary napkins into the level 4 storage bit by bit. A man rushed to her stall. "How much are your self-priming filter-type particulate respirators?" "I want them all." Huami was stunned for a moment, sat on the small stool, and raised 3 fingers hesitantly. 30 each. Buy all, and I want all this ethanol." The visitor hurriedly scanned the code to pay and swept away all the self-priming filter-type anti-particle respirators and ethanol on Huami's stall, including the children's respirators, and he bought them all. After the man left, the stall owner at the next stall whispered, "Beauty, you're selling these respirators and ethanol at a low price."
Why?
Huami doesn't know much about the market. In fact, these self-priming filter-type anti-particle respirators are only a few cents each in the pharmacy. Ethanol may be a little more expensive, only a few dollars a bottle. Her price has increased many times. The stall owner next door shook his head. "You don't know. Earthquakes are becoming more and more frequent. The rescue teams are saving people in the rubble, and sometimes they have to go directly underground, which requires a lot of respirators. The rescue center has to use ethanol for disinfection every day. The air quality is not good. If the smoke and dust are inhaled into the lungs, it will be even more troublesome. It will not only affect the children but also adults and children. Because there are more and more ruins and the urban environment is in a mess, when a high-rise building collapses, the smoke and dust nearby will not dissipate for a long time. At this time, if you have a self-priming respirator, you will feel much more comfortable." Huami suddenly realized that when the end of the world came in her previous life, there was a snow disaster first. After the snow disaster, many people froze to death, and the social atmosphere was decadent. Survival supplies have become extremely scarce, and the entire order has long been in tatters. No one would think how important the self-contained respirator is. So the next time, Huami didn't pay attention to so many small details. In front of the stall owner next door, she grabbed a few more respirators from her big bag and threw them casually on the stall. "It's okay, I still have a lot of these things, I'll sell them at this price." Then she found a piece of hard paper and wrote, "Self-priming filter-type anti-particle respirator, 30 yuan per piece, limited to 1 per person." The stall owner next door was just about to buy a few more Huami respirators, but when he saw the purchase limit sign, he said, "Hey, you're a weird guy. Is it strange?" Huami curled her lips, stuffed a few handfuls of batteries into her large bag, and said with a grin, "I didn't know about it before, but now I know. It's good for everyone to have one. Everyone can wear one. I call this equal treatment." The stall owner nodded and stretched out a hand towards Huami. "Okay, you're a kind person, let me introduce myself. My name is Chichuan, and I am known as Xiao Daoi in the underworld." Chichuan felt that Huami was a benevolent person. Huami was also generous and stretched out her hand to shake hands with Chichuan. "My name is Huami, and I'm known as the rich sister in Jianghu." She was chatting nonsense with Chichuan, but a sharp light flashed in the corner of her eyes. She caught a glimpse of Fong Xian in the bustling crowd opposite, who was holding up a mobile phone and taking pictures of her. Huami smiled and looked at Chichuan. "I have something to do. Can you help me look after the stall?" After saying that, Huami stood up and strode towards Fong Xian opposite her. Maybe it was because Huami hit her too hard last time, so when Fong Xian saw Huami coming over, she immediately turned around and ran away. There is no wrong version in the 1619 book forum. However, after she ran a few steps, Huami grabbed her collar from behind. Fong Xian hurriedly turned around and shouted, "Sister, sister, please don't hit me."
Please don't hit me.
The sound was so loud that everyone around stopped and turned to look at Huami. But Huami hadn't hit her yet. "Sister, please don't hit me. I know you are in a bad mood, but you can't take it out on me." Sister, hearing Fong Xian shout, everyone around looked at her in surprise. The love story is about sisters hurting each other. The elder sister beat her younger sister in the street because she was in a bad mood. Huami, who hadn't made a move yet, sneered, "You're saying I'm going to hit you, right?" She clenched her fist and punched Fong Xian in the stomach, her voice cold. "Then I'll do as you wish." I'll help. Fong Xian had never been beaten like this before. She hunched over, feeling that all her internal organs were twisted together by Huami's punch. For a moment, tears welled up in her eyes. Someone nearby saw that Fong Xian was quite pitiful, so they blamed Huami. "Hey, why do you hit someone? They live in a civilized society. Let alone two beauties beating someone up in the street, even if it's two dogs fighting. Everyone would find it strange." Huami held Fong Xian's collar and smiled at the person opposite. "I beat her, so what?" Before she finished speaking, Huami lifted up the weak Fong Xian and trembled. "My sister is really disappointing. She ran away from home with a man at such a young age, which made our whole family very worried. Sister, do you know that there are so many bad guys out there? You are not very experienced in the world, so you should come back with me." She said this and punched Fong Xian in the stomach a few more times. The weakling Xian was beaten so hard that he kept retching and couldn't even speak. Huami shouted in surprise, "Look at you. You already have that scumbag's child. The world is so chaotic. How can you take care of yourself out there by yourself?" Fong Xian felt extremely uncomfortable and kept dry heaving, unable to even straighten her back. The eyes of the people around her changed when they looked at her. After all, according to the current situation, the people who could come to the temporary rescue center were either the survivors of the disaster or those who came here to sell or shop. Like Fong Xian, she dresses like a little princess. Looking at her wearing a pink Chanel-style suit, high heels, makeup on her face, and a rhinestone headband on her head, it is obvious that she looks like a wealthy lady who is out of touch with the world. This kind of rich lady is most likely to be deceived by men. So this rich girl, who kept retching, eloped with a man from outside to this temporary rescue center and was then found by her own sister. However, it was too late. The rich girl was already pregnant with the scumbag's child. Everyone immediately imagined an extremely ridiculous story in their minds and no longer blamed Huami for hitting someone. If this girl were theirs, they would probably beat her too. She is so ignorant. It is already this time, and the outside world is in such chaos, but she is still causing trouble at home for a scumbag. Fong Xian had no words to express her pain. Tears welled up in her eyes. She retched and turned back to glare at Huami. People around him gradually began to persuade Fong Xian. "Beauty, your sister is doing this for your own good, so please be considerate of her. It's best to stay with your family at this time and not wander around." That's right. If a man really loves you, he should think about how to try to get your parents' consent instead of persuading you to elope. The world outside is not as beautiful as he described to you. Fong Xian, whose stomach was twisted by the beating, shouted anxiously, "I didn't do that.
I didn't do that."
Before she could finish her words, Huami punched Fong Xian in the stomach again. She kept retching and couldn't even stand. Huami still helped her to the corner. In a secluded place, Huami reached out to Fong Xian expressionlessly. "Take it out." Fong Xian hunched over, looking at Huami with resentful eyes. He couldn't stand up straight and could only squat down. Who knew that Huami would grab her collar and lift her up again? Without waiting for Fong Xian to take it herself, Huami reached out and took out Fong Xian's cell phone from her pink mink velvet coat. This year's new iPhone is over 10,000 yuan. Fong Xian, you are amazing. With your salary of 2,500 yuan, you actually bought such an expensive phone.
Wow.
Huami uttered a huh sound, turned on the screen, scanned Fong Xian's face, and the phone was turned on. She flipped through the photo album inside. Fong Xian had just taken a lot of photos, and they were all photos of her and Chi Chuan. Looking at the cameras captured interactions between her and Ikuo, to be honest, Huami saw the taste of love. She pointed to one of the photos. She and Chi Chuan were sitting behind a stall, and they seemed to be talking. Coincidentally, they both tilted their heads and smiled at each other. This 0.01 second moment was frozen by Fong Xian. Even if there is no love between Hanami and Ikegawa, one can tell from the photos that the relationship between the two is not simple. Fong Xian, you have such great photography skills. You shouldn't be selling houses. You should be working as a photographer in a photo studio. Look at your sense of the camera. You managed to capture the deep love between me and this friend I just met. Huami exclaimed in admiration and continued to flip through the pages until she came to the interaction between her and Afu a few days ago. In Fong Xian's lens, Huami and Afu are also full of love. Oh, no, it's full of the feeling of a gold digger hanging out with a truck driver. TSK, Fong Xian, what are you planning to do? Huami directly opened Fong Xian's WeChat and found the chat history between Fong Xian and Qin Ziren. As expected, she saw that Fong Xian had sent the photo of her and Afu to Qin Ziren. Huami also glanced at the chat history, sneered, and shook the phone at Fong Xian. You really are a white lotus. With this kind of brain, you will definitely become famous in acting. Fong Xian also recovered her breath at this time, her face full of tears. She looked at Huami pitifully, hunched over, hugged herself with her arms, and cried, Sister, please listen to my explanation. I don't mean anything else. Brother Ziren and I are just worried about you. All right, you act like everyone knows what's going on in your heart. You just say bad things about me in front of Qin Ziren and portray me as a woman who can be slept with by anyone, while you are generous and innocent and devoted to Qin Ziren, right? Huami raised her eyebrows and smiled at Fong Xian, gently and generously. There is no wrong version in the 1619 book forum. Suddenly, she swung her hand and smashed Fong Xian's phone directly against the wall behind her. Fong Xian was so scared that she held her head and screamed, my phone. Your phone is broken into pieces. Huami spoke coldly, grabbed Fong Xian's neck, and said viciously, Originally, you were as weak as an ant in front of me. I really didn't have the heart to deal with you. I have too many things to do. You, a stinky maggot, can go wherever you want to rot. But you hold a mobile phone and spy on me all day, swatting like a fly. I am so annoyed by you. She has too many secrets. According to the process of human mutation, she actually mutated earlier than everyone else. Now, at the beginning of the end of the world, there are no people with superpowers yet. People like Huami will be captured by the laboratory for research. So Fong Xian stared at her all day long, which made her feel very dangerous. Just kill him directly. Huami's fox eyes narrowed, with a cold and sharp murderous intent in them. Hey, what are you doing here? At this time, the sound of garrison was heard behind Huami. A garrison patrol came over and discovered two women in this secluded corner. Huami rolled her eyes and looked at Fong Xian, whose face was red and lips were purple because of her pinching. If this Bai Lian didn't leave the temporary rescue center, she would not be able to kill anyone. Huami let go of her hand and turned back with an innocent look at the two patrolling guards who were walking over. Nothing happened. My sister got pregnant before marriage. I saw that she had trouble breathing, so I wanted to help her lean against the wall for a while. The two patrolling garrisons stared at Huami and Fong Xian with suspicion. Huami lowered her head and glanced at Fong Xian in surprise. She was a little surprised that Bai Lian could have such will. In her previous life, Fong Xian was timid, vain, weak, and proud. She had little ability, but was quite cunning. When encountering a little difficulty, he would burst into tears. When fighting monsters, Huami Shang would go to Fong Xinling for the reward. In short, he was weak-willed and always got into trouble by being self-righteous. I didn't expect that Fong Xian, who was being strangled to the point of foaming at the mouth, could still ask the garrison for help. Looking at the two guards again, they seemed to sense that something was wrong with Huami and immediately pulled out their guns and pointed them at her. Don't move. Stand facing the wall. Put your hands up and put your palms against the wall. Don't move. Hurry. Huami stood there motionless. She didn't want to do what the garrison said. Anyway, this place is secluded and there are not many people around, so I might as well knock out the two guards and kill Fong Xian directly. As they were planning, a deep male voice came from behind the two garrisons. What's going on? The two garrisons turned around and immediately asked, Boss? Gong Yi, wearing the rescue team's windbreaker and with a neat crew cut, walked forward with a frown. His sharp eyes glanced at Fong Xian, who was crawling on the ground and suddenly stood up and ran away. He looked at Huami again. Do you want to chase? Huami shrugged. No need for that. Next time I kill her, just don't chase me. It was useless for the garrison to chase Fong Xian back. Anyway, Huami couldn't kill Fong Xian in front of the garrison. Gong Yi nodded. He turned around and looked at the two garrisons who were still holding their guns, stretched out his hand, pressed down the guns in the hands of the two garrisons, and whispered, I know her. She's my friend. Oh, the two garrisons were obviously familiar with Gong Yi. When they heard that Huami was Gong Yi's friend, they immediately put on a friendly smile and looked at Huami rather embarrassedly. I'm sorry, it's our duty. Huami shook her head. She understood. If she didn't understand, she would have fought with these garrisons long ago. Among them, there was a smart one who looked at Huami, then at Gong Yi, and smiled meaningfully. Boss, when did you get such a beautiful friend? Don't blame them for being gossipy. Gong Yi spends all day and night in the garrison camp, and I've never heard that he has any female friends. All the flies around him are male. So when suddenly there is such a beautiful, friend, it is inevitable that people see hope for the boss to find a way out of being single. Gong Yi raised his foot to kick the two men. Why are you asking so many questions? Don't you have to patrol anymore? Get out of here now. After he kicked the two garrisons away, he looked at Huami with sparkling eyes. These are the two guys I used to have in the garrison. They're pretty good. Huami said then lowered her head and said nothing, thinking about going to her stall. Gong Yi walked up to her with his hands in his trouser pockets, a trace of fatigue in the corners of his eyes. There was nothing he could do. Even a strong man would be exhausted from turning over rocks and saving people day and night. But he did not show any impatience. He just lowered his eyes and looked at Huami with deep eyes, and no one knew what he was thinking.
Ex-boyfriend. Huami corrected Gong Yi.
She was distracted for a moment, raised her eyes in surprise, and looked at Gong Yi. How do you know I was cheated on? This memory is already very distant to Huami. After all, there is a lifetime distance between her and this emotional injury. So, Huami didn't remember many things. When had she met Gong Yi and complained to him? Gong Yi didn't answer her, but his expression was a little grumpy again. He looked at Huami as if he was looking at a female divers who had played with him. His tone was harsh. You are living in the rescue center now. I think so. After all, Huami's neighborhood has collapsed like that. Although Huami's small supermarket was still intact, she was also considered a survivor. As long as she reported her ID number, someone would naturally arrange for Huami to settle down in the rescue center. Huami responded, but didn't tell Gong Yi that she was still living in the ruins. She just pointed in the direction behind Gong Yi. I'm setting up a stall there today. Then I'll take you back. There is no wrong version in the 1619 book forum. Gong Yi turned around and strode forward. After taking 2 steps, he found that Huami was walking slowly. Fighting is not allowed in the rescue center. If you have any problems, go to the garrison, and they will help you. It's just beating up a mistress. There's no need to dirty your hands. He gave gentle instructions, as if he were a husband giving instructions to his wife before going on a long journey, with an eerie familiarity in his voice. Huami tasted it carefully and scratched her head but couldn't remember when she had any contact with Gong Yi in her previous life. So, Gong Yi is a very outgoing person? Really?
Right.
After being sent back to the stall by Gong Yi, he glanced at Chi Chuan, who was very happy to greet Huami. Sister Taheo, I just helped you sell a lot of sanitary napkins and batteries. Here, I scanned your QR code to pay the bill. Did you receive it? Also, all the self-contained respirators and ethanol on your stall are sold out. Rich sister, do you want to thank me? Huami then took out her mobile phone, opened her wallet, and saw a long row of deposit information. She smiled at Chichuan, thank you. The only deposits into W's wallet were sanitary napkins and batteries, while the deposits of respirators and ethanol went to the Apocalypse supermarket cashier system. Because of the few items she put on the stall, only respirators and ethanol were put into the level 4 warehouse. So even though Ikegawa helped her sell a lot of sanitary napkins and batteries, the money was not counted in her cash register system. But the other person meant well, so Huami could only express her gratitude. Chi-Chuan waved his hand to show that it was nothing, and then looked at Gong Yi beside Huami. He winked and asked Sister Deheo, "Is this your boyfriend?"
No.
Huami was about to say no when a garrison officer nearby came over and called Gong Yi boss. Then he looked at Huami, with the same smile as Chi-Chuan on his face. That kind of smile is a little hard to describe. It's like making a guess but not being able to be clear and not being able to ask directly. Gong Yi nodded towards Chi-Chuan, then looked down at Huami. "I'm leaving. Come to me if you need anything." Then he turned around to talk to the garrison, and as they talked, the two of them left. Huami looked at Gong Yi's back, curled her lips, walked to the back of her stall, and sat down. Huami pulled her hair and recalled Gong Yi, but she couldn't remember who this man was. She looked at Chi-Chuan in despair. All he sold at his stall were underwear. She couldn't do anything to help Ikegawa, but in order to return the favor, she offered to buy all the women's underwear on his stall. "Can you finish wearing it?" With a look of suspicion on his face, Chi-Chuan dragged out 5 or 6 large snakeskin bags that were stuffed bulgingly, unzipped them, and showed them to Huami. They were all filled with tightly packed women's underwear. Various styles, various colors, various sizes. This must mean at least tens of thousands of pairs of underwear. Huami thought about it and realized that if she wore one pair every day, it would take at least 10,000 days to finish wearing them all, and the new underwear had to be washed with water before she could wear them. She was just about to say that she didn't need that much when she saw Chi-Chuan dragging out several large sacks of disposable underwear from the truck behind him. They are the kind of sterilized underwear for travel that can be thrown away after use. Huami's eyes lit up and she nodded immediately. "I'll buy them all. I want all the sterilized underwear you have. You can never have too much of this stuff. After all, every day after the end of the world, people are struggling on the brink of life and death. At that time, it is difficult for people to even survive, let alone pay attention to personal hygiene. If you are really busy, you may not be able to take a shower for half a year, and it is common to not change your underwear for dozens of days. Therefore, there are too many women in the apocalypse suffering from gynecological diseases. It's okay to just feel itchy. It's just a minor symptom. So underwear needs to be changed and washed every day. Huami has no right to interfere with other people's affairs. Since she has the conditions, she still needs to pay attention to her personal hygiene in this regard. A lot. I have a friend who runs an online store selling this, and I help him sell the goods," Chi-Chuan said as he dragged out several sacks of disposable sterilized masks from the truck. "Do you want this? It just doesn't look good and doesn't stand up straight when you wear it. At this time, it's no use caring about whether it's stiff or not. As long as it fits and doesn't move when you run, it's fine." Huami didn't care about so many things. Now it was a natural disaster, so there was no need to run around. In a few years, when humans, animals, and plants had mutated, as soon as humans went out, they would be followed by 2 or 3 zombies. Then the survivors have to run. Huami was very farsighted. She directly gave all these disposable sterilized underwear and bras to Chi-Chuan, including the pile of men's and women's underwear on Chi-Chuan's stall. Then, she made an agreement with Chi-Chuan that next time, Chi-Chuan would bring over all the sterilized disposable underwear and masks from his friend's warehouse. Huami bought all the goods, no matter how much there was. Chi-Chuan seemed to have seen a fellow traveler and thought that Huami was also a speculator. He said hey, took the money immediately, exchanged contact information with Huami, and drove away in the empty truck. He was afraid that Huami would react and return the dozen or 20 sacks of underwear to him. In this way, Huami was guarding 2 stalls by herself. In the busy stall area, she slowly took out a handful of self-contained respirators and several bottles of ethanol from her big bag. Like ants moving house, she stuffed batteries, sanitary napkins, underwear, and bras into the big bag. By nightfall, all the respirators and ethanol in Huami's level 4 warehouse had been sold out, and she had also collected most of the goods on her 2 stalls and integrated them onto a flatbed truck, which could just fit everything. I thought that by the evening, the people setting up stalls outside the rescue center would gradually disperse, and Huami could take advantage of the tail end of the market to buy some things at a cheap price. As a result, there were more people in the stall area at night. When Huami was packing up the things on her stall, her vacant stall was immediately occupied by someone else. Everyone is busy selling their goods, and more people are bringing their secondhand items here to sell. The stall area during the day has been infinitely extended. Huami was delighted when she saw it. She didn't care about anything else and got on her flatbed truck, dragging a truck full of goods, and slowly walked to the end of the stall area. While walking, he shopped and stuffed things into the level 4 warehouse. Huami was happily buying things in the stall area, but Fong Xian, who was leaving, was crying as she walked out of the emergency room area of the rescue center. Waiting for her outside was her colleague and good friend Dai Fong. Dai Fong held the medicine in her hand and held Fong Xian, who looked pale, in a bad tone. "Is your sister crazy? How could she beat you like this? This is a civilized society, call the police." Fong Xian was stunned, her face turned pale, she covered her stomach, and cried with grievance, "She is my sister after all. I must have done something wrong, so I made my sister angry. As she spoke, Fong Xian seemed so sad that she couldn't continue. There is no wrong version in the 1619 book forum. But in fact, after crawling away from Huami, Fong Xian immediately crawled to the emergency area of the rescue center. While looking for someone to help save her, she also borrowed a phone and called the police. The police didn't have time and said that the rescue center was now under the control of the garrison. Fong Xian was beaten in this temporary rescue center, so she could go directly to the garrison. Fong Xian had contacted the garrison before. After hearing Fong Xian's description, the garrison in the emergency area took it very seriously at first. But when they explained the situation through the intercom and prepared to arrest Huami, no one knew what agreement they had reached among themselves. In any case, there was no follow-up to this matter. No one from the garrison went to arrest Huami and ask her the reason. Fong Xian deeply doubted whether no one cared about these fights anymore. Seeing Fong Xian crying so hard, Dai Fong was so angry that she clenched her fists. "You are such a heartless sister. Next time I see her, I will teach her a lesson for you." Seeing Fong Xian hunched over and looking quite uncomfortable, Dai Fong said indignantly, "You were beaten like this, and the emergency department didn't even arrange a bed for you to rest for a few days? If you hadn't called me, I wouldn't have known you were beaten like this. What should I do now?" Fong Xian was in tears and was very angry. "The emergency department said there were not enough beds, and I wasn't seriously injured, so they told me not to take up a bed. Did the nurse in the emergency area say that those people who had just been dug out of the rubble, with bloody heads and punctured stomachs, needed beds more? But since Fong Xian was beaten like this by Huami, does she not need a bed? These people in the management system really don't treat people as human beings." Fong Xian felt so pitiful that she was bullied like this. So, in the emergency area, I took the nurse's cell phone and made a complaint. She complained about all the staff, doctors, and nurses at the temporary rescue center. Please give me some comments and recommendation votes. It's very cool. Your comments and votes are my motivation. After filing the complaint, Fong Xian still had to face reality. There was no bed allocated for her in the emergency department, and she was not considered a disaster survivor because the residential complex where she rented did not collapse. So, she still had to leave the emergency area. Among all the people Fong Xian currently knows, Dai Fong is the most loyal, so Fong Xian called Dai Fong. In this situation, Only someone like Dai Fong would be kind enough to help her and speak a fair word for her. Seeing Fong Xian being so weak and easy to be bullied, Dai Fong was filled with righteous indignation. She helped Fong Xian sit on a bench outside the emergency area, rolled up her sleeves, and walked to a young nurse. "Hey, my friend is in such a state. Can't you give her a bed? She was beaten like this. Where do you want her to go now?" As he was speaking, a lifeguard rushed over with a child covered in dirt in his arms. "Get out of the way. Hurry up and save him. The child is still breathing." The young nurse didn't have time to say anything to Dai Fong. She turned around and took the unconscious child and headed to the emergency area, shouting, "Quick, arranged an emergency bed." However, Dai Fong pulled the young nurse's arm, causing her to tilt, and she almost dropped the child she was holding to the ground. Dai Fong said angrily, "I asked you to arrange a bed for my friend. Why did you say you didn't have one? Go away. Don't hold me." The young nurse angrily shook off Dai Fong's hand and ran away. She had no time to pay attention to Dai Fong at this moment. Dai Fong was so angry that she was about to explode. She looked at the lifeguard who came with the child, but the lifeguard had no time to pay attention to her. He turned around and left in a hurry, busy rushing to the next ruins. So Dai Fong took out her cell phone and made a complaint. "These people's service is really bad. I want to complain to them." Under Fong Xian's encouraging gaze, Dai Fong held the phone to her ear for a while, then put it down dejectedly. "Xiangqing is such a mess. The complaint phone line is unreachable. Why can't I get through?" Fong Xian looked at Dai Fong strangely, wondering if Dai Fong was just trying to get her to accept a request. She was able to get through in the emergency room just now, so why couldn't she get through the complaint line when she came out? Dai Fong was not as shrewd as Fong Xian. She returned to Fong Xian in a sullen mood. "I don't know. It may be due to the earthquake. The city management is in chaos. The medical staff and garrisons at these rescue centers really have no service spirit at all. Forget it. Why don't you stay at my house for a few days? When I get in touch with your sister, I'll really give her a good scolding." She knew where Fong Xian lived. Fong Xian rented a house by herself and lived right opposite the agency store. But it would not be a good idea to leave Fong Xian home alone without anyone to take care of her at this time. Fong Xian looked at Dai Fong with a touching expression. "I'll give you an address. Ah, Fong, please take me there." The address is Qin Ziren's residence. In her current condition, she is weak and unable to take care of herself, so of course, she cannot go to Dai Fong's house. She had to take this opportunity to move in with Qin Ziren. Since Fong Xian insisted, Dai Fong could not force Fong Xian to go to her house, so she could only listen to Fong Xian and send her to Qin Ziren's residence. He gave Fong Xian many instructions and warnings before leaving with a worried look on his face. Fong Xian, who had a pale face just now, straightened up immediately after Dai Fong left, entered the password of Qin Ziren's electronic lock, and walked straight in. It was a very chaotic period. Everyone was either affected by the disaster and was staying in the temporary rescue center, or was busy like a top, doing the work of several people. Fong Xian had been to Qin Ziren's house before, so she naturally knew the password of the electronic lock of Qin Ziren's house. When Huami ignored Qin Ziren in the past, Qin Ziren often asked her to stay overnight at his place. Therefore, many of Fong Xian's things were left in Qin Ziren's house. She cleaned Qin Ziren's house naturally and looked around the big house happily, thinking to herself that she would just stay here and not leave. Huami will definitely not treat her the same way as before. It seems that Huami is certain that the woman who seduced Qin Ziren is Fong Xian. Fong Xian no longer had the chance to get money from Huami. Although it was a pity from then on, Fong Xian had no scruples about seducing Qin Ziren. So Fong Xian decided to come out from the dark and try her best to pry Qin Ziren away. Just look at how big Qin Ziren's house is, and you will know how outstanding this man is. Just such a large flat, located in the city center of Xiangqing, cannot be bought without some ability. What's more, Qin Ziren hasn't graduated for long. There is no wrong version in the 1619 book forum. If Fong Xian manages to get Qin Ziren, She will be the owner of this big house in the future.
And Huami?
She should pay the price for her willfulness. As he was thinking this, the door opened and Qin Ziren came back. As soon as he entered the room, he looked at Fong Xian standing in the living room in astonishment and asked, "Why are you here?" "Brother Ziren, my sister wants to kill me. She is very angry."
Woo.
Fong Xian had a tearful look on her face and fell softly on the big sofa in Qin Ziren's house. Her lips were pale, and her eyes were filled with tears, as if she couldn't bear the wind and rain. After she finished telling how Huami beat and scolded her and smashed her phone, she went to see Qin Ziren. The expression on Qin Ziren's face seemed quite solemn, but also a bit inexplicably happy. The reason why Huami beat and scolded Fong Xian, and even acted as if she wanted to kill Fong Xian, doesn't it mean that Huami still has him in her heart? The angrier she was, the more it proved that she cared about him. No matter what, hitting someone is definitely wrong. "I will have a good talk with your sister." Qin Ziren sat on the sofa and said to Fong Xian, "It's not appropriate for you to live with me. You know, the person I'm going to marry is your sister.
Although she knows about us, she still has feelings for me.
If we get back together, she will see you living in my house, and I don't know what she will do." As soon as she finished speaking, Fong Xian took the initiative to climb onto Qin Ziren's legs. She sat on his waist, hooked her arms around Qin Ziren's neck, and looked pitiful. "Brother Ziren, I really have nowhere to go now. It's so chaotic outside, and my sister beat me up like this. Please let me stay here for a few days, Brother Ziren. I will be very obedient." As she spoke, she teased him intentionally or unintentionally. Qin Ziren's eyes grew darker. He pursed his lips and stopped talking, just staring at Fong Xian, his Adam's apple rolling. Just as Fong Xian and Qin Ziren were entangled on the sofa, the lights above their heads flashed. The next moment, the whole world seemed to shake. "Ah, Brother Ziren, help me." Fong Xian only felt a sense of weightlessness. She and Qin Ziren were not wearing pants and just fell down. Qin Ziren's mansion was destroyed by the earthquake. At this time, Huami, who was hated by Fong Xian, was riding her second-hand flatbed truck filled with goods, shuttling through the long stall area. She had no time to hunt down Fong Xian because there were too many things to do right now, and these little people had to stand aside. What's more, there is Qin Ziren. After the end of the world in the previous life, Qin Ziren completely disappeared and rolled out of Huami and Fong Xian's lives. Therefore, Huami's memory of Qin Ziren was also separated by a lifetime. Many things only left faint traces in her mind. If she didn't think about them deliberately, she couldn't remember them at all. Turn on security scan. Completion of security and defense works defense engineering rating. Primary wire fence. We have obtained 2 square meters of black soil in the supermarket backyard. Please select a location for the black soil. A series of prompts appeared in front of Huami's eyes, and she slammed on the brakes. Unexpectedly, Hu Jing worked very late today and finished the wire fence project for her. Huami stopped in front of a stall. Before she could come to her senses, she saw red and green patches in front of her. The red ones could not be used to plant black soil, but the green ones could. But this place is so far away from her Lotus Xingxing supermarket. Can the black land be built here? Huami was a little confused. Her eyes flicked toward a fountain ahead. Because this rescue center temporarily requisitioned a park, and there happened to be a large flat area in the park, and on this flat area there was a musical fountain. The fountain naturally stopped at this time, and it was unknown whether it could spray water again. "Miss Hua." Chao Feng stood behind Huami and shouted. Huami shuddered, her eyes fixed on the musical fountain in front of her. When she turned around, she almost kicked Chao Feng in the face. "Obtain water source X2." A line of prompts suddenly popped up and saved Chao Feng's face. Huami stood there in surprise, slowly looking towards the flat musical fountain. 2 square meters of black soil fell on a musical fountain. Although the area is not enough to cover the entire musical fountain, but looking around, her black soil falls on the fountain, and there is no change on the ground. In other words, the necessary floor tiles are still there. It's hard, and you can't grow anything. If she wanted to plant the bunch of fruit seeds she had bought before, she would have to dig up the tiles on the black soil. Would that damage the underground water pipes? Hwami was a little entangled, so much so that she lost her mind and just opened the control panel of the level 4 factory, clicking frantically to make 350 milliliters of mineral water, X10000000. Hwami, a newspaper company, needs to produce 1 million bottles of 350 milliliters mineral water to justify the loss of 2 square meters of black land for growing fruits. Seeing Hwami standing still, Chao Feng walked forward. A lifeguard following behind him asked, "Chao Feng, who is this?" "The boss's, friend." Chao Feng introduced Hwami's identity to his teammates in a hurry, but he didn't know how to introduce it. "Let me explain it this way for now." But his teammates understood immediately and looked as if they understood everything. "Oh, I have. As we all know, the straight man Gong Yi told all the guards and lifeguards at the rescue center today that he has a friend, a girl named Hwami. She will be in the rescue center from now on, so everyone should help take care of her." Didn't say anything else, just these few words. Everyone who should understand understands. Even those who don't understand can understand a little bit. Chao Feng and his teammates came to Hwami. At this time, Hwami had come back to her senses. She looked at Chao Feng as if she was watching a game screen. Next to Chao Feng was the constantly decreasing level 4 factory energy bar. Without waiting for Chao Feng to speak, Hwami asked, "There is no wrong version in the 1619 book forum. What a coincidence, we meet here. Don't you need water?" Gong Yi had bought hundreds of thousands of bottles of water from her before, and he needed them urgently, but I haven't heard that she wanted to buy water in the past 2 days. Chao Feng smiled and raised his hand to scratch the back of his head. "Some water has been transferred in from outside to support us. The water plant in Xiangqing has also been continuously producing water. We have enough water now. I haven't thanked Miss Hua for helping us those few days." After he finished speaking, he repeated it to his teammates. In the first few days after the earthquake, the logistics of the rescue team had not yet responded, resulting in a shortage of mineral water in the rescue center. It was Hwami who found a way to get them hundreds of thousands of bottles of mineral water. After saying this, Chao Feng's teammates looked at Hwami with more sincere and friendly expressions on their faces. "So it was Miss Hua who helped us. If it weren't for Miss Hua, we would have died of thirst in the ruins." This may be a bit exaggerated, but the mineral water crisis during those days was real. "You're welcome. If you need more mineral water, you can come to me. Although there is plenty of mineral water now, I don't know when this earthquake will stop. There are many places that need water." Hwami probably knew that as earthquakes became more frequent, the earthquake disaster in Xiangqing had attracted widespread attention from the outside world, so relief supplies sent by various parties had arrived in the past 2 days. However, this is not the end. It is just the beginning. Other cities also started to shake, and soon all cities would start to dance together. Not only would there be a shortage of water, but also many other things. Chao Feng and his teammates all responded with a smile. No one took Hwami's words seriously. They all thought she was just being polite. After 2 days, when all the mineral water from the rescue center has been distributed to individuals, I believe that there will be no more stalls selling mineral water at sky-high prices. Now, even if people have water in their hands, they are reluctant to take it out. The high price of mineral water is entirely the result of free market regulation. The few of them exchanged a few words of casual greeting, and there was a familiar shaking sound under their feet again. At the same time, Chao Feng and his teammates received a message urgently calling for the idol rescue team. Earthquakes occurred again inside and outside Xiangqing, and immediate rescue is needed. Looking at the backs of the 2 people running away quickly, Hwami shook her head, turned around and glanced at the 2 square meters of black land she left on the musical fountain, and reluctantly rode her flatbed truck to a deserted place where there was no possibility of surveillance. With just a thought, she took her flatbed truck and instantly returned to Lotus Shengxing Supermarket. After returning to her own territory, Hwami felt very tired as soon as she relaxed. She had never felt so tired before. Even in her previous life, before she developed her superpowers, she had never been so tired. The strange thing is that she didn't do anything particularly strenuous the whole day. She just went out of town to pick up a package, wandered around the stall area all day, and beat up Fong Xian. Today is a good day, and I need your comments and recommendation votes, yes. Huami fell asleep before her last thought was on beating Fong Xian. The next day, after having enough food and drink, she ran to take a look at the 1 square meter of black land outside the supermarket. It hasn't been long since then, but the straw on the ground has grown very tall, densely filling up the square meter of black soil. This scene is very abrupt. After all, there are ruins all around, and the picture is full of despair and desolation. A clump of green grass, growing vibrantly here, does not match the surrounding environment at all. Huami quickly found a medium-sized folding saw from the level 4 storage, grabbed a handful of straw, and was about to saw it. Wait, in light of previous painful lessons, Huami stopped thinking about doing the work by herself. She silently thought in her head, "Can I collect the mat grass with 1 click? Get mat grass x1 ha ha ha." Seeing the prompt, Huami couldn't help but smile proudly. She was almost tricked by this end times supermarket. Fortunately, she was smart and saved a lot of energy this time. After laughing, Huami felt numb again because her stomach, which had just eaten, began to feel hungry again. Huami took out the instant noodles and bread from the level 4 storage with familiarity, but put them back as she felt she had no appetite. She vaguely wanted to eat something spicy. Spicy. There were some spicy cooked food stored in the supermarket. Huami found them and gobbled them up almost voraciously. In no time, she finished a bunch of spicy duck necks, spicy edamame, spicy chicken feet, and the spicy food. It was difficult for her to suppress the hunger in her stomach, and Huami finally had time to think about the 2 square meters of black land she had left in the rescue center. Because it was too late yesterday, Huami just wanted to go back to sleep quickly. Today, she slapped her head and remembered a very fatal problem. Although her 2 square meters of black land were left on the musical fountain, there will be more and more survivors in this rescue center. The location of the musical fountain is obviously in the most prosperous and lively area of the stall area. If she can't find a way to occupy those 2 square meters for herself, it won't be long before the stall owners will set up their stalls directly on her black land. Huami couldn't say whether the water source would be damaged by then. Thinking of this, she felt that there was no way to delay this matter, so Huami quickly ran to the rescue center and went straight to the garrison in the stall area, asking if it was possible to set up a small post office similar to the one that sold newspapers and water at the location of the musical fountain. She applied this way for a purpose, because she could teleport to places where there was black soil. Every day, the process of moving from the supermarket in the ruins to the rescue center takes Huami more than an hour. Now that she has 2 square meters of black soil in the rescue center, she can teleport to the rescue center. But there are people everywhere, and she suddenly appears and disappears, which will cause panic among the humans who have not mutated. It would be very convenient if there was a small house on her 2 square meters of black land to provide some shelter. Facing Huami's eager eyes, the garrison responsible for the security of this area said enthusiastically, "Why not? You are our boss's friend, and you are a woman. We will naturally help you with all our strength if we can." The garrison spoke in a strange way, and Huami couldn't figure it out. Could it be that Gong Yi had no friends? Why was she treated specially just because she was a female friend? She found that her brain was not working well. However, what made her even more confused was yet to come. She didn't know how much Gong Yi needed female friends in the past. The garrisons were very enthusiastic, and Huami didn't have to go find the small post office by herself. They got her a motorhome. Although it was secondhand and looked a bit shabby, it was a large C-shaped double extension motorhome. With the double expansion, it is no problem for a family of 5 to sleep. To be honest, when the car drove onto Huami's black soil, she felt a sense of surprise. Several garrisons came to her aid and put some wooden racks outside the RV so that Huami could open the awning of the RV, set up the stall outside the RV, and put some things on the racks. It's like a small outdoor supermarket. When it's time to finish work, all you have to do is put the goods and folding wooden shelves back into the RV. Looking at these garrisons who were busy running around and helping her get everything done quickly, Huami felt for the first time that she must hold on to Gong Yi's thigh tightly. At least for now, Gong Yi is quite useful. While the garrisons were busy, Huami drove her flatbed truck for a stroll outside, found a secluded corner with no one and no surveillance, loaded dozens of boxes of mineral water onto the flatbed truck, and then drove back to the stall area. Whenever she met garrisons and lifeguards along the way, she distributed water, 2 bottles to each person.
Free.
To express her gratitude beyond words. Soon, all the guards and lifeguards at the rescue center knew that their boss had a friend, a woman. She was a rich woman. There is no wrong version in the 1619 book forum. She asked every lifeguard on duty and resting in the rescue center to drink 2 bottles of water each. In this way, the garrison and lifeguards took her water, and they felt embarrassed not to take care of Huami's business, so while on patrol, everyone thought about patronizing the stall of the boss's female rich friend. Return a favor, and live in harmony. As a result, Huami's stall only sold water and men's underwear. After all, she had 1 million bottles of water, and yesterday she bought tens of thousands of men's underwear from Chi-Chuan, but she couldn't wear these men's underwear. Just selling water was a bit monotonous, so in order to provide customers with a choice, Huami started selling water and men's underwear. But hadn't she just given 2 bottles of water to each of the garrisons and lifeguards? Everyone had enough mineral water to drink, so the garrisons and lifeguards who came to patronize Huami's stall bought 2 pairs of underwear each. 1 person, 2. This way you can change and wear them. The garrisons and lifeguards, each holding 2 pairs of underwear, began a new exchange. I bought a green one and a red one. I just picked up 2 at random, 1 large and 1 small. I have 2 straight ones. Do you have triangle ones? Let's exchange them. I accidentally got a thong, but I can wear it. Everyone was discussing intensely, and Huami was busy and exhausted. In the chaos, she remembered Gong Yi's care for her. These garrisons and lifeguards all came here because of Gong Yi's favor. So Huami found a more delicate handbag, grabbed 10 pairs of underwear and stuffed them into the handbag, stuffed a few bottles of mineral water into the handbag, and handed it to the lifeguard who came to buy underwear. Hello, can you please send this to your boss? He should still be busy saving people. Thank you so much. The honest lifeguard took the bag and said with a smile, Okay, you're so nice to our boss. You even thought of him not having any underwear to wear.
Huami.
She was silent for a moment, then slapped her thigh and said with regret, If Boss Gong didn't have any underwear to wear, please tell me earlier. I'll send him a few dozen more. When Chi-Chuan appeared in the stall area again, Huami grabbed him by the back of the collar. He looked back and was about to say hello to Huami when he heard Huami happily say, Do you still have any men's underwear? This business is so good. I bought all the men's underwear for me yesterday, and I sold them all today. Chi-Chuan looked at Huami in surprise. How come he couldn't sell any of them? He glanced at Huami's stall again and said exaggeratedly, Wow, sister, how your stall is amazing. Where did you get so much mineral water? What brand is it? He broke away from Huami's hand that was holding his collar and walked to Huami's stall. He took a look at the bottle of mineral water, which was transparent and had no logo. High-end mineral water often does not need any identification. Shocked by Huami's ability, Chi-Chuan walked around the RV parked on the musical fountain, praising it. This car is great, I'll buy one too. Don't talk about these nonsense. Do you have any men's underwear? Let me tell you, this is a highly profitable product. I sold out all the men's underwear in just a few hours. What does this mean? It means that there is a huge market demand for men's underwear. Huami was talking in a crackling voice. Ikegawa shook his head repeatedly and pointed at the truck he drove over. My friend's warehouse is out of men's underwear, but another friend of mine wants to collect some water. There was a serious earthquake in the next city, and half of the city collapsed. So those who were engaged in speculative business wanted to collect some supplies and sell them in the next city. If Huami has extra water, Chi-Chuan can collect some. This is the current situation. All eyes on Xiangqing are on it, so supplies from all walks of life are being pulled to Xiangqing. Who would have thought that the neighboring city has also started to shake? There must be a shortage of supplies over there, and water is also essential. Chichuan looked at Huami. Huami had one hand on the shelf and the other on her waist. The expression on her face made it impossible to guess what she was thinking. So, Ikegawa thought about it and said sincerely, "Don't think I'm morally corrupt when I say this. People need to eat, and we make a living by reselling. Of course, if the neighboring city is hit by a disaster, I will donate money and materials, and I will also give my love. I have elderly parents and young children to take care of, and the only thing I can do is not sell mineral water at sky-high prices." "Okay, stop explaining." Huami waved her hand to stop Chi-Chuan from speaking. She curled her lips and smiled. "While money is still money, it doesn't matter if you make more. Anyway, it won't be long before this money becomes a pile of waste paper or a string of numbers in a mobile phone. When order still exists, money can buy what you want. Once order no longer exists, if you want to get what you want, you can only rely on stealing or robbing. This is the general trend, and morality should not be used to hold anyone hostage." Having been understood, Ikegawa heaved a sigh of relief. He was afraid of running into hypocritical people who would accuse him of taking advantage of the disaster to engage in reselling. Fortunately, Huami is not such a person. She asked Chichuan generously, "How much mineral water do you want to order?" Are there 100,000 bottles?" Ikegawa still reported a conservative number. "Yes, I'll ask someone to send it over." As she spoke, Huami took out her cell phone and called Afu, asking him to drive the empty truck to the ruins. He also told Chichuan to go to the ruins to fetch water in the afternoon. Afu's truck certainly couldn't hold 100,000 bottles of mineral water. Calling Afu's truck over was just a cover-up to prove that she still had transportation channels to transport water from other places into Xiangqing. While visiting the ruins this morning, Huami discovered that although her community had collapsed, half of the underground garage was still intact. The exit of the underground garage is right next to Huami's supermarket. She used this underground garage as a temporary warehouse. The 100,000 bottles of mineral water that Chichuan wanted were all stored in the underground garage, and she let Chichuan and his friends move them by themselves. After the instructions were given, Huami pasted 2 QR codes for payment on the wall of her second-hand RV, plus a piece of paper with the following words: "The stall owner is busy. Please take the mineral water yourself. 5 yuan per bottle." She didn't even bother to pick up the things left outside, and went straight into the RV and back to the supermarket. The stall owner was not there, and Ikegawa had also left, so people gathered around. Someone pointed at the shelves full of mineral water and asked, "Is the stall owner an idiot? There's so much water here, but the owner is gone." Don't think too highly of people's hearts. After all, it's like a disco, shaking non-stop. There is no wrong version in the 1619 book forum. Not all people are bad, but not all people are good either. Someone walked forward as he spoke, tentatively took 2 bottles of mineral water, then turned and left without scanning the code. However, he had not taken 2 steps before he was stopped by the garrison not far away. The garrison was very angry and slapped the man who took the water without paying, making him turn around and said, "I asked you to scan the code to get water. Are you blind, or do you think we are blind? Didn't you see that among the entire stall area, Sister House stall is the most ostentatious? Then why was she so ostentatious? She must have trusted their boss and believed that the garrisons on guard and patrol would keep an eye on her stall. Therefore, taking water without paying is simply a challenge to the garrison's reconnaissance capabilities. Even though there are many people here, they are all helping Sister how to watch the stall out of the corner of their eyes." The man who was photographed by the garrison, holding 2 bottles of mineral water in his arms, obediently paid 10 yuan and ran away in shame, cursing. Seeing this, the rest of the people didn't dare to take water without paying. They all scanned the code obediently and paid for the number of bottles of water they took. Huami's stall is doing very good business. After all, although relief supplies are shipped to Xiangqing every day, resources are limited and people's panic is endless. The mineral water donated by outside parties has also arrived. Just as Chao Feng said, stalls selling mineral water have appeared on the market today. But the mineral water on their stall is priced at least 30 yuan a bottle, while Huami only sells it for 5 yuan a bottle. The price is already very cheap. Who would be reluctant to spend $5 to stock up on an extra bottle of water? Huami had already returned to the supermarket instantly, thinking that as long as there was no big trouble, it would be fine. It didn't matter if some people took the water without paying, as long as they didn't get caught by her. After all, her mineral water was taken from the fountain under the RV, and the cost was just some diesel. She never expected that so many people would buy water and pay for every bottle of water. It seems that the garrisons really took good care of her. Huami, filled with gratitude, sent a message to Gong Yi. Huami, I sent you some gifts. I asked your teammates to bring them to you. Please take care of me in the future.
Gong Yi?
Gong Yi, who had just crawled out of the ruins and was covered in dust, sat in the tragic scenery and looked at the messages on his mobile phone. He was in a very heavy mood because the environment around him was so tragic that even a tough man like him couldn't help but feel sad. Chao Feng hurried over and handed Gong Yi an exquisite bag. Boss, go take a rest and we'll take over. This is from Sister Hua. Only then did Gong Yi understand why Huami suddenly sent him such a message. He took the exquisite bag with his hands covered with bloody cuts, opened it, and the expression on his face was hard to describe. After a while, he took out his phone and sent a message to Huami seriously. Gong Yi, I received the gift, thank you. As long as you like it. Huami sat at the door of her supermarket, looked at the text message on the mobile phone screen, and smiled. Suddenly, I felt hungry again. She took out the spicy hot pot and started eating. While eating, she looked at her level 4 storage, which had been upgraded to level 5 storage. Huami was also not vague. Seeing that the energy bar of her level 4 factory was running low again, the generator set next to it was not charging the level 4 factory as fast as the energy bar was consumed. She decisively upgraded the level 4 factory to a level 5 factory. Level 5 factory. Mineral water bottle. Specification 550 milliliters. Mineral water bottle. Specification 1.5 L. Mineral water bottle. Specification 10 L. Mineral water. Specification 350 milliliters. Mineral water. Specification 550 milliliters. Limited production. Self-priming filter type anti-particle respirator. Specification. Children. X 40,000. Self-priming filter type anti-particle respirator. Specification. Adult. X 30,000. Ethanol X 20,000. Painkiller X 10,000 painkillers? Huami wondered why she needed these 10,000 painkillers. Could she use them when her period came? Apart from taking painkillers when her period comes, Huami doesn't know where else she can use them. Even if she was injured in the apocalypse, she rarely used painkillers. Aren't antibiotics the most needed things? What's the point of taking painkillers? In the adult world, there is no word pain. Huami complained secretly and ordered casually. Painkillers X 1000. Mineral water. Specification 550 milliliters. X 10000000. Then, he ordered the self-priming filter type anti-particulate respirator. Specification. Children. X 40,000. The self-priming filter type anti-particulate respirator. Specification. Adults. X 30,000 and ethanol X 20,000. The energy bar hits the bottom. Huami took out her cell phone and called the director of the water plant, but no one answered. This person was strange. He was the one who answered her calls most frequently. Why didn't he answer now? So, Huami called the supplier again and asked the director of the water plant what happened. The supplier was in a commotion and shouted at the top of his voice, "It's no good, it's no good. Our water plant has collapsed. Miss Hua, we can no longer make water for you. The plant manager has just been dug out of the rubble and is now in the rescue center giving first aid." Huami frowned when she heard this. She quickly turned around and went back to the supermarket. Just as she was about to rush to the rescue center, Hu Jing called her again from behind. "Miss Hua, I'm here again. Do you have any work to do here?" Hu Jing had no choice. He was unemployed because his company was destroyed last night. So he couldn't go to work today. He thought about leaving Xiangqing with his family and staying in the next city for a while. But before leaving, I found that they only had 2 boxes of mineral water. There were more than 30 households of relatives and friends who were preparing to leave with their family, and almost every one of them was short of water. So, Huijing thought of Huami. He sent his wife and children to the rescue center and came to Huami himself, wanting to exchange his labor for a few boxes of water before leaving. After listening to Huijing's explanation, Huami shook her head and said, "You don't have to leave. Didn't you watch the news? Half of the city next door collapsed overnight. More people died there than in Xiangqing. Because Xiangqing has mostly flat land, the construction quality of houses is strictly controlled. There have been casualties these days, but not as many as next door. Many people from Xiangqing wanted to leave and ran directly to the next city. As a result, they were crushed by the ruins in Xiangqing once, and then they were crushed by the ruins again when they ran to the next city." According to the garrison of the rescue center, the garrisons and medical staff from various cities who were originally supposed to be transferred to Xiangqing for support were temporarily changed, and all went to the neighboring city to rescue people. From this point of view, it is actually safest to stay in Xiangqing, especially since we don't know what natural or man-made disasters will happen in the future. The expression on Huijing's face could only be described as dumbfounded. He stood outside the supermarket and hurriedly took out his mobile phone to check. Sure enough, the internet was flooded with reports of casualties in the neighboring city. There is no wrong version in the 1619 book forum. Because too many people died, and medical supplies were in short supply, many seriously injured people were being transferred to Xiangqing.
There is a reason for this.
Xiangqing has experienced earthquakes many times before, but the casualties were much less than those in neighboring cities. The medical supplies donated by all walks of life are being transported to Xiangqing, and most of them have already been transported there. It would be better to transfer the seriously injured to Xiangqing, a city that is constantly dancing but still functioning. Looking at Huijing's petrified look, Huami sighed. She entered the supermarket and soon dragged out a large bag of cameras. "I have a job here. Help me set up these cameras near my supermarket. I will give you a box of water and 5 packs of instant noodles every day, which is enough for your family of 5. Also, each bottle of water costs 3 yuan. You have to pay me this money too. No less." The mineral water costs 3 yuan a bottle because Huijing has put in the work, so Huami gives Huijing a cheaper price for the water. Huijing immediately nodded in agreement. In Xiangqing, except for Huami, there was no other place that sold mineral water at 3 yuan a bottle. After Huijing left with a large bag of cameras, Huami also hurried into the supermarket and instantly arrived under the RV of the rescue center. Yes, that's right. She couldn't teleport into the RV because her black soil was not in the RV, but under the RV's ground. So, Huami teleported over and lay under the RV. What a poor woman. But Huami didn't have time to think too much now. As soon as she climbed out from under the RV, she ran to the emergency area, fearing that if she ran too slowly, the director of the water plant would die, and she would have no place to buy diesel in large quantities. As soon as she arrived at the emergency area, Huami was stopped by a nurse in white clothes. "A group of seriously injured patients have just been transferred in here. You can't go in." The young nurse stretched out her hand with a serious look on her face. A garrison nearby led her away, leaving a path for Huami. The garrison meant for Huami to go in quickly. Huami looked at the guard standing guard in the emergency area with gratitude, took out 2 bottles of mineral water from her bag, and stuffed them into the arms of the young nurse. "Please drink." "Thank you." After saying that, Huami rushed into the emergency area. Behind her, the young nurse was holding 2 bottles of mineral water, looking at the guards around her with a resentful look on her face. "I've told you that outsiders are no longer allowed to enter the emergency area. Look at how messy it is in there."
Who is she?
The garrison on guard replied, "That's our captain's friend. Didn't you see how anxious she looked? There must be her relatives inside." In this rescue center, there is no one who doesn't know Huami. Since they all know each other, even if we can't help her in other ways, we can still give her a favor. When she heard that it was Gong Yi's friend, the young nurse curled her lips and stopped talking. She had a lot of things to do outside. She believed that Captain Gong's friend was a sensible person and would not be like the one named Fong Xian last time. Even though there was nothing wrong with him, he insisted on occupying a bed in the emergency area, used a borrowed cell phone to make phone calls to complain, and almost got into an argument with someone in the emergency area. It's really too ignorant. The medical staff inside were all busy. How could they have the energy to comfort Fong Xian? Hwami successfully entered the emergency area and walked forward. Looking around, she saw that the emergency area was located in a large gymnasium next to the park. The garrison divided the gymnasium into small sections separated by cloth. In each small cubicle, there was a person lying on a single bed, groaning in pain. These cries of pain blended together, making the emergency area look like Hades on Earth. Hwami went from room to room, wanting to find someone to ask, but all the medical staff she saw were very busy. It is almost impossible to find the director of the water plant from them. Hwami seemed very anxious, fearing that she would be too late and the factory manager would have died. Then where can I get large quantities of diesel? Ah, kill me, it hurts so much. Ah, just kill me. A man's roar was heard from the partition in front, as if he was enduring great pain. Hwami looked over and saw Gong Yi rushing out of the cubicle covered in blood, his eyes bloodshot. He grabbed a doctor and yelled, "Give him pain relief, quickly. If you don't give him pain relief, he will die from the pain." The doctors coming and going all had their own patients to treat. The doctor, who was caught, frowned and could only hurriedly tell the nurse something, shook off Gong Yi's hand, and ran to his operating table. He ignored Gong Yi's angry shouting. Gong Yi was wearing a lifeguard's uniform, which was covered in blood and dust. His muscles were tense, and he looked at the nurse again with murderous eyes. In the cubicle behind him, cries of pain were still ringing out. It hurts, kill me. Ah. Let him slow down. Find a way to let him slow down. Gong Yi stared at the nurse, gritting his teeth and speaking word by word, his tone sounding both threatening and begging. At least make his brother feel better. They saved so many people, and all the people buried in the ruins of Xiangqing were dug out by them. His brothers should not be allowed to suffer such torture. The nurse looked like she was about to cry. Her eyes were full of tears. I'll go get some dew and Lingding. I'm not sure if they have it. This medicine is urgently needed now. There were too many injured people in the emergency area. Every day, a large number of survivors were transferred to the rescue center, and each of them was dug out from the rubble. Everyone is in pain. It hurts all the time. So at this time, Dulling and Ding are the drugs that are consumed the fastest. The nurse ran away in a hurry, as if escaping. When she turned around, Gong Yi saw Hwami with his red eyes. Hwami frowned and walked forward. Before she could say anything, Gong Yi opened his arms and hugged her in a trance. Chow Feng, my brother encountered a gas tank explosion while trying to save people. He is in so much pain. I am useless. I am not a good captain. Gong Yi murmured. He had no idea what to do at this moment, because there was no way, really no way. Everyone in the emergency area was either in pain or busy. The survivors were struggling between life and death, and the medical staff were busy saving people. Who could Gong Yi go to? Tell him, who could he go to? In the vortex of powerless frustration, he could only see Hwami and hug her tightly, as if he was holding on to a straw. Hwami was almost suffocated by Gong Yi. She raised her hand and patted Gong Yi's arm. Relax, I have some painkillers. Let go first and give Chow Feng one to try. The arm that was around Hwami loosened. Gong Yi looked down at her, and great joy burned in his dark eyes. There is no wrong version in the 1619 book forum. I don't know if it works or not, it's just this kind of painkiller. Well, I have some of it for when my period comes. Hwami explained nervously, because no one had ever taken the painkillers produced in the level 5 factory, so she didn't know how effective the medicine was. But Gong Yi shook his head. He didn't care about the effect of the medicine. At this time, the small white pill in Hwami's hand successfully brought Gong Yi, who was in the whirlpool of emotions, to the shore. Because without this painkiller, there will be no other painkillers. The nurse, who was just said to be going to Kaidu and Lungding, has not come back yet. This cannot be blamed on the nurse, because she is also very busy, and the unexpected situations that arise from time to time along the way are enough to slow her down. Huami was dragged by Gong Yi's hand and brought into Chao Feng's compartment. She looked at the person on the bed who was burned and covered in blood, and her heart ached. The image of Chao Feng, young and energetic not long ago, appeared before his eyes. And the young man who was very polite when he saw her was now screaming in pain and wishing he died. It hurts so much, so much. Huami's delicate brows furrowed even tighter. It hurts, Captain, give me a shot, give it to me. Chao Feng shouted loudly, but suddenly there was no sound. He lay on the single bed covered in blood and closed his eyes. Beside him, Gong Yi had a pale face. He raised his hands and covered Chao Feng's tightly closed eyes with tears falling from his eyes. The captain will take care of your family. Are you asleep? Or fainted?
Feng?
He looked at Chao Feng's heaving heart with tearful eyes, feeling a little dazed. Huami, who was sitting opposite him, rubbed her red fox eyes, feeling heavy in her heart. Maybe he fainted from the pain. It's better this way, so he won't be unable to bear the pain. It is impossible that he was making too much noise and suddenly his mind relaxed and he fell asleep. Chao Feng was in so much pain, his skin was burned, and not a single piece of it was healed. How could he relax in this state? The light in the compartment was dim, and there was wailing outside. Gong Yi looked at Huami. His expression was still broken and full of pain. Just at this moment, the pager hanging on his waist rang again. The rescue team was still calling teammates because there was another earthquake. He lowered his head, rubbed his face hard with his scratchy hands, then looked at Huami and opened his mouth. Before he could finish his words, Huami said, "Go ahead. I'll wait for the doctor here. No matter what happens to Chao Feng, I'll send you a message." After all, she had met Chao Feng several times before, and Chao Feng left a good impression on her. So, for now, she should put the matter of looking for the factory director aside. It would not be too late for Huami to look for the factory director after the doctor from Chao Feng's place arrived. In fact, this wouldn't take Huami long, because Chao Feng's injuries were so severe that he couldn't hold on for long. Chao Feng will die soon. Gong Yi looked at Huami deeply. His blood-stained face showed a firmer expression, as if he had returned to his normal state. He stood up, lowered his eyes, and completely enveloped Huami in his shadow. "I'll thank you later. Go ahead." Huami smiled up at him. The kiss mark on her neck was already very faint. After Gong Yi left, Huami sat beside Chao Feng's bed, looking at his bloody chest which was slightly rising and falling. She was afraid that if she wasn't careful, her heart would stop beating. People outside were coming and going in a hurry. No doctors or nurses came because everyone was busy, too busy. Huami felt that Chao Feng couldn't continue like this, so she let him lie like this. There was not a single piece of healthy skin on his body, so it would be easy to get infected. So Huami took out some mineral water and tried to clean Chao Feng's wound bit by bit. At first, she just washed Chao Feng's fingers, washed off the dirt and sand on his fingers, and then wiped his fingers with a little ethanol mixed with mineral water. Finally, he crushed the painkiller and applied it lightly on Chao Feng's fingers. Seeing that Chao Feng was still asleep, Huami washed his entire arm again. Finally, she crushed the painkillers again and sprinkled the white powder on Chao Feng's blood-red arm. Now that things had come to this, and Chao Feng was neither dead nor awake, Huami became even bolder. She found a pair of scissors from the level 5 storage, cut off the burnt clothes that Chao Feng had stretched out his hand, and then helped Chao Feng wash his entire body. Then, apply diluted ethanol and pain-relieving powder on the intact skin. After finishing all this, Huami went to see Chao Feng again. Chao Feng's brows, which had been furrowed in his sleep, had actually relaxed, and he looked like he was sleeping soundly. Probably not. He died immediately. Huami reached out and felt Chao Feng's breath. His breathing became much steadier and longer. So Huami stood up, stuck her head out from the curtain of the cubicle, looked outside, and wanted to ask why Chao Feng's doctor and nurse had not arrived yet. What we saw was a large group of lifeguards carrying one survivor after another who had just been dug out of the rubble. He rushed past her like that. Doctor, doctor, help.
Quick.
They put down the seriously injured survivor and quickly left the emergency area, fearing that their dusty appearance would bring germs to the emergency area. Someone looked through the curtain of the compartment and saw Chow Feng lying on the bed, his body covered in burnt red from the explosion. His eyes were red, and he looked at Huami again. Huami opened her mouth. He just fell asleep. Thanks. The lifeguard, whose name he didn't know, wiped away his tears and could only respond to Huami with these two words, then turned around and caught up with the rest of the lifeguards, rushing to the next ruin. Huami didn't know what was going on in her heart as she looked at the backs of this group of dusty lifeguards, which were gradually lost in the crowd coming and going. She silently returned to the edge of Chow Feng's bed and washed Chow Feng's whole body with mineral water. Because Chow Feng had not yet died, Huami repeated the procedures of cleaning, wiping with ethanol diluted with mineral water and applying painkiller powder for Chow Feng several times. A few hours passed like this, and no one knew how many houses were collapsed outside. More and more people were sent to the Xiangqing emergency area. During this period, Huami received a text message from Afu saying that his family had decided to leave Xiangqing, so he told Huami that he could no longer help her deliver goods. Now that this water plant has collapsed, I guess Xiangqing will no longer need Huami's mineral water bottles. Huami did not reply to the message. She felt that Afu's family might not get far. Sure enough, less than half an hour later, Afu sent her another message saying that the road out of Xiangqing was collapsed and his truck was stuck in the road, blocking all the cars behind him. Is no wrong version in the 1619 book forum. He wanted to ask Huami if she could help find a tow removal team to lift up his truck so that other cars could pass first. Huami thought about it and sent a message back to Afu. Huami, the tow truck removal team is very busy and they probably won't be here for a while. You guys should find a spacious place to hide first. Don't say you're the owner of the truck, lest the crowd get angry. After this message, Afu never replied to Huami again, and she didn't take it to heart. She just sat beside Chow Feng's bed, counting how many painkillers were left in the level 5 storage. Obviously, the painkillers produced in the level 5 factory are quite effective, but they cannot be treated the same as real painkillers. So 1,000 painkillers probably won't be enough. She used a lot of it on Chow Feng. But now the factory director has not been found, the diesel supply has been cut off again, and Huami's level 5 factory energy bar has reached the bottom. She couldn't produce any more painkillers. There was another noise in the compartment, and Afu's crying could be heard. Huami suddenly stood up from her chair and looked at the sky. It was already dark outside. She lifted the curtain and looked outside. Afu and his family were sent to the emergency area by lifeguards. Miss Hua. Afu, covered in blood, lay on a stretcher, looking at Huami standing beside him, tears streaming down his face. She hurried out of Chow Feng's compartment and followed Afu's stretcher forward, frowning and asking what happened. How did you get into this state? Was it caused by the earthquake? No, it was those people who wanted to pass by. They said my truck crushed the road, so that's why they beat us. Afu's head was bleeding. He reached out and grabbed Huami's hand. It's my fault. I was the one who wanted to drive away in my big truck. My family was beaten because of me. Miss Hua, can you use your connections to save us? Don't ignore us, Miss Hua. He was very panicked, and at this moment, he felt a deep sense of guilt, as if it was really his fault that caused the traffic jam. The public was outraged because his truck blocked the road, and his children were beaten because he acted on his own will. It's all his fault.
But he was so panicked.
In such overwhelming chaos, he was really afraid of the future. Huami didn't say anything, but just followed the stretcher. The lifeguards carrying Afu walked quickly and placed Afu and his family in the lobby of the emergency area. Like Afu, there were many people lying on stretchers, all crying out in pain, and all covered in blood. Huami glanced at the two children lying next to Afu. They were only in their teens and both had bloody heads and looked like they were dying. She turned around to look at the medical staff in the hall. There was only one doctor and 2 or 3 nurses who were busy cleaning and stitching people's wounds in the hall and were too busy to come to Afu. So Huami reached into her large shoulder bag and took out a few clean towels, 2 bottles of ethanol, a few bottles of mineral water, and a few painkillers from the level 5 storage. She helped Ah Fu sit up and gave him the things in her hand. The medical staff here probably don't have time to take care of you. Clean your wound first, and then take care of your wife and children to prevent their wounds from getting infected. Thank you. Thank you, Miss Hua, Director? Ah Fu was crying, holding a pile of things given by Huami in his hands, looking at the water plant director, who was sitting opposite him with a broken expression on his face. Huami quickly turned around and looked at the factory director in the hall. He was in a mess, with white dust all over his hair. He was leaning against the wall, without even a stretcher. Looking more closely, one of the factory director's legs was covered in blood and was blurry, without even the glass shards cleaned off. He was in so much pain that he was not fully aware. Even when Huami came over and squatted in front of him, he did not recognize her. How long have you been sitting here? Huami asked, but the factory manager seemed not to hear her and did not answer her. She stuffed a painkiller into the factory director's mouth and gave him some water. The factory manager slowly came back to his senses. There was a thick layer of dust on the lenses of his glasses. He stretched out his trembling hands, tightly grasped the mineral water bottle in Huami's hand, and suddenly began to drink the water in big gulps. The rescue team's water has not been produced yet. The water cannot be cut off. The water cannot be cut off. He looked like a madman, looking at Huami and muttering, people can go without food for a few days, but they cannot go without water. Something terrible will happen and many, many people will die, Miss Hua. Many, many people will die. I know, leave it to me. Where did you get the diesel? If you give me the way, the water won't be cut off. Huami comforted him and gently advised that her level 5 factory needed energy, and as long as there was energy, she could produce water. The factory manager was obviously in so much pain that he was unconscious. He didn't know what others asked him. But when Huami said that if she gave her diesel, she could produce water, the factory manager seemed to have a last burst of light and became exceptionally clear-headed. He gave Huami a phone number, which belonged to a person in charge of the Xiangqing gas station and was a relative of the factory director. This person is the one who supplies diesel to the water plant and Huami during this period. He is a very capable person and can obtain large quantities of oil through legal means. Huami got the phone number, helped the factory manager who was sitting on the ground up, and went to Chao Feng's cubicle. I'm going to try to get water for the rescue team now. Director, please go stay with a friend of mine for a while. If he dies, remember to let me know. The entire emergency area was in a mess. When Ah Fu saw Huami and the factory manager leave, he hurriedly called his wife. Both of them had blood all over their heads, but they were still staggering, each holding a child, and followed behind Huami. The couple and their 2 children were beaten up by a crowd of people, and their injuries were much lighter than those of Chao Feng and the factory director. As long as they take painkillers to block the pain, Ah Fu and his family will have basic mobility. Chao Feng's cubicle was not big, so Huami put the factory director and Chao Feng together in order to take care of both of them at the same time, and also asked the factory director to help watch over Chao Feng. If Chao Feng died, she would be notified the first time, and she could also notify Gong Yi the first time. After settling the factory director on a small stool, Huami took out a pair of tweezers, 3 bottles of mineral water and 3 bottles of ethanol, and handed them to the factory director. Director, please clean up the glass shards on your injured leg first, and mix some ethanol with mineral water to disinfect it. There is no other way in this situation. If you can do it yourself, don't wait. The factory manager took the pile of things handed to him by Huami in a daze, lowered his head slowly, and began to pull the glass shards off his legs. Maybe it was because he took Huami's painkillers, he felt everything except pain. Huami saw that the factory manager did as she said, and turned around again, seeing that Ah Fu's family had also come over, but there were no extra benches in the cubicle for Ah Fu's family to rest. Huami casually reached under Chao Feng's bed and actually swept out a handful of straw and 2 quilts from the level 5 storage. I can't find a bed. You guys sit on the straw first. I'll be back soon. After saying that, Huami didn't have time to care about Afu's family. She just hurried out of the emergency area and called the factory director's relative at the gas station. There is no wrong version in the 1619 book forum. The call was able to get through, but the person on the other end was very busy. He just said that he had oil, but the price would be 3 times higher and that it had to be purchased in tank trucks. Because he was also taking a risk in selling oil to Huami. If the line with the factory director had not been cut off, he would not have answered Huami's call in person. Huami hurriedly ordered 10 tank trucks of oil. She did not bargain with the other party. She transferred him whatever amount he wanted. It is said that the unit is tank trucks, but in fact the oil is packed in large barrels, and one tank truck can hold a lot of oil barrels. The other party left the address of a gas station and asked Huami to go there to pick up the gas. Huami called Chi Chuan and asked him to help borrow a truck. She drove her truck to the gas station to fetch oil. After loading the barrels of oil into the truck, Huami symbolically drove the truck around the gas station. After storing the oil in the truck bed into the level 5 storage, she went back to load more oil. It took many trips back and forth before we finally transported all the diesel in 10 tanker trucks. Level 5 storage was successfully upgraded to level 6 storage. After the generator set was running smoothly, Huami looked at the level 5 factory energy bar that was filling up little by little. She produced all the remaining Painkiller X 9,000 tablets, without hesitation. Then upgrade the factory. Level 6 factory, mineral water bottle, specification 550 milliliters, mineral water bottle, specification 1.5 L, mineral water bottle, specification 10 L, mineral water, specification 350 milliliters, mineral water, specification 550 milliliters, mineral water, specification 1.5 L. Limited production, self-priming filter type anti-particle respirator, specification, children, X 50,000, self-priming filter type anti-particle respirator, specification, adult, X 40,000, ethanol X 30,000, painkiller X 20,000, sterile gauze X 10,000. That's great. We can actually produce sterile gauze in limited quantities. Huami clicked as much as she could and ordered all the limited edition items. She also left a message to the factory director's relative, saying that she needed to buy more oil, and this time she wanted to buy 20 tanker trucks of oil. The other party seemed startled and did not reply for a long time. After a long time, he replied cautiously, "Petrol station manager. Who are you?" "Huami, I know Gong Yi. What do you think?" "Petrol station manager. I'm sorry. You should have told me earlier that you were collecting supplies for the rescue team. So our prices are still based on the market price. I'll refund you the extra money. There is no need to talk about the reputation of the rescue team. They're all kind-hearted people. No one with a bit of humanity should make things so difficult for the rescue team's logistics. And there is nothing wrong in having a good relationship with Gong Yi. He is a great figure." Gong Yi originally had a lot of connections in the garrison and had a promising future, but he was only seconded to the rescue team. If it weren't for the earthquake, Gong Yi would have returned to the garrison and been promoted. Therefore, the person in charge of the gas station did not raise the price of Huami's gas and returned the extra money he had charged her before. He also prepared 20 tank trucks of oil and placed them directly in the gas station warehouse, waiting for Huami to pick them up. Huami looked at the sky, then opened her phone to check the text messages, but still hadn't received any information about Chao Feng's death. Several days passed by the time she had collected fuel from another 20 tanker trucks. During this period, no one knew what was going on with Chao Feng, so as soon as Huami finished her work, she immediately went back to the bottom of the RV, got up and ran to the emergency area, ready to see what was going on with Chao Feng. When Huami hurriedly ran to the door of Chao Feng's cubicle, she didn't know how she could catch her breath and lay in the corner retching. "I ran too fast. There's nothing I can do." She quickly rubbed her stomach and walked into Chao Feng's cubicle, only to find that Chao Feng, the factory director, Afu's wife, and Afu's 2 children were all crowded in the cubicle. The children all slept on the floor covered with straw mats. I don't know who had woven that large bunch of straw into a mat. The straw can be woven into a mat. Fu and his wife were lying next to their 2 children, and the factory director was lying on the edge of Chao Feng's bed. And Chao Feng is still alive. Huami washed his whole body clean. The bleeding of the explosion wounds on his body had stopped, and a layer of soft blood scabs had formed. The skin on his face was burned and cracked into patches, a fleshy red. The hair was burned and became sparse, and the scalp was red and bald. The handsome and cheerful young man is gone. Huami doesn't know how to describe the current Chao Feng. She feels a little sad. As if he was aware of someone approaching, Chao Feng, who was lying on the bed, slowly opened his eyes. He looked at Huami, blinked, and asked in a hoarse voice, "Captain, are you okay?" "He's fine. Are you still in pain?" Huami skillfully took out a painkiller and stuffed it into Chao Feng's mouth. He held it in his mouth with difficulty and swallowed the painkiller with the water Huami fed him. Seeing him like this, Huami's discomfort in her heart intensified a lot. She sat on the edge of Chao Feng's bed, looking at the burns exposed on his arm. "How about I bandage this wound for you?"
This is not a solution now.
"You still have to be strong," Huami said as she took out mineral water, ethanol, and painkillers, and following what she had done before, she expertly cleaned the foot-long wound on Chao Feng's arm, rubbed diluted ethanol on it, applied painkiller powder, and then took out sterile gauze and wrapped Chao Feng's arm. Before, Chao Feng was covered with wounds and couldn't cover himself with a quilt. Now his wounds were covered with blood scabs, so Huami just reached under the bed, took out a thin blanket from the storage, and covered Chao Feng with it. Looking at Chao Feng again, he seemed to be in good spirits. Since he felt no pain in his body, his mood was much better. Seeing Huami busying around and bandaging the wounds on his legs and body, he gratefully said, "Sister Hua, thank you. Why are you being so polite? Get well soon. I just bought a lot of things under the name of your rescue team's logistics. If this gets exposed, I'll be in trouble. I hope you get better so that you can cover up my lie."
Huami spoke nonsense.
In fact, everyone knew that it would be a miracle if Chao Feng survived after being blown up like this. The reason why I am so energetic now may be a last burst of energy. But if Huami didn't say something like this to lighten the atmosphere, the surrounding environment would be too depressing. Chao Feng understood, and he raised his fingers with difficulty. If he did this, the skin on his fingers would bleed. His fingertip pointed to a pile of clothes in the corner that were cut into a mess by Huami. "My ID is in there, Sister Hua. I'll leave the logistics department to you." This was to cover up Huami's lie, and also to entrust the logistics of the rescue team to Huami. He knew she had a way. Huami choked with sobs as she found Chao Feng's ID and a USB flash drive from the pile of tattered clothes. "Here are the rescue team's bank account numbers and passwords, as well as the procurement managers for various supplies." Chao Feng spoke with difficulty, as if he was entrusting his son to someone before his death. He felt that he was not in good spirits and wanted to sleep. "I'm not going to die, I'm just really tired and want to sleep." There is no wrong version in the 1619 book forum. Seeing his eyes squinting, Huami reached out her hand, covered his eyelids, and closed his eyes. Then Huami took out her cell phone and prepared to type a message to Gong Yi to report the news of Chao Feng's death. But Chao Feng's heart was still beating fast. This young man is still alive and well. He just fell asleep. Huami had no choice but to take out a computer from the level 5 storage, plugged in the USB drive, and sat on the edge of the bed, waiting for Chao Feng to die, while looking at the information about the rescue team's logistics department in the USB drive. The rescue team's logistics department has sufficient funds. Some time ago, before the earthquake spread to other places, people from all walks of life donated money to Xiangqing. All this money was transferred by Gong Yi to the account of the logistics department. About 10 billion. This man's power was so great that Huami was shocked. Chao Feng is a lifeguard in the rescue team who is responsible for receiving supplies. In fact, he does not need to participate in rescue work on weekdays, but there are too few professional lifeguards in Xiangqing now, so he has to take over. Now that he is lying in the rescue center, there is a backlog of material ordering and receiving work, including large quantities of respirators, mineral water, ethanol, etc. As for gasoline and diesel, A batch should have been ordered 3 days ago, but because Chaofeng was bombed, this work was not done. The rescue team has a number of professional excavation equipment, all of which require gasoline and diesel. If these energy sources are not replenished in time, even the most basic rescue work cannot be carried out. Huami had no choice but to search out Chaofeng's cell phone from his messy clothes. Unfortunately, the phone was blown to pieces, but the SIM card was still good. Fortunately, there were several brand new mobile phones in Huami's level 6 warehouse. She took one out, installed Chaofeng's phone card, and called the suppliers listed in Chaofeng's USB drive one by one. Among the 10 calls to the supplier contact information recorded in Chaofeng's confidential documents, at least 8 were not answered. Either busy signal or no one answered. Even the oil dealer's phone call was not connected. It is obvious that there are big problems with the supply of materials on the market. Fortunately, the factory manager provided Huami with an oil channel. Huami directly called the water plant director's relative at the gas station and ordered 100 tank trucks of 92 gasoline, 100 tank trucks of 95 gasoline, 100 tank trucks of 98 gasoline, and 1,000 tank trucks of No. 0 diesel for the rescue team. Let Tomi pull it to an open space behind the rescue center. The other party was almost scared to death by Huami's move. "Does it take so much oil?" he asked cautiously on the other end of the phone. But he had no doubts about Huami's original intention of ordering oil. After all, Huami is now genuine and is helping the rescue team to order gasoline and diesel. What she got from Chaofeng were the secrets of the rescue team's logistics department. Huami smiled while holding the phone. "What do you think? With the world in such a mess, it would be okay for the rescue team to stock up on some extra fuel, right? Of course it's no problem, but I can't get so much oil at once, so I can't deliver it to your designated place in one day." It was also the first time that he felt the limitations of his own abilities, and there came a day when he was unable to control the oil. Huami understood the other person's difficulty very well. Take your time to adjust it. Adjust as much as you can. It's already this time, and the end of the world is completely different from the one in Huami's memory. She doesn't know what will happen in the future. As for the current supplies, we can only deliver as much as we can. Among these various types of gasoline and diesel, 1,000 tanker trucks of diesel were bought for her using her own money. She just placed the order in the name of the rescue team. No matter how many would come in the end, it would be great if 500 tanker trucks could arrive at this time. What's more, the oil price is still the market price before the end of the world. The factory director's relative gave Gong a face. "Okay, we will definitely do our best to cooperate with the rescue team. By the way, didn't you order 30 tank trucks of diesel for me earlier? I'll bring some over for you as well." The other party seemed very polite and didn't think there was any difference between the diesel and gasoline that Huami ordered several times. Huami agreed immediately, explained something to the factory director who had just woken up, then walked out of Chaofeng's cubicle and went to the open space behind the rescue center. The site had been cleared long ago and was used specifically to store relief supplies, with garrisons guarding it. Huami explained her purpose to the garrison guards. Before she even took out Chaofeng's ID, she just said that she was here to replace Chaofeng. Then the garrison guards let Huami in. Every garrison knows the name Huami. She is the only female friend designated by Boss Gong. What's more, the rescue team is indeed short of supplies now, and Huami didn't come in to do anything else. She came here to receive the supplies. Soon, the factory director's relative came over with barrels of oil. It definitely couldn't be delivered all at once, but fortunately, this relative had a sufficient supply of oil, and soon he brought a truckload of oil to Huami. After a while, another truckload of oil arrived. Although he couldn't deliver all the oil Huami ordered at once, fortunately, the tanker trucks kept coming. All the garrisons who were able to help unload the tanker truck went to help. Huami took advantage of this opportunity to find a blind spot where no one could possibly see her and there could be no blind spot under surveillance, and took away the diesel barrels she had ordered. Obtain Diesel X 1000. The diesel in 1,000 tanker trucks has not been delivered yet. They are just being delivered to wherever they are. One tanker truck can carry many barrels of diesel. But Huami was not in a hurry. The oil barrels had been delivered here, there was a venue, and there were garrisons to help guard them. She could just come and collect her diesel every once in a while. Just after collecting the diesel, people from the rescue team came to collect supplies. They wanted 2,000 self-priming filter-type anti-particulate respirators, 2,000 bottles of ethanol, and 2,000 bottles of mineral water. The garrison in charge of guarding the supplies looked embarrassed. We are out of respirators and ethanol. Yesterday, someone from the emergency department came to borrow 3,000 respirators and 3,000 bottles of ethanol. They are also in urgent need of these. The lifeguard who came to get the supplies was furious. What's going on in the emergency area? Aren't there supplies from outside? Why can't they even get respirators and ethanol? In fact, they had all heard about Chao Feng's situation. The management of the emergency area was in a mess and they couldn't even get painkillers. It was said that it was only with the help of Sister Hua that Chao Feng felt better. A lifeguard asked quietly, "Has Chao Feng gone yet? Should we go give him a ride?" There is no wrong version in the 1619 book forum. The atmosphere suddenly became very depressing, and the lifeguards who were stationed there and came to get supplies all fell silent. Huami was standing behind a pile of supplies. She quickly placed 20,000 self-contained respirators, 20,000 ethanol, and 20,000 mineral water, specification 550 milliliters, from the level 6 warehouse on the open space in front of her. He also transferred money from the rescue team's account into his own account. Once the money was deposited into her account, it was automatically counted as sales in the Apocalypse supermarket cashier system. She did not increase the price of the supplies she sold to the rescue team. She sold them at the same price as the rescue team's logistics department had ordered them from others. These accounts must be settled well. She does not covet the 10 billion from the rescue team, but she also does not want to be a good person and provide her supplies to the rescue team for free. After all, she still has factories to upgrade. After the bill was settled, Huami raised her voice and said, "I just asked the boss who sells oil to help me purchase a batch of respirators, ethanol, and mineral water. Come over here." The garrison and lifeguards immediately turned around the barrels of gasoline and saw Huami standing next to a pile of mineral water. A lifeguard breathed a sigh of relief and said with a smile, "Our sister Hua is still reliable and has foresight." The lifeguards who came to move supplies came forward one by one, and everyone who passed by Huami gave her a kind and warm smile. The garrison guarding the warehouse was confused. When they helped unload the goods, did they unload the respirators, ethanol, and mineral water? It might be that the people from the oil factory moved these supplies down and they didn't notice. No one thought about it deeply because these supplies are urgently needed at the moment, not only by the rescue team but also by the emergency area. Well, since Huami has already placed an order, just use it. Watching the young men of the rescue team carrying the supplies away, Huami said something to the garrison, hurried back to her RV, and filled it with mineral water. As long as there is sufficient diesel and the water source is not damaged, Huami can produce unlimited mineral water. So, just sell as much as you can. She not only wants to sell it to the rescue team, she also wants to sell it to the survivors in the entire rescue center. Even many people in Xiangqing who were not affected by the disaster could come to her stall to buy mineral water. The second round of PK is about to start. Everyone, remember to support me with your recommendation votes and monthly votes. Thank you. Huami filled the empty shelf outside the RV with mineral water and then walked towards the emergency area. As she walked to the door, she smelled a bloody odor. She turned around and suddenly started to retch. "Are you okay?" The nurse at the entrance of the emergency area already knew Huami. She came over, supported Huami, and asked, "Are you pregnant?" Huami was stunned. Then she straightened up. "How is that possible? I don't even have a boyfriend. So, who would I get pregnant with? It's just that the smell of blood makes me uncomfortable." In her 2 lifetimes combined, she had only had 1 collision experience with a bought duck. She didn't get pregnant in her previous life, and there was no possibility of getting pregnant in this life. Huami waved her hand and took out 2 bottles of water from her bag and gave them to the nurse. "Here, drink. I'll go in and see Chao Feng." Before she finished her words, her WeChat message rang. It was Gong Yi sending her a photo. The photo was of a ruin, in which Fong Xian and Qin Ziren were lying without pants. It is not difficult to imagine what these two people were doing when the earthquake just happened. Gong Yi. I didn't expect to save these two things. I'll send them to you right away. Huami lowered her head and replied, Huami, help me kill them, and I'll take care of your mineral water for the rest of your life. Gong Yi. That's not possible. The two of them exchanged messages and joked with each other, and they had a tacit understanding that neither of them mentioned Chao Feng. Gong Yi didn't dare to ask, and Huami hadn't seen Chao Feng in person, so she didn't dare to say anything. Huami. A powerful voice sounded behind Huami. It was a woman calling her. Huami turned around and saw it was Dai Feng. She sneered and pretended not to know Dai Feng. Hey, who is this? Dai Feng was covered in dirt, her hair was disheveled, and she was wearing the uniform of a real estate agency. She walked over in high heels and looked at Huami unhappily. Don't you remember me? I work in the same store as your sister, and you're here to see Xinxin too? Humph, you still have some conscience. This morning when she was at work, her real estate agency store was suddenly collapsed. Fortunately, Dai Feng was standing at the door of the store at the time and was not injured. But it also scared her a lot. They were sent to a temporary rescue center by the rescue team, and Dai Feng only then realized that Fong Xian and Qin Ziren were also on their way. They should be here soon. I don't know if Gong Yi will give them a pair of pants. Huami thought about it in her mind, then looked at Dai Feng and said with a smile, I'm sorry, I don't know you, nor do I know Xinxin. How could Huami not know this woman named Dai Feng? This woman was simply the number one fool around Fong Xian, the green tea lover. When the end of the world just came, Fong Xian became dependent on Huami and brought Dai Feng to Huami's house. Whenever Fong Xian didn't want to go out to look for supplies, Dai Feng would definitely speak up for Fong Xian. One of them would cry, while the other would strongly blame Huami. It seemed as if going out to find supplies was what Huami should do. Even so, Huami tolerated Dai Feng's reckless behavior around her for a year. Dai Feng, who had not been out for a year, was pushed off her kayak by Fong Xian when the city was submerged in floods. After pushing Dai Feng away, Fong Xian looked at Huami with tearful eyes. Sister, she bullies you so much. I have disliked her for a long time. Sister, there are only 2 seats in this kayak. I have no choice. I can't let you fall into the water.
Ugh.
She suppressed her nausea and refocused her attention on Dai Feng. As expected, Dai Feng was furious. She put one hand on her waist and pointed the other finger at Huami's nose and shouted, I'm telling you, don't go too far. Huami, you are such a ruthless person. If it weren't for Xian's father, who raised you, you would have died somewhere. You are so ungrateful. What's your business? Huami grabbed Dai Feng's finger that was pointing at her, twisted it hard, and bent Dai Feng's finger toward the back of her hand. Amid Dai Feng's screams, she looked indifferent. You have nothing to do all day long helping others to fight against this and that. Are you sick, or is your life empty and boring? Who supports me? What does it have to do with you? After all, it's not you who supports me. I don't know what's good for me, so how can you know what's good for me? Do you really think you are something? Huami wanted to say these words to Dai Feng in her previous life. Dai Feng was never absent from other people's affairs. This woman had no sense of boundaries and could interfere in everything, accusing others of her own right and wrong. After all, what does the grudge between Huami and Fong Xian have to do with Dai Feng? In her previous life, Huami was a very cowardly person. Because her parents died and she was raised by her uncle since childhood, she was sensitive and had low self-esteem. She even developed Stockholm Syndrome while living under the care of her uncle. This is why Fong Xian could take advantage of Huami for the rest of her life, and even took Dai Feng to live in Huami's house for a year without doing anything, and only came out of Huami's house after the extremely cold weather passed. This is also the reason why Dai Feng said Huami was ungrateful, because Fong Xian used to have Huami under her control. Everyone around Fong Xian knows that Huami has received great favors from the Fong family, so Huami must work hard for Fong Xian all her life. Even though Huami's efforts have already been overpriced by a lot. Usually at this time, As long as Fong Xian and Dai Fong showed a little unhappiness, Huami would start to blame herself and feel guilty and would give Fong Xian whatever she wanted. But today, Huami was clearly standing up. She looked at Dai Fong, who was screaming and shouting, expressionlessly. "Get away from me. Don't use your standards to judge me in the future. I have turned evil. The current Huami is Nugula me. Catch her, she is hurting people, catch her." Dai Fong covered his hand with broken fingers and yelled at the garrison nearby with sweat all over his forehead. "Are you kidding me?" Huami broke her fingers right under their noses, and they were just standing there watching? Is there no discipline? Several of the guards turned their heads to look aside, pretending to talk. "It's a bit cold today. A cold wave is coming. Wear more clothes when you go out these days." In fact, they were living in the rescue center, but they just wanted to have a serious chat. The young nurse standing at the door of the emergency area blinked her big eyes, then turned her head away guiltily, pretending not to see it. The nurse at the entrance of the emergency area is very familiar with this woman named Dai Fong. Dai Fong was in pain and angry. She covered her broken finger and rushed to the emergency area. Neither Hua Mi nor the nurse stopped her. She probably wouldn't be able to find a doctor to help her bend her finger back even if she went in. Outside the emergency area, Hua Mi and the young nurse looked at each other and both smiled. Just at this moment, a group of lifeguards, covered in blood, rushed over carrying a stretcher. This was the seriously injured survivor they dug out from the rubble just now. Hua Mi and the young nurse stood aside. She looked up at the stretcher and saw Fong Xian and Qin Ziron on it. Because there were not enough stretchers, 2 people lay on one stretcher. Neither of them had pants on. Because they were carried on stretchers, many people saw them along the way. Really no pants. It seemed that no one knew whether these 2 people were dead or not. They just lay huddled together with their eyes closed and were carried past Huami. She stretched her neck to see what was going on, but her view was blocked by a tall, dark figure.
It was Gong Yi.
He had a serious look on his face. Before Huami could react, Gong Yi grabbed her wrist and pulled her to the side. In a secluded place, with his head covered in gray, he asked with a complicated expression, "Chow Foam? He's fine now."
"He's fine."
Huami looked up at Gong Yi and said quickly, "Don't worry too much. I said I would send you a message when the time comes." Gong Yi lowered his eyes. His big hand covered in blood was still holding Huami's slender white wrist. Things were more complicated than he had imagined. This was not a simple earthquake at all. How could there be such an earthquake? It seemed to be endless. During this period, no matter how he protected himself, the young men in the rescue team were injured one after another. It's not that he didn't work hard enough, but that the continuous earthquakes have exceeded the capabilities of ordinary humans. No matter how Gong Yi defends himself, unexpected accidents always happen. "I heard from the people below that you are now helping Chow Fong place orders." He held Huami's wrist, as if forgetting to let go, and just gave her a serious look. "Order more water, food, and rescue equipment. Order all the things you can. No matter how expensive they are, get all the goods you can get. I'm worried that the supply of materials will be disrupted after a while." Fortunately, during this period, he went against the public opinion and allocated all donations from all walks of life to the rescue team, leaving no money for other management levels in Xiangqing. It turns out that he was very prescient, and now is the time to use the money. Huami nodded, pulled her wrist out of Gong Yi's hand, took out 2 bottles of ethanol and a roll of sterile gauze from her bag, and handed them to Gong Yi. "Disinfect and bandage the wound on your hand. I'll go in and see Chow Fong and the injured member of your team first." Before she turned around and took 2 steps, Gong Yi called her from behind, "Huami." She looked back and saw stretchers being carried past her one by one, and the scenery was desolate. Gong Yi looked at her with a slightly deep gaze, and his lips moved as if he wanted to say something, but in the end, all he said was one sentence: "If I'm gone, you take the 10 billion and help me take care of the rescue team and the grassroots garrisons."
"Pa, who cares about you?"
"Your burden has nothing to do with me."
Huami rolled her eyes at Gong Yi.
She thought he was going to say something, but it turned out he was just leaving his last words. "You rascal, she lives her life well. eating instant noodles and drinking mineral water every day. Isn't it nice to live her own little life in the apocalypse? The supplies she has currently stockpiled are enough for her to use for many years. Why should I care about the rescue team? No matter what, Gong Yi is alive and well. After spitting at the rascal, Hwami turned around and rushed into the emergency area, stomping on the ground angrily. Is she very familiar with Gong Yi? Telling her these things made her feel heavy in her heart. Passing through the chaotic emergency area, Hwami came to the outside of Chao Feng's cubicle and just saw Afu's wife coming out.
That.
Yi Rong, who was weaving grasshoppers with some straw, seemed to be hesitant to speak. Seeing Hwami looking up at her, Yi Rong thought for a moment and said, "Their rescue team sent another person, who was placed in Chao Feng's compartment by the emergency department." Hwami didn't understand what Yi Rong meant and asked, "Chao Feng has been waiting for so long, but no doctor or nurse came to see him, and they arranged for another one to come in. What's going on?" Yi Rong stopped knitting and said with her hair covered with blood scabs, "They said that the lifeguard is beyond saving." This was because there was no hope of saving him, so there was no plan to waste medical resources on Chao Feng. The lifeguard who sent Chao Feng to the small cubicle was also beyond saving. What this means is that these two lifeguards are left to die together. Hwami cursed and rushed into Chao Feng's compartment. She saw that Chao Feng's compartment had been doubled in size. Because there were too many people and the small cubicle couldn't accommodate them, Afu and his wife secretly expanded the cubicle to both sides. No one cares about them, anyway. It turned out that the straw mat that Hwami used to pad under Afu's two children was woven into an exquisite, complete straw mat by Afu's wife. The mat was temporarily used as a bed. At this moment, Afu and the factory manager were helping to clean the wounds of the lifeguard who was covered in wounds. Using the water left by Hwami, seeing Hwami coming back, Afu heaved a sigh of relief. "Miss Hua, you're finally back. They sent this lifeguard here and left him alone." Chao Feng, who was lying on another small bed, tilted his head slightly and shouted, Tang Yu, hold on a little bit, hold on a little bit." He still had the energy to shout. Hwami rolled up her sleeves and walked over, asking Afu, whose head was split open, and the lame factory manager to stay aside, leaving a seat for her. Standing beside Tang Yu's bed, Hwami checked his injuries, which were similar to Chao Feng's, also caused by an explosion. What Gong Yi said just now, that another lifeguard was injured, was referring to Tang Yu. With Chao Feng already in place, Gong Yi managed to hold on to his emotions this time. It was also because of Chao Feng's experience that Hwami was able to deal with Tang Yu Lai with greater ease. She took out 5 bottles of mineral water, 5 bottles of ethanol, a handful of painkillers X500, and 5 rolls of sterile gauze from her bag, and placed the pile of things on the edge of Chao Feng's bed. "Then start cleaning Tang Yu." Yi Rong came in. Her injuries were much lighter than Afu's. She just rolled up her sleeves and washed her hands with mineral water. "Miss Hua, I'll help you. Cut it here." Hwami pointed at the clothes stuck to Tang Yu's body, took out a self-contained respirator and a pair of scissors from her bag, and handed them to Yi Rong. "Thank you guys for your comments and recommendations. You guys have helped me advance again, haha. Today I will start another PK, and this time it will last for 3 days. Please give your comments and recommendations a thumbs up. Thank you guys." 2 non-professional women stood beside Tang Yu's single bed and began to clean Tang Yu's body, rubbing him with ethanol diluted with mineral water and applying crushed powder of painkillers. After a while, Afu's children came in with lunch boxes. The 2 of them were now full of energy and were specifically responsible for getting lunch boxes for the adults. Yi Rong glanced at her son and sighed, "The only good thing about this emergency room is that there is enough food." Hwami, who was standing opposite her, didn't say anything. She gradually became unable to stand and felt nauseous. In order to divert her attention, Hwami asked, "What are your family's plans for next? I see that the emergency room is almost full of injured people, and the environment is getting worse day by day." Yi Rong paused and looked at Hwami, her eyes reddened. "Miss Hua, our family has nowhere to go. They originally planned to leave Xiangqing and go to another city to temporarily avoid the earthquake. But the news said that earthquakes occurred in many cities. And a cold wave is coming. The weather has been getting noticeably colder. It's chaotic everywhere at this time, so it's better to stay in the rescue center in Xiangqing. At least there are 3 meals a day and snacks. Huami sighed and quickly sprinkled painkiller powder on Tang Yu. I think the mat you made is quite exquisite. How about you make a mat for me? I have some straw for matting. I will bring it to you in a few days. She was thinking that if Tang Yu died, at least there would be a mat to wrap him up. So many people died in the previous life that there were not even enough shrouds. Although it has not reached this point now, as natural disasters and man-made disasters continue to occur, the human mortality rate will become higher and higher. Tang Yu is a hero after all. We can't just let him lie dead in the wilderness. Yurong also thought of this. She nodded silently, without a smile on her face. The two of them quickly dealt with Tang Yu and finished their meal. Huami took out her cell phone and took a photo of Chao Feng, wanting to send it to Gong Yi to prove that Chao Feng was still alive.
Huami.
It looks like Chao Feng won't die. She sent the photo to Gong Yi, left a handful of painkillers for Chao Feng, walked out of the emergency area, and returned to her RV. In the RV, Huami got some water and filled the shelves outside with goods. He took another handful of straw and sent it to Yirong in the emergency area, asking her to weave it into a mat. Then Huami instantly returned to her supermarket from the RV, harvested the straw on the 1 square meter of black land outside the supermarket, and washed it clean on the second floor of the supermarket. Then she sat down, turned on the computer, and began to find ways to order food for the rescue team. Similarly, 9 out of 10 phone calls to food suppliers were unresolved, but the last call was successful, and it turned out to be a giant in the farmer's market. The giants are selling off their goods. I can't help it either. These dishes can't be put in at all. We can't transport such a large quantity out of Xiangqing. We all know that Captain Gong has made tens of billions this time. You buy all these hundreds of tons of vegetables for me. I will find a way to get you the food you want. The other party was shouting at the top of his lungs, seemingly being forced into a corner with no other options. All the roads out of the city have been blocked recently, and these vegetables will become unfresh and go bad if left for too long. Vegetables can't be frozen, so who would buy frozen vegetables? So, he has to find someone to take over, otherwise he and the group of merchants in the farmer's market will lose all their money. Huami thought about it and thought of Chao Feng, Tang Yu, and Gong Yi's entrustment of his son to her. In fact, several hundred tons of vegetables could be eaten up. As long as they were not spoiled, they could be left for the rescue team to eat slowly. But due to her nature of bargaining, Huami pretended to be in trouble. There are so many vegetables here. Even if the rescue center is full of food, it can't finish all of them in a few days. If you eat too much, half of them will go bad. In fact, on the day of her rebirth, she never thought about stockpiling large quantities of vegetables and food because she was a wood-type mutant in her previous life. In other words, give her a seed, and she can give birth to a forest. In this life, something unexpected happened to her supernatural power. Apart from anything else, she could no longer create a forest from a seed. But because she has been busy since her rebirth, she is not busy enough to stockpile food and vegetables. There were more than a dozen bags of rice in the Lotus Xingxing supermarket that we acquired at the beginning, but it was not a large quantity. The stockpile quantity of vegetables is 0. Since the giant wanted the rescue team to take over these vegetables, she took the opportunity to stock up some. Of course, Huami would definitely not show any joy. She is not stupid. On the other end of the phone, the giant thought Huami didn't want so many vegetables and tried to persuade her, then I will sell them to your rescue team at half price. I know your boss Gong is a capable man. He can make tens of billions, just rob the rich to help the poor, and save us small vegetable vendors. Huami chuckled and agreed reluctantly. Okay, drag them all to the supplies receiving area of the rescue center. It is impossible to leave so many vegetables outside, so they can only be temporarily stored in Huami's level 6 warehouse. Otherwise, it will definitely break after a few days. After getting Huami's consent, the other party seemed a little hesitant again. Beautiful lady, you are really nice. With so many dishes, can you be the boss of Gong? I can't do it, Who can be his master?
Uamisnird.
Gong Yi had entrusted his son to her before his death, so of course she could make decisions for Gong Yi. The agricultural trade tycoon was extremely happy and obviously wanted to make trouble. He said ambiguously, "Yes, yes, you decide. You decide. Then, beautiful lady, I will bring it over now." "Well, bring it here." Huami held the phone between her ears and shoulders and said to the giant, "I'll take care of the food for you. But how about the grain? How much grain do you have?" "There is some food, let me take a look." The calculation started with a crackling sound. The giant discussed with the people next to him for a few words before giving Huami an accurate number. Okay. Don't report it anymore. I'll take whatever you have that you can give me." Huami got a headache after hearing this. With so much rice, she couldn't tell the good from the bad. As long as it was rice, she could eat it. Of course, most of the purchases were made for the rescue team, and she also bought a little for herself. "I don't stock up too much, just about 10,000 or 20,000 bags. If we buy too much rice, it will easily go bad if left outside, so we will put it all into her level 6 storage when the time comes." While confirming the delivery with the agricultural trade giant in Xiangqing, Huami saw a series of prompts. Start security scanning. Completion of security and defense works defense engineering rating. Complete 360 degrees no blind angle monitoring. Monitoring range of 100 meters. Obtain 3 square meters of black land. Please select a location for the black land. Did Hu Jing set up the surveillance camera? As long as the surveillance camera with no blind spots is set up, a security defense can be achieved. Huami laughed and immediately asked the giant on the phone, "Do you have any seeds?" "I want all kinds of seeds, such as fruit and vegetable seeds." She no longer has the power to create a forest, but she has 3 square meters of brand new black land. The first thing Huami did after her rebirth was to rush to the farmer's market and buy a batch of seeds after visiting the supermarket. But plans changed, and the little bit of seeds we bought was obviously not enough. If she really wanted to take care of a rescue team, it would be best to organize all of them into production. Then everyone has to plant crops, so they need lots of seeds. The giant also laughed and said, "What a pity. I only have coarse grain seeds, no fruit or vegetable seeds." After that, he started reporting that he had all kinds of seeds: corn, millet, red rice, black rice, purple rice, sorghum, barley, oats, buckwheat, soybeans, mung beans, red beans, black beans, broad beans, peas, sweet potatoes, yams, potatoes. Huami felt like vomiting after hearing this, and hurriedly interrupted the giant's report. "I want them all. You can send them all, as well as food. Look at Xiangqing, it's already like this now. If you have a way, please transport some more to Xiangqing. Our rescue team will take whatever they can." The giant laughed, as if afraid that Huami would go back on her word, and said, "Okay, it's a deal. You are Boss Gong's man, and I don't believe in breaking your word. Wait for me for a few days, and I will find a way to transfer food from other places." They grew up in an era of material surplus, and human beings are not extinct. Earthquakes may keep happening, but as long as they don't wipe out the human race, there will always be people working and factories operating. It's just that the logistics channels are not smooth, so large quantities of materials cannot be dispatched, causing local shortages of materials. The materials are available, and as long as there are channels, sales channels, and smooth logistics, large quantities of goods can still be found. Aren't the giants holding large quantities of vegetables that they can't sell at all? Just as Huami said, the world is already in such a state that everyone is thinking about stockpiling goods. Even the rescue team is no exception. The food business is definitely going to be good. In the Lotus Xingxing supermarket, Huami hung up the phone with the agricultural trade giant and called the garrison guarding the supplies at the rescue center, saying that a large quantity of vegetables, grains, and seeds would arrive soon, and asked them to move the oil drums. First receive these hundreds of tons of vegetables, tens of thousands of bags of rice, and thousands of bags of seeds. The garrison who answered the phone looked very surprised and asked, "Sister Hua, it's starting to rain now. Where are the vegetables, grains, and seeds? Are they outside?" No one knows why Huami bought so many supplies. At present, Xiangqing and neighboring cities have not yet experienced a shortage of supplies. although supplies seemed a little tight in the first few days after the earthquake, and mineral water was also in short supply at one point. But soon, donations from all walks of life flew to Xiangqing and neighboring cities like snowflakes. Several other cities that were hit by earthquakes in the news also received large donations of supplies. So there is no shortage of food. Xiangqing just lacks drinkable water. But after the only water plant was destroyed by the earthquake, water prices did not rise. The price of mineral water in the rescue center has remained stable between 5 and 8 yuan. The price of mineral water in the neighboring city has been stabilized at 10 yuan per bottle. There was mineral water that was sold at 30 yuan a bottle. People sold it for 30 yuan and they would just sell a few bottles at most. Huami sells a bottle for 5 yuan and she sells 1 million bottles. How to fight someone who wants to raise the price of mineral water. Huami said, "Don't worry about the drizzle. Just do what I say. I'll come and solve it tomorrow." After hanging up the phone with the garrison, Huami looked outside the supermarket and saw that it was drizzling. She didn't take it seriously at all. According to the apocalypse process in her previous life, the first thing to appear was extremely cold weather. Now there is only a small accident. The earthquake that was supposed to occur later has been moved to the beginning. What will come right after that is definitely extremely cold weather. Didn't the news say that a cold wave would sweep in from the northern hemisphere? But it would take a month or two for it to actually reach Xiangqing. Enough for her to prepare for the rescue party. After hanging up the phone with the garrison, Huami called Qi Chuan again. "I need to order unlimited rescue equipment. Do you have any source?" On the phone, Ikuo's background noise was chaotic, and he said loudly, "There is no source of rescue equipment, but I can find it for you. I have a friend of a friend who runs a sweater factory. Sister Hua, do you want to join me in doing this?" He also received news that a cold wave was about to sweep down from the Arctic, so many people were rushing to buy winter clothes. Ikegawa just happened to have this resource, but his friend's friend only produced sweaters and nothing else. Huami, who was sitting in the supermarket, took out a bag of spicy duck necks from the level 6 warehouse and ate them. "Then you order me 1 million men's sweaters of various sizes and 10,000 women's sweaters of various styles in size M. M is her size. 10,000 sweaters are enough for her to wear until she grows old." Qi Chuan was shocked by Huami's handicraft. He smiled awkwardly. "Sister, you are my biological sister, okay? My friend's friend only has a small factory. Even if you make them weave until their hands are broken, they still can't knit 1 million sweaters. Then you should ask them to do their best. At a time like this, they should get as many goods as they can." Huami seemed very calm as she ate spicy duck neck. Just as she was about to hang up the phone with Qi Chuan, the other end started shouting again. "Ikegawa, sister, do you have any mineral water? I need 200,000 bottles. The city next door has everything except drinking water. Business here is so good." After saying that, Qi Chuan was afraid that Huami would accuse him of making money from disasters, so he quickly added, "I only sell a 550 milliliters bottle of water for 10 yuan, which is not excessive. It's not too much. I have so much water. Just mop it." Huami hung up the phone with Qi Chuan, sat at the counter, and took out a bag of spicy potatoes from the level 6 warehouse to eat. She was worried about where to go to order a large amount of rescue equipment for the rescue team at this time. There was no way. This was Gong Yi's last words. She didn't want to do it, but Chao Feng was unable to walk now, so she helped with these things if she had the energy. Huami couldn't think of any other way, so she just turned on her mobile phone and started surfing the internet. There were some rescue equipment on the internet. Hand-cranked radio, compass, folding shovel, multifunctional life-saving axe, safety rope, stainless steel whistle, SOS toolbox, first aid manual, PVC raincoat, escape mask, thermal blanket, fire blanket, nursing bag, long burning candles, emergency matches, non-slip gloves, compressed biscuits, glow sticks, and figure 8 rings. She bought 52 of them. The reason she bought 52 was because she wanted to buy 1 million, but the shopping website reminded her that the maximum purchase quantity was exceeded. There was no other way. Huami could only find other online stores to place orders, but in peacetime, few people use these things, so there are few stores selling related rescue equipment on the internet. Even in other stores, The maximum purchase quantity is only x 100. Huami was busy from day till night and ordered several thousand pieces of each type of rescue equipment. Given the road conditions in Xiangqing, it is not known how much can be delivered. So sad. The drizzle outside the supermarket never stopped. Outside the dark door, Hu Jing hurriedly trotted into the supermarket in a raincoat. He said anxiously, "Miss Hua, do you have raincoats for sale? Is there any way to get one? An umbrella would be fine too." Huami sat at the counter, looking at Hu Jing blankly. He was wearing a women's raincoat that looked too small for him. Hu Jing then explained, "It's like this. Didn't our family live in a temporary rescue center? But we weren't well prepared beforehand, and it rained all day, which has seriously affected our travel." He sounded helpless, as his whole family had been planning to go to the next city, but most of the city collapsed. Now the whole family was living in a rescue center, only to find that nothing was prepared. Even the most basic raincoat, the whole family, young and old, only has one. I had to go out and buy some on the spur of the moment. There wasn't a single stall selling rain gear in the entire rescue center. Sometimes people are like this. The more they want something, the harder it is to find it. It's so frustrating. Huami looked at Hu Jing and couldn't help but smile. Yes, and there are many more. When she was browsing street stalls some time ago, she bought all the rain gear on the stall. As she spoke, Huami took out a pack of men's raincoats, a pack of women's raincoats, and 3 packs of children's raincoats from under the counter. She knew that there were many people in Hu Jing's family, but Hu Jing's small family only had Hu Jing and his wife and 3 children. "I can give you these raincoats, but you have to help me do some work." Huami stood up and pointed to a piece of messy land outside the supermarket. "Help me to tidy up that piece of land. If you can give me 3 square meters, I will take it immediately." The workers who had previously installed the generator set had actually helped Huami clean up the area around the supermarket. But Huami had dug a shallow ditch on the circle of land and put up a barbed wire fence, so there was no room for 3 square meters of black soil to accommodate Huami. She needed to clear a flat area as close to the supermarket as possible to farm. In this way, she doesn't have to worry about her black soil being too far from the supermarket. If she encounters some unpredictable disaster in the future, she will have to travel thousands of miles to the black soil to grow crops. Hu Jing in the supermarket looked back at the sky outside. It was already dark. He nodded. "Okay, I'll get it for you." Hu Jing is not a vague person either. He has been helping Huami with work recently. Although it is very hard to work on the collapsed ruins, he can get a box of mineral water and 5 packs of instant noodles from Huami every day. In the first 1 or 2 days, this box of mineral water and 5 packs of instant noodles could save the lives of Hu Jing's family of 5. But later, when the donated supplies from all walks of life arrived, these things were not worth much for the rescue center that was responsible for providing 3 meals and 2 snacks a day for the survivors. Hu Jing's family no longer used the mineral water and instant noodles, but they stockpiled them all and occasionally counted them. The boxes of mineral water and the piles of instant noodles had actually piled up into 2 small mountains for the Hu family. Watching Hu Jing's back disappearing in the rain, Huami turned on the surveillance computer on the counter, patrolled around the supermarket, and then went back to the 2nd floor to sleep. She slept a bit deeply, and actually she went to bed quite late, but the next morning she was slow to wake up. Sleepiness. She must have been too tired recently, so she developed a sleepiness problem. It's not a big problem. Huami doesn't think it will have any impact. The rain is still falling, the drizzle is not heavy, but the weather is gloomy. The cold wave has not come, but this continuous rainy season has arrived first. Huami forced herself to open her eyes and turned on her cell phone. She saw that Hu Jing had left her a message saying that he had cleared 10 square meters of land for her overnight. But there was no mention of any increase in compensation. Huami felt that this guy was really capable. She got up lazily again, brushed her teeth, and washed her face slowly, while looking at the message Yirong sent her with a distracted look. Yirong, picture, JPG with the Hades? Huami waited for the picture to be transmitted over, and upon closer inspection, it turned out to be a picture of Chao Feng sitting up. "Hey, that's great, boy." She finally got rid of the mental influence of sleepiness, smiled, pressed her finger on Chao Feng's photo, forwarded it to Gong Yi, and sent him a message. Huami, we have ordered a lot of food and water, but we can't order that much rescue equipment. If you have any connections, please tell me and I will contact them. There was no reply from the other end, probably because he was busy turning over rocks. After Huami brushed her teeth and washed her face, everything was done. She took out a loaf of bread from the level 6 warehouse and ate it while surfing the internet to continue shopping for rescue equipment.
Ding.
With a sound, Chichuan sent her a message. Chichuan, Sister Hua, a friend of a friend of a friend wants to sell a large number of solar panels.
Do you want any?
Huami leaned her head and looked out the window at the cloudy sky with drizzling rain. She yawned and replied listlessly, Huami, yes, drag them all to Xiangqing. A cold wave is coming and solar panels may not be used, but it doesn't matter. After the cold wave, there will be a hot summer, and every day there will be scorching sun that can turn people into jerky. Solar panels will come in handy then. She is rich, she is willful, and she just wants to shop. Ikuo sent back a smiley face and didn't reply to the message. Huami lay on the counter and fell asleep again for unknown reasons. Let me tell you a joke today. One day, there was a person named Bao Baozi. In order to ask for comments and recommendations from her friends, she tore herself into two halves, one named Xiao Bao and the other named Xiaozi. Xiao Bao said, My dears, please leave your votes of recommendation. Xiaozi said, My dears, leave your comments. I don't know how long she slept like this, but not long after, someone came to find Huami and said that Chichuan introduced her. His batch of solar panels was in Xiangqing and had been dragged out of the ruins by her. Huami paused, paid the bill readily, and asked the visitor to move all the solar panels into the underground garage next to the supermarket. By the way, the 200,000 bottles of mineral water ordered by Chichuan were moved out of the garage and shipped to the next city for Chichuan. Ikegawa's friend's friend called a group of workers to help move the goods. They seemed to have formed a team, a professional team specializing in reselling. So the goods were moved very quickly. Soon the solar panels were put in place and 200,000 bottles of mineral water were also moved out of the ruins. As soon as Chichuan's friend's friend left, Huami went into the dark underground garage and stored all the solar panels in her own level 6 storage. Get Solar Panel X 5000 Unlock Storage Level 7, Space 7 by 1. Huami looked happy. No matter whether her warehouse contained her supplies or other people's supplies, as long as Huami stored supplies in it, it could be considered as stockpiling. As long as there is sufficient stock, the warehouse will be upgraded. Now that the warehouse has been upgraded, let's upgrade the factory as well. Huami directly spent 70,000 in sales to upgrade the factory to Level 7. Level 7 Factory. Mineral Water Bottle. Specification 550 milliliters. Mineral Water Bottle. Specification 1.5 L. Mineral Water Bottle. Specification 10 L. Mineral Water. Specification 350 milliliters. Mineral Water. Specification 550 milliliters. Mineral Water. Specification 1.5 L. Waterproof Tarpaulin. Specification 2x 1.5 m. Limited production. Self-priming filter type anti-particle respirator. Specification. Children. X 60,000. Self-priming filter type anti-particle respirator. Specification. Adult. X 50,000. Ethanol. X 40,000. Painkiller X 30,000. Sterile gauze X 20,000. Hemostatic gel X 10,000. Looking at this Level 7 factory, there is a dense row of things that can be produced. There were some things Huami couldn't understand, namely, the limited production of respirators, ethanol, painkillers, sterile gauze, and hemostatic gel. She understood that these were necessary for medical treatment. What the Hades is this fixed and infinitely producible tarpaulin? Huami thought about it for a while and suddenly realized that it would be useful. If she produced it, she could cover the supplies on the garrison airfield. In this way, she entered the open space guarded by the garrison and secretly placed the diesel barrels wrapped in waterproof oil sheets into the Level 7 storage where no one else could see them.
He.
Huami immediately ordered mineral water of various specifications X 100,000, waterproof tarpaulin, specification 2x 1.5 m, X10,000, self-priming filter type anti-particle respirator. Specification: children. X60,000, self-priming filter type anti-particle respirator. Specification: adult. X50,000, ethanol X40,000, painkillers X30,000, sterile gauze X20,000, and hemostatic gel X10,000. After clicking these, there is no doubt that the energy bar of the level 7 factory will reach the bottom. But it doesn't matter. Hwami has diesel, so she can let the generator run slowly to charge the Apocalypse supermarket. Holding an umbrella, she went to take a look at the 10 square meters of flat ground that Huijing had rested on. Hwami placed the 3 square meters of black soil on this flat land. So, what should he plant? Now that we have rice and vegetables, Hwami decided to grow fruits. She bought the fruit seeds on the first day of her rebirth, and she bought a lot of each. Hwami looked at the moon and took out a few weak saplings of young orange trees. She didn't know if she could keep the tree alive. She didn't care anymore and just randomly stuck the orange sapling in her hand into a square area of black soil. Then she walked to the second piece of black land and decided to plant apples. She also bought a lot of apple seedlings. On the third piece of black soil, Hwami decided to plant pomelo. These 3 are seasonal fruits, so they won't fail to grow if planted in the wrong season. Hwami was thinking wildly. She actually lacked knowledge in planting. Because she could promote the growth of plants in her previous life, she could ignore all factors affecting plant growth and just use her supernatural powers to make plants grow. In this life, she planted them randomly without holding out too high expectations. Anyway, she treated this first batch of seeds as an experiment. The agricultural trade giant also sent 1,000 bags of various grain seeds to the Garrison Air Base. Hwami has sufficient seed reserves. She should think about planting first. After finishing all this, Hwami held up an umbrella and teleported back to the basement of the RV in the rescue center, ready to go see Chow Feng and Tang Yu. The ground was paved with cement, and Hwami had put on a raincoat in advance, so when she crawled out from under the wet RV, she didn't look so embarrassed. But when she climbed out, she saw that the garrisons standing near her RV were soaked through, but still standing there motionless, like flags flying in the rain. There were obviously fewer people setting up stalls around them. After all, on rainy days, many people do not have professional awnings or rain shelters, so they would catch a cold in this weather. So many people ran back to the tents at the rescue center, and some people, whose own houses were still intact, returned to their own houses trembling with fear for the time being. Hwami held up an umbrella, put on a raincoat, and walked up to a garrison. Sister Hua. The garrison was a little surprised. In fact, he didn't even see when Hwami got under the car. It was his fault. His reconnaissance ability had regressed, and he must not let anyone else know. He secretly decided that he must quietly improve his reconnaissance capabilities. Several other garrisons around him shared the same idea. They all felt that their reconnaissance capabilities had regressed, but they could not say it out loud. They also secretly decided that they must catch up. Didn't your garrison headquarters provide you with raincoats? Hwami was holding an umbrella and frowned as she looked at the hat brim of the garrison in front of her, which was dripping with water. Although it was just a drizzle, it couldn't stop the rain from falling. The young garrison in front of him had a straight face. The rain came suddenly, and the garrison headquarters was still urgently dispatching disaster relief supplies, so it wasn't busy with us.
Well, Hwami-sai, what a scene.
She took out a pack of men's raincoats from her shoulder bag. Here, thank you for helping me look after the stall. I'll give them to you. The young garrison quickly refused. No, Sister Hua, you have helped us a lot, and have been helping to take care of Chow Feng and Tang Yu. It is only natural for us to help you look after the stall. The rescue team is a branch of the garrison. Chow Feng and Tang Yu also served as garrisons for a few years and followed Gong Yi to the rescue team to gain experience. When he comes back, Gong Yi will at least be able to go to the garrison headquarters in Xiangqing, and Chow Feng and Tang Yu will definitely be promoted accordingly. So Chow Feng and Tang Yu are the garrison's own people. Hwami has been helping to take care of Chow Feng and Tang Yu. Not only has she received gratitude from the rescue team, but even the garrisons were very grateful to her. So helping Sister Hua to look after the stall is nothing. It's just something I can do. The brim of his hat was dripping with water, and he kept rejecting Huami's kindness. Huami didn't say anything in the rain. She just took out her cell phone, called Gong Yi, and explained the situation simply and clearly. Gong Yi was silent for a moment. Press the speaker on your phone. Huami did as Gong Yi said. Then he heard Gong Yi scolding on the other end of the phone. You rascals. Listen to her. Wear what she tells you to wear, and take off what she tells you to take off. Why are you being so stubborn at this time? Do you have medicine for your cold? Don't bother with discipline. Just give me some peace of mind. Yes. The young grassroots garrison tensed up all over, as if he was a primary school student being scolded by his parents and was afraid of being beaten. He quickly took the package of raincoats from Huami, opened it, and put it on himself. Huami saw that he had put on his raincoat and was going to another garrison with an umbrella. She also took out a pack of brand new men's raincoats from her large shoulder bag. She walked slowly towards the emergency area in the rain and handed out raincoats to patrol officers when she saw them. No one knew how many raincoats were distributed, and no one asked her how many raincoats could fit in her bag. When Huami arrived at the door of the emergency area, she also gave the young nurse an umbrella. The young nurse looked at Huami with gratitude. Good sisters, everything is self-explanatory. Huami entered the emergency area and took out her phone to send a message to Gong Yi. Huami, I will send you a total of 2,500 raincoats and an umbrella for a nurse. The price of a raincoat is 100 yuan, and the price of an umbrella is 80 yuan. I paid for it myself.
Gong Yi, yes.
He replied to Huami with a concise, one-word reply. I have no objection to Huami's sky-high price for rain gear. Huami quickly settled the bill, went into the emergency area, and went straight to Chao Feng's cubicle. Along the way, she felt that there were more and more seriously injured survivors, and many of them could not even get a bed and had to lie on the ground. It was raining outside. Although the emergency area was inside a gymnasium, the ground quickly became wet due to the weather. Huami suddenly remembered the mat that Yi Rong had woven. It would be good for these people lying on the ground to have a mat. She then slapped her head and cursed herself for having such a bad memory. She finally went back to the supermarket in the ruins. How come she forgot to harvest the straw? So, is she going back to harvest the straw now? Huami seemed to have lost hope in life. She opened the control panel and glanced at the corner of the control panel of the End Times supermarket. There was a row of small icons. Cash register system level 7, warehouse level 7, factory black soil, supermarket lottery pool, and so on for a long row of secondary page shortcut keys. Huami clicked on black land out of boredom, and a piece of black land appeared on the screen. The magical black land was covered with lush and green straw. The other two pieces of black land were marked with the words Water Source X1, Water Source X1. There were also 3 pieces of black land with patterns of orange, apple, and grapefruit on them, but they were all black and Huami couldn't touch them at all. For some reason, she felt itchy and touched the green straw. Get Mat X1. Hey. Remote harvesting, that's awesome. Huami felt that she had saved herself a lot of trouble. She clicked on the supermarket lottery pool again, and it contained a chance to win a lottery every time she reached a level. In other words, her warehouse has been upgraded to level 7, her factory has been upgraded to level 7, and the black soil has been developed to level 3, totaling 6 square meters, so she has 17 chances to draw the lottery. She took a look at the interface and saw 1 lottery draw and 17 lottery draws. Huami didn't have any expectations for the lottery because she had never won any prize since she was a child. So, she just clicked draw 1 time casually. Get the growth rate of mat grass X8, time limit. 24 hours?
What?
Huami felt a little dizzy. Originally, her mat grass could be harvested once a day. Huami would harvest it when she remembered to, and forget about it when she didn't remember to. So she had been growing the mat grass for such a long time, and now the number of mat grass in the level 7 warehouse is 8 times 8. However, now, the growth rate of mat grass has been increased by 8 times, which means that it can be harvested several times a day. So, What did she need so many straw mats for? The first time she drew the lottery, this end-time supermarket really didn't give Huami any surprises. She didn't have any expectations for the remaining 16 times, so she just left the chance of drawing the lottery there for the time being. Wait until she bathes, burns incense, and consecrates her hands before going to draw. At this time, in Chao Feng's cubicle, Ah Fu hurried into the cubicle with a few lunch boxes in his arms. He looked at Yi Rong and the two children in panic. I just heard that there was a problem with the transportation of medicines in Xiangqing. The medicines that should have been delivered to Xiangqing yesterday have not arrived this morning. Yi Rong was bringing her two children to help Tang Yu apply diluted ethanol. After hearing this, she panicked for a moment, then calmed down. It's okay. Miss Hua will find a way. She and Captain Gong are friends. Chao Feng, who was sitting on the single bed next to Tang Yu, nodded with difficulty, with new burn scars on his face. Captain and Sister Hua won't let anything happen to us. There was no way. Although Chao Feng could barely sit up now, he couldn't move. This was because he had taken the painkillers given by Huami, which blocked out the burning pain. If he moved now, the wound that had finally scabbed over would break open again. So he nodded slowly and spoke slowly. Tang Yu was unconscious, but judging by the expression on his face, he was sleeping soundly. Then Ah Fu said anxiously, "No, that's not the problem. The new emergency department manager said there aren't enough beds. All those who are able to move conscious," and, as he spoke, he glanced at Tang Yu lying on the stretcher and said cryptically, "People like Tang Yu can't stay in the emergency room." Just the two conditions of being conscious and dying. Everyone in their cubicle had both. So, what kind of patients are left in the emergency room? Silence is the current compartment. Chao Feng, whose face was burned beyond recognition, slowly turned his head and looked at Tang Yu, who was lying beside him, wrapped in sterile gauze. In fact, since he and Tang Yu were sent to the emergency area, they have not received any medical resources in this emergency area. Their ethanol, cleaning water, painkillers, and sterile gauze were all provided by Huami. Then let's go. Chao Feng gritted his teeth. His eyes were dry and without tears, as if the explosion had dried up his tear glands. We won't take up limited medical resources. Let's go now. The day he was injured while saving someone, he never thought he would survive. He guessed that he would die and never feared death. He understands everyone's difficulties. I just never expected that I didn't get any special care at all. In the small compartment, Afu's two children looked at their father helplessly, and Yi Rong also looked at Afu. The only people here who are able to move are their family of 4. The factory director's legs are not in good condition. He can take care of himself, but it's impossible for him to take care of someone else. Although Chao Feng was conscious, he, like Tang Yu, could not stand the slightest shake. The blood scabs on their bodies could easily break apart with just a slight bump. Tang Yu definitely needs to be carried out, as he is still in a coma. So how should the manpower between Chao Feng and Tang Yu be allocated now? The key is, where will they go after they get out? Will there be a fixed place that can be sheltered from the wind and rain to settle these injured people? Ah Fu rubbed his face. I'll call Miss Hua and ask about her arrangements. Since it was a request from the higher-ups, there was no other way. How were they supposed to get out? What were they supposed to do after leaving the emergency area? As soon as he finished speaking, Huami ran into Chao Feng's compartment with a bunch of straw and said to Yi Rong, who was eating a box lunch, "Yi Rong, help me weave some mats." She happily sat on the edge of Chao Feng's bed, looked at Chao Feng carefully and praised. "Not bad. That's good. Chao Feng, you are great." Tang Yu's injuries were less serious than Chao Feng's, so if Chao Feng could recover, as long as Tang Yu's willpower was strong enough, he would definitely be able to survive. Yi Rong looked at the straw mat that Huami brought in, and then at the roll of mat that had been woven earlier. Tang Yu had no use for it, so it was now spread on the ground and used for the factory director to sleep.
Well,
The factory manager in the corner sighed, reminding Huami that the atmosphere in the cubicle was heavy. It was then that Huami realized something was wrong. She frowned and looked at Yi Rong and Ah Fu. "What's wrong? Isn't it good that you all survived?" Why are you all so sad? Yi Rong explained the whole story, and before Huami could say anything, a noise was heard outside the cubicle. He was a conscious, injured person living next door, and was cleared out by people sent by the Xiangqing management. He was seriously injured. Although he was conscious, he had difficulty moving. It was raining outside, and if he was cleared out of the emergency area, he wouldn't know where to go. So he lashed out at the management that came to clean him out. Many people in the emergency area also cursed along with him. It was raining outside, and the grassroots administrator who asked them to go out did not explain where they should go after they went out. Some people were unwilling to move, or were a little slow to move, so the grassroots administrators in the emergency area took action and threw their things out of the gymnasium door. All of a sudden, naturally more people are unwilling to go out. But there was nothing they could do if they didn't want to go out. A group of grassroots administrators pushed the injured people out of the emergency area in a ferocious manner. Huami frowned, stood up, and was about to go out to take a look when the curtain of the compartment was lifted and someone from the management level came. She was stunned, looking at Dai Fong, who was wearing a management uniform. Why was this woman still alive? Dai Fong was also stunned for a moment. She looked at Huami and suddenly laughed maliciously and said to the people behind her, "This room is a bit complicated, so let's clean it up slowly." Then, she looked at Huami meaningfully. "Huami, come out and talk." Huami's eyes were a little cold, and she walked out of the compartment. Behind her, Chao Feng called her, "Sister Hua." Everyone in the cubicle looked at Huami's slender back with worry. Even if someone didn't understand the whole story, they would know that this woman had bad intentions just by looking at the way Dai Fong looked at Huami. What should I do? Huami looked so fragile, as if she would fall down if the wind blew. Huami turned around and made a gesture to reassure everyone. She then stood at the door of the cubicle, looking at Dai Fong coldly and unfamiliarly. Last time, she pricked up one of Dai Fong's fingers, but this time when she saw Dai Fong again, Dai Fong's hand seemed to be bent back again. How lucky! Dai Fong has become the manager of the emergency area. It seems that she is getting special care. You never thought that you would end up like this. Dai Fong looked at Huami with a sarcastic look on her face. It's really a matter of time. This year you're in my house. Aren't you quite capable? I never thought that one day you'd end up in my hands. Huami smiled at Dai Fong with an ambiguous expression. So how did you go from being a real estate agent to becoming a grassroots manager in Xiangqing? Even heroes like Chao Feng and Tang Yu couldn't get the special treatment, but Dai Fong got it. Huami was really curious. Who has such great power? Why not give special care to Chao Feng and Tang Yu? The smile on her face was so bright that people ignored the hint of sarcasm in it. It was as if she hadn't noticed Dai Fong's viciousness at all, and wasn't worried at all that Dai Fong would retaliate against her. Dai Fong turned upside down, pointed her nose at Huami. Of course your boyfriend helped me find this relationship. Ha, Huami, you are such a vicious woman. It's really funny. I don't know what you do all day long. Your boyfriend is such an excellent man, but you don't even know how to cherish him. You are still having an affair with other men. In fact, Dai Fong should thank Huami. If Huami hadn't broken one of her fingers, she wouldn't have been able to enter the emergency area. It was also in the emergency area that Dai Fong found Fong Xian and Qin Ziren, who were not wearing pants and were in a coma. She had nowhere to go, and all the real estate agency stores had been collapsed. Dai Fong was at a loss as to how she would live in the future. So she helped take care of Fong Xian and Qin Ziren first. In fact, there was nothing wrong with these two people. They were just knocked unconscious by the sudden incident. Qin Ziren is a capable man. After he woke up, he called his connections and took over the management and command position of the emergency area. In other words, it was Qin Ziren's order to clear out those who were dying and unconscious. The special care that Dai Fong received also came from Qin Ziren. Ex-boyfriend. Huami corrected and looked at Dai Fong with understanding. She didn't have a deep impression of Qin Ziren, but this man should be able to do such a thing. Dai Fong rolled her eyes like Nian Fei did. Huami, if you hadn't done this, you would have had a separate cubicle today. Now, haha, I can only say that you deserve to be in a small cubicle with so many injured people. Didn't you see that in such a small compartment, there were men and women big and small? This was the price Huami paid for being deserted by everyone. Dai Fong was still resentful of Huami for breaking her fingers. Although her fingers were bent back by medical staff at the request of Qin Ziren, they were not as flexible as before. This finger is useless. Thinking of this, Dai Fong hated Huami, this heartless, vicious, and pretentious woman, even more. Huami raised her eyebrows, crossed her arms, and a dangerous light flashed in her fox eyes. Oh, so you are bringing people with you to clear us out? Did Qin Ziren ask you to do this? The medical staff below know nothing and just follow the orders from management. No wonder they do that. Huami had no objection to the decision to clear out the people in the emergency area and leave the beds for the injured who needed help more. She is still in a state of reasoning. She just felt sorry for Chao Feng and Tang Yu. As long as Dai Fong doesn't continue to commit suicide, Huami will not go crazy. But Dai Fong seemed to have left her room without a brain. She looked happy, as if she had gotten her revenge. Of course it was your boyfriend's order. Your boyfriend said that all the burdens must be cleared out. I see that you are doing well, so don't take up the bed here. I will not let someone like you stay here any longer. It's my ex-boyfriend. Huami corrected Dai Fong again and said, Yes, I'm fine, but it's raining outside. You're just clearing out the people who are conscious and about to die. Have you arranged where we're going to go? Huami's rage value +1. Dai Fong, who was standing opposite her, had a look of gloating. I don't care where you go. It's raining outside, so what? We only follow Mr. Qin's orders. If you are told to leave, you can leave. Those who deserve to die will die if they take up beds, and those who don't deserve to die will live anyway. Huami's rage value +2. Her voice turned cold. So this means just clear us out and leave us to fate, right? Doesn't Dai Fong have ears? Can't she hear the curses of so many people? Clear the bed, okay? But the way of doing things is not like this. As expected, the grassroots management that came in through the back door is still not very professional. Dai Fong said proudly, That's about it. I know you don't want to leave. You don't want to get out? If you don't want to get out, kneel down and beg me. Beg me to break one of your fingers. Huami pursed her lips, and her anger value quickly climbed up +3, +4, +5. She narrowed her clear fox eyes to cover the cold, sharp light in her eyes. However, Dai Fong was still trying to provoke Huami. TSK, are you angry? Oh, come and bite me if you have the guts. I told you to get out of here. Did you hear me? She humiliated Huami to her heart's content. She remembered every way Huami had humiliated her in the past. Now in her eyes, Huami was just meat on the chopping board for her to chop. Yi Rong, who came out, couldn't stand it anymore and joined in. Hey, administrator, please be polite. No one will listen to you unconditionally at this time. Someone nearby couldn't stand it anymore and said, You guys arrange our place and give us medicine. I promise I won't stay here. Who wants to live here? Dai Fong didn't bother to pay attention to the little trash around her and directly reached out and pushed Huami's shoulder. Your boyfriend won't pay attention to you anymore. If you stay here, he won't pay attention to you either. Qin Ziren had instructed that if anyone was unwilling to leave, they could use violence. Rage value +1000. Today is going to be a big day. Huami dodged Dai Fong's pushing hand and slapped her in the face. I told you it was my ex-boyfriend. Looking at Dai Fong's face tilted to the other side, with several broken teeth, Huami said, I also said that we should settle our residence. Will you die if you make this arrangement? Dai Fong was stunned by Huami. She covered her swollen face and glared at Huami. Why did you hit me? I'll hit you if you want. Do I need to pick a day? Huami slapped Dai Fong's other face again, making it swollen. I told you to use chicken feathers as a token of authority. You got promoted through the back door, you have no professional ethics, and you treat human life as nothing. I will not punish you lightly. Before she finished her words, Huami, who had already successfully gone berserk, kneeled down on Dai Fong's stomach. For all those who are unable to move, send someone to carry them, lift them, or support them. Help with the cleanup. Don't be so forceful. Will you die if you talk nicely? Someone is being beaten, someone is being beaten. Dai Fong screamed like a pig being slaughtered. Several grassroots managers standing beside her had already seen Hua Mi beating someone. Several men in suits rushed out, pointing at Hua Mi and yelling, "This is outrageous. You actually dared to hit the administrator. Do you know that we belong to the management level of Xiangqing? We represent the management level. The management can get you to do the execution." When did the management standards become so bad? Hua Mi took a step back, reached her hand back, and with her back to everyone's gaze, she pulled out her section of iron steel bar from her level 7 storage. With a cold expression, she pointed at the several big men rushing over with a steel bar and spat. "I usually don't go big, but if I do, none of you will be able to bear the consequences." Before she could finish her words, she swung the steel bar and hit the man in the head, avoiding the attack from the man in the suit. He hit his head with 2 sticks and nimbly dodged everyone's attacks. 3 sticks are still used to hit the head. Those who have seen her fight like this and then think of the times she hit Dai Fong just now will think, Amiba, Hua Mi was already kind to Dai Fong. People who are hit on the head by steel bars will either faint or die with a bleeding head. After a while, a large number of grassroots administrators fell to the ground, and each of them had lost the most basic ability to struggle. Dai Fong, who was standing far away, and a few other surviving administrators were all trembling and did not dare to approach Hua Mi again. The injured people who were about to be cleared out looked at Hua Mi standing there motionlessly. She was holding a steel bar, and her expression was like a possessed fox demon. With a pair of fox eyes, she spoke to Dai Fong word by word, "Come here, I'm going to beat you to death today." Dai Fong ran away crying. Hua Mi, holding the bloody steel bar, started to chase after him. Chao Feng struggled to squeeze through the crowd and rushed out of the cubicle. He looked at Ah Fu, Yi Rong, the factory director, and Ah Fu's children who were standing in front of him and didn't dare to move. He shouted, "What are you still standing there for? Go help Sister Hua." "Help her for what? If you help her again, someone will die." The factory director turned around and supported the shaky Chao Feng. He said worriedly, "You should worry about yourself. Your blood clot has broken open again." As they were talking, Hua Mi stepped on the unconscious administrator on the ground and rushed past the 2 of them. Chao Feng rushed over and shouted, "Sister Hua, killing is against the law." Hua Mi turned around and supported Chao Feng, who was covered in blood scabs. It was too late to chase and kill Dai Fong. If Chao Feng didn't rescue her, she would probably die from excessive blood loss. "Quick, take him back." Hua Mi was holding a steel bar and shouting for a doctor. The factory director and others rushed over. Everyone helped Chao Feng back. As soon as he turned around, a group of conscious, injured people gathered around him. Someone pointed at the well-dressed administrators and cursed, "I've never seen you drive people away like this. You just throw them out. Are we sandbags? You are healthy, so of course it doesn't matter, but since we entered this emergency area, we have been in a state of lack of medical care and medicine. We won't say anything else, you have to point us to a place and let us move there." Amidst the angry curses of the crowd, the administrator in a neat suit also ran away. He didn't even have time to take care of his companion, who was knocked unconscious on the ground. Just when everyone looked at Hua Mi and wanted to express their gratitude to her, she had already dived into Chao Feng's compartment. Chao Feng was covered in blood, sitting on the single bed. It looked like his whole body was cracked and blood was oozing out of it. Hua Mi hurried over, took out a tube of hemostatic gel from her bag, and said to Chao Feng, "Don't move. You're covered in blood again. How am I going to explain this to your boss Gong?" She had clearly promised Gong Yi that she would take good care of Chao Feng, but Chao Feng, who had just recovered a little, had his blood clot burst open again because he ran out to support her. It was a miracle that he did not bleed to death. Although Chao Feng was covered in blood and looked quite scary, he didn't feel any pain at all. He took the hemostatic gel handed to him by Hua Mi, looked down, and saw 4 large black regular script characters hemostatic gel on the bare white tube. It looks like a 3-no product. But how could what Sister Hua gave him be a 3-no product? Now, Chao Feng would get angry with anyone who said a bad word about Sister Hua. Without a doubt, He squeezed out the transparent paste from the ointment and rubbed it on his wound that was bleeding. The moment it was wiped, the blood on his wound stopped. Hwami stood aside and watched, nodding and saying, "Hey, your body's blood clotting mechanism is pretty good. It stopped the bleeding so quickly." The factory manager nearby also came over and asked with concern, "Chao Fenger, how do you feel now? Are you still in pain? Do you want me to give you some donkey glue blood replenishing granules to take?" Chao Feng shook his head and gave honest feedback on the effect of the medicine. "It doesn't hurt, but it's not like I don't feel anything. I think this hemostatic gel is very useful. It feels cool when applied to the wound." As he spoke, the layer of transparent paste on the wound solidified into a transparent film. Just like skin, it sticks to Chao Feng's wound to prevent the blood from running out. Everyone around found it quite magical, including Hwami. They all ran over to look at Chao Feng's membrane as if they had never seen anything like it before. "It's so magical. Just stick this membrane on the wound and it won't matter how you move it. Do you even need to use sterile gauze?" After observing for a while, Yirong said with a worried look on her face, "These grassroots administrators are all temporary recruits. Because they have not been screened, their qualities vary. However, they are still management after all." She was still very worried. After all, they were just some ordinary people without any weapons. How could they fight against the management? Hwami started packing up. "Don't be afraid. We are not dealing with people. They are doing things without reason or planning. No matter how many people come, we are not afraid of them." After a pause, Hwami said with a cold expression, "At worst, I can kill one if there is one, or kill a pair if there are two. This is the correct way to open the end of the world. Now?"
Haha.
For someone who is used to dealing with things in the end times, the current situation where order is about to collapse is the most uncomfortable. Because no one took Hwami's harsh words seriously, everyone thought that she was just fighting. "I still can't kill people." Seeing Hwami packing up, Yirong and Afu came over to help, and then heard Yirong asked worriedly, "Then, do we still have to go out?" "Well, get out." Hwami quickly put the unused ethanol, mineral water, sterile gauze, and painkillers into her bag. Seeing this, Afu's two children, named Da Fu and Xiao Fu, also began to busily clean up the compartment. At this time, Dai Fong ran into the emergency area management office crying with a pig-like face. In the office, the chief medical officer of the emergency area was arguing with Qin Ziren. Qin Ziren still had a circle of white gauze around his head. He sat behind his desk and made himself a pot of tea. "These dying people are a burden. Don't be indecisive when doing things. When it's time to clear them up, do it. Procrastination will only delay the treatment of more people." The chief medical officer looked at the new young manager and pounded the table. "Your focus right now is not on clearing out the people, but on getting the medical supplies here as quickly as possible. Qin Ziren, you're putting the cart before the horse. The transportation of medical supplies is not my responsibility. If I had this power, the management of this emergency area would not be in such a mess today." Qin Ziren smiled leisurely. He was a promising man. Because of his outstanding abilities, he was specially appointed to manage the emergency area of the rescue center. Since he is in charge of this place, everything should be done according to Qin Ziren's orders. The chief medical officer was shaking with anger. What about those who are conscious? They still have a chance to survive, so why should they be cleared out as well? Qin Ziren picked up the small teacup expressionlessly. "Do you have medicine for them? If not, let them go out and find a way to treat themselves. But some people don't want to go out. If you treat it in a one-size-fits-all manner, some people who won't die will be tortured to death." The chief medical officer pounded the table, disagreeing with Qin Ziren's way of doing things. As they were talking, Dai Fong rushed in, crying and complaining to Qin Ziren, saying that Hwami not only interfered with their cleaning work, but also beat people. Hearing the name Hwami, Qin Ziren hurriedly stood up and walked out of the office. The chief medical officer followed behind him. "This is really a mess. There's already a shortage of medical supplies, and now there are fights. This is making the situation worse." Dai Fong couldn't help but stamp her feet when she saw this. She came here to complain, so why did Qin Ziren leave? So what should we do now? Should we still do the cleaning work?
Dai Fang.
A timid voice came from outside the door. Dai Fong looked up and saw Fong Xian, who looked pale, weak and innocent. She was holding a lunchbox in her hand. I was delivering lunch to Brother Xiren, and I heard you say that your sister also beat you? Xiao Bao. To get comments and recommendations, today I will show you how to break a rock with my chest.
Hey. Hey.
Xiao Bao. I'm vomiting blood. Where are the comments and recommendation tickets? Xiao Zi. Thank you all for your recommendations and comments. Stay tuned tomorrow to watch Xiao Zi's hot show Swallowing the Iron Sword. Your sister is simply a violent KB. She has gone insane and beats up anyone she sees. I just saw her beat up several of our administrators until they were bleeding. As if she had found an outlet for her emotions, Dai Fong kept scolding Huami. You didn't ask your brother Xiren to arrange a job for you. You don't know how difficult things are out there. Those people are occupying beds and refusing to leave, just trying to take advantage of our medical resources. Your sister is such a shameless person.
Fang Xin not that.
My sister is that kind of person, right? Is Brother Xiren going to look for my sister now? That's bad. He will definitely protect my sister. After all, Brother Xiren and my sister are in a boyfriend-girlfriend relationship. Bah, your sister said it herself. Mr. Qin is her ex-boyfriend. Someone like her is not worthy of Mr. Qin. In Dai Fong's mind, Qin Xiren can find her a job and give her a decent life. So Qin Xiren is the best. Fortunately, such an outstanding man broke up with Huami. Fong Xian still shook her head. Sister, what she said about breaking up is all nonsense. In order to keep Brother Xiren hanging, she dares to say anything. Only Brother Xiren is still in her control. After saying that, Fong Xian looked at Dai Fong with a weak face and added, Actually, my sister has a lot of men outside. I have discovered several of them. My sister is not wholeheartedly devoted to Brother Xiren, unlike me who really likes Brother Xiren. After hearing what Fong Xian said, Dai Fong's pig-headed face was filled with hatred. She gritted her teeth and said, Are we just going to watch Mr. Qin being played around by your sister? She looked at Fong Xian again, and remembered that when she found Fong Xian and Qin Xiren, both of them were not wearing pants. At first, Dai Fong couldn't understand it. She felt that Fong Xian and Qin Xiren shouldn't be like this. This shameful thing was probably the only flaw in these two people. But now, after hearing Fong Xian's painful words, Dai Fong said with relief, Xin, to be honest, you are the only one in the world who deserves Mr. Qin. An excellent person like Mr. Qin deserves a wholehearted love. Fong Xian was so moved that she shed tears. She held Qin Xiren's lunchbox tightly with one hand and held her chest with the other hand, as if it hurt so much that she couldn't breathe. I'm afraid that now there is no other way to separate them except to report to the garrison and have them arrest my sister. Only by making my sister disappear will she stop playing with Brother Xiren's feelings. It seems that she really cares about Qin Xiren. Dai Fong, the idiot, seemed to have gained wisdom and immediately walked out. I will go to the garrison for help and put your sister in prison. By the way, clear all those disobedient people out of the emergency area. Dai Fong, please don't. I'm just talking casually. Don't arrest my sister. Fong Xian was crying behind Dai Fong, but she was just crying, without any attempt to stop her from taking action. In fact, Dai Fong should have done this a long time ago. After the temporary rescue center was taken over by the garrison, there were garrisons everywhere to maintain order. How many people were there in grassroots management? If they wanted to push things forward, they should have found someone with a gun to carry out the work. For example, people like Huami, who like to beat people, should be dragged out and shot.
Fang Xin so mai be hin Dai Fang.
The smile was so sinister that it made her pretty face look extremely ugly. Dai Fong, full of anticipation, found the guards standing guard outside the emergency area with a pig-headed face. She asked the garrison in front of her to call the team to come and forcibly throw the unruly injured out of the emergency area. In the drizzle, the garrison in a raincoat looked at Dai Fong in bewilderment. Who do you think was causing trouble and beating people in there? A woman named Huami. Dai Fong pointed at her swollen face and said, This is the evidence that she beat someone up. Do you see it? Go and arrest her quickly. Don't let her interfere with our work. Oh, it's Sister Hua. The garrison was still wearing the raincoat that Huami had given him. He looked at the other two garrisons that were approaching and waved his hands. It's okay. It was Sister Hua who beat them up. The other two garrisons were also wearing raincoats given by Huami. When he heard that it was Huami who beat someone up, he walked away without saying a word and went to patrol somewhere else. The young nurse standing at the door of the emergency area was holding an umbrella in her hand, which was also given by Huami. She looked at Dai Fong with sympathy, as if she was a fool. If I remember correctly, this was the second time Dai Fong was beaten by Huami. Dai Fong was furious and stamped her feet in the rain. How can you be irresponsible? You are the ones who are responsible for maintaining order here, right? Did Xiangqing support you just to let you neglect your duties? Don't you understand the words, military orders are as heavy as mountains? The garrison on the opposite side laughed. Yes, military orders are as heavy as mountains. Your words mean nothing. Anyone can mobilize us to use force. Then we don't have to maintain order. We will lose order first. When they say military orders are as heavy as mountains, it means that the superior garrison will only obey the orders issued to the subordinate garrison. What kind of superior is Dai Fong? The only superior of the grassroots garrison here is Gong Yi. Although Gong Yi was transferred to the rescue team, his rank remained and his position was still in the garrison. Boss Gong said to listen to Sister Hua, so everyone stationed in the rescue center will listen to Sister Hua. If you want them to garrison and cooperate in the operation, then sure, send a senior general of a higher rank than Boss Gong to garrison. Dai Fong was about to say something, but Gong Yi grabbed her by the collar and threw her aside like a rag. Don't block the way. It's already this late, and you're still dawdling here. Get out of the way. Gong Yi, who came to deliver the injured, rushed into the emergency area carrying a stretcher before he could even finish his curse. Behind him was a group of lifeguards, with every 2 lifeguards carrying a stretcher. This is another group of survivors who have just been dug out from the rubble. Every day, they send a large number of survivors to the emergency area. If there is one more person blocking the way, they will delay rescuing one more person. Dai Fong, who was thrown into the mud, could not help but scream. She was so angry that she had not yet avenged the slap in the face from Huami, and now she was thrown into the mud by the rescue team. What bad luck! She stood up and was about to rush behind Gong Yi. What kind of man is this? He actually dared to leave her behind. He looked like a rescue team. She wanted to complain to death about this man. Huami couldn't beat her, so how could she beat a lifeguard? However, Dai Fong, covered in mud, just stood up and tried to grab a lifeguard who was carrying a stretcher to argue with him. He was stopped by a nurse holding an umbrella. Human lives are at stake. Are you planning to do the same thing again? Shaozi. Come on, take a look, take a look. The Iron Sword swallowing show has begun. Those who have tickets, please support. Those who can comment, please support. The show will begin now. After a moment, beep, beep, beep. Reader, make way, the ambulance is coming, quick. Reader, how pitiful. Another one went in just for the comments and recommendation votes. As soon as Dai Fong stood up, the young nurse knew what she wanted to do. To be honest, in all the years that young nurses have been working, there has only been one person like Dai Fong who dares to reach out and grab a medical worker. Especially since she was holding a little injured person in her arms at the time. So the young nurse had a particularly deep impression of Dai Fong. As soon as Dai Fong moved, the young nurse knew what she wanted to do. Seeing the nurse blocking her, Dai Fong angrily said to the nurse, "If you dare to stop me, I will file a complaint against you. Do you believe that I will make you fired? Come on, do you think I want this job? You can complain and get me fired." The young nurse stands at the door of the emergency area every day. She gets no subsidy, no rest, and even has to hold an umbrella and get wet when it rains. Oh, that's not right. If it weren't for Huami, the little nurse wouldn't even have been allocated an umbrella. Did Dai Fong think this was a good job? If someone was willing to do this, Dai Fong would have been fired last time she complained. It is because this job is hard, tiring, and unpaid that no one can be found to replace her, so she has to stand at the door of the emergency area all the time. The young nurse smiled at Dai Fong wickedly. You complained about me and got me fired, so I wrote a letter of recommendation saying that you are kind-hearted and recommended you to stand at the entrance of the emergency department. Dai Fong was covered in mud and standing in the muddy ground with drizzling rain. She looked at the young nurse in front of her in astonishment and could not find any words to say to her. Suddenly, a chill penetrated her spine, and she felt cold all over. How many days has this rain been falling? It's going to keep on raining, right? At this time, Qin Ziren had already found Hua Mi in the emergency area. She, together with Ah Fu, Yi Rong, De Fu, and Xiao Fu, had packed up all their things. No one knew how she did it, but after going out for a walk, she came back with a wheelchair. They placed Xiao Feng, who was covered in membranes, in a wheelchair and had Da Fu push him. Yi Rong, the factory director, and Ah Fu helped to carry Tang Yu, making sure that he would not be shaken at all during the transfer. Hua Mi and Xiao Fu took their things and prepared to move. Although it was raining outside, she beat up Dai Fong and other grassroots administrators again, but Hua Mi decided not to wait any longer. She had to go out sooner or later. The fight she had had was due to the fact that she was driven crazy by Dai Fong, and also because she wanted the grassroots management to properly settle the other injured. Now the fight is over. She has hemostatic gel, sterile gauze, painkillers, and ethanol. Tang Yu is not dead yet. With such a magical tool as hemostatic gel, Tang Yu may not die. So she decided to take the people in the cubicle and leave first. I'm too lazy to argue with Qin Ziren.
Ami.
As soon as she walked out of the cubicle with her bags, she heard someone calling her. Hua Mi turned around and saw Qin Ziren, dressed in a neat suit, walking towards her. Qin Ziren, I haven't seen this man for many years. After the extremely cold weather came in the previous life, Qin Ziren, who had been trying to win back Hua Mi, suddenly lost contact. Hua Mi never thought of looking for him, and he never showed up again after that. Qin Ziren was standing in the messy emergency room in a casual manner. He looked at Hua Mi and said with emotion, "Why are you here? Are you okay? I'll arrange a separate cubicle for you." He also thought that Hua Mi was injured when she came in, and he seemed to be very concerned about Hua Mi in his words, and he did not mention the fact that Hua Mi had beaten Dai Fong. As for women, it is easy to fall in love with them as long as you give them comfort and help when they're vulnerable. Hua Mi raised her eyebrows, looked at Qin Ziren strangely, and asked, "What about the rest?" She was able to get a single room, but what about others? She looked fine, but there were many people with more serious injuries than her. For example, Tang Yu and Xiao Feng. Qin Ziren looked around and found that none of the injured here had been cleared out. Not only that, there was an extra layer of grassroots management on the ground, all of whom were lying unconscious on the ground with bloody heads, and no one was in charge. It was because of the fight that Hua Mi fought that the prestige of the entire management level was destroyed. It would be strange if the injured here were willing to leave the emergency area now. Especially those who were squeezed in a small cubicle with Hua Mi. All looked at Qin Ziren with unfriendly eyes. There was a fierce look in Qin Ziren's eyes. They were all burdens, and burdens should be abandoned. However, when facing Hua Mi, he changed into a gentle and polite appearance. "I don't care about others, Ami. I only want to be responsible for you. Let's go." Hua Mi turned around and looked at her companions in the cubicle who were waiting for her, too lazy to say another word to Qin Ziren. There was no need to talk too much. She was in a hurry to settle Tang Yu down and then apply hemostatic gel on him. Qin Ziren frowned. He had been ignored by Hua Mi for long enough. "Ami, don't go against me." He stepped forward and tried to reach out to grab Hua Mi. He wanted to keep her and explain things clearly. In fact, Hua Mi knew that he had slept with other women outside, so what? He just made a mistake that all men in the world would make. This is the world. Dai Fong and Fong Xian both knew how to please him desperately, and Hua Mi should learn from them. After all, he is an excellent and capable man. He can even get the position of management and command of the emergency area of the temporary rescue center. It is not difficult for him to help Hua Mi solve some work problems. Everyone knows what the correct choice is. But just as Qin Ziren stretched out his hand, Huami turned around and a steel bar that came out of nowhere in her hand hit Qin Ziren's hand directly, which was about to touch hers. A bright red bloodstain appeared on the back of Qin Ziren's hand.
Ah!
Qin Ziren covered his hands, bent over, took 2 steps back, and was supported by 2 grassroots administrators in suits behind him. I only heard Huami angrily say, "If you stop me again, you will die." She had already made a big move, and no garrison came to catch her, so Huami's true nature began to be revealed little by little. In fact, she often turns evil in the apocalypse, and being evil is her normal state. Now her temper of getting violent at the slightest disagreement is her true face. Everyone around looked at Huami and couldn't help but admire her. Qin Ziren roared again, "Ami, why are you going against me?" She beat his grassroots management in public, beat him in public. She never thought about what others would think of her doing this. Qin Ziren finally became the management commander of the emergency area. Huami was sincere in making it impossible for him to carry out his work. Huami walked forward with her companions in the cubicle. The injured on both sides who were watching the farce automatically parted ways and made way for them. Someone whispered and asked, "What is this for? Chasing his wife to the crematorium?" The relationship between Manager Qin and this person named Huami is not simple. "What's going on?" "I saw it, and I took photos and videos, and I'll show you." The video was taken out, showing the 2 people lying on stretchers, in which even the ace hair could be clearly seen. TSK, share it with me. Send me a copy too. All the injured who were conscious took out their mobile phones and asked for some negative information about Qin Ziren. They have huge opinions about Qin Ziren and will not miss any opportunity to ridicule him. But Qin Ziren was completely unaware of this. He still looked affectionate and shouted at Huami's back again. "Why, Ami? Give me a reason why you treat me like this?" "Because you cheated." The injured around you all cried out in their hearts. Huami, who was carrying a big bag in front and seemed to be going to work far away, turned around and looked at Qin Ziren, who was looking sad, expressionlessly. "Didn't you let us go? Why are you stopping us after we left? With the way you manage and command, you don't use your mind in the right way. It's strange that you can manage the emergency area well." Yes. What the beautiful lady said makes sense. The injured around them nodded desperately. Huami and others walked forward. Qin Ziren behind him was extremely unwilling. He angrily scolded the few remaining administrators around him. "Bring her back, quickly." The administrators were a little hesitant. To be honest, they had seen with their own eyes how Huami fought. If they were asked to step forward to stop the people at this time, they would be a little hesitant. Seeing that the administrators did not move, Qin Ziren, feeling that his authority was challenged, turned around and looked at the chief medical officer of the emergency area. His eyes were full of strength, meaning that he should ask the chief medical officer to send medical staff to stop the people. The chief medical officer stamped his feet anxiously. "I don't have anyone on hand. Everyone is busy." There was no other way. Qin Ziren could only bite the bullet and do it himself. He took 2 steps forward. I saw Huami in front of me leading the people in the cubicle. Just as they reached the exit of the gymnasium, a group of bloody lifeguards rushed over from the opposite side. They put down the stretchers in their hands. The leader, Gong Yi, was soaked with blood and dirt. He shouted at the top of his voice, "Medical staff from the emergency area, come and carry the patient." Then he looked at Huami, who was carrying many bags. Gong Yi frowned at Huami and asked, "Where are you going?" "You're fleeing from famine." "Whatever. The world is so big. Is there no place for us to stay?" Huami said this as she looked the wet Gong Yi up and down and rummaged through her bulging shoulder bag. Oh no, there was no raincoat suitable for Gong Yi in the level 7 warehouse. Gong Yi couldn't wear a lady's raincoat as the size was too small. Not to mention a disposable raincoat. Gong Yi and his team were going to move stones, and the disposable raincoats would break if they were pulled. There were also a lot of umbrellas, which were even more useless for lifeguards. She rummaged around for a while and pulled out a neatly folded piece of waterproof tarpaulin from her large bag. She draped it over Gong Yi's body, grabbed the two corners of the tarpaulin and tied a knot around his neck. Very good. I'll use this oilcloth to make you some raincoats later. It may look like a cape, but it's a tarpaulin after all. Gong Yi let Huami torment him. When he raised his eyes, he saw Qin Ziren behind Huami. There is no need to guess. Qin Ziren's eyes clearly showed his stubbornness towards Huami. Gong Yi let out a ha and held Huami's wrist. That gesture seemed as if he was doing it on purpose for Qin Ziren to see. What happened? He pulled Huami's body behind him. Seeing Gong Yi grabbing Huami's wrist, Qin Ziren's face became gloomy. He just tightly held his injured hand. The back of his hand was hit by Huami and blood was beginning to drip out. But his eyes were fixed on the garrison rank insignia on Gong Yi's hat. He pursed his lips and said nothing. Da Fu pushed Chao Feng forward, and Chao Feng quickly told him about clearing out the emergency area. After hearing this, Gong Yi sneered and cursed at Qin Ziren. I worked so hard to dig people out of the ruins, and you ruined them like this. If you dare to cut me again, I will peel you like a potato. If there are difficulties, shouldn't we overcome all difficulties and go ahead? The man who came out of the garbage dump is indeed garbage. Qin Ziren moved his lips. His eyes became even colder. This is a matter for our management. You're just a garrison and should follow orders. I take orders from your mother. Who the Hades are you? Gong Yi pinched Huami's wrist, protected her behind him, took out his cell phone, and with his blood-stained hands, called the garrison headquarters in Xiangqing. How did a little trash like Qin Ziren become the manager of the emergency area? Are all the people in the management level eating shoot? However, after calling for a long time, the garrison headquarters in Xiangqing did not answer the phone. Qin Ziren looked a little proud, looked at Gong Yi, and said, I'm the new director of the emergency department. Everything here is under my control, and even you have to cooperate with me. His eyes fell on behind Gong Yi. In fact, Gong Yi was taller and stronger than him. Qin Ziren could not see Huami behind Gong Yi at all. But Qin Ziren's meaning was very clear. He wanted Gong Yi to be more sensible and hand over Huami. Chao Feng in the wheelchair looked at Gong Yi with concern. Compared with the management level, the garrison system is much weaker. If there is an order from above, the garrison must obey the deployment of the management level. But there were no orders from above. Gong Yi sneered and hung up the phone. He put his phone away, looked at Qin Ziren and spat. My superior didn't answer the phone. Now I declare that we have officially entered a wartime state of emergency. I will take over all order maintenance work in the temporary rescue center, including but not limited to your emergency area. This is clearly stipulated. In the garrison system, if in the same environment, the level of command of the management level is far lower than the level of the garrison command, and there were no higher-level instructions on garrison, the garrison commander would then have the right to declare a wartime state of emergency and take over command from the management. At this time, violence trumps everything. As soon as Gong Yi finished his words, a group of garrisons rushed out from outside the emergency area and stood against the wall of the emergency area. Just like that, the entire emergency area was surrounded. In extraordinary times, all injured patients should be kept stable, and no one should be disturbed or provoke resistance. This is what grassroots management should do. Although Gong Yi is not in charge of the emergency area, logically speaking, he is not in charge of the temporary rescue center either. But he had lifeguards and garrisons. The survivors in the rescue center were transferred by the garrison under his command, and the injured in the emergency area were dug out from the rubble hand by his lifeguards. His prestige is much greater than Qin Ziren's. In a wartime emergency, if Qin Ziren dared to disobey Gong Yi's words, any grassroots garrison would dare to kill Qin Ziren. Qin Ziren's face changed several colors. Who is this Gong Yi? Then Gong Yi said, first, in an emergency, you need to clear people out and give up the beds. This is understandable, but I think your grassroots administrators are also idle. They have time to play around with a woman. Take care of the luggage and the injured outside. Second, first find a stable place and transfer the people out in batches. The role of you managers is to use a good attitude and solve the emotional problems of the injured in a civilized manner. Put your strength where it will be more useful, and don't take over the work of garrisoning. The management level should solve the problem in a civilized manner. If it cannot be solved, then the defense should be put in place. So we can't put the cart before the horse. After saying this, Gong Yi's sharp gaze fell on the few remaining administrators. He seemed not to notice the grassroots administrators who were lying on the ground, their heads broken and bleeding after being hit by Huami. Several grassroots administrators looked at Gong Yi, then at Qin Ziren. Without saying anything, several armed guards came up, took out their guns, and pointed them steadily at the grassroots managers. Do you have the guts to not go out and pick up the luggage and not help the injured back? If you die, you will know whether Gong Yi's words are just talk. The few remaining grassroots managers quickly went out to work. It was also at this time that Qin Ziren realized that although he had become the management commander of the emergency area, facing a figure of Gong Yi's level, all his orders were shoot. It was easy for them to declare a wartime emergency. The garrisons all listened to Gong Yi, and the administrators were afraid of the guns in the garrison's hands. What did Qin Ziren have to do with it? Qin Ziren watched Gong Yi give the order, holding Huami's wrist and taking her outside the emergency area. His throat felt like it was clogged with a ball of cotton. He wanted to shout at Huami to stop, but he didn't dare. After leaving the emergency area, Gong Yi pointed at Huami and directly instructed the garrison standing outside, find a few people to cooperate with her to find a place for the injured lifeguard to stay and make it clean. Seeing that more and more lifeguards were injured, Gong Yi decided to separate the lifeguards from ordinary survivors. In this way, Huami, who helps take care of the lifeguard, doesn't have to meet Qin Ziren. Moreover, Gong Yi could see clearly that by stuffing the lifeguards in with ordinary patients, they actually did not receive any more special medical resources and care in the emergency area. So far, the people who have been taking care of Chao Feng and Tang Yu are all those found by Huami. The medicines used to treat Chao Feng and Tang Yu were also Huami's medicines. Gong Yi had just openly suppressed Qin Ziren, and he was still worried about leaving his men under Qin Ziren's nose again. It's easy to block an open attack, but hard to guard against a hidden arrow. I'm just afraid that this little trash Qin Ziren will play dirty tricks. As soon as Gong Yi finished speaking, several patrol guards nearby arrived. He looked at their raincoats and compared them with the tarpaulin he wore like a cape. The resolute man covered in mud said nothing. He put his big hand on Huami's head, pressed the center of her eyebrows with the tip of his thumb, and led the lifeguard behind him away quickly. The interaction between the two was seen by everyone. The garrison and lifeguards exchanged mysterious looks. Look, Sister Hua and the boss are he. Of course, those who saw this action also included Dai Feng, who was being caught in the rain in the distance. Her eyes revealed deep contempt, and she was even more disgusted with Huami's character. Gong Yi's action towards Huami proves nothing. It only proves that Huami was indeed flirting with other men behind Mr. Qin's back, just as Feng Xian said. Seeing that Gong Yi's men had finally left, Dai Feng immediately stepped forward, hiding from Huami and preparing to go to the emergency room to complain to Qin Ziren. As a result, a garrison stood in front of her and said expressionlessly, "Our boss said that all grassroots management should go and pick up the luggage you threw out, comfort the wounded, build safe shelters, and properly transfer the wounded."
Why?
Before Dai Feng could finish her words, a gun was suddenly pressed against her forehead. She was so frightened that her legs were shaking and trembling. I'll go right away. I'll go right away. Huami heard the noise, touched his forehead, turned around, looked at Dai Feng, who was timid, and said, "This Dai Feng is really a person of character." She shook her head, and before she could analyze what Gong Yi meant by this action, she suddenly remembered something. The rain keeps falling, and the lifeguards don't even have raincoats. Huami hurried forward, took out the tarpaulin from her big bag, and stuffed it into the lifeguard's hands. "Put it on your body. Tie it tighter around your neck. Grab the two corners and tie a knot." She took out a piece of waterproof tarpaulin, and then another piece and another piece. When Chao Feng and others who followed Huami came out with big and small bags, Huami had already distributed a piece of tarpaulin to every lifeguard who returned to the rescue center. No one had time to count how many tarpaulins were in Huami's bag. The rescue team, who were in a hurry to save people, didn't have the time to count these. Just when Huami had distributed the tarpaulins, the garrisons drove over a bus. This is for Tang Yu and Chao Feng, as well as all the life-saving wounded who will appear later. Huami thought about it and asked them to park the bus in the square of the rescue center, next to the RV where she sold mineral water. The 10-year-old Xiaofu looked back at the emergency department in disgust and asked innocently, "Why don't we stay as far away from those bad guys as possible?" The bad guys she was referring to were Qin Ziren and Dai Feng, the emergency area managers. Huami held an umbrella and said with a smile, "Although they are annoying, they are not the ones who have the final say in the rescue center now. It is Master Gong who manages the order. Besides, it is very convenient here. Only when there are garrisons will we feel safe." If Huami were alone, she would prefer to live a post-apocalyptic life away from the crowd. Because in the late end of the world, humans will experience mutation reactions. Those who mutate successfully become mutants, and those who fail to mutate become zombies. So living among people is not a good thing. However, leaving the rescue center and going to other places to accommodate the wounded of the rescue team is not a very wise choice at this time. Because at this time, all the materials purchased by Xiangqing's management were concentrated in the temporary rescue center. If you move out of the rescue center and move on your own, you may not even be able to have 3 meals a day and 2 snacks. The key point is that you can get 3 meals a day and 2 snacks for free. What's more, Huami is not fighting alone in her life. The garrison and lifeguards are very kind to her, and she has no choice but to take care of these people. In other words, if they use up all the free meals at 2 p.m. and the rescue center is short of food and clothing, then we can figure it out later. It will be on the shelves tomorrow. I'm a little anxious today, so let me calm down first. After a while, the compartment friends walked to the side of the bus. Huami walked into the bus and felt it for a while. She took out a few pieces of oilcloth from her big bag and gave them to the garrison. She said politely, "Please, take down all the seats on this bus and help me use this tarpaulin to cover every corner of the bus to prevent rain and wind from leaking in." Looking at Yu Rong and the others who carried Tang Yu into the car, Huami said, "Clean Tang Yu and apply some ethanol, painkiller powder, and hemostatic gel." As she spoke, Huami took these things out of her bag. Everyone was busy under her command. Xiaofu watched the garrison remove the seats of the bus. She hurried forward and spread the waterproof tarpaulin given to her by Huami on the ground, and also spread the 2 exquisite mats woven by her mother Yu Rong on the ground. The 12-year-old Dafu was also helping, spreading the quilt and mattress on the mat, and helping the adults carefully move Chao Feng and Tang Yu to lie on the mattress. Seeing that they were busy, Huami simply went out for a walk, ran to her own RV, avoided everyone's sight, and loaded half of the RV with waterproof tarpaulin. She asked the garrison to find a sewing machine and placed it in the RV. She also called Yu Rong over and asked her to help make a few raincoats. The specification of each piece of waterproof oilcloth is 2 meters x 1.5 meters, which is about the same size as a slightly spacious single bed. It is also very simple to make a raincoat. Just use a sewing machine to press out 2 sleeves, pinch out the shape of a hat, punch a few holes, and tie it with straw. Yu Rong smiled and waved her hand. "Fortunately, I can do these handicrafts. Otherwise, Miss Hua, where would you find someone like me?" She and Ah Fu were both from the bottom of society. Before the end of the world, they relied on their skills to support their families. Ah Fu drove a truck, and she made some handicrafts and sold them at a stall. "It's just a sewing machine. How can it be harder than weaving a straw mat?" Huami smiled and said, "Thank you so much. It's a relief to meet someone as skillful as you." Looking at Yu Rong again, she was indeed very deft with her hands. While talking to Huami, she had already pulled over a piece of waterproof oilcloth and put on a raincoat. Moreover, practice makes perfect with this. Yu Rong stepped on the raincoats faster and faster, and soon, there was a pile of raincoats on the ground. Huami hurried forward to fold them and place them on the empty shelf under the awning. When a certain amount had accumulated, she asked the garrison to deliver them to the front line of rescue. This is not donated by her. She sold it to the rescue team, 150 yuan each, 50 yuan of which is the labor cost. Huami calculated. Her waterproof tarpaulin is of good quality. She just saw that the tarpaulin covering the outside of the bus was wet on the outside, but there was no moisture on the inside. There's still a hint of heat. I guess it can also serve as a thermal blanket when worn on the body. So she sold them to the rescue team for 150 each, which was probably worth the price. She reported the price to Gong Yi, but Gong Yi did not reply to her message, which meant that he agreed and had no objection to the price. Soon, Yi Rong had stepped on more than half of the tarpaulin of the RV. Before Yi Rong finished, someone came to the door. "Excuse me, is Miss Hua here?" Huami was placing bottles of mineral water on the shelf outside the RV. She turned around in her raincoat and asked, "What's the matter?" The woman who was found knelt on the wet ground with her knees slammed, crying, "Miss Hua, I saw in the emergency room that you have a special relationship with that big shot. I hope you can give my child some medicine." He was dug out from the rubble, and he was covered in blood. While in the emergency area, Huami dared to openly provoke Qin Ziren, but left unharmed. This is a manifestation of ability. You know what the emergency department is like right now, Miss Hua. The medical staff are extremely busy, and there are no medicines or medical supplies. The emergency department can't even get a little bit of them. The woman cried pitifully, her hands on the ground, her forehead hitting the concrete floor, and she kowtowed. In a short while, he knocked his forehead, and it started bleeding. "I'm at my wit's end, Miss Hua. I know you're not an ordinary person. I beg you, can you give me some medicine? Anti-inflammatory, hemostatic, anything." Huami turned sideways to avoid the woman's fierce kowtow and said calmly, "I can give you medicine. The only anti-inflammatory is ethanol, and the hemostatic gel and sterile gauze are used to stop bleeding. But I don't give you these for free." The woman understood immediately. She cried out, "You can ask me to do anything, Miss Hua. You can ask me to do anything." At this time, medical resources are extremely scarce. How could she possibly ask Huami Bai to give them to her? There must be a price to pay. No matter what the cost, whether it means killing people or setting fires, or using hidden rules to manage people or garrison high-level officials, women are willing to do anything. Suddenly, a QR code appeared in front of me. 1 item for 1,000 yuan, 3 items for 3,000 yuan, no discount. Huami quoted a price expressionlessly. Seeing the woman's surprised face, she motioned for the woman to scan the code. One hand scans the code, the other hand delivers the goods. It's because women think things are too complicated. In fact, garrisoning is not that complicated. She hurriedly took out her mobile phone and scanned 30,000 yuan for Huami, sobbing, I will also buy 10 pieces. Thank you, Miss Hua. Thank you." At this time, who cares about their own money? Even if the same medicine costs 10,000 yuan, women will buy it. Huami saw that 30,000 was credited to the End World supermarket cashier system. She looked at the woman with a half smile. "My medicine is too strong. You bought too much. Let's not talk about anything else, just talk about the hemostatic gel." After 2 grown men, Chao Feng and Tang Yu, applied it, half a tube was still left. At present, both of them seemed to have a layer of transparent skin all over their bodies. The bleeding has stopped, but the transparent membrane has not fallen off. Huami got on the RV, took a net bag, and took out 10 bottles of ethanol, 10 rolls of sterile gauze, and 10 tubes of hemostatic gel from the big bag. The woman thanked him profusely and left, wiping away tears as she walked. She was worried that her son would not survive. Seeing this, Yi Rong, who was working the sewing machine in the RV, said to Huami with a worried look on her face, "Miss Hua, if you don't have enough medical supplies, don't sell them. This woman who comes to buy medicine will not be the last one." Everyone knows that Huami and Gong Yi have a special relationship. Now that Gong Yi has forcefully seized the management and command of the medical center, there will definitely be many people who come to Huami to use her connections to buy medical supplies. Everyone thought that there would be medical supplies at the garrison. But only Yi Rong and others knew that the garrison's resources in this regard were even scarcer than those of the management. Today is my first time entering V after a long time. Compared to the past, I have changed a lot today, whether in age, experience, or state of mind. For a while, I doubted whether I had run out of ideas. The writing I wrote was no longer liked, and I received a lot of rejection. I looked at the story I wrote with disdain, and even I felt disgusted with myself. My original intention for writing this article was not so lofty. It was simply because I had to eat dirt in reality, and my editor called me several times, asking me to write about the end of the world. I looked at the messages from readers and the writers backstage, thought about it, and decided to just keep writing. Even though I'm not loved in real life, during the days I was missing, someone left me messages in the backstage every day. On the internet, I am still remembered by people, even if it is a small number or just a few. It gives me great strength. I have said so much, but I just want to say, don't underestimate each of these messages. Accumulated together, can illuminate a confused me about the road ahead. That's all. Thank you to everyone who cares about me.
Wami smiled.
She felt that Yi Rong's concerns were reasonable. She didn't have many medical supplies. After upgrading the factory several times, she only stockpiled a few 100,000 or so medical supplies. Because she hasn't set up a stall to sell things recently, the medical supplies have not been moved. The only things that can be moved a little bit are adult respirators and ethanol, because these two medical supplies are needed by the rescue team. But the Xiongqing rescue team does not have many people, and no matter how fast they are consumed, not much can be consumed every day. Thinking of this, Huami thought that since he had already come out of the emergency area, he decided to go and take a look at the supplies department that was being guarded. She also had to go inside to collect supplies. So, Huami took out a handful of adult respirators X33, children's respirators X57, ethanol X7, a handful of painkillers X987, and hemostatic gel X28 from her big bag. A bunch of things were placed on the table of the RV, and Yi Rong was told, if anyone else comes to buy medical supplies, you can sell them to them and ask them to scan the code. It's not a big deal. Seeing Yi Rong respond, Huami called Dafu and Xiaofu, and while collecting supplies, she took the two children out for a walk. Not long after she left, Huami's phone started to ring with a sound of payment reminders. Yi Rong sent her a message. Yi Rong, Miss Hua, people have been coming to buy medical supplies one after another. I saw that there were too many people, so I limited the quantity. Each person can only buy one of each medical supply. Huami, sure, you arrange it. She put down her phone, held her umbrella and looked up, and found that she had already walked to the door of the open space where the garrison was stationed. The entrance was too crowded. An extra-large trailer, pulling vegetables nearly 5 meters high, was blocking the entrance to the open space. This is a trailer of Shanghai Qing. Huami walked quickly forward and saw the trailer driver arguing with the medical supervisor of the emergency area. Seeing her coming, the garrison on guard trotted over and saluted Huami. What is this for? Huami tilted her head to look and saw that the medical director Ke Minghong was followed by 2 grassroots administrators. The garrison replied, Mr. Ke is the medical supervisor of the emergency area. He said he wanted to go in to see if there were any medical supplies. He happened to run into a driver who was delivering vegetables. We all had to unload the vegetables, so no one had time to take care of Mr. Ke, so we didn't let him in. So Ke Minghong started arguing with the garrison at the supplies storage area. The driver who was delivering the Shanghai Qing was in a hurry to unload the goods and was going to tow the cargo. Seeing Ke Minghong making a fuss, he rolled up his sleeves, got out of the car, and started arguing with Ke Minghong. Huami nodded, slowly walked past the edge of the battlefield, and brought Dafu and Xiaofu into the storage area. From behind her, Ke Minghong's voice came. Isn't the medical center under the management of Captain Gong? Why won't you let me in? We don't have any medical supplies, nothing. How could that woman bring her child in? Why can't I go in? How could your Gong be so partial? He screamed in anxiety. Huami frowned and looked back at Ke Minghong. Pursing her lips, Huami walked into the open space where supplies were stored, sent the 2 children out for a walk, and began to collect supplies. Before entering the emergency area, she got a batch of tarpaulins for the garrison and asked them to cover the supplies stored on the open space. The garrisons did a great job. They used sewing machines to stitch pieces of garrison tarpaulin together and supported them with steel pipes to create several large sheds. Gasoline barrels and diesel barrels are placed in one shed, rice is placed in another shed, vegetables are placed in another shed, medical supplies are placed in another shed, and rescue equipment is placed in another shed. There is also a small shed where Hwami's express deliveries are stored. Because all the rescue equipment she bought for the rescue team were purchased online, the postman sent all the rescue equipment to the express station outside the city. These rescue equipments are used by the rescue team every day, so Gong-yi instructed the garrison to send special personnel to go out of the city to get them every day. Anyway, they were going out of the city to pick up a package. The garrison saw Hwami's package, checked the last digit of Hwami's cell phone number, and directly helped Hwami bring back the supplies to the vacant space. Hwami entered the shed and saw that she could collect supplies here and avoid everyone's sight. At present, vegetables are the most abundant in the several large greenhouses, and they're almost full. If the trailer of Shanghai greens outside was unloaded, it would definitely be piled up in the rain. Hwami hurriedly collected more than 30 tons of vegetables, but found that she had not even collected half of the stock in the vegetable shed. It's just that about 30 tons of vegetables are missing, nothing noticeable. For the remaining hundreds of tons of vegetables, in order not to arouse suspicion, she could only collect a little bit every day like an ant moving house. But these vegetables left outside the level 7 storage will soon go bad. Many of the vegetables piled next to the tarpaulin were wilting due to dryness and lack of water. Hwami walked out of the vegetable shed, took out her phone, and sent a message to Gong-yi. Hwami, how do you arrange meals for the rescue team? Can we eat vegetables for every meal during this period? Because I bought too many vegetables, they will not be fresh if we don't eat them later. Gong-yi, he didn't have time to reply to Hwami's message, so he just replied with a few dots and let Hwami understand the meaning herself. Hwami then automatically understood that from now on the garrisons and lifeguards would eat vegetables for 3 meals a day. She happily walked out of the shed where supplies were stored and took a look outside. Ko Minghong outside no longer had the energy to argue, so he found a stool and sat down, silently angry. When the other garrison saw this, they ignored him and helped the trailer driver unload the Shanghai green. Hwami glanced at Ko Minghong, and Ko Minghong glared at Hwami. The look in his eyes was as if he was looking at a disaster in troubled times. Laugh. Hwami sneered, went to the garrison tent, and looked at the medical supplies collection records of the past few days. She asked the garrison officer in charge of record keeping, "Most of the medical supplies I bought last time were borrowed by the emergency department. Did the emergency department pay for them?" "No, the emergency department said it was a matter of life and death. They didn't give me any money, nor did they say when I would pay." The garrison reported on their duties, paused, and then talked about the quarrel that Ko Minghong had come to today. Usually, they wanted to borrow our medical supplies from the emergency area, and we didn't say anything or have any opinions. But they actually drove our people out of the emergency area, and we don't have much medical supplies of our own. This is the main reason why the garrisons today have a bad attitude towards Ko Minghong. Why did they lend the rescue team medical supplies and not give them any special care? Although Gong-yi did not say anything about this matter, no one from top to bottom, whether it was the rescue team or the garrison, was convinced. There are 3 updates today, 3 updates. The emergency area was originally managed by the management, and except for food and drinks, the supply of almost all medical supplies was very poor. It was so bad that Ko Minghong, the medical director of the emergency area, often came here with a shameless face to borrow medical supplies. The supply of materials for the garrison and the logistics management of the garrison system are currently under the responsibility of Hwami. The garrison and management levels are 2 different operating systems. Any supplies originally stationed there cannot be given to the emergency area because the purchase volume of these medical supplies is far less than that purchased by the management. What's more, Hwami only purchased 20,000 respirators and 20,000 ethanol for the rescue team each time. Although they have never been in short supply, these 2 types of medical supplies are needed by the rescue team on a daily basis. Large consumption. Hwami nodded and said to the garrison in the tent, "I understand." Let Mr. Kus settle the previous bill. I will get some more respirators, ethanol, painkillers, sterile gauze, and hemostatic gel. Don't let the emergency department borrow them again. Let's go. If the emergency department wants them, let them buy them at the market price. She emphasized the word borrow. These were all produced by her and sold to the rescue team. If the emergency department needs them, they should just pay for them. Otherwise, if this continues for a long time, even if Gong Yi has 20 billion, it will not be enough to cover such consumption. The garrison responded, and after Huami left, he settled a price and asked Ko Minghong to settle the account. At the entrance of the empty space where supplies were stored, Ko Minghong looked at the bill of several 100,000 in his hand with a troubled look on his face. Why are there so many? Did you count correctly? Every time you borrowed medical supplies from us, you wrote an IOU. For every amount on this bill, you can find an IOU written by you. The garrison said expressionlessly, I'm sorry. The garrison has always been so rigid in doing things. Therefore, every time, no matter how hurried Ko Minghong was, the garrison would ask him to write an IOU. Ko Minghong was impatient. All right, whatever you say is what I want to say. Okay, hurry up and give me a respirator and ethanol. Also, what other medical supplies can you get? Pay the bill first, then use the money to make the purchase. This is the price list. It contains a catalog of all the medical supplies in our warehouse. The garrison strictly followed what Huami said, and no one was allowed to collect supplies without settling the bill. Ko Minghong took the catalog and looked at it. Self-priming filter type anti-particulate respirator. Specification. Children, 588 yuan per piece. Self-priming filter type anti-particle respirator. Specification. Adult. 888 yuan per piece. Ethanol. 988 yuan per bottle. Sterile gauze. 988 yuan per roll. Painkillers. 988 yuan per tablet. Hemostatic gel. 988 yuan per piece. You are robbing me. Ko Minghong was so angry that he almost exploded. It was so expensive, 988 yuan per painkiller. He had never heard of or seen such a thing. The garrison looked at Ko Minghong with sympathy. These were the prices set by Sister Hua. The price she sold it for outside the RV was a little higher, about 1,000 yuan, which was considered cheap when sold to the emergency department. Ko Minghong stamped his feet on the spot. At this time, he didn't have the courage to enter the warehouse guarded by the garrison to steal things. He just kept arguing. There's no such thing as you. You are cold-blooded and heartless. You simply watch people die without helping them. Well, when it comes to not helping someone in need, no one can compare to you. Are you going to buy it or not? If not, forget it. The garrison standing opposite Ko Minghong had a look of sarcasm on his face. Anyway, the people in the emergency area were short of medicine, so they could just go directly to Sister Hua's RV and use the special channel. Do not delay the injured from saving themselves. Ko Minghong gritted his teeth. What else could he do? He had to buy it no matter how expensive it was. However, his credibility with the garrisons was not very good, so he had to pay off the money he owed before buying new medical supplies. So Ko Minghong hurriedly took the bill of hundreds of thousands of yuan and dejectedly returned to the emergency area. He slammed the bill on Qin Ziren's desk and said, "Go and settle the bill. If you don't, the rescue team won't give us any medical supplies." Qin Ziren glanced at the bill on the table and sneered, "Hundreds of thousands of medical supplies bills. These are what I owed before I took office, right? Do you think I can just sign and pay for you without verifying it? You!" Ko Minghong was already very angry at the garrison, and now he was even more angry with Qin Ziren. He said angrily, "You don't want to do this, and you don't want to do that. What do you think you are doing as the manager of this emergency department? If you keep going like this, I don't know how many people will die in this emergency department because of you." Qin Ziren laughed out of anger. "You don't have to provoke me. Last time, 2 lifeguards left the emergency area. The rescue team has long been resentful of us. Who knows if they cheated on the bill? Of course I have to verify it." Okay, you check it slowly." Ko Minghong turned around and slammed the door. After Ko Minghong left, Qin Ziren, the manager and commander of the emergency area, sat in the office and turned on the computer. Because of the continuous rain, The air is very vaporous. The wet hair fell on Qin Ziren's eyebrows, as if he had just washed his hair. His body was also incredibly moist, but he tried hard to ignore the discomfort in his body and stared at the computer screen, which contained information about Gong Yi. There is very little information about Gong Yi's resume that can be found online, and it is very short. Because of his identity, not even a single photo of him can be found online. But all the information that could be searched told Qin Ziren that Gong Yi was much better than him. While he was still feeling proud of a high-paying offer and thought he had become a winner in life, Gong Yi had already been working in the garrison camp, joining the grassroots rescue team to gain experience and paving the way for entering the garrison headquarters in Xiangqing. At Gong Yi's age, he can enter the garrison headquarters in Xiangqing. As long as he doesn't make any big mistakes, he will definitely enter a better national garrison headquarters in the future. With great power, influence, youth, and a promising future, Gong Yi could even try to get the position of the country's commander-in-chief. In contrast, Qin Ziren had to beg for help from everyone and spend a lot of effort and used a lot of connections to get a management and command position in the emergency area. He is indeed incomparable to Gong Yi. Qin Ziren, who was sitting in front of the computer, punched the screen and felt like vomiting blood. He glanced at the list of extremely expensive medical supplies from the garrison material warehouse. I took out my cell phone, took a photo, and posted it on xiangqing.com. Picture title: Shock. The list of medical supplies with sky-high prices issued by the Xiangqing Garrison Material Depot. Is it a loss of morality or a lack of humanity? As the post became more and more popular, several miraculous medicines with amazing curative effects gradually began to circulate in the emergency room. These are exactly the ones Qin Ziren sent out. The management system in the emergency area can no longer provide any medicine. The injured survivors were carried into the emergency area one after another, with several groups of people carried in every day. But the death rate of the injured gradually decreased. The surviving wounded spread the word. After applying it once, no matter how red or swollen the wound is, the ethanol will immediately reduce the inflammation. Take one tablet, and you will feel no pain in your whole body. Apply a thin layer of hemostatic gel to stop bleeding immediately. Sterile gauze that will never cause secondary infection after being wrapped. In the square of the rescue center, the store selling mineral water in the RV is owned by Sister Hua, who had beaten the grassroots administrator before. These medicines are a bit expensive and limited in quantity, but they are extremely effective. If used sparingly, the same medical supplies can be used for a long time. You know, most of the injured in this emergency area were dug out from the ruins of the earthquake, and they all suffered external injuries. With these medical supplies, external injuries are no problem at all. More and more people came to Hua Mi's RV to buy medicine. Yi Rong, who was originally unable to operate the sewing machine, had to send Da Fu and Xiao Fu to help sell water and medicine. Hua Mi made a fortune every day and couldn't stop smiling. The injured patients sneaked out of the emergency area every day to buy medicine, and they were rolling on the ground with laughter. As for the shortage of medical supplies in the emergency area, that should be a matter of concern to the management. No one would deliberately run up to Qin Ziren and tell the management that they had bought the magic medicine from Hua Mi. It's not possible for the management to stop doing their job just because Gong Yi has taken away the power to manage order in the rescue center. The management still has to purchase what it needs to purchase and still has to pay back the money to the garrison material depot. In the continuous rain, Da Fu and Xiao Fu sent away a few limping injured people and welcomed another one. But this person did not follow the usual path. He came to Hua Mi's stall and did not buy water or medicine. "Boss, I saw from a distance that you have some tarpaulins. Do you want to sell them?" Selling, 200 per piece, 2x 1.5 m size. Hua Mi agreed immediately. In a level 7 factory, tarpaulins can be produced in unlimited quantities. If they're available for sale, why not sell them? It's only 2x 1.5 m, too small and too expensive. The visitor leaned his head and did not bargain with Hua Mi. He only glanced at Yi Rong, who was working on the sewing machine in the RV, and the folded raincoat, and sighed. "Forget it, I won't buy it. The price is too ridiculous." He said this and turned and left. He was still cursing Huami, saying she was a profiteer or something like that. Inside the RV, Yi Rong felt a little dry for some reason, and looked at Huami helplessly. The quality of your tarpaulin is good, but at 200 yuan per sheet, no one will buy it. The most expensive tarpaulin is only around 10 yuan. Huami stood at the entrance of the RV, folding the tarpaulin in her hands, and said with a chuckle, "It's up to you to buy it or not. What can you buy with 200 yuan now? When cabbages cost hundreds of thousands per piece and antipyretic drugs cost millions per piece, they will feel that 200 yuan is really nothing." The drizzle in the sky was still falling. It had been raining for several days and nights, and everyone walking on the road was wet. Water vapor seemed to be everywhere, constantly seeping into the room. The floor seemed to be always wet, and it became dirty after walking on it in a short while. The earthquake continued to spread, but in the past few days, there was no news of an earthquake anywhere in Xiangqing. On the contrary, outside Xiangqing, there were villages affected by the earthquake everywhere. Many people are saying that the earthquake is contagious. Cities next door to each other have also started dancing together, one city spreading the infection to another. Everyone is holding hands and dancing happily. Outside Xiangqing, Gong Yi, with blood on his hands, moved a large rock, picked up a powerful flashlight and shone it into the ruins, then turned around and shouted, "Use the life detector." He turned around, and the person behind him immediately came forward with a life detector. Gong Yi found a place and sat down in the rain to rest. A lifeguard wearing a tarpaulin cape approached mysteriously. "Boss, I found something amazing." Gong Yi looked up and saw the other person stretch out his bloody hand, grab Gong Yi's hand, and touch his back. "What?" Gong Yi quickly retracted his hand and looked at the lifeguard in front of him in confusion. The young man smiled mysteriously and said, "Boss, feel your back again, is it dry?" After he reminded him, Gong Yi touched his back with his backhand. He looked at the young man in front of him in surprise and asked, "What did you do?" The incessant rain kept falling, the atmosphere was not harmonious, and everyone was wet. "Even if I stay at home, it's still wet." Not to mention the lifeguards, who were still turning over stones in the ruins. Not to mention my whole body, even my underwear was wet. However, their backs were dry. The young man in the tarpaulin cloak touched his buttocks and said in amazement, "Boss, the back of my underwear is dry, but the front is wet." Gong Yi had a strange look on his face, and he secretly felt his underwear. His underwear was dry at the back and wet at the front. Why is this happening? The two of them looked at each other's cloak at the same time. The quality of this tarpaulin is really good. In the rain, Gong Yi winked at the lifeguard boy opposite him. The boy understood immediately and quickly got behind him and asked, "Are the back of your underwear dry and the front wet?" To determine if the tarpaulin was the cause, he asked every lifeguard at the ruins. After facing everyone's vigilant gazes and answering cautiously, he returned to Gong Yi and said, "Boss, I have confirmed that the brothers who wore the tarpaulin that Sister Hua gave them have dry backs. Even their underwear is dry, but their fronts are wet. Because there's no tarpaulin out front." Gong Yi made the final decision, but was it really just because of the good quality of the tarpaulin? He pulled the tarpaulin on his body suspiciously, and just in time, he saw a garrison on the opposite side delivering supplies, holding a large stack of tarpaulin raincoats in his hands, walking out of the rain. Gong Yi, who was resting on the ground, quickly stood up and called out to the other lifeguards who were digging for people in the ruins. "Everyone, change into your raincoats. We don't know when the rain will stop. Dry yourself off. Yes, change into new raincoats quickly. Sister Hua made them for us. If we don't change into new raincoats, we might get genital warts." The young man following Gong Yi howled at the top of his lungs and was the first to rush to the garrison to receive a new raincoat. At this moment, in the emergency area, everyone had wet hair and was distressed by the horribly humid weather. If it continues to be so moist, everything will grow hair and bacteria will breed, which will be detrimental to wound recovery. Ko Minghong, the medical director of the emergency area, was extremely anxious. He needed medical supplies and a dehumidifier. So, he went to the garrison's material management office many times. No matter whether he quarreled or begged, the answer he got was always the same. If he couldn't pay off the previous bills, he would no longer be able to get medicine from the garrison's supply department. Oh, you can't take any more. You should buy. And every time Ko Ming-hong went to the garrison supply department, he would be blocked outside the supply department. After blocking it several times like this, Ko Ming-hong suddenly understood something. He saw Huami outside the garrison logistics office several times, and every time, he saw Huami entering and leaving the garrison logistics office freely. Ko Ming-hong was so annoyed by what he saw. These are all debts of love that Qin Ziren has incurred. Qin Ziren still won't approve money for him to buy medicine. Ko Ming-hong pondered carefully, afraid that he still had to find Qin Ziren for this matter. In the emergency area, outside the door of Qin Ziren's office, Fong Xian was full of moisture, with long hair moist and oily, holding a lunchbox in her hand, and asked carefully, "Brother Ziren, is it time to eat?" Qin Ziren raised his eyes, his cold eyes fixed on Fong Xian. Seeing Qin Ziren's gaze falling on her, Fong Xian tried hard to show off her enchanting figure. She was wearing a tight sweater dress today. It perfectly outlines her fine figure and the deep Y on her chest. If you want to please others with your beauty, you should dress yourself up carefully every day. But the humid air made everything seem sticky and suffocating. Qin Ziren was in no mood. He loosened his tie on his collar. "Fong Xian, let me ask you, when did your sister get to know Gong Yi?" This was something he couldn't figure out these past few days. The confusion in his heart and the extremely humid environment made him look ugly and cold.
Gong Yi? Who is that?
Fong Xian seemed confused and felt that the name was too tacky. "Brother Ziren, are you talking about the truck driver? Or the pretty boy who sells things at the stall? I'm sure my sister didn't intentionally flirt with these men. It would have been better if she didn't say that." As soon as she said that, Qin Ziren's face turned several shades darker. In the past, he had great confidence in his charm because he felt that Huami would never find a man better than him. But this Gong Yi remembered the indescribable feeling of intimacy when Gong Yi took Huami away. What is the relationship between these two people? If Qin Ziren doesn't figure this out, he will feel unwell. So he raised his eyes to look at Fong Xian. "Forget it. It's useless to ask you. Where is Dai Fong?" Fong Xian did not answer Qin Ziren. She just looked at Qin Ziren's bloody bandage and cried, "Brother Ziren, how could I bear to hurt your hand? How come it's been so many days and your hand hasn't healed yet? Does it still hurt? I'll call a doctor for you right away." It's already this time, and she's still talking about this nonsense. Qin Ziren asked again angrily, "I asked you where is Dai Fong? Where did she go?" At this critical moment, there were already a lot of people, and a large number of people were knocked out by Huami. How on earth did she manage to bring down such a large number of grassroots administrators by herself? Qin Ziren didn't have time to care about this now. He just wanted to catch Huami back as soon as possible. She belongs to him alone, so she has to be his little woman. But there are only a few people available now. Only after finding Dai Fong first can I send people to look for Huami. Fong Xian was yelled at and started to cry. She was shaking with fear. "Outside, she's outside, call her over here." Qin Ziren spoke in an ordering tone, looking at Fong Xian, who was crying with a look of impatience. And Fong Xian also behaved very obediently. At this moment, it was even more impossible for her to lose Qin Ziren's favor. Otherwise, who would she find to rely on? She quickly turned around and walked out of Qin Ziren's office, but she had no intention of asking Dai Fong to go to Qin Ziren's office so soon. Instead, he dawdled and found Ko Ming-hong, the chief medical officer of the emergency area. Fong Xian said in a commanding tone, "Brother Ziren's hand is seriously injured. Call the best doctor here to check Brother Ziren's hand." Ko Ming-hong, the chief medical officer who was so busy that he was bald, was about to look for Qin Ziren when he glared at Fong Xian. "Are you here to manage the emergency area or to cause trouble?" The best doctor, he hadn't slept for several days and nights and had been busy saving lives. He was still performing surgery in the hall. How to check Qin Ziren's hand? Fong Xian took the chicken feather as a command and looked at Ko Ming-hong with a ferocious face. "What do you mean? You don't want to be the chief medical officer anymore? You have never listened to Brother Xiren's words. I think you have reached the end of your career as the chief medical officer. Okay, you get me off. I want you to get me off, okay? Ko Ming-hong was so angry that several strands of his hair fell out. He pushed Fong Xian away. Please don't get in my way. He also didn't know why Qin Xiren left Fong Xian in the emergency area. Was it because these two people were doing that kind of thing when the earthquake happened? It was well known that the two were not wearing pants when they were carried to the emergency area by the lifeguards. But the unusual relationship between the two people cannot be brought to a place where human lives are at stake. After all, Qin Xiren had issued an order before, asking all conscious and hopeless patients to leave the emergency area, leaving the scarce medical resources for those who deserve to be saved. The one called Dai Fong, who led the grassroots administrators like gangsters, threw this person out and that person out, but she never thought of throwing Fong Xian out. There is also the girl named Huami. It is obvious that Qin Xiren is entangled with Fong Xian while at the same time he is reluctant to part with Huami. Huami has a special relationship with Gong Yi. Ko Ming-hong really couldn't stand this kind of behavior. Qin Xiren and his gang seemed to treat the emergency area as their private garden and did whatever they wanted. Although it was Gong Yi who stopped Qin Xiren last time, otherwise who knows how many people would have died in this emergency area. But the Garrison Supplies Department no longer provided medicine. It's obvious, on the surface, it's a matter of money. In fact, it was because the messy emotional accounts among Qin Xiren, Fong Xian, Huami, and Gong Yi were not clear. How many things have been delayed because of these bloody love affairs? Ko Ming-hong was too lazy to pay attention to Fong Xian and ignored her angry face. To untie the bell, one must find the person who tied it. If Ko Ming-hong wants to untie this knot, he still needs to find the key person. Cheating scumbag Qin Xiren. Qin Xiren was in the office, waiting for Fong Xian to bring Dai Fong to him. Qin Xiren impatiently listened to Ko Ming-hong's intentions and said, "Now my girlfriend has been stolen by Gong Yi, and you don't blame Gong Yi, but you tell me to take a step back and the world will be clear." What kind of logic is this? Ko Ming-hong wanted to say more, but Qin Xiren interrupted the old man. How about this? Since you think this is a relationship problem between us, and it has delayed the supply of medical supplies, go and help me persuade me to come back. Ko Ming-hong, who was standing opposite Qin Xiren, had a look of astonishment on his face. He didn't expect that Qin Xiren was such a mean person. In order to win back Huami's heart, has Qin Xiren tried every possible means? As long as Huami can come back to me, let alone signing and approving the money to return it to the Garrison Rescue Team, even if I approve a little more for you, that's no problem. Qin Xiren abused public power for personal gain and looked at Ko Ming-hong with a sense of control. There was no way. Ko Ming-hong, a person who was responsible but had no real power, could not refuse Qin Xiren at all. He walked out of Qin Xiren's office dejectedly, looking at the medical staff in white coats walking hurriedly in the bustling emergency area. A skilled cook cannot cook without rice. No matter how skilled his people are, they cannot stop the shortage of medical supplies. As Ko Ming-hong took a step, he saw a little boy in front of him, with one leg tied with white gauze, running past him happily. A woman followed behind him, holding a bottle of ethanol, and was chasing him anxiously. "Hey, baby, hurry up and apply the medicine." Before she could finish her words, she saw Ko Ming-hong and quickly hid the half bottle of ethanol in her hand. She looked as if she was afraid that Ko Ming-hong would see her. Ko Ming-hong looked confused. He remembered that when the little boy was brought over, his leg was covered in blood. Let alone being as lively as now, it would be difficult to survive. It's only been a few days now. I can actually run and laugh. Thinking of the mother's action of hiding the medicine just now, Ko Ming-hong couldn't help but feel sad. He quickly quickened his pace and ran out to the emergency area to find Huami. Huami was sitting on the pedal of the RV, looking at the drizzle and feeling drowsy. People came to buy medicine in waves and word of mouth spread. Now, not only people in the emergency area came to buy medicine, but buyers from the rescue center also appeared. Fortunately, Yi Rong limited the quantity, Otherwise, Huami would be a little worried that the hundreds of thousands of medical supplies in her level 7 warehouse would not be enough. Dafu and Xiaofu were standing in front of the empty shelves, one selling water and the other selling medicine. The two kids were now very familiar with doing business. Ko Minghong stood in the rain and watched, and finally a group of survivors came with medicine and left happily. He walked forward a little angrily, entered the awning of the RV, and said to Huami in a sarcastic tone, "Miss Hua is really generous. It seems that her relationship with Captain Gong is developing well. She even started reselling medical supplies." What this means is that Huami is using the medical supplies from the garrison material warehouse to make personal profits, right? Huami sat on the pedal, her sleepy eyes finally cleared up a little. She looked at the bald Ko Minghong with a strange smile on her face. "Hey, look who's here." It turns out to be the medical director who kicked Chao Feng and Tang Yu out of the emergency area. Who doesn't know how to be sarcastic? Ko Minghong put away his umbrella and had difficulty breathing because of the thick moisture in the air. He took a breath and said, "Ms. Hua, let me be frank. You know that because of you guys, our emergency department is running out of medical supplies." Wait a minute. Huami stood up and compared her height with Ko Minghong. Then she took a step back and stood on the pedal of the RV, looking down at Ko Minghong. "What did you say? The shortage of medical supplies in your emergency department is because of us? Which ones?
Tell me about it."
He sneered again. "If you don't sort this out for me today, don't even think about leaving alive. Believe it or not, Huami wants to kill him in a matter of minutes." Ko Minghong tried hard to raise his head and look up at Huami. The height difference put a lot of pressure on him. But he couldn't lose this battle, so he immediately said, "First of all, you shouldn't bring your children's private affairs to a place like this. What is the emergency area? It not only accommodates the seriously injured patients from Xiangcheng, but also the injured from several nearby disaster-stricken cities." He swallowed his saliva, his neck aching from tilting his head back. "I know Qin Ziren cheated on your cousin, and you feel bad, but you can't take revenge on Gong Yi and stop him from lending medical supplies to the emergency department. Ms. Hua, you shouldn't use personal gain to gain public benefits by taking medical supplies from the emergency area and selling them here at a high price." He spoke one sentence at a time, expressing all his dissatisfaction over the past few days. Because he couldn't criticize Qin Ziren, he didn't dare to criticize Gong Yi, and he disdained to criticize Fong Xian. So he caught Huami and started scolding her like he was scolding a primary school student.
"What?
You cursed?" Ko Minghong glared at Huami. She actually cursed? He has been working in the clinical frontline for more than 10 years and later taught medicine in university for more than 10 years. Now he is in his 50s and was given the task of treating patients in an emergency. He has devoted himself to the thousands or tens of thousands of injured patients in the emergency area. Although he did not do a good job, he has a clear conscience. The glass-hearted Ko Minghong suddenly began to breathe rapidly, feeling the thin air, and his vision was black. She pressed her uncomfortable stomach with one hand. Facing a man like Ko Minghong, it was not right to hit him, nor was it right not to hit him. She could only be angry. "Let me explain your theory to you. I was blind before. It's true that I had a crush on Qin Ziren, but I made a decisive decision. Why would I disregard the lives of thousands of people in the emergency department for a cheating scumbag? Should I feel sorry for him? You said it was me who told Gong Yi not to lend medical supplies to your emergency department. Ha ha ha. You really think too highly of me in Gong Yi's heart. A man like Gong Yi is just a career loser. Don't you see that? Besides, isn't the lack of medical supplies in your emergency area due to the lack of medical supplies from outside the city? Don't tell me I'm ignorant. I supply the medical supplies for the entire garrison supply department. I know more about it than you do. And you old scholar, you. Hey? Don't roll your eyes, hey. Don't blackmail me, don't faint. I didn't scold you. There are more chapters to come from the leader. Xiao Mimi will go back to school tomorrow, so I will save some manuscripts and organize my thoughts, and then continue to update for the leader." Yi Rong, who was wearing a raincoat in the RV, rushed out and looked at Ko Minghong, who was lying on the ground and breathing difficultly. Then he looked at Huami, who had an innocent look on her face. Huami, what are you looking at me for? It's definitely not me who scolded him and made him faint. How could she have the ability to scold someone so hard that he fainted? If she really had this ability, wouldn't she be invincible? Huami's words were so arrogant that Yirong looked a little suspicious. Before Huami lost her temper, Yirong hurried forward, stretched out her finger, and probed Kuminghong's breath. He looks like he's having trouble breathing, Miss Hua. What should we do? Should we send him back to the emergency room? Huami frowned on the pedal. It was really a trouble. If it was just an ordinary person, she would just ignore it. But Kuminghong is the medical supervisor of the emergency area. In other words, all medical supervisors in the entire emergency area listen to Kuminghong. This position is important, but the power is not that great. Because Kuminghong is only in charge of medical matters, Qin Ziren is in charge of everything else. And Kuminghong has to listen to Qin Ziren. This person fainted in front of Huami. She wanted to pretend she didn't know him. He looks very short of oxygen. Let's get him on the bus and give him artificial respiration or something. Huami finally compromised with her conscience. Kuminghong was just a bit of a fussy pedant, but he was not a wicked person. She jumped off the pedal, picked up Kuminghong with one hand, and carried Kuminghong onto the bus under the astonished gazes of Yirong, Dafu, and Xiaofu. It's really as easy as picking up a rag. But when you think about the fact that she can beat a large group of men by herself, it doesn't seem strange. The man was brought into the car by Huami Chaofeng, who was covered with membranes, was frightened and thought that Huami had killed someone and was carrying a corpse into the car, intending to destroy the evidence. His first reaction was to jump up from the warm and dry couch and asked nervously, "Sister Hua, did anyone see it along the way? He's not dead, and I didn't scold him into unconsciousness." Huami rolled her eyes at Chaofeng in annoyance and emphasized one sentence. She just fainted. And absolutely, definitely, it had nothing to do with Huami. Anyone who tries to scam Huami will be killed. Chaofeng suddenly jumped up, and his movements were so agile. Hua Mitu waved his hand and asked him to lie down. "Behave yourself. If I really kill you, I don't need your help. Healing your own injuries is the greatest help to me." Anyway, the person fainted in front of Huami, so it was useless to save him at this time. He had already been brought onto the bus. So, next, a problem arose. Who will give Kuminghong artificial respiration? Huami, the factory director, Afu, Chaofeng, who was covered in membranes, and Yirong, who got in the car later, all thought of this question at the same time. Then everyone focused their attention on the factory director. I may not. The factory director looked very reluctant. He was about the same age as Kuminghong and had a similar hairstyle, but he had a few more hairs than Kuminghong. But this was not a reason for him to give Kuminghong artificial respiration. Fu patted the factory director on the shoulder. "We are all in this world together. Saving a life is better than building a 7-story pagoda." Chaofeng was lying on the couch, teaching on the spot, pinch his nose and open his jaw, like this, like that, like that. Right. Under the gaze of everyone, the factory director pouted with a fearless look on his face and pushed Kuminghong's mouth. In the 0.01 second when their mouths were about to touch each other, Kuminghong suddenly opened his eyes and gasped for breath, as if he had a last burst of energy. "Oxygen, oxygen, the air is too humid and the oxygen is too thin." He shouted, slapped the factory director's face to the side, took out his cell phone tremblingly, called Qin Ziren and shouted, "Dehumidifiers, oxygen concentrators, people are going to die. A lot of people are going to die." Everyone looked at Kuminghong, their nerves tense, fearing that Kuminghong would not be able to distinguish right from wrong again and provoke Huami to scold them. But Kuminghong got up and ran, and while running, he took out a respirator produced by Huami Level 7 factory from his pocket and put it on. This is the respirator that Huami sold to the Garrison Supplies Department and was later borrowed by the Emergency Department branch. Kuminghong didn't have time to quarrel with Huami. He was in a hurry to find Qin Ziren and had no time to scold Huami. In the emergency room, Qin Ziren pointed at Dai Fong, who was standing in the office, and said, "You go down first. It will be good for you to coax me back." Dai Fong stood in front of Qin Ziren's desk with wet hair and body full of moisture. She responded, turned and left, and before leaving she rolled her eyes at Ko Minghong, who was stumbling towards her in a hurry. After Dai Fong left, Qin Ziren slowly and gently held his injured hand. "Mr. Ko has persuaded my Ami to come back? Haven't you already found someone to help you coax her?" Ko Minghong wore an adult respirator on his face and felt his airway strangely comfortable. "I came here to tell you something. Haven't you noticed that it's been raining lately? The moisture content in the air is getting higher and higher." "I didn't notice." To be honest, Qin Ziren was in good physical condition and didn't feel any difficulty in breathing. Even if he did feel a little uncomfortable, Qin Ziren thought it was normal. He had just survived a disaster in the ruins, so how could his body recover so quickly? Seeing Qin Ziren disagreeing, Ko Minghong became anxious. "Then send all the administrators out and get some measuring instruments to measure the humidity and oxygen content in the air. This is a serious problem. Don't take it lightly. You might die." Qin Ziren looked as if he had heard but not remembered. All he wanted now was to defeat Gong Yi, take Huami back from Gong Yi, and wash away his shame. "Where can I find air humidity and oxygen content in the air?" He sneered, appearing rude and arrogant. "Mr. Ko also knows that our management level is short of staff, otherwise he would not let me be the management commander. If you want me to send you someone, you have to look at the number of our administrators. Why can't I explain it clearly? What on earth is Qin Ziren here for? As the manager of the emergency area, is he here to pick up girls or to do his job?" Ko Minghong was so anxious that he scratched his hair. Oh, without hair, he could only walk around Qin Ziren's office like an ant on a hot pot. "Okay, if you don't want to send people to measure the humidity and oxygen content in the air, then at least you have to find a way to get the medical supplies outside the city into the city. There are respirators among the medical supplies. This is very important. It is really important for every person to have a respirator." "No one." Qin Ziren, who was wet all over, spread his hands and said, "Mr. Ko, please stop looking for trouble. I'm very busy now.
Goodbye."
There were more than a few tons of medical supplies stranded outside Xiongqing. Could a few grassroots managers in the emergency area bring such a large amount of medical supplies back to Xiongqing? Qin Ziren felt that Ko Minghong looked down on the management class. Ko Minghong pounded the table and said angrily, "Mr. Qin, what do you mean by this? We are short of manpower now, so why do you still send people out to find women for you? The emergency area needs medical supplies, needs medical supplies, needs medical supplies." This is the problem that Ko Minghong has been telling Qin Ziren about for a long time. But what has Qin Ziren, the manager and commander, been doing all this time? Not only has he failed to ease all the conflicts, he has also intensified all of them. Even the management rights of the entire temporary rescue center were lost by Qin Ziren. Qin Ziren, who was sitting leisurely, looked at Ko Minghong impatiently. "Do I need to report to you when I do things? If you are short of manpower, go find Gong Yi. Aren't all the garrisons in this rescue center under his command?" Ko Minghong was stunned, looking at Qin Ziren in disbelief. "Have you lost your mind? You are the one in charge of the emergency area, and it is your responsibility to ensure the normal operation of the emergency area. Even though Gong Yi has taken over the management of the rescue center, isn't it your job to purchase medical supplies for the emergency area?" He knew that Qin Ziren was rejected by Gong Yi. That day, Ko Minghong followed behind Qin Ziren and watched Gong Yi openly reject Qin Ziren's order to clear the people. The management is responsible for calming people's hearts and maintaining order in a civilized manner. The garrison is responsible for maintaining order through violence. It was Ko Minghong. He also felt that at this time the injured's resistance should not be intensified. What Qin Ziren did was disrupting order. Isn't it natural for Gong Yi to suppress Qin Ziren? If Gong Yi didn't take away the management rights, who knows what would have happened to this place at the hands of Qin Ziren? Judging from the current humidity in the air, many of the injured would not survive the drizzle. "That's enough." Qin Ziren slammed the table and stood up, furious at what Ko Minghong said. "Ko Minghong, Even if you say it to the sky, there is no way to transport medical supplies to Xiangqing for you now. You can either bring the medical staff and the injured to move them yourself, or ask Gong Yi for help. If you come to me, I can't do anything. Or maybe his position is too low. He should work his way up. At least it should be operational to the point where they can be deployed for garrison, at will with just a single word. Qin Ziren's eyes flickered as he watched Kuminghong slam the door and leave. He picked up the phone and started to use his connections. Kuminghong, who was yelled at by him, was extremely disappointed with Qin Ziren and extremely anxious about the overall environment. He suddenly remembered what Huami said. She said that she provided medical supplies for the garrison material depot, and she was well aware that medical supplies could not enter the city. Kuminghong hurried out of the emergency area and said to the nurse standing at the door, Yes. Now quickly turn all the air conditioners in the emergency area to dehumidification mode. Listen to me, I'm going to go out for a while. Don't pay any attention to them. If they start making trouble, call me." After saying this, Kuminghong was about to leave again, but then he seemed to remember something and turned back to tell the nurse, "Bring on respirators and organize the injured to do cardiopulmonary exercises." Finally, Kuminghong finished his instructions, and with the young nurse nodding continuously, he quickly left the emergency area and ran towards Huami's RV. After finding Huami, Kuminghong didn't say a word, but gave Huami a kind and amiable smile. Huami shook the raincoat in her hand and ignored him. "Miss Hua, Xiaohua, I was wrong before." Kuminghong reached out to help Huami put on her raincoat. His face, which was covered with a respirator, showed a pair of eyes that looked particularly flattering. "I shouldn't have believed Qin Ziren's one-sided words and underestimated you, Miss Hua." "No, you are such an important person. Please don't use honorifics to me. What you mean by you and yours is really creepy. I don't know what you want to do." Huami turned around with a stack of raincoats and placed them on the rack outside the RV. Kuminghong hurried over to help, smiling cheekily. "I was wrong. Miss Hua, you have a big heart, so don't get angry with me. Let me just say that since you can provide supplies to the garrison supply department, how much of this stuff can you get?" He pointed to the respirator on his face, which was urgently needed. He didn't know if it was his illusion, but as soon as he took off the respirator on his face, he felt difficulty breathing, but as soon as he put on, he felt breathing smoothly. Moreover, the filtered air is very fresh, giving you the feeling of being in an oxygen bar. Don't ask him why he feels so clear, because his upper and lower respiratory tracts are sensitive. That's why he studied medicine since he was a child.
Huami's need respirators?
Oh, I still have hundreds of thousands of them. What's the matter? Didn't you say that I used the garrison supplies for personal gain? Do you want to buy the respirators in my hand? Then, aren't you helping me to make a personal gain? Hey, uncle, that was nonsense. Apologize. Ha ha ha, Xiaohua, this is all the savings of uncle in his life, a total of more than 1 million. Just look at how many respirators you can buy with this. Kuminghong took out a bank card and stuffed it into Huami's hand. Huami Mingyan's face froze, and her cold heart seemed to be punched with a big hole by this bad old man, gushing out bitter water. She looked down at the bank card in her hand, frowned and asked, "Why did you buy so many respirators?" Uncle suspects there's something wrong with the air, but it's hard to say without testing. Kuminghong paused and continued, "Look, our emergency department and your garrison material department are stuck here just because of a few 100,000 yuan. It's really difficult to deal with. It's just a matter of money. I don't know why it's like this." Anyway, Kuminghong couldn't understand Qin Ziren. It was just a few 100,000. There were thousands of seriously injured patients in the emergency area, and only a few 100,000 medical supplies were borrowed from the garrison material department. Is that a lot? But Qin Ziren said that it needed to be verified, and it needed to be verified over and over again. I don't know when the verification will be completed. Kuminghong felt that it was not necessary. Really, he felt heartbroken that thousands or even tens of thousands of people were killed for just a few $100,000. So the management refused to sign and pay the bill, so Kuminghong used his own money to buy it. I can't just watch those seriously injured patients die in front of me.
Pooh.
Huami's throat was clogged up, and she stuffed the bank card in her hand back to Ko Minghong. Who wants your money? Give it back. If you want my respirator, fine. Just exchange it for all the medical supplies outside your city. Huami has an unusually big appetite. When Ko Minghong heard Huami's conditions, he was so frightened that his heart muscle couldn't help but tremble. He said, "So much medical supplies for this matter, because all the injured in several surrounding disaster-stricken cities were sent to Xiangqing. All the medical aid supplies from all walks of life were also sent to Xiangqing. The number is unimaginable. Huami has such a big appetite. Does he want them all? Or just a part of it? If it's quantity for quantity, I can agree to it." Huami said directly, "I want them all. I want all the medical supplies squeezed outside the city."
But
Ko Minghong struggled, somewhat unwillingly, because he didn't know how many respirators Huami had, and the few types of medical supplies Huami had currently could only be used to treat external injuries. There are more than just these types of medical supplies. Huami put the raincoats on the shelf in order. "Don't say, but you don't have any choice now, and as time goes by, your choices will become fewer and fewer. Also, you think it's a pity and not worth it now, but if you wait a few days, you won't think so. Because those medical supplies, without my help, will only be piled up outside Xiangqing. Do you rely on a loser like Qin Ziren to transport them into the city for you? Think about it yourself. Is it realistic?" After all the talk, we are back to the starting point. The fundamental reason why there is a shortage of medical supplies in the emergency area is that the medical supplies have been stranded outside Xiangqing and have not been transported into Xiangqing. One batch is pressing on another batch, and another batch is pressing on another batch. I don't know how much supplies are stuck on the road. The more supplies were piled up, the harder it was to move, because there was no good road outside Xiangqing for the large trailers transporting medical supplies to pass. All the main roads are broken, and the small roads, which are only wide enough for one private car, are also extremely congested. Even the small roads are at risk of breaking at any time. So those medical supplies are piled up outside the city and are not used at all. It would be better to consider the current predicament and use these thousands of tons of medical supplies to exchange for Huami's medical supplies. Ko Minghong was heartbroken. He beat his chest. How am I going to explain this? So many medical supplies, only to exchange for a few respirators? How am I going to explain this to Commander Qin? Huami smiled. Her fox eyes were so lively that they seemed to be able to bewitch people. "You have a way. I don't have to worry about it, Mr. Ke. With your connections in the medical field, this is a piece of cake." After a pause, she patted Ko Minghong on the shoulder, showing that she trusted him very much. "Besides, I have more than 1 or 2 respirators. I will provide you with as many respirators, sterile gauze, hemostatic gel, and ethanol as your thousands of tons of medical supplies are worth. The prices are clearly marked. I believe in your choice today. Don't be blind when joining the team. Open your eyes and see who is the most reliable. It is obvious that compared with a waste like Qin Ziren, Huami is more reliable." Ko Minghong was moved. It is indeed as Huami said, no matter how many thousands or tens of thousands of tons of medical supplies there are, if they are not used, they are just numbers there. What's more, Huami also has clearly marked prices. The value of these medical supplies piled up outside the city determines the amount of medical supplies you can get from Huami.
shoot.
How can you be so cowardly when it comes to human lives? "But Qin Ziren and I can't bring so many medical supplies into the city. How are you going to bring them in?" Ko Minghong began to think about this problem. Since his own affairs were still unresolved, he began to worry about Huami. Huami smiled and said, "This is not something you should worry about, Uncle Ko. You just need to get the formalities done for me. As for other things, such as transporting medical supplies, she naturally has ways to do it." Looking at the confident smile on her face, Ko Minghong naturally thought of the unusual relationship between Huami and Gong Yi. Yes, there were thousands of garrisons in Xiangqing. If each of them helped to carry a bundle of medical supplies and trudged through the ruins on foot, wouldn't they have been transported in safely? He didn't waste any time and went back to the emergency area to find all the receipts for medical supplies piled up outside the city, then personally signed a document to entrust Huami to receive these medical supplies. Ku Minghong has authority over all matters concerning medical matters. When Ku Minghong came out of the office with a thick stack of documents, he happened to see Fong Xian, with her deep Y exposed, walking into Qin Xiren's office with a twist of her waist. The two of them drew the curtains and no one knew what they were doing in the office. Ku Minghong didn't have time to care about these two immoral people. He just quickly found Huami and gave her all the documents in his hand. Huami had already prepared for him a respirator X50,000, sterile gauze X5,000, hemostatic gel X800, and ethanol X10,000. Believe Huami, so many medical supplies coming out of the Level 7 factory are enough for the emergency area to use for a long time. After the two completed the transaction, Huami turned around and got on the bus and found Ah Fu again. Since Ah Fu could drive a large trailer, she asked Ah Fu to drive out the medical supplies piled up outside the city one by one. After hearing the reason, Ah Fu asked in confusion, "But where do we put it after we open it?" Just look at the vegetable trailers that are hauled to the garrison supplies every day, and you will know that one large trailer can basically take up an entire road. It's not easy to turn it around, and it's not easy to put it anywhere, because it will jam traffic wherever it is placed. It was blocked, so it couldn't be moved. Even if Huami asked Ah Fu to drive the big trailers out one by one and put them somewhere else, if they piled up too much, it would still cause blockage.
I'll go out of the city with you.
Just drive out slowly and find a secluded place with no one around. I'll think of a way. She was ready to leave the city. As she was speaking, Huami's cell phone rang. She picked it up and saw that it was Huijing calling her. "Miss Hua, do you need to pick the fruit trees you transplanted?" Aha! Huami suddenly remembered that her mistake was because she only remembered to collect the straw for matting. After that, she forgot about the oranges, apples, and grapefruits on the other 3 square meters of black soil. After a few days, the orange trees, apple trees, and pomelo trees on the other 3 square meters of black soil were full of fruits, which were seen by Huijing, who came over. Fortunately, Huijing didn't think too much about it. He just thought that the orange trees, apple trees, and pomelo trees that appeared were transplanted by Huami. "It's like this, Miss Hua, I know you are capable. We have relatives who have suffered from coronary heart disease and some relatives who have heart disease. Some relatives drove out of the city to pick up a package, and the road was slippery due to the rain, and they crashed their cars." He also wanted to work for Huami to see if he could exchange it for some medical supplies. "When I woke up this morning, I felt dizzy. Maybe I didn't sleep well. A friend even called me and said he would treat me to hot pot." Many of Huijing's relatives have more medical supplies than just those for treating external injuries. Xiangqing has become like this. People with underlying diseases have been cut off from the supply of medicines they need to take all year round. Now most of the medical staff in the city have been transferred to the emergency area of the rescue center, so it is very difficult to find a doctor to check the injuries and illnesses of Huijing's relatives. Not to mention the related medicines. Medical supplies are in short supply in Xiangqing now. Huijing also learned from his family that Huami's RV sells medical supplies. Although they are 3-no products, it is said that these medicines are specially supplied for garrisons. How else to explain the lack of any manufacturer's trademark? Nowadays, as long as something is labeled specially supplied for garrison, it proves that it is very good. In fact, Huami's medicine has a very good reputation. So, Huijing wanted VIP treatment in a special channel. He knew that as long as he worked for Miss Hua, he would be a VIP. Huami answered the phone, got off the bus, and said, "I can only provide respirators, ethanol, sterile gauze, painkillers, and hemostatic gel for the time being, but you have to pay for these things, and you still have to work for me." This is natural. At this time, as long as we can get these medical supplies, let alone pay and work, we are willing to sacrifice our lives. Huijing told the truth that in addition to having a bunch of relatives, he also had 3 children at home, and all 3 children had poor physical constitutions. Today, everyone had difficulty breathing. It must be because the air is too humid. People don't realize the importance of medical supplies until they get sick. Huijing wanted to get medicine for his relatives and also wanted to prepare some medical supplies for his own family. Huami thought for a moment and said, "Okay then, you don't have to pick the fruit from the trees. I'll find someone to pick them. You can find a few more people to help me clear the way. Otherwise, it will be very inconvenient for others to go in and out every time to haul goods. Now Chichuan has become Huami's mineral water agent, and the mineral water business in the neighboring city has been contracted by Chichuan. Although Chichuan's sales of mineral water have been a little slower due to the continuous rain in the past few days, his business is still good, because the base of demand is huge. On average, Chichuan buys 200,000 bottles of mineral water from Huami every 2 days. Huami always put the mineral water in the underground garage next to Lianhua Xingxing, and Chichuan's friends could only carry the mineral water out by manpower. This is not a problem for Hanami, but it is a big problem for Akegawa's friends. The road that Huami wanted to take to Huijingxiu was to go all the way out from the underground garage and clear a double lane. This is a big project, and Huijing definitely cannot complete it alone. He needs to find some people to help. Huami is also very generous. Everyone who works for me will be paid a box of mineral water, 3 adult respirators, 3 children's respirators, a bottle of ethanol, a painkiller, a hemostatic gel, and a roll of sterile gauze every day. I will also provide you with raincoats for free. Make a deal. With such a good reward, Huijing had no reason not to agree. Not to mention other things, even a respirator is hard to find in Xiangqing now. The ubiquitous thick water vapor has begun to hinder human breathing. Huami Ken provides them with these medical supplies every day, plus a box of mineral water and a raincoat. It is already a very generous reward. Huami turned on her cell phone and saw from the surveillance footage that Huijing had left her fruit trees. While calling for help, he ran outside the ruins to wait for someone. So Huami quickly called up the control panel and collected the oranges, apples, and grapefruits from the fruit trees with one click. Obtained. Orange X523 obtained. Apple X871 obtained. Grapefruit X398. She took a walk around the RV, and when she returned to the bus, she was holding a bag of fresh oranges, a bag of juicy apples, and a bag of 4 large grapefruits. Defuku and Zaifuku. Wash these fruits and send some to the garrison's standing guard in the surrounding areas. Huami put the fruits in the car and called the 2 children to do some work. She pursed her lips again, feeling that the car was too dry. Old Man Ko also said that the moisture content in the air was too high, but Huami really didn't notice it. With such dry air, you need to eat more fruits. After arranging the distribution of the fruits, Huami tried not to waste time and jumped into an off-road vehicle provided by the garrison. With off-food driving, the 2 of them left the city and headed towards the place where the medical supplies were piled up. Along the way, the mountains and rivers were broken, the trees were overturned, the rain was continuous, and the depressed people were unable to breathe. The one who couldn't breathe was someone else, not Huami and Afu, who were wearing respirators. Fu sighed as he drove. Life was so good in the past. Although they lived a busy and hectic life, everything was in order, and they knew what they should do every day. But now, after today, no one knows what will happen tomorrow. Huami, who was sitting in the passenger seat, listened expressionlessly, feeling a little drowsy. She took out her cell phone and opened the chat box with Gong Yi out of boredom. Gong Yi, you didn't buy any meat? I don't know if it was telepathy, but a text message suddenly popped up in Gong Yi's chat box.
Huami, no.
Gong Yi, the rescue team and the garrison are not vegetarians. Huami had sent him a message before, saying that it was recommended that garrison and rescue teams eat vegetables 3 times a day. Because Huami accidentally bought a lot of vegetables, Gong Yi didn't ask exactly how many there were. If these vegetables are not eaten, they will be piled up in the garrison supply area, which not only takes up space but also easily spoils, wasting money. Gong Yi felt that what Huami said made sense and had no objection. So, tragedy happened. On day 1, shallots were fried with green onions, which the garrison and rescue teams ate for 3 days. On day 2, white radish and carrots were fried, the same as above. On day 3, shredded potatoes and lettuce slices were fried, the same as above. On day 4, they finally had a stew, cucumbers and tomatoes. Day 5. Oh, I won't say more. It will only bring tears if I say too much. The entire garrison brigade, including the rescue team, now have green lights in their eyes when they see Ro Ding Ding.
Pooh.
Hwami stared at Gong Yi's text message on her phone. A man who eats meat is not a good man. Despite the scolding, she still called the giant of the farmer's market to buy meat, a lot of meat. However, before the call was connected, Hwami hurriedly shouted in the bumpy car, "Uncle Fu, stop the car." Fu, who was driving, was startled and slammed on the brakes. Before he could stop the car, Hwami opened the door, jumped out of the car, pulled off the respirator, bent down, and started to dry heave into a pile of gravel. Seeing the search, Fu jumped out of the car worriedly. "Miss Hua, are you okay? Did you have a stomachache?" On the ruins, a lifeguard hurriedly ran over, stepping on the rubble. He stood at a distance and looked at it, then immediately lowered his head and pressed the pager on his shoulder. Boss, I saw Sister Hua. She seems to be feeling unwell. What a coincidence. There was only one smooth path out of the city, and Gong Yi happened to be searching for survivors on this path. Soon, a tall and majestic figure ran out from the ruins, ran through the continuous rain, and arrived behind Hwami quickly and agilely. Hwami was still vomiting. She was wearing a raincoat made of waterproof oilcloth, and her back looked as fragile as a wisp of duckweed in the strong wind. Gong Yi frowned, stretched out his hand, pressed on the back of Hwami's shoulder, and was about to speak. Hwami, who was hunched over in front, looked back. There was no trace of blood on his snow-white face, and his fox eyes had lost their usual lively look. She vomited so hard that tears came out. There is a layer of watery light in the slightly curved eyes, so fragile that it seems like it will fall down if the wind blows. What's going on? Gong Yi's brows were almost knotted, and he wanted to touch Hwami's face with his blood-stained long fingers, but he was afraid of dirtying her. After a moment of hesitation, Fuku said, not quite understanding what he was saying, "Miss Hua has an upset stomach. Foods are most likely to get moldy and have a lot of bacteria on rainy days." It sounds like it makes sense. Gong Yi's brows were still furrowed as he looked at Hwami in the rain, and he said worriedly, "Go find a doctor. You're too weak. Why are you running outside at this time? A stomach upset can be serious or minor. In the past, at most you would have vomiting and diarrhea for a few days. But in today's environment and world, we are afraid of major problems. Often after a major natural disaster, there will be widespread cholera, and this has been the case since ancient times." Hwami waved her hand. "I still have things to do. I just did a business deal with Old Man Ku, and I have to go pick up the goods." As he spoke, he was about to get in the car, not wanting to waste any time. Seeing this, Fu looked at Gong Yi at a loss. At this time, making money is secondary, health is the most important. Although Hwami's personality seems easy to talk to on the surface, in fact, she has a feeling that those who obey me will prosper, and those who disobey me will perish. Once she decides to do something, no one can stop her, including herself. So, Fu didn't dare to stop her. She walked forward, and just as she reached for the handle of the bike, Gong Yi grabbed her from behind and carried her sideways in his arms and rushed straight to the temporary tent. "Gong Yi, let me go." Hwami was angry. It was the first time in her life that a man had carried her around like a princess. She was so embarrassed. Gong Yi ignored her and ran forward quickly. He went straight into the resettlement tent and put her on a small stool in the tent. Seeing that she was about to stand up, Gong Yi put his hands on her thin shoulders to prevent her from getting up. He was very strong. Hwami wanted to move, but she couldn't move at all. She looked up in surprise and looked at Gong Yi's handsome face covered by mud. "You?" "He is very strong, definitely beyond that of an ordinary man." Gong Yi's resolute face and eyes were full of determination. "No matter what, you go find someone to take a look first. I still have a lot of rocks to turn over. Don't make me worry. May I?" The words were inquiries, but the tone was very strong. It was so strong that Hwami felt a strong sense of worry coming over her. He cares about her very much. Hwami raised her eyebrows slightly and looked carefully into Gong Yi's eyes. The pager on his shoulder rang, and the life detector found a living person nearby. Gong Yi turned and walked away, his whole body immersed in the drizzle. Then he paused, turned back, The rain hitting his resolute face, he looked at Hwami and said, "The lifeguard will be here soon.
Send me a message about what he says."
As he spoke, he clenched his fist and hit his chest. It looked as if he wanted to hammer his heart out for Hwami to see. Hwami, who was sitting on a small stool, nodded involuntarily, watching Gong-yi disappear into the drizzle and rush to a certain point with the scattered lifeguards nearby. "Miss Hua." Ah Fu trotted into the tent in a hurry. He looked at the environment inside the tent. It was obvious that this was a temporary tent that could not be more temporary. There were some mineral water, ethanol, respirators, a lot of lifeguard clothes, etc. in it. Because of the rain, the ground was covered with mud, and the boxes of mineral water were just placed in the mud. It looked much worse than the rescue center in the city. Ah Fu sighed and asked, "Why don't we go back and ask Mr. Ko to get a proper doctor to take a look at it?" Hwami withdrew her gaze from the direction where Gong-yi disappeared. She shook her head. "I don't have time to go back and forth. Just show it to the lifeguard. Don't I understand my own body? It's okay, go to the front and see what's going on and send me a message." She had seen the environment along the way. This place was actually very far away from Xiangqing and very close to the medical supplies storage area. Going further ahead, there were ruins again. Even off-road vehicles could not pass through, so she could only walk there.
Afu responded.
Although he was worried about Hwami, there was a shortage of manpower at the moment. If he didn't go, no one else would go. Just as Ah Fu left, a lifeguard rushed into the tent. He had a white cuff with a red cross on it on his arm and a simple medical kit in his hand. He asked, "Sister Hua, what's wrong with you?" "I'm not feeling unwell anywhere. I just keep vomiting lately." Hwami told the truth and watched the young lifeguard open the medicine box, take out a bottle of scopolamine, and give her a pill. This is a medicine to stop stomach spasms. It will temporarily suppress the vomiting. If conditions permit, you should still see a professional doctor. The young man spoke sincerely. He was actually just a temporary member. After reading a few medical books, he was temporarily pulled into the rescue team by Gong-yi and became a medical staff of the rescue team. Hwami looked down at the small pill in her white and tender palm, then took out scopolamine from the young man's medicine box and looked at it. She inexplicably saw the words contraindicated for pregnant women and children. I suddenly stopped vomiting. You don't have many medicines. You should leave them to those who need them more. As she spoke, Hwami poured the pill in her hand back into the bottle of scopolamine, stood up and ran out of the tent. After running for a while and walking through the ruins for a short time, Hwami received a photo of Ah Fu. Afu. Picture JPG Ah Fu. Miss Hua, look, no wonder these medical supplies are piled up and can't be moved. Vehicles can't get out in this kind of terrain. Afu. Even if I get out, there's no way to go. On the ruins, Hwami opened the photo sent by Ah Fu, which showed a vast expanse of medical supplies that seemed to have no end, towering on the cargo beds of one trailer after another. All were tightly wrapped in white tarpaulin. I won't talk about all that. The key point is that the area blocked by hundreds of large trailers is in the shape of a concave U, S, letter V. There were ruins all around, and even if we wanted to drive the car out, it was impossible. Ah Fu then sent another video to Hwami. In the video, there was a group of survivors who came from nowhere and were stealing medical supplies. They cut open the tarpaulin of a trailer and took out boxes of tightly wrapped medicines. They opened the foam medicine boxes in the rain and began to rummage through the medicine boxes on the spot. Some unwanted medicines were thrown on the ground hastily and casually by them, and a large area of unknown pills were scattered. Hwami felt very distressed when seeing this. The drivers of these trailers had long since disappeared. Maybe they feel that it is hopeless to get out of this pit, so they all go about doing their own thing, just like Ah Fu did back then. Hwami was wearing a raincoat and trudging through the ruins. She took out her cell phone and prepared to call Huijing. Judging from the photos sent by Afu, her level 7 warehouse definitely cannot accommodate so many medical supplies. The level 7 warehouse was almost full with the vegetables and her express deliveries. If we want to absorb so many medical supplies, the storage will definitely need to be upgraded, but the supporting facilities are a limitation. We are worried that due to limitations in supporting facilities, we won't be able to collect all of these medical supplies. So, Huami wanted Hu Jing to build her some protective infrastructure. It just happened that I took out my phone. Turn on security scan. Completion of Security and Defense Works Defense Engineering rating. Completed the goat trail, obtained 4 square meters of black land. Please select a location for the black land. Hu Jing repair the road?
So fast?
Can building a road be considered a defense project? What can a road defend? If you are besieged by zombies, can you drive back to the supermarket quickly on this narrow path? Well, Huami thought about it this way, and this path could be considered a safety defense project. She is such a logical genius. She can make her own arguments so well. Great. Just as she was applauding herself and voting for it 3 times in her heart, she received a call from Hu Jing. Miss Hua, I have something to tell you. We have repaired the road for you, but there is a problem. There are too many people here. Hu Jing, as everyone knows, is a good person. But there were too many relatives in the family and they were just building a small road, so he just called out and a large group of people came. Not many, about 200 or 300. Because something had happened, he specially called Huami to explain. Actually, he had only planned to call his own relatives. But he had a relative who was a contractor before the earthquake, and he was surprised to hear that there were still projects to be done now. The reward is that Huami will give each person so much medical supplies every day. This is a great thing. Without informing Hu Jing immediately, he called all the migrant workers under his command over. It's easier to get things done with more people. The concept of a few people building a road in dozens of days and hundreds of people building a road in a few days is absolutely different. Hu Jing didn't think it was a big deal, so he just fixed it. It's easier to get things done with more people, right? Then this narrow path was completed as quickly as possible. As a result, Hu Jing made a big mistake. After the migrant workers finished building the road, they were reluctant to leave. There are too many people and too little meat, and they feel that the money they earn is not enough to just make 2 days of medical supplies. They still want to work for Huami and continue to earn money from medical supplies. Halfway through the call, in the dense and fine rain, before Huami could say anything, the contractor relative on the other end of the line snatched the phone from Hu Jing. The relative on the other end of the phone, wearing a dirty helmet, bowed and nodded to Huami. Miss Hua, please help us. Although we have more people, we can work quickly. These migrant workers have no choice but to stock up some medical supplies for their families. What do you want us to do? We can do it. Otherwise, we can build a forbidden city for you. The shortage of medical supplies has caused panic among the people, which cannot be simply summarized in a few words. Although no one was seriously injured, there was no need to use sterile gauze. But when everyone knows that supplies are in short supply, they can't help but try their best to stock up some for their own families. It's better to be prepared than not. Huami expressed her understanding. What she didn't understand was, what could she do with a forbidden city? After thinking about it, Huami said to Hu Jing's relatives, the forbidden city is not good enough. You should build me a bunker, a bigger one, built according to the specifications of the community, with higher walls, the kind that can withstand cannon fire. Since you are going to help me with the work, then do it well. You won't suffer any loss. When you're done, you can go to the Garrison Supplies Department at the city's rescue center to settle the bill. The garrison will settle the bill for you. It will take a few days for me to go back. She explained in detail that before leaving, she moved tens of thousands of medical supplies to the Garrison Material Department. It's enough for a few days temporarily. In fact, this engineering team is not very good at dealing with trouble. A team of several hundred people ran out of Xiangqing and attacked the medical supplies storage area in front. Isn't that a good idea? But professionals do professional things. Since the construction team is relying on her, she won't say anything more. So if Huami wants to build a bunker, then his requirements are naturally high. It is no exaggeration to say that the wall is capable of withstanding cannon fire. After all, in the late apocalypse, plants and animals mutated, some strange things popped up, and the power created casually was comparable to a cannon attack. Well, you're a good man. Hawking's relative, a contractor, happily agreed. After hanging up the phone, he turned around and shouted to the group of migrant workers behind him. It's done. There's work to do. Miss Hua wants to build a bunker. Let's make it solid and strong enough to withstand cannon fire.
Come on, everyone.
This is a big project, and it will take a very long time. If they do a good job with Hwami's background, maybe they can find more work for them. The engineering team burst into cheers. Everyone carried their own professional tools and worked hard to clear the rubble near the Lotus Xingxing supermarket in the rainy ruins. At this time, Hwami finished her call. She looked around and found that she had arrived at the medical supplies storage area. Just then I saw a group of survivors who were stealing medical supplies, surrounding and beating Ah Fu. Great, you actually dare to hit Ah Fu. Her fighting spirit was aroused, and her white and tender hands grabbed in the drizzle and pulled out her steel bars from the level 7 storage. Hwami. In fact, I am just a weak, delicate, simple, innocent, beautiful girl who needs protection readers. Fall. Put away the bloody steel bar in your hand first, okay? In the video sent by Afu, there was a group of people stealing medical supplies in the depression where the medical supplies were stored. Looking at their process, some people are responsible for cutting the waterproof tarpaulin with a knife, some are responsible for carrying the medical supply boxes, some are responsible for identifying the medicines, and some are responsible for transporting them out of the depression. The division of labor is clear, and he is a habitual offender. After they found Ah Fu, a group of people surrounded him and beat him up without saying anything. A fight to the death. To be honest, if the other party hadn't been so suicidal in beating Ah Fu, Hwami wouldn't have been so excited. I am excited because my fighting spirit has been provoked. Hwami rushed forward with a steel bar in his hand and smashed the heads of the group of men in front of him indiscriminately. Every hit he made hit them all the way down. The rain was pouring down, and the ground had turned into mud. Mixed with the blood from the foreheads of these habitual criminals, the mud was dyed reddish-brown. The people who were besieging Ah Fu finally realized something was wrong and immediately dispersed. Someone pointed at Hwami, who was wearing a raincoat and holding a steel bar dripping with blood, and yelled, "What do you do? Are you a woman? Where can I find such a beautiful and cruel woman?" Hwami was wearing a hooded raincoat. A strand of hair on her temple was exposed from the hood and was wet from the drizzle. Her face was a beautiful cold white in the coldness, but because of the fight, her lips were bright red, her eyes were full of spirit, and the corners of her eyes showed a special kind of charm. Speaking of which, there are so many supply trucks here. Where are the drivers? She asked a completely unrelated question. This was quite strange to Hwami, because at this time, order was still there, and even if the trailers transporting medical supplies could not move, the drivers would not be able to leave here collectively. When she saw the photos sent by Ah Fu just now, she felt that this place was unusually deserted. After arriving here, Hwami felt the situation was even more weird because there was no one here. Even if the driver ran away, there was no one guarding the place? Has the management system become so chaotic? It was a waste of her time and effort to find Ko Minghong to get the formalities and documents for her. If she had known that there was no one managing this place, she would have come directly here. Among the habitual offenders, a man laughed. It was obvious that he did not feel any threat from Hwami. Even if he knocked out a few of their companions, so what? It was just a sneak attack from behind, and Hwami just happened to be knocked out.
Dead.
A habitual criminal pointed to several pairs of feet lying on the ground between the trailers and smiled with some complacency. There are hundreds of trailers, and not all drivers will leave. There are still a few left to act as managers. It's easy to deal with them, just kill them.
Oh.
Hwami's confusion was resolved, and she no longer hesitated. The murderous intent in her eyes made her look a little crazy. Another man came up to her with a lewd look on his face and asked her, "Who are you? Sent by the management system? Then you have come to the right place. There is nothing here except a group of grown men like us." Everyone laughed, and someone started teasing Hwami. "You just knocked out a few of us. Shouldn't you give us some compensation? Pay with your body, haha." She was surrounded, Hwami nodded. She was not unfamiliar with this kind of scene. "Don't ask who I am. At a time like this, men and women, if I can beat you to death, I'm a good person." As she moved, the steel bar in her hand splashed with blood, her long boots stepped on the mud, and she rushed towards the remaining dozen or so habitual criminals. This time it wasn't a fight. This time it was a murder. A particularly beautiful and clean murder. Anyway, there's no surveillance, no garrison, and no order here. She likes this environment very much. Soon, the habitual offenders fell to the ground. Only a few minutes passed in total. The remaining few habitual criminals finally came to their senses from Hua Mi's beautiful kill. What kind of affair was this? This is simply like encountering a female Rakshasa. The surviving men quickly ran to the depression. The rain made the muddy ground slippery. Someone was running and looking back in horror, only to see Hua Mi chasing him like a female demon. She threw a steel bar and knocked a man down. I don't know whether to live or die, and I don't care whether to live or die. It was the last man's turn. She stepped on the man's chest with her boots, held the steel bar in her hand against the man's head, and asked, "Tell me, why did you hit my people?" After she had beaten and killed all of them, she finally asked. The man on the ground spoke in a stammering voice. "We were wrong. We were wrong. We just wanted to make a little fortune. Please don't kill me." Just as Hua Mi had expected, they were a theft organization that had been roaming around various cities for a long time. He is ruthless and has no bottom line. In order to make money, one can even take someone's life. Recently, they saw a post online about the Xiangqing garrison reselling medical supplies at sky-high prices. So they keenly smelled the business opportunity. Medical supplies from all walks of life are being sent to Xiangqing, but the prices of medical supplies in Xiangqing are still sky-high. This means that the medical supplies were stuck halfway and could not be transported into Xiangqing. So they searched for several days and finally found the location where the medical supplies were stuck. Today is the first time they have stolen medical supplies. As long as they resell the medical supplies to Xiangqing, it will be a sure-win business. As a result, in such a remote place, after killing the guard, another Ah Fu appeared. When they found Ah Fu, he was holding a mobile phone in his hand and recording a video of them. This is forcing them to kill and silence them. After Hua Mi listened to the man's narration, she took the steel bar and knocked on the man's head, as if she was thinking about where to open his head. You know what? The world is getting worse and worse. If there is one less piece of trash, many more lives can be saved in the future. As the cold words fell, Hua Mi threw a steel bar down, and the man on the ground tilted his head. He bid farewell to this world. Hua Mi was too lazy to take another look and just turn around to look for Ah Fu. Among a large number of men lying on the ground, Ah Fu was crawling in the mud, also not knowing whether he was alive or dead. Hua Mi lifted Ah Fu by the back of his collar, pulled his face out of the mud, and stretched out her finger to check his breath.
Fortunately, I'm alive.
She quickly fed Ah Fu a painkiller, then looked around and saw corpses and pills all over the ground, as well as countless trailers filled with medical supplies. She immediately put the medical supplies in the bed of a trailer into the level 7 storage and placed the unconscious Ah Fu in the bed to lie down. I got out of the car again and continued to collect medical supplies from the level 7 warehouse. There are so many medical supplies here that Hua Mi's warehouse has been overflowing. Even after it reached level 10, the medical supplies have not been collected yet, with only half left. In the huge open space, Hua Mi could no longer collect supplies because the supporting facilities were incomplete. Because her storage upgraded too quickly, but the factory was only level 7, the black soil was only upgraded to level 4, and the newly added 4 square meters of black soil had not yet been selected by Hua Mi. She opened the supermarket panel and upgraded the factory. Level 8 factory. Mineral water bottles, all specifications. Mineral water, all specifications. Waterproof tarpaulin, specifications 2x 1.5 m. Self-priming filter type anti-particle respirator, specifications. Children. Self-priming filter type anti-particle respirator, specifications. Adults. Limited production. Ethanol x 50,000. Painkiller x 40,000. Sterile gauze x 30,000. Hemostatic gel x 20,000. Goggles x 10,000. Level 8 factories can produce more things. Mineral water bottles and mineral water with complete specifications are compressed to the lower level page, and respirators are no longer limited. And in the limited production category, it is no longer medical supplies but goggles. What can this goggles do? Huami produced goggles X10 while walking towards the trailer where Ah Fu was lying. She just wanted to try out what these goggles could do. Soon, in less than half a second, Huami got the goggles produced by the Level 8 factory. A very beautiful pair of goggles, cyberpunk style, very technological, and will emit 7 colors of light when held in the hand. There are also 3 flash modes: fast flash, uniform flash, and slow flash. Huami put on the goggles and instantly felt the vision ahead became clear. Looking ahead, she could see far away in the rain. The key is that raindrops will never drift into your eyes again. Just like diving goggles, the frame fits the eye contour perfectly without squeezing the eye sockets and nose bridge. It's the same whether you wear it or not. And no matter how you run or jump, it won't fall off. This thing is good. When you fight, it will prevent your opponent's blood from spurting into his eyes. There's nothing wrong with it except that it's a bit fancy. Huami immediately produced the goggles X9990. At the same time, she walked back to the trailer where Ah Fu was lying. The warehouse cannot be upgraded any further, even though the factory has been upgraded to level 8. However, the level of the black soil is too low and has only been upgraded to level 4. So, Huami planned to take Ah Fu back to Xiangqing first, sell some of the medical supplies in hand, clear out some things in the level 10 warehouse, and then come back to collect the remaining half of the medical supplies. I just wonder if she can do it instantly with the others? As soon as this thought came to mind, Huami and Ah Fu disappeared from the spot. She took Ah Fu Shun back to the Lotus Xingxing supermarket. Not long after the 2 men left, 2 administrators in suits and ties, looking disheveled, crawled out from the other end of the ruins. They also knew that the supplies were stuck here based on the descriptions of the drivers who had left. As a result, after a long and arduous trek, they found that half of the medical supplies were gone and there were several corpses on the ground. Oh my God, it was a huge accident. The 2 administrators were breathing rapidly and crawling away from the scene. They took out their cell phones and called the Xiangqing Management Headquarters. Hello, Commander-in-Chief, it's bad, something big has happened, many people have died here, and half of the medical supplies are missing. No, half of them have mysteriously disappeared. The 2 of them described it incoherently and couldn't make themselves understood. It means that there was probably a fight here, and some medical supplies are missing. The other end hesitated for a moment and hung up the phone. This incident quickly spread throughout the management level of Xiangqing. Then, soon, another call came to Qin Ziren's cell phone. When Qin Ziren saw the incoming call, he pushed Fong Xian, who was sitting on his lap, away, walked to the window with a serious face, and answered the phone. A very authoritative voice came from the other end of the phone. I have already reported the problem you reported about Gong Yi, but it will be troublesome to take action against Gong Yi, and now is not a good time. Last time you said you wanted to move up. I have a great opportunity for you. Half of the medical supplies stored outside Xiangqing have been taken away by someone. If you can find a way to get the remaining half back to Xiangqing, I can use this opportunity to promote you. Hearing this, Qin Ziren, who was soaked all over and whose clothes were almost moldy, finally smiled with relief. He suggested with a smile, I think the garrisons at the rescue center have nothing to do. They are a good source of labor. Why don't you give them your command so that I can transport the remaining half of the medical supplies back as soon as possible? He had told Kuminghong this a long time ago, but no one knew what Kuminghong was doing in secret these past few days. No one even bothers him anymore. Since Kuminghong's side didn't work, Qin Ziren used the power from above to mobilize the garrison. He was like a possessed man, and now all he wanted was to take control of the garrison and get Huami back. It seemed that only by taking control of the garrison and recovering Huami could he prove that he was no worse than Gong Yi. Moreover, Qin Ziren also saw clearly that at a time like this, he had to have garrison on hand. As long as he has the garrison in hand, he won't have to worry no matter how the situation changes in the future. The person on the other end of the phone seemed to be weighing the pros and cons. You still have to negotiate this matter with the garrison. I'm going to tell you some news that you may not like to hear. Gong Yi has been promoted to the Xiangqing Garrison Command. If you want to transfer the garrison now, you have to negotiate with him. This news was like a bolt of lightning from the sky, striking Qin Ziren directly, knocking him down from the clouds to the ground. He had just been expected to be promoted, but Gong Yi was promoted even faster than him. Gong Yi is simply Qin Ziren's natural enemy. He held the phone in his hand and repeatedly assured his superiors that the medical supplies would be delivered back to Xiangqing. Then he waited until the other party hung up before he dared to take the phone away from his ear. Then he looked at the rain outside the window with gloomy eyes. The annoying drizzle made it impossible for him to see the scenery in the distance. He became extremely gloomy due to the thick water vapor surrounding him. Qin Ziren was very annoyed. He raised his hand and smoothed his greasy and wet hair. After thinking for a long time, he called Gong Yi. A little lack of patience will ruin great plans. Only those who can bend and stretch can be true men. After the call was connected, Qin Ziren told Gong Yi that he was going to mobilize the Xiangqing garrison to transport medical supplies out of the city. He thought his tone of voice was pretty good. But Gong Yi cursed directly. "Are you out of your mind? The garrison in Xiangqing has been transferred away. How many policemen do you expect to maintain order? Aren't you afraid that people in Xiangqing will go crazy? Get out of here, and don't get close to me." When facing small trash, Gong Yi's attitude has always been simple and rough. What's more, this little trash Qin Ziren has a poor sense of the overall situation and is too selfish. After scolding Qin Ziren, Gong Yi hung up the phone. There is no time. Gong Yi really doesn't have time to talk nonsense with Qin Ziren. In the drizzle, he placed the survivor he had just dug out on his back onto a stretcher, turned around, and ran into the ruins while looking at the dialogue box between Huami and him on the screen of his mobile phone.
Gong Yi?
He only had time to ask this question before going back to turning over the stone. When Qin Ziren called Gong Yi again, he couldn't get through to Gong Yi. Qin Ziren, who was wearing a suit and was soaked all over, was shaking with anger. "I just can't understand why Huami would get involved with a rude and impolite man like Gong Yi. Brother Ziren." Fong Xian came over, speaking in a coquettish voice, wanting to continue what she had just been doing. Qin Ziren was getting annoyed and pushed her away, looking very disgusted. "You are so sticky. Don't you feel disgusted? Are you so needy?" These words made Fong Xian feel as if she had been slapped in the face, and her face turned red and white. This is so embarrassing. Isn't she sticking to Qin Ziren just to please him? Moreover, he had never disliked her like this before. When they were not open to the public and were doing it secretly, Qin Ziren was addicted to it and wanted it every other day. Now that the two of them have made their relationship public, Qin Ziren has lost interest. Why is he like this? Fong Xian held back tears and looked at Qin Ziren with a wronged look on her face. "Brother Ziren, what's wrong with you? You were not like this before." Seeing her like this, the former Qin Ziren would feel that she was pitiful and had sympathy for her, but now Qin Ziren just felt annoyed. At a time like this, what he needed was not tears, but someone by his side who could give him advice on how to mobilize the garrison in Xiangqing and transport medical supplies from outside the city. Fong Xian ran away crying, and Qin Ziren did not chase her. Anyway, even if he didn't coax her, a woman like Fong Xian would come back in the end. After all, Xiangqing was in such a mess. Who could a woman like Fong Xian rely on? Even if Fong Xian really didn't come back, Qin Ziren didn't care. Yes, Fong Xian has such a benefit. He called Dai Fong. Last time, Qin Ziren asked Dai Fong to help him persuade Huami to come back, but Dai Fong has been staying near the RV supermarket in the rescue center for the past 2 days and has not seen Huami. When Qin Ziren called her, she was holding an umbrella, trying to look at the RV in the rain, and said to Qin Ziren, "I'm sorry, Mr. Qin. She hasn't come back yet, and I don't know where she went. In fact, it would be best if she didn't show up." Dai Fong hated Huami very much and didn't want to have any contact with Huami at all at this time. Of course, this cannot be said to Qin Ziren. Qin Ziren responded on the other end of the phone, but he didn't hang up in a hurry. Instead, he asked, "I heard that Ami's RV supermarket sells medicine? Are those medicines taken from the garrison?" This is the only explanation. Otherwise, where did Huami, a weak woman, get so many medical supplies? Dai Fong answered with certainty That must be the case, Mr. Chin. In fact, I have also observed these past few days that the garrisons are very protective of her RV supermarket. She has a special relationship with the garrisons. Dai Fong also knew what was so special about it. She told Qin Ziren everything she saw outside the emergency room that day about the intimate interaction between Gong Yi and Hua Mi, and hurriedly advised, Mr. Qin, Xin has actually told me many times that she has unusual relationships with several men. Okay, just do what you are supposed to do. If you find that Ami is back, tell me immediately.
Qin Ziren interrupted Dai Fang.
He didn't need Dai Fong to repeat how fickle Hua Mi was. At this point, he didn't seem to care that much about Hua Mi's scandals. He only needed to understand one thing. Those stationed at the rescue center listened to Hua Mi. It was drizzling outside the window, and the sun seemed to have not come out for a long time. Hua Mi looked at Ah Fu, who was still unconscious on the ground on the first floor of the supermarket, and wondered how to send Ah Fu back to the rescue center. There were voices outside, and after a while, Hu Jing, wearing a yellow safety helmet, walked into the supermarket with 2 migrant workers. Hu Jing worked for Hua Mi. In addition to receiving a box of mineral water as wages every day, Hua Mi also put a shelf of mineral water in Lianhua Xingxing supermarket. This was provided to Hu Jing for free. A tacit rule has been formed between Hua Mi and Hu Jing. So now, if any migrant workers on the construction site are thirsty, they can just go to the supermarket and get some water. As soon as Hu Jing and the other 2 pushed open the door of the supermarket, they were frightened by seeing Ah Fu lying on the ground covered in blood. I saw Hua Mi again wearing a wet raincoat and a pair of punk goggles that emitted colorful light on her face. She looked like she had just come back from a nightclub, fashionable and full of individuality. She was holding a bottle of ethanol and bent over to pour it on the wound on Ah Fu's face. Hearing 3 gasps, Hua Mi raised her head, and a colorful light blinded Hu Jing and the other 2. You've come just in time. Now that the road is cleared, please help me take Ah Fu to the rescue center. She could take Ah Fu Shun back to the RV of the rescue center. But what should I say when I get there? There are people everywhere watching me. Just say, hey, what a coincidence, Ah Fu and I slept under the RV? Then Ah Fu was dragged out from under the RV with blood all over his body. When Hua Mi thought of that scene, she couldn't help but shudder. Hu Jing and the other 2 sitting opposite her rubbed their eyes and felt that the colorful lights were jumping everywhere in the dark environment, which seriously affected their vision. They said yes repeatedly. The 2 migrant workers immediately stepped forward, lifted Ah Fu up, and quickly ran out of the supermarket with their eyes half closed. If they don't go out, their eyes will be blinded by Miss Hua's colorful light. Hu Jing also closed his eyes and hurriedly fetched water based on his memory. Just as he was about to start repairing the bunker, he was stopped by Hua Mi. With a dazzling gaze, she said to Hu Jing, there's something I need you to do. Find a few people to help me fix the area around the rescue center's RV. Build a wall. She thought about it. She flashed in and out every day. Every time she did so, she would pretend to crawl into the RV to sleep and crawl out from under the RV the next day. After 1 or 2 times, the garrisons around her would say that her reconnaissance ability was not good and that she did not notice. But as time goes by, it's hard to say. There will always be people who are suspicious. So Hua Mi simply built a wall around her RV to enclose the 2 square meters of black land. In the dark supermarket, Hua Mi spoke as Hu Jing closed his eyes and nodded involuntarily to the rhythm of the flashing colorful lights. Yes, 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 good, good, show off, blind, blind, blind. There was a sound in my head. The boundless horizon is my love. What kind of rhythm is the most swinging, the most swinging? Hua Mi felt strange when she saw it and asked, what are you immersed in with your eyes closed? She was wearing goggles from a level 8 factory and had no idea how lethal her own colorful light was. Moreover, he could clearly see the expression on Hu Jing's face. Hu Jing was stunned, rubbing his eyes awkwardly. I've been doing hard labor in the rain recently, so my eyesight isn't very good. Bad eyesight? Hua Mi looked at the drizzling rain outside the door with consideration and said with understanding, this rain is really annoying. It flies into your eyes and affects your work. I have some magical goggles. I'll sell 300 of them to your engineering team for 2,000 yuan each. Do you want them?
This.
Hu Jing closed his eyes, his mind filled with the extremely lethal, colorful light on Huami's face. He felt that if he didn't leave, his eyes might not be saved. Yes, 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 Miss Hua, please give me 300 of them. Now he and his relative's engineering team are relying on Huami to stockpile medical supplies and water. Apart from anything else, it is said that the air quality is getting worse and worse. If you don't wear a respirator, you will have breathing difficulties if you move a little. The respirators here in Huami are supplied free of charge and in unlimited quantities, just like water. That is to say, when they're working on the construction site, they can get free drinking water and free respirators from Huami's supermarket. This is not included in the salary. How could Hu Jing possibly offend such a good backer? Even if Huami wanted to sell him a pair of goggles for 2,000 yuan, Hu Jing would buy it even if it was 20,000 yuan. Just think of it as giving money to please Huami. Seeing Hu Jing's impatience, Huami quickly took out 300 goggles and gave them to him. Hu Jing hurriedly put one on and scanned the code for Huami to pay. Because Hu Jing bought the goggles just to please Huami, he didn't have high expectations for them. But the moment he put it on, Hu Jing felt his eyes comfortable. Wow, like they were being massaged. He had never felt his vision so clear before, and all the scenery in front of him was quite clear. You know, it has been raining for many days without any sign of clearing up. The scenery deep in the rain seems to be covered with a thick gray veil, and you can't see it clearly at all. That's not all. They're working outside, and if they can't see the road clearly, accidents are very likely to happen. But now with this pair of goggles, although it is a bit dazzling, it greatly facilitates their construction. Hu Jing hurriedly hugged a bunch of goggles and ran out of the supermarket to find his relative, who was a contractor. Outside, the weather was gloomy and the contractor in a raincoat was arranging workers to clear the rubble. All they saw was a ball emitting colorful light rolling towards them in the gray mist. The contractor opened his mouth wide, and the walkie-talkie in his hand was shaking slightly. A migrant worker beside him shouted, "Hey, is that the Monkey King coming up here on a colorful cloud?" Before he could finish his words, the contractor with gold teeth slapped him on the back of his head. "Are you stupid? You've watched too many movies. Where did the Monkey King come from? It's clearly aliens coming to attack the Earth." A group of migrant workers wearing waterproof oilcloth raincoats provided free of charge by Huami stood in the drizzle, staring with wide eyes at the colorful light in the distance getting closer and closer. "I bought 300 goggles. Everyone put them on quickly." Hu Jing's voice came from the jumping, blinding, colorful light. When everyone looked carefully, they saw that Hu Jing was holding a bunch of randomly flashing goggles in his arms. Because there were too many of them, and they were too flashing, from a distance they looked like a ball of colorful light. The contractor wanted to hit the boy with a brick. What was he doing? He was so old, but he was still playing with such children's toys. Then Hu Jing said, "This is what Miss Hua bought for me. It's quite comfortable to wear and allows me to see things clearly in the rain." When he heard that it was Huami who sold it to Hu Jing, the contractor immediately picked up a pair of goggles and put them on. His attitude changed 360 degrees. "Come on, Miss Hua, do you have this toy anymore? Let's go buy a few more." This is a rare opportunity to please Miss Hua. In this environment, what does money mean? As long as they can hold on to Miss Hua as their backer, they will benefit in the future. The migrant workers around were originally not interested in this fancy thing, but when they heard that it was Huami who sold it to them, they took the initiative to walk over, fumbled to take a pair of goggles from Hu Jing's arms and put them on. There is no need to describe the feeling after putting on the goggles. The vision is as clear as possible and the comfort is as comfortable as possible. So much so that they didn't want to take it off. Then, the entire wasteland of broken walls and ruins was flashing with colorful lights everywhere. It looks like a big, weird amusement park. The contractor dragged Hu Jing with a flattering look on his face and ran back to the supermarket to find Huami, but what he saw was an empty supermarket. He turned around and looked at Hu Jing. "Where's Miss Hua?" "I don't know where it went." Hu Jing also felt very strange. "Where is Miss Hua? She was in the supermarket just now. How come she disappeared all of a sudden?" They also need to buy goggles. At this time, Huami was looking at her orange trees, grapefruit trees, and apple trees at the back of the supermarket. Ever since Huijing discovered the fruit trees here last time, Huami told Huijing that this area should not be touched for the time being. Everyone just needs to gather around the supermarket and work from a distance. Huami plans to set aside a large blank area behind the supermarket for planting. Looking back now, it's a good thing that she had foresight, because the fruit trees that had just harvested a batch of fruits 2 days ago are now full of fruits again. It seems that the straw matures once a day, while the fruit trees mature once every 2 or 3 days. Huami called up the control panel of Apocalypse Supermarket and harvested fruits with one click. Get orange X1227, get yuzu X843, get apple X1773. After collecting the fruits, Huami collected the straw mats. Due to the incomplete overall supporting facilities, the storage cannot be upgraded to 11. The mats could not be collected, and Huami returned to Xiangqing because the level 10 warehouse was overwhelmed by medical supplies. She was going to come back and clean up the storage space. After finally selling 300 goggles, the last 10 storage spaces were occupied by oranges, grapefruits, and apples. There was no more room for straw, not even a single straw. Huami did not hesitate and quickly placed the 4 square meters of black land next to the orange tree. Huijing had previously cleared a large area in this area, which was more than enough to accommodate her 4 square meters of black soil. After arranging the 4 square meters of black soil, Huami began to look for seeds in the level 10 storage. Because crops on black soil grow very quickly, Huami didn't think too much about it and just took out some cherry, pomegranate, kiwi, and cantaloupe seeds and scattered them on the 4 square meters of black soil. After she harvested the straw, she remembered that she still had 16 chances to draw the lottery. This time she upgraded the black soil, 3 warehouses, and 1 factory, giving her 5 more chances to draw the lottery. Huami clenched her hands, put them to her lips, and blew a breath. Then, like a serious gambler, she clicked several times in a row. Draw X1. Get the growth rate of mat grass X8. Time limit. 24 hours. Get the growth rate of mat grass X8. Time limit. 48 hours. Obtain orange tree growth speed X8. Time limit. 24 hours. Get baby diapers. Specification. NB size. X 100,000 bags. Get 10,000 bottles of folic acid. Get 100,000 boxes of condoms. Obtain cement X 5,000 T. Get 100,000 boxes of Qingximingmu tea. A long list of tips appeared, and Huami was confused. What were these? She really didn't have the luck to win the grand prize. It was fine to speed up the growth of grass and orange trees, but what about baby diapers and folic acid? And condoms? What was the point of her having 100,000 boxes of condoms? The key is that these garbage can no longer be stuffed into the level 11 storage. Once pulled out, they will all be scattered around Huami. Oh my god. Huami didn't dare to click on the remaining lottery X8, for fear that she would draw something shocking and there would be no place to put it. She looked at the neatly stacked bags of cement, which looked like a wall surrounding her, and a pile of condoms, folic acid, diapers, and Qingximingmu tea. After finally swimming out of the pile of garbage, Huami sat on a mountain of condoms, took out her phone with a smile on her face, and called Ko Minghong. Uncle Ko, I'm having a promotion here recently. Yes, if you buy my medical supplies plus 9.9 yuan, you can get a box of condoms. Hello? Hello? That old man, Ko Minghong, actually dared to hang up on her. Huami was very angry, and just then she saw a red exclamation mark appear on the back of the head of Gong Yi, that showy woman. She called up Gong Yi's dialogue box again. She saw Gong Yi sent her a question mark. Several hours have passed since this question mark appeared. Huami, what are you doing? Gong, hey, what's the result? Huami, what is the result?
Gong Yi, vomiting.
He was still thinking about this matter. It was rare that this big boss was so busy and still remembered that Huami had stomach discomfort. Huami, it's just a stomach cramp, nothing serious. Huami paused, her fingertips tapping on the phone screen. She wanted to sell condoms to Gong Yi, just like every time she sold him something before.
But I don't know why, Huami feels a little shy.
She could sell this thing to Ko Minghong without any scruples, but she couldn't sell it to Gong Yi. Finally, Huami sold her goggles and folic acid to Gong Yi. Gong Yi, Folic acid? Hwami, this is a good thing. It is a vitamin supplement for men. It is recommended that every garrison and lifeguard should eat it. In order to sell these junk, Hwami has resorted to all means. Anyway, men can also take folic acid. You know, if a man lacks folic acid in his body, it will affect the quality of tadpoles. But Hwami wouldn't say it so directly. Gong-e. Then give us 2 bottles each. Hwami, how can 2 bottles be enough? Boss, 200 bottles per person. You need to eat 3 times a day. You work so hard, you need to get more nutrition. While typing, Hwami looked at Gong Yi's showy head portrait on the back, as if she was looking at a great enemy. Then, Gong Yi stopped replying to her messages. He would often chat with her and then not reply to her messages, and Hwami had become accustomed to it. So, silence equals consent, right? She happily put X 5,000 goggles and X 99.99 bottles of folic acid into the garrison supplies department, and she kept the remaining bottle for herself. Anyway, taking a few folic acid pills a day won't do her any harm. It's just a vitamin supplement. After finishing the sale of folic acid, Hwami turned around and walked to the front of the supermarket, just in time to see Hu Jing and the contractor looking for her. Hi, Hwami greeted the 2 of them with a smile, and 2 more gods of wealth came. The big enemy. The contractor came over with a flattering look on his face. Miss Hua, I heard you have a lot of goggles. I want to buy some. Oh, I don't have goggles, but I have 100,000 boxes of condoms and I can't sell them for the time being. It's so frustrating. As she spoke, Hwami looked at the contractor. The smile on the contractor's face froze. But he was a man who could accomplish great things, so he would continue to do this to please others, no matter how embarrassing it was. Then the contractor laughed with a slick look on his face. What a coincidence, Miss Hua, look at the world nowadays. We should have fewer children and exercise more. I was just talking to Hu Jing, asking him and me to take it easy when we get home. Otherwise our wives' bellies will get too big, and we won't be able to find a doctor to deliver the baby. Ha 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 ha. What a coincidence. He showed an expression that said you understand, I understand, and everyone understands, looked at Hwami Xiao, and then winked at Hu Jing. Hu Jing was more honest than him. He looked at the contractor with a question mark on his face. When had they ever talked about this? But Hu Jing's doubts were not important. What was important was that the flattery today had to be successful. So, before Hu Jing could react, Hwami, the contractor, and Hu Jing reached a deal. Hu Jing and his relatives each bought 10,000 boxes of condoms and took them home. Just look at this, 20,000 boxes of condoms have been sold. Everybody is happy. Everybody is happy. When he was paying, Hu Jing still had a question mark on his face. No, he bought so many condoms and brought them home. Will he be able to use them all in his lifetime? But looking at the happy relatives, Hu Jing fell silent again. At this time, money is nothing. What matters most is getting more medical supplies. The contractor and Hu Jing drove a truck to transport the condoms. Taking advantage of this time, Hwami was tinkering in the supermarket. She first put 1 million bottles of mineral water in the level 10 warehouse into the underground garage next to it. This is left for Ikegawa's friends to drag. Mineral water X50, 000, respirator X50, 000, ethanol X20, 000, painkillers X20, 000, sterile gauze X20, 000, and hemostatic gel X10, 000 were also placed in the supermarket. The small supermarket couldn't store so many things, so they were piled outside, all the way into the rain. This is for the garrison to haul the supplies to the garrison material warehouse and then disperse them to the disaster relief front line, emergency areas, and RV supermarkets. Fortunately, Hwami had a lot of waterproof tarpaulins, so it didn't matter if they piled the supplies in the rain. After clearing out some things, Hwami's level 10 warehouse had a little more space, so she could use the supplies she won from the lottery in the backyard. Hwami Tsai returned to the backyard of the supermarket, put folic acid X99.99 into the level 10 storage, and moved it to the front of the supermarket, while waiting for someone from the garrison to come and take it. As a result, I found that the mat straw could be harvested. At this time, The wildly growing straw takes up quite a bit of space. Huami collected the straw mats in one go, piled them outside, and asked the garrison to deliver them to Yi Rong. She thought that since Ah Fu was injured now, Yi Rong might not have the time to weave straw mats, so she didn't tell the garrison anything. It's up to Yi Rong to decide whether to write it or not. They went back and forth like this, from the backyard to the supermarket entrance several times, and finally, without attracting any attention, Hu Jing and his relatives dragged away 20,000 boxes of condoms. On the newly built narrow path, trucks carrying goods came and went. They had not stopped since Huami returned to the supermarket. When Huami put 100,000 bags of baby diapers, specifications, NB size, and 100,000 boxes of Qingxi Mingmu tea from the backyard into the level 10 warehouse, she found that the oranges could be harvested again. Get Mat X1 Get Orange X1337. Have you noticed that as these fruit trees are harvested more and more often, the amount of fruit increases? It is most likely because the fruit trees are growing bigger and bigger. Since Huami was a wood-type mutant in her previous life, she has a lot of experience in plant growth. As long as the supernatural power is strong enough, the plants will continue to thrive and grow stronger and stronger. So, as the fruit trees grow bigger, they will naturally produce more and more fruits. If this continues, Huami feels that it is very likely that his teeth will sour when he eats fruit. She shook her head and decided not to teleport. She just rode her flatbed truck, pulling a cart full of oranges, grapefruits, and apples, as if she was taking a walk, preparing to ride all the way back to the rescue center from the supermarket. Passing by the contractor who was clearing the rubble, Huami took the opportunity to explain, "I have a batch of cement that has just been delivered and is placed in front of my supermarket. You can use my cement to build the fence." After giving the instructions, Huami put down several large sacks of oranges for the engineering team to eat and rode away on the truck. The contractor, with a mouthful of gold teeth and wearing colorful goggles, stood among several large sacks of oranges.
He was confused.
When did the cement truck come? When did it unload the cement? Forget it, the construction period is tight and Miss Hua's requirements are high, so he should just hurry and distribute the oranges, and then ask the workers to move the cement. At this time in the rescue center, Fong Xian searched around the rescue center and finally found Dai Fong outside the RV in the square. It is said that Fong Xian is quite artistic in his way of speaking. She wiped her tears and complained to Dai Fong. "Ah Fong, Brother Xiren still can't forget me. He has done that to me. Why does I still cling to him?" Then, Fong Xian glanced at Dai Fong in the drizzle and continued crying. "Brother Xiren asked you to monitor my sister because he wanted her to return to him. I don't want to live anymore. I can't live without Brother Xiren, Ah Fong." The redness and swelling on Dai Fong's face had not yet subsided. After hearing this, she stamped her feet anxiously. "Xin, why do you love your brother Xiren so much? You can't do this. You will be in great pain." Because of Gong Yi's obstruction, Mr. Qin's first order after taking office could no longer be carried out. Gong Yi is such a villain that he even asked the grassroots administrators under Mr. Qin to actually set up tents and transfer the wounded. As a result, Mr. Qin was left without a single useful person. Dai Fong had no choice but to stand in the rain to monitor Huami's RV. Dai Fong had had enough. "But Brother Xiren only loves my sister. I am so miserable." Fong Xian cried and shook her head. She looked like the heroine in a certain Aunt Yao movie. Pitiful, and knowing that she was the third, it was an honor to be the third. Hearing Fong Xian say this, Dai Fong stood in the rain, all wet, and said hurriedly, "Your sister is simply a cosmic-level White Lotus. I'm going to argue with her. How could a good man like Mr. Qin be delayed by a cheating rascal like Huami?" For the sake of Mr. Qin, Dai Fong is not afraid of power and must make things clear with Huami. At this time, Huami Gong had just made a big circle outside the rescue center, drove a flatbed truck, dragged a truck full of fruit, and returned to the outside of the RV. Dafu and Xiaofu hurried forward to help unload the goods. Now, everyone in the cubicle team is too busy to handle it. The factory director is responsible for taking care of Chao Feng, Tang Yu, and Afu. Yi Rong wants to step on the raincoat and weave mats. Huami did this and that, and each time she brought back a lot of mineral water and a lot of medicine. Now, a large truckload of fruits has been brought back from somewhere. Only Dafu and Xiaofu were helping to take care of the supermarket outside the RV. Knowing that Huami had returned, Qin Ziren hurried out of the emergency area and headed towards the RV. But Dai Fong arrived outside the RV earlier than Qin Ziren. She concealed the resentment in her eyes and forced a smile on her face. Sister Ami. Huami paused what she was doing, looked at Dai Fong, and asked with cold eyes, "Why are you yelling so affectionately? Are you sick?" Dai Fong was standing far away holding an umbrella. She was covered in water, and it was the same whether she was holding an umbrella or not. She felt so uncomfortable that she felt like she couldn't breathe. Hearing Hua Mi's impolite words, Dai Fong's face darkened. But this time she came for Mr. Qin and Fong Xian, so Dai Fong still tried to force a smile. "Sister Amy, I want to talk to you. Actually, Mr. Qin has already said something about me last time. I think I should come and apologize for my bad attitude towards you before, Sister Amy." Before she finished her words, Huami interrupted her. "Did Qin Ziren ask you to come this time? Or did you come here on your own?" "Of course it's me. I just think I still need to talk to you calmly. Sister Amy, since Mr. Qin has already had a relationship with your sister Xinxin, why can't you be more generous and help Mr. Qin and Xinxin?" Dai Fong was a little far away from Huami and didn't dare to get close because she was afraid that Huami would hit her. Moreover, she didn't dare to say anything bad anymore. Although the words that came out of a dog's mouth were ridiculous, she didn't dare to criticize Huami Dai Fong. "I used to think you were a straightforward person, but now I feel so strange. When did you become so stupid?" Huami unfolded the waterproof oilcloth in her hand, and her soft, semi-long black hair exploded with frizz, making a series of crackling sounds. "The weather is so dry that there is static electricity everywhere. Qin Ziren and Fong Xian had a relationship. Why did you come to persuade me to be magnanimous? Do you mean that I was pestering Qin Ziren? Which eye of yours saw me pestering him?" Seeing that Dai Fong wanted to speak, Huami said with disgust, "I advise you not to follow the lead of a witch like Fong Xian, or you will die without knowing how." Xiao Mimi has started taking online classes again. The drizzle continued to fall day and night. Xiaofu got off the bus next door, with dry and flaky lips, and shouted loudly, "Sister Hua, come quickly. Brother Tangyu is awake." Huami hurriedly left Dai Fong behind and ran towards the bus holding the tarpaulin. Seeing this, Dai Fong stomped her feet and wanted to follow. "Because I feel that Huami is not worthy of such a good Mr. Qin. Mr. Qin and Xinxin are a perfect match." She worked very hard for the happiness of Mr. Qin and Fong Xian. But Mr. Qin wants to get Huami back. Then Dai Fong would persuade Huami to withdraw voluntarily no matter what. Huami, who was walking in front, suddenly turned around and took out a piece of steel bar from somewhere in her hand. "Dai Fong, do you know that people like you are the ones who die the fastest in the end times? You think you are brave, but in fact you are just cannon fodder for others. You think your Mr. Qin is the best in the world, but in my eyes, he is good for nothing and worthless. Also, I'm reminding you once again, when disaster strikes, don't get too close to Fong Xian." After Huami finished speaking, she turned around and continued running towards the bus. But Dai Fong, with her body sticky and wet, looked at Huami's back in shock. She didn't believe what Huami said. How could Huami look down upon such a good man like Mr. Qin? And how could Huami advise Xian, such a kind and innocent girl, to stay away from her? Why did Huami say that? It must be a tactic of playing hard to get. No, Dai Fong insisted that Huami repeat what she had just said, and she had to record it. So when Dai Fong was about to approach the bus, she was blocked by 12-year-old Dafu. Dafu's face looked very bad. His skin was so dry and peeling. He stopped in front of Dai Fong and said angrily, "You stinky woman. You want to be beaten again, right? And you come here to make trouble for us. We have already avoided you so far away. Get out of here quickly." Seeing that Dai Fong refused to leave, Dafu picked up a bunch of straw and started to whip it in front of Daifang. Get lost, stop being annoying here, get out of here. The straw mat in his hand was extremely tough and could be used as a rope. When tied into a bundle and used to hit people, it was as powerful as a horsewhip. Being treated like this by Dafu, Daifang suddenly remembered how Huami beat someone in the emergency area that day. Her soul was startled, and she unconsciously moved away. By this time, Huami had already boarded the bus. On the bus, Chao Feng, who was covered with membranes, sat next to Tang Yu, who was also covered with membranes. Seeing Huami get in the car, Chao Feng and Tang Yu looked over at the same time. Sister Hua. Tang Yu struggled to sit up. His whole body was coated with a layer of hemostatic gel, and he also took painkillers, so he felt no pain, and no blood spurted out of his body. It doesn't matter how you move. Tang Yu looked at Huami with gratitude. Sister Hua, thank you for saving my life. You have a strong will. It's good that you woke up. Take good care of your injuries. We can talk about the future later.
Huami spoke sincerely.
Perhaps her medicine had some effect, but if it weren't for Tang Yu and Chao Feng's will to survive, no matter how good the medicine was, it would be useless. At this time, Chao Feng heard the noise outside. He turned his head and looked at the noise with a look of disgust. Is it that woman Daifang? What is she doing here again? I don't know. He said something inexplicable. He was probably afraid that I would pester Qin Ziren, so he tried to be a good guy and advised me to withdraw from the affair between Qin Ziren and Fang Xian. Huami shrugged and spoke very calmly. Fortunately, Daifang, this woman, had some brains, and now she no longer dared to say harsh words in front of Huami. Otherwise, you will be beaten again. Hearing this, Tang Yu and Chao Feng looked at each other and exchanged a look that only they understood. Does this woman have any idea? Tang Yu said in a deep voice, Fenger, go outside and tell the brothers that Daifang is not a good person. Don't let her get close to Sister Hua again. It's disgusting that their boss's female friend is always being fantasized about returning to the arms of a scumbag. When Huami heard this, she said hurriedly, that's not necessary. Chao Feng, you're still injured. If she comes again, just beat her. If she beats me a few more times, she won't dare to come again. But before she could finish her words, Chao Feng ran out of the car at an extremely agile speed like a whirlwind. Soon, the entire rescue center's garrisons received the news. In order to prevent Daifang, the psychopath, from getting back in trouble and worrying about Sister Hua and the scumbag getting back together, every garrison had to keep their eyes wide open and keep a close watch on Daifang. As long as Daifang gets within 100 meters of Sister Hua, she will be intercepted by the garrison using various excuses, including Qin Ziren, who came to look for Huami. Qin Ziren didn't know what was going on. He wanted to find Huami, but as soon as he approached the RV, he was stopped by 2 guards. What are you doing? Why are you blocking me? Qin Ziren, who was wearing nothing on his face, had a blue complexion and was holding an umbrella in his hand. He looked at the 2 garrisons in front of him, wearing raincoats, colorful goggles, and respirators, and was furious. The management did not issue raincoats, and the umbrella in his hand was bought at a high price from the survivors by several of his managers. It's out of your own pocket. In the emergency room where the air conditioner had the dehumidifier function turned on, the feeling was not so obvious. As soon as he came out, Qin Ziren felt that breathing was becoming more and more difficult. If I had known this earlier, I would have asked Kuminghong for a few hundred respirators. Moreover, this continuous drizzle did not fall straight down, but was slanting and drizzling. The raindrops fell into the eyes, and it seemed that the eyes had a vague, itchy feeling. At this time, it would be nice to have a pair of goggles. In comparison, the equipment worn by the garrison on the opposite side is much better than the equipment he has in management and command. The 2 garrisons in front of us said in a harsh voice, "We have received orders from above. You are an important person, and we cannot allow you to take risks outside. Please return to the emergency room immediately." Qin Ziren looked at the 2 garrisons coldly. Everyone knew that he was not a big shot. It was just that someone in the garrison did not want him to see Huami. He said angrily, "I'm going to find my girlfriend. What right do you have to stop me? Get out of the way." How could the garrison here listen to him? Qin Ziren wanted to force his way in, but the fully armed garrison noticed his movement and directly drew their guns. Since Gong Yi was transferred to the Xiangqing garrison command, the ranks of Tang Yu and Chao Feng also jumped. Now the levels of Tang Yu and Chao Feng are higher than those of their grassroots garrisons. The orders of the two can directly mobilize the grassroots garrisons here. In other words, if the two people listen to Huami so much, Huami can also mobilize the garrison of the entire temporary rescue center. And this is exactly what Qin Ziren needs. Don't think that Qin Ziren didn't know. In fact, he not only sent Dai Feng to monitor Huami's RV these days, but also sent several other grassroots managers to inquire at the rescue center. He probably pieced together a more complete picture of the facts. After Huami sold her ancestral home, she got some money and opened a supermarket, thus having a stable supply channel. Because of this, she and Gong Yi got together. Gong Yi seemed to have some interest in Huami, but he didn't say it clearly, and it looked like he was just playing around. After all, a man like him can have any woman he wants. Huami is at most just a little prettier and a little more capable than other women. But other than that, she doesn't look feminine at all and is pretty cold. Yes, Huami is ex-cold, and she is the main culprit for Qin Ziren's cheating. If Huami was not ex-cold, she would have let him sleep with her, and he would not be with Fong Xian. So putting himself in other people's shoes, Gong Yi might be somewhat interested in Huami at the beginning, but after a long time, he got tired of playing with this kind of big guy and he was no longer interested in Huami. Before Gong Yi gets tired of playing, Qin Ziren can use the relationship between Huami and the garrison to do a lot of things. Facing the garrison's guns, Qin Ziren's expression changed several times. Finally, he bit his back teeth and stepped back. He no longer tried to force his way in, but retreated to the emergency area and found Dai Feng and Fong Xian. Facing the two women, Qin Ziren asked them to go find Huami. No matter what means, they must coax Huami back. Dai Feng's lips moved, and she looked at Fong Xian, who was about to cry beside her, as if she had something to say to Qin Ziren. But Fong Xian pulled at Dai Feng's clothes and shook her head at her. That look, both aggrieved and pitiful, made Dai Feng hate Huami even more. So even though Fong Xian didn't allow her to say it, Dai Feng still said to Qin Ziren, "Mr. Qin, Huami is not a good woman. Those garrisons helped her bully others. I always wanted to get closer to her and say something nice to her, but as soon as those garrisons saw me approaching the RV, they stopped me." This treatment is the same as Qin Ziren's. Then, Dai Feng hurriedly repeated Huami's original words about Qin Ziren being useless. But she didn't say that Huami asked her to be careful and stay away from Fong Xian. There is no need for that. This is just Huami's way of sowing discord. Why should we be careful and stay away from a friend as simple and kind as Qin? Qin Ziren had a head of greasy and wet short hair, his back turned to the two women, his fists clenched tightly. He didn't even know that Huami was telling everyone that he was good for nothing. This woman actually dared to look down on him. Then you guys go out of the rescue center to find her. I know she sometimes goes to drag the goods. You have to get along with her well. The garrison is full of barbarians. How can a woman like her hang out with those men? Qin Ziren gritted his teeth and gave instructions to the two women behind him. After he coaxed Huami back, and after he used the garrison to transport half of the medical supplies outside the city, he wanted Huami to kneel down and beg him. After hearing Qin Ziren's caring words about Huami, Fong Xian's tears fell even more violently. She looked at Dai Feng with a pair of even more pitiful eyes. Look how heartbroken she is. She loves Brother Ziren so much, but Brother Ziren only cares about his sister. She retorted to Qin Ziren, she loves to be with those rough men and indulges herself. What can we do? Is it a bit dangerous to leave the rescue center now just to find her to make peace? Qin Ziren turned around and looked at Dai Feng. Just do whatever I tell you to do, and don't make me say the same thing a second time. This time, Qin Ziren's tone was a little impatient. Dai Feng used to admire him and listen to him. Why are you talking so much today? When a woman talks too much, she appears stupid. Qin Ziren looked down on Dai Fong from the bottom of his heart, and he looked at Fong Xian again. Fong Xian seemed much more pleasing to the eye than Dai Fong. She lowered her head and hid behind Dai Fong, looking timid. So weak and innocent, like a simple young lady who is ignorant of the world. This made Qin Ziren feel a little better. After letting Dai Fong go out first, he put his hands on Fong Xian's shoulders and said seriously, Xin, you also know what kind of environment we are in now. You have to be more sensible. Now we need the help of the garrison to live a good life. Your sister has such resources in her hands. We can't make enemies with her. Do you understand? As he spoke, he frivolously rolled Fong Xian's wet hair with his hands. You should coax your sister back first. I promise that in my eyes, your sister's status will not surpass yours. Be good and obedient. I have something important to do. You have to help me, Xin. Qin Ziren coaxed her. In fact, the reason Huami and Qin Ziren fell out was because Huami discovered the affair between him and Fong Xian. If Fong Xian apologized, wouldn't the problem be solved? Fong Xian blinked her innocent and hurt eyes, tears falling one by one. She nodded and threw herself into Qin Ziren's arms. I burst into tears in pain. What an infatuated girl. Even though she knew that the man she loved had another woman in his heart, she still loved him without hesitation. It's so heartbreaking. Dai Fong was standing outside Qin Ziren's office, listening to Fong Xian crying behind her, and she clenched her fists tightly. This time when she went out of the rescue center to find Huami, she was determined to make Huami withdraw from the relationship between Fong Xian and Qin Ziren. It's decided. Huami, who had no idea that someone was thinking about her like this, was standing outside the RV, watching Hu Jing lead the team and spend a day to build a rough RV fence for her. The fence is quite simple, just a circle built around the RV and the bus, using cement won in the Huami lottery. The original RV was moved to another place, and Huami built a simple waterproof tarpaulin shed on the 2 square meters of black land. She told Yirong and the others that this was used to store supplies, and she really put a lot of water, medical supplies, tarpaulins, condoms, baby diapers, and heart-clearing and eye-brightening tea in this shed. So no one suspected anything. After finishing all this, Huami also cleared some space in her level 10 warehouse. She planned to go out of the city and put the remaining half of the medical supplies into the warehouse and bring them back. At this moment, a group of people outside the city drove an off-road vehicle, wearing headscarves and looking quite tough, and also groped for the medical supplies stored outside the city. Such a large batch of medical supplies, left in the rain and unattended, is naturally attractive. Outside the RV supermarket, Huami was packing her things. Since dragging a flatbed truck of oranges to the RV supermarket yesterday, Huami has collected oranges several times in a row. The oranges harvested were more and more each time. Even the few people in the RV couldn't eat them all, so they were piled up like a small mountain in the tent made of tarpaulin. So, Huami asked Xiaofeng to give 2 oranges to each of the garrisons standing guard in the surrounding area, so that the garrisons could also supplement their vitamin C. There are some leftovers, so she plans to sell them for 19.9 yuan each. After taking care of the orange issue, Huami jumped into the jeep that the garrison had found for her, waved to her friends in the RV supermarket, and went out of the city to receive supplies. Halfway through the drive, before leaving the garrison management area, Huami discovered that he was being followed. Oh my god, this was the first time in her life that Huami was being followed. She felt so scared. She glanced in the rearview mirror and saw a flashy red car following behind her car. Huami parked her SUV on the side of the road, surrounded by ruins. Dai Fong was driving the red minivan behind her. When she saw Huami stop the car, she jumped out of the SUV. She stopped the car and got out with Fong Xian. Although it was raining, Fong Xian was wearing a golf jacket, a golf skirt, a baseball cap, and a transparent raincoat that she got from somewhere. She had newly done nail polish on her fingers, and the fake rhinestones on them sparkled, making her look like a senior secretary who was going to play golf with her boss. The sky was bright, and Huami stopped the colorful flash on her goggles. Otherwise, she really wanted to compete with Fong Xian to see who was the brightest fairy on this street. Elder sister. Fong Xian blinked her big eyes with false eyelashes and colored contact lenses and walked towards Huami, wearing a dark green raincoat, leaned against the door of the SUV and asked, "Why are you following me? Going out of town to die?" What she said was very unpleasant, and Dai Fong immediately got angry. Dai Fong took 2 steps forward and yelled at Huami, "Do you have any conscience? Xin just cares about you. Why are you cursing us?" As he roared, the rain floated into Dai Fong's mouth and eyes. She was angry for a while and then started to pant. "I have difficulty breathing and feel uncomfortable." There was a hint of sarcasm in Huami's eyes. She stood up straight, walked towards Dai Fong and Fong Xian, and said to Dai Fong, "Don't follow me. The outside of the city is not a good place. At a time like this, you'd better not leave the garrison's sight. Have you read the news online?" Although Huami rarely goes online, she occasionally hears Jerome talking about it, saying that the internet is full of all kinds of chaos. And most of those messy things happened outside the city. That is, a place where there are no garrisons or guards. It was the same in every city. Even outside the cities that were not affected by the disaster, there were varying degrees of unrest. So this is why Gong Yi insisted on not allowing the garrison to be mobilized. At a time like this, the garrison's forces must not be dispersed, and order must be maintained as long as possible. As for other matters, such as disaster relief and material transportation, the garrison in Xiangqing is so small that it cannot handle them. If you only care about the outside but not the inside, things will get even more chaotic. However, Huami's sincere advice was regarded by Dai Fong as a traitor. Dai Fong said angrily, "If you were willing to have a good talk with us in the rescue center, we wouldn't have chased you here. What do you want to talk about?" Huami hid her hands in the cuffs of her raincoat, opening and closing her 5 fingers, wondering if the surrounding garrisons would turn a blind eye if she took out her fragile little steel bar to hit someone at this time. At this time, Fong Xian started crying. "Sister, I'm sorry. I shouldn't have fallen in love with Brother Ziren. I shouldn't have stolen your boyfriend. I'm not here to break you two up. I just couldn't control myself and fell in love with a man I shouldn't love, okay? Okay, I'll give it to you. I'll give it to you." Huami hurriedly pushed, as if to push Qin Ziren into Fong Xian's arms. "You want me to give it to you? It's all yours. Is that okay?" "It's terrible, isn't it?" Huami looks like someone who can't let go of Qin Ziren. What exactly shows that she can't let go? Whether in her previous life or this life, she has never been unable to let go. Dai Fong became even more furious when she saw her attitude. She immediately took 2 steps forward and shouted at Huami, "How could you do this? What's the point of saying this out of anger?" Before she could finish her words, Huami kicked Dai Fong, knocking her to the ground in the mud. She slid back 2 meters in a miserable state.
"Ah!"
Fong Xian screamed in fear and rushed over to help Dai Fong up. Huami grabbed Fong Xian by the back of the collar, lifted her up and threw her into the mud on the other side. When Dai Fong sat up in panic, Huami stepped forward and stepped on her again. "Dai Fong, have I ever told you that I really don't like the way you talk to me? Please be a little more polite when you see me next time. Also, I warn you once again, it's very dangerous outside the city. If you want to die, go outside the city, but don't follow me, or I will be condemned by my conscience if I don't save you." This time she acted a little too aggressively and threw Dai Fong and Fong Xian out directly. According to the garrison rules, this was a disturbance that was absolutely not allowed. Well, if you didn't see it, then forget it, but if you did see it, it's hard to pretend you didn't see it. The garrison on the ruins in the distance took 2 steps towards Huami with a gun on his back and looked at her embarrassedly. Huami raised her hand to greet him, and not wanting to make things difficult for the garrison, she withdrew her foot from Dai Fong's chest and turned to walk towards her SUV. She drove away, and the garrison on the ruins returned to its original position, paying no attention to the 2 women in the mud. Dai Fong and Fong Xian struggled to get up. Fong Xian looked at Dai Fong crying. "What should we do? We haven't completed what Brother Ziren asked us to do." "Oh, my sister is so fierce." Both of their raincoats were dirty and covered with mud, and a lot of mud had seeped into their raincoats of extremely poor quality. At this time, Dai Fong already wanted to return to the city. But before she could finish her words, Fong Xian cried and said, "Ah Fong, we still have to follow sister. What is sister going to do outside the city? Is she going to see the garrison leader? If we don't make it clear, Brother Xiren will say that we don't know how to do things after we go back." In fact, Fong Xian was also in a difficult situation. She was thrown to the ground by Hua Mi and her whole body was in pain. At this time, she didn't dare to get close to Hua Mi anymore. But everyone else ran to the places where there were garrisons and guards in the city, so why did Hua Mi go out of the city? I heard that the medical supplies in the rescue center were all received by Hua Mi. What Fong Xian has not said is that, in fact, she has seen Hua Mi's life getting better and better recently, and her inner jealousy and imbalance have been churning up again. Yes, she had been jealous of Hua Mi since she was a child, so what? Why did Hua Mi have good grades and good looks? Why did Hua Mi not have to please men to get a man as good as Qin Ziren? Now, why did Hua Mi leave Qin Ziren and get close to a big shot like Gong Yi? How exactly is Fong Xian worse than Hua Mi? Because Hua Mi has supply channels and can get supplies for the garrison, Gong Yi treats Hua Mi differently. Does Fong Xian also have supply channels? She believed that she could do no worse than Hua Mi. So even though Dai Fong didn't want to leave the city, Fong Xian still urged her to go out. Maybe if she went out for a walk, she could get the favor of a big boss.
Dai Fong hesitated.
Seeing Fong Xian's pitiful appearance, she really wanted to find Hua Mi back. She could only sigh, "Then we should both clean ourselves up. We are covered in mud and uncomfortable to wear. It's dirty." Really, since Hua Mi doesn't want Mr. Qin anymore, can't she be more generous and choose to forgive Fong Xian? Why did she shout and kill them when she saw them? Now she is in so much pain, and she has to accompany Fong Xian to find her sister. Alas, the two women, covered in mud, returned to Xiangqing to change clothes. Hua Mi had already driven the off-road vehicle and disappeared in the rain. The car didn't drive forward for long before it could no longer move forward after leaving the patrol area. Because all the roads were destroyed by the earthquake, we had to walk to get to the medical supplies storage area. Same as last time. Hua Mi decisively abandoned the car in front of a bad road. She had only taken 2 steps in her raincoat when a team of lifeguards came up behind her. Seeing how fast they were running, Hua Mi was a little confused, so she quickened her pace and asked, "Where are you going?" There was a landslide ahead, and the boss was trapped inside.
A lifeguard answered Hua Mi.
Hua Mi's heart skipped a beat. Was Gong Yi trapped in the mud? She hurriedly followed the lifeguard as he raced over the mountains and across the hills. This direction just happens to be where the medical supplies are stored. After a while, the entire bad road was blocked by a large piece of landslide. A group of lifeguards had already arrived and started digging. Hua Mi approached the lifeguard holding the life monitor and asked, "What's the situation?" "Still alive, but I don't know where the boss is." The lifeguard holding the life detector had a very serious face. When the landslide occurred, their boss and a small team of lifeguards were carrying several survivors through a hole in the road. The continuous rains had made the soil here sparse, and more than half of the mountain had unexpectedly collapsed. So the people in the pothole will be fine for a short time. After hearing this, Hua Mi breathed a sigh of relief. As long as Gong Yi was still alive, it would be fine. He was going to die, who would take care of the garrisons and lifeguards in Xiangqing. It would be a pity to let these young men fall into the hands of someone with bad intentions. In her previous life, Hua Mi had seen many garrisons and lifeguards who, because of improper command from their superiors, lost their lives one by one in natural disasters and man-made tragedies. Some garrisons even became the private property of certain high-ranking officials, with internal strife taking place on the streets all day long. Not many monsters were killed, but the fights between their own people were fierce. It shouldn't be like this. When garrisoning, there should be the sacred glory of this profession, and their lives should be sacrificed on the battlefield, not in the endless flow of human desires. Based on the abilities and momentum that Gong Yi has demonstrated so far, Hua Mi feels that he is a qualified garrison commander. Such a natural leader should not die so early. Looking at the increasing number of lifeguards gathering in front, Huami thought she should help. But what could she do to help at this time? Carry an engineer's shovel and dig the soil? While everyone was not paying attention, Huami took out a few pieces of waterproof tarpaulin from the level 10 storage, set up a tent for the lifeguards not far from the rescue point, and put a few boxes of water, a pile of medicine, and a lot of oranges in the tent. Not all the medicines she kept in the tent came from her level 8 factory. The medicines that come out of the level 8 factory are all for treating external injuries, and there are also some essential medicines that are actually in short supply for the rescue team. For example, the rescue team is in short supply of various medicines for treating basic human diseases. Huami didn't take out many of these medicinal herbs, but he put in a portion of each. The small tent was almost full of people. The lifeguard, who was working hard to dig out the mud mountain in front, suddenly cheered, "It's out, it's out." A child was rescued. She was covered in mud, and when she was pulled out of the mud hole, she burst into tears out of fear. A lifeguard turned around and was about to find something to wrap up the child when he saw a tent not far away. When did a tent appear here? When human life was at stake, he could not care less and ran over, just in time to see Huami coming out of the tent. She handed him a tarpaulin. "Here, wrap the baby in this." "Thank you, Miss Hua." The lifeguard took the oilcloth and wrapped the child. Another person was rescued. Seeing this, Huami simply went back to the tent and placed hundreds of oilcloths in the tent at once. Soon a few more lifeguards came and took away the tarpaulin in the tent. They were in a hurry and had no time to care where the tent and supplies came from. Survivors were dug out one after another, including ordinary people and lifeguards who were buried in the mountain. Some are alive and can still shout and cry, while others are dying, with only one breath left before death. A lifeguard came and set up a larger tent next to Huami's tent and placed all the survivors in the tent for initial treatment. But Gong Yi was nowhere to be seen. Huami originally had full confidence in this man, thinking that with Gong Yi's momentum, he would not die so early at the beginning of the apocalypse. But as it got darker, she started to lose confidence. So much time has passed, and the pothole where Gong Yi was hiding must have been filled with yellow mud. Would he suffocate to death in there? She looked a little anxious, standing in front of the tent, watching the lifeguards working in front. At this time, Huami had no other choice. A lifeguard came over and wanted to ask Huami if she had any medicine. Before he could open his mouth, Huami pointed to the full tent of supplies behind him and said, "Go find what you need yourself." The lifeguard nodded to Huami, went into the tent behind her, and took out the supplies they needed. On a rainy night, Huami kept looking at the mountain in front of her that had been dug into pieces. With every second that passes, Gong Yi's chance of survival decreases. As Gong Yi's chances of survival decreased, everyone on the rescue team became anxious on the rainy night. However, the rain seemed to be against them, and it got heavier and heavier. Huami stood in the rain, feeling her lower abdomen twitching and feeling very uncomfortable. The lifeguard behind him took out some goggles from the tent and asked, "Sister Hua, are these prepared for us?" Huami turned around and looked at the goggles flashing with colorful light in the lifeguard's hand. She was so busy taking out supplies that she didn't pay attention to what she had taken out. At this moment, seeing the goggles in the lifeguard's hand, she nodded immediately. "Yes, this one can see things quite clearly." The lifeguard put one on immediately, not caring whether the goggles looked cool or not. In such heavy rain and dark sky, having goggles that can clear vision obstructions is a huge help to them. Sometimes it is such an inconspicuous little thing that can play the most important role at the most critical moment. In the thick night, colorful lights flickered, and lifeguards put on goggles one after another. Finally, everyone realized that they were wearing goggles to rescue in the rainy night, without even using a flashlight. The goggles that Sister Hua got are so effective. By late night, the first batch of seriously injured patients who were dug out had received preliminary treatment and were sent back to Xiangqing by lifeguards. Gong Yi still hasn't been dug out. Huami sat in her tent, holding her belly, and couldn't help but call up the control panel of Apocalypse Supermarket. She looked at her remaining Lottery X8 and prayed silently in her heart. If she had bad luck in her previous life, then she should have good luck for once in this life. After praying, Hwami felt her twitching abdomen slowly calm down. She closed her eyes and pressed Lottery X8. Obtain Orange Tree Growth Speed X12. Time limit: 72 hours. Get Newborn Jumpsuit X100000. Get 10 nanny cars. Get 1 garbage recycling station. Get the Universal Signal Connector X100000. Get Self-Heating Hot Pot. Dark Mustard Flavor. X100000. Get Folic Acid X1000. Get Xiao Chaihu Granules X100000. Hwami looked at these things one by one. Fortunately, her level 10 storage had been emptied a lot. Otherwise, there would not be enough space for so many messy things. She took a fancy to the universal signal device, so she flipped her hand and took one out from the level 10 storage. This universal signal connector looks like a mobile phone holder with a very small Doraemon design. It can be attached to the back of a mobile phone case and can actually be used as a mobile phone holder. Hwami put one on her mobile phone and found that in this remote place, her mobile phone signal, which was originally only 1 or 2 bars, was now full of bars. She suddenly had an idea and called Gong Yi on her cell phone. After a burst of noise, the voice came through with incredible clarity. Hello? Hello?
Gong-gi?
Are you still alive? Hwami asked loudly, but this was actually nonsense. Gong Yi could even get through on the phone. How could he not be alive? There was silence for a moment on the other end of the phone, as if he had not expected that he could receive Hwami's call even though he was in such an environment, surrounded by wet mud and rocks, and his phone had been soaked in the mud for more than 10 hours. Gong Yi laughed. His voice was low and a little hoarse. Guess. I guess you're still alive. Hwami breathed a sigh of relief, and her slightly twitching abdomen also relaxed a little, and she felt much more comfortable. You guessed right. Inside the phone, Gong Yi's laughter became louder. He was in a pool of mud, and everything around him was dark. In fact, his cell phone was out of battery, but Hwami's voice came through the broken carrier in his hand. It's like a ray of salvation in the darkness. Not seeing the light and only hearing the sounds was an encouragement to him. Wait a minute, they are so worried about you and are trying their best to save you. You have to hold on, don't die, don't close your eyes. Gong Yi responded, but what he didn't say was that he was not afraid of death. What he was afraid of was being trapped to death with no hope. But now he felt much better, because Hwami told him that he had not been abandoned, and his fellow men were trying their best to dig him out. All he had to do was wait there. Hwami leaned on a pile of supplies, one arm protecting her belly, and one hand holding her cell phone. At this time, she didn't know what to say. In fact, it was enough to know that Gong Yi was still alive. However, after finally getting through to Gong Yi's call, Hwami didn't want to hang up. So she asked again, Is it dark in there? Black. Gong Yi's voice came from the phone. After a pause, he asked back, You care about me? Hwami didn't say anything. At this time, this atmosphere, this tone, and this topic were a bit dangerous. But I have to hang up the phone now, and I don't know if I can get through to Gong Yi again. Coincidentally, Gong Yi didn't want to hang up the phone either. He showed a rare moment of leisure and asked, Actually, I'm quite curious. Do you really not remember me, or are you pretending not to remember me?
What?
Hwami didn't understand where the grievance in this boss's words came from, so she asked, I've always been curious. Where have we met before? 3302, remember? On the other end of the phone, Gong Yi showed a hint of gnashing his teeth. Do you want me to explain it more clearly? What is 3302? Hwami is even more confused. Her real confusion, when seen by someone else, becomes annoying and hateful. Because she dragged him to get this room. On the other end of the phone, Gong Yi was silent for a moment. He suddenly realized that he seemed to have been played with by this scumbag. What did she think of him? When she coaxed him to get a room, she said sweet words. It's so hateful. Hwami continued to rack her brains to think, what is 3302? The password of the safe? Some secret code? After thinking about it for a long time, she couldn't figure it out, so she just lay down. Why don't you just tell me directly, where have you seen me? Do I owe you money? If I don't owe you money, it's easy to talk about it. If I did, why don't we write it off now? She has a straightforward personality because she remembers that she never owed anyone any money in her previous life, and if she did, the amount was not much. Hundreds of dollars, dozens of dollars? In the face of such natural and man-made disasters, it's a shame. Suddenly, Hwami seemed to have awakened her mind and asked generously, "Are you saying that I owe you 3,302 yuan? Okay, this amount is a bit too much. I'll sell you 10 boxes of Xiao Chaihu granules to offset it." Gong Yi was so angry that he almost vomited blood when he was stuck in the mud. He sneered, "It can't be offset. Just wait until I get out and I'll have a good talk with you." That time with Hua Mi was the first time in Gong Yi's life. He could remember the details for a lifetime. But what about this bad girl? She forgot about him completely the moment she turned her back. Very good. The feud is settled. Gong Yi was very angry, but Hwami didn't take it to heart. She said with a grin, "You look pretty good now, boss. Are you hungry? I should go and give your guys some hot pot. Keep a record. One hot pot costs 39.9. He even ran out and shouted to the outside, "Man is made of iron and rice is made of steel. If you don't eat, you'll be hungry. Those who are taking a break, come and have some hot pot." The small hot pot is self-heating, and there is also clean mineral water for them. For those who have been continuously rescuing in the rain for dozens of hours, this small hot pot really came at the right time. The young men who had just rested and were starving came over and lined up to enter the tent to get the hot pot. They were very excited when they went in, but after taking it out, they looked at the small hot pot with dark mustard flavor in their hands and fell into deep thought. This is a flavor they have never tasted before. It shouldn't be poisonous enough to kill people. Seeing that everyone was enjoying the hot pot, Hwami put another 10,000 boxes of Xiao Chaihu granules into the tent. After all, in this weather, people are getting wet in the rain all day long, and even if there are no problems, they will cause problems. It is good to drink some Xiao Chaihu granules. As the sky gradually brightened, a lifeguard shouted, "We found the boss. Hurry up." The lifeguard's voice was also heard from the phone. Hwami relaxed and hung up the phone while the lifeguard was going towards Gong Yi. Then he patted his ace and continued to cross mountains and rivers towards the place where the large amount of medical supplies were stored. It was as if the phone call that was stuck in the mud was an illusion he had created. If he hadn't seen the dark mustard-flavored self-heating hot pot brought over by the lifeguard, Gong Yi would have really doubted whether he had received a call from Hwami. Hwami walked forward all the way, her figure so light as if she had no weight. She walked faster and faster, and more floating. The sky gradually brightened, and as she walked, she continued to study the things she had won in the lottery. Needless to say, the growth speed of the orange trees is so fast that Hwami can harvest several waves of oranges in just one night and one morning. Every time we harvest oranges now, we harvest 3,000 to 4,000 to 5,000. We also harvested grapefruits, apples, and the cherries, pomegranates, kiwis, and cantaloupes that we had planted earlier, but the quantity was not as great as the oranges. Hwami took out an orange as she walked, peeled it, and ate it. She casually wanted to throw away the orange peel, but then she remembered that she had won a recycling station in the lottery. "Hey, what is this?" Hwami opened the control panel of Apocalypse Supermarket and found a trash can symbol on her panel. Hwami opened the trash can sign and threw the orange peel in her hand into the trash can. Recycling. Orange peel. Conversion energy x 0.0 tip. Energy has been charged into the level 8 factory, no surplus. This means that this amount of energy from garbage conversion is not enough because Hwami's level 8 factory requires a large amount of energy every day to produce materials. Hey, Hwami felt it was new and fresh. She stopped her flying steps and looked carefully at the recycling bin drawn from the lottery. Could it be possible to generate energy by recycling garbage in it? With this thing, what is the need for diesel? Hwami looked at a collapsed house in front of her. She rushed over, picked up a rotten chair on the ground, and threw it into the recycling station. Recycling, rotten chair, converted energy x 0. Recycling, paper, conversion energy x 0.0000 recycling, Stone fragments. Conversion energy x 0.000. The energy converted from these garbage is pitifully small, but there is too much garbage. Hwami seemed to be getting excited and recovered the entire collapsed house. Finally, her level 8 factory green bar rose by 0.1%. This is cause for celebration. If the price can increase by 0.1%, how far is it from 99.9%? You know, the more time passes in this world, the more garbage there will be, especially after all the cities were turned into rubble by the earthquake. Hwami was particularly excited and walked towards the medical supplies storage area, recycling garbage along the way. She recycled whatever she saw, including torn plastic bags, empty lunch boxes, torn pieces of paper, rotten furniture, moldy rice, and chewed bubble gum. When she finally got the energy bar of the level 8 factory to 10%, she had already walked to the vicinity of the medical supplies storage area. Nearby, Hwami discovered a gathering place for survivors. Oh, calling them a survivor gathering place now is still not accurate enough. They should be a group of survivors who migrated from other cities. Because this end of the world is in chaos, the order in which disasters come is completely different from what Hwami experienced in her previous life. Therefore, she lost the ability to foresee and judge the coming of disaster. But Hwami still knows some very basic phenomena. For example, it would be very dangerous for a single woman to leave the city at this time and move around alone, out of the sight of the garrison. For example, some cities will become more and more chaotic, but some cities have good order. Then many survivors from these cities will move to these cities with good order management. From the current perspective, the garrison is in Gong Yi's hands, so Xiangqing has not fallen into disorder, which will inevitably attract many survivors to Xiangqing. Hwami stood in a grove of trees and observed the migrating team of survivors who were setting up tents in an open space in the distance. This team is made up of men, and its purpose is not very clear. She chose to stay away. These are some lessons she learned from living in the apocalypse in her previous life. Maybe at this time, the hearts of people in a group with a large number of men are not as sinister as she imagined, but it is always better to be careful. Unless the other party is a strictly disciplined group such as garrisons and lifeguards, it is hard to imagine what will happen to women once disorder breaks out. Hwami hid in the woods, vigilantly and carefully avoided the team of survivors in front of her, and continued to walk towards the depression where medical supplies were stored. Because the earthquake caused the mountain to change, the depression became smaller and smaller. Fortunately, Hwami didn't spend much time in the city. Otherwise, if she had arrived a few days later, the last half of the medical supplies would have been trapped in the mudslide and completely submerged without a trace. And she keenly discovered that before she came, half of these medical supplies had already been coveted by someone. In the depression, several men were guarding near a medical supplies truck, discussing with their heads down how to get such a large batch of supplies out of the depression. I heard that winter vacation will start early this year, hey. The group of men next to the medical supplies are in the same group as the team of survivors who set up tents in the open space nearby. It can be seen at a glance, from the distance between them and the supplies they carry with them, that they are here for this batch of medical supplies just like the previous group. Hwami hid behind a tree, careful not to be discovered by the group of men. She planned to take a detour, avoid everyone's attention, and sneak down to collect the supplies. It's not a good idea to show up openly at this time. The other person hasn't shown any signs of being extremely evil. Hwami can't just rush down and kill them all. She is just cruel and ruthless, not addicted to killing. Since she had no intention of killing anyone, there was no need for her to draw attention to herself. In the depression, two men were smoking with their backs to Hwami. One of them took out his cell phone and complained while watching the color video on his cell phone. Let's get these medical supplies out first. The man next to him came over and watched the short color video together. While watching, the two were also discussing the figures of the women in the video. They didn't notice at all the dozens of large trailers behind them, which were disappearing one by one in the misty drizzle. There are more than 100 large trailers, and the disappearance of a few of them would not attract much attention. Instead, the two people who were watching the pornographic video suddenly received a call saying that their brothers who were patrolling outside had met two lost women. Two women? The two men who were complaining about the lack of women in this remote countryside couldn't help but look at each other. His eyes were full of hormones. This is very intriguing. This place is not a village with a large population. It was quite desolate before the earthquake. What were the two women doing here? Not only were they curious, but Hwami was also curious. But the purpose of her coming today was to collect medical supplies, which had already been sold to her by Ko Ming-hong, so they originally belonged to her. Therefore, Hwami didn't care about so many things, and just took away her medical supplies as soon as possible. In the mountains not far from Wamadiao, Dai Fong and Fong Xian, both dirty, were trembling as they looked at the two men in front of them. After they changed their clothes, they drove out of the city. Their original intention was to look for Hwami, but they drove further and further off the road, and finally the car broke down on the road. At this time, two people called Chin Ziren, but Chin Ziren hadn't answered the phone yet. So the two of them spent the night in the car. Sadly, their cell phones ran out of battery, the car wouldn't start, and they couldn't charge their cell phones. Dai Fong and Fong Xian had no choice but to decide to walk out to find a rescue team. The rescue team didn't find them, but they accidentally ran into the two men in front of them. One of the two men smiled and said to Fong Xian and Dai Fong, "You two ladies, are you lost? Would you like to come to our camp and sit for a while?" Dai Fong looked at the polite man in front of her with some caution and said to Fong Xian, "Forget it, Xin, let's go back. I heard there was a landslide nearby, and the rescue team should be not far away. I really regret leaving the city. The situation outside the city is completely different from before. No wonder so many people don't want to stay in Xiangqing, but they can't get out at all. The roads are so rotten that not only can't you get out of Xiangqing, but supplies from outside can't get in either." When the man in front of her heard her say this, he smiled and waved his hand, looking generous. It's okay if you don't go to our camp. I just saw the two of you running around in this wilderness. I'm afraid you might encounter some danger." He did not show any discomfort, but instead had a gentle and refined temperament. This made Fong Xian completely lose her guard. She looked back at the gravel and forest behind her, and also advised Dai Fong, "We don't know where we are now, and our phones are out of battery. The rain has soaked us through. Let's go to the camp ahead and sit down. At least borrow a power bank and charge our phones." What kind of evil people can there be in this world? Look at the clothes of the two men opposite. They are all wearing off-road clothing, and the brands are also very expensive. You can tell at first glance that it is the attire of a rich person. Before the earthquake, many people would go out camping, hiking, etc., which are all very advanced and healthy hobbies. Besides, they are not that unlucky. It's not that bad that they met bad guys as soon as they left the city. Dai Fong didn't want to. She shook her head and was about to persuade Fong Xian. But Fong Xian pulled her towards the two men. "Oh, Fong, you're just too vigilant. Why do you think so badly of people? Don't be like my sister, who is so pessimistic and unsunny." When Dai Fong heard Fong Xian compare her to Hwami, she followed Fong Xian's steps. She didn't want to be like Hwami, who beats up everyone she sees and has violent tendencies. When the two men saw them coming, the smiles on their faces deepened, and they led Fong Xian and Dai Fong to their camp. In the depression where medical supplies were stored, the two men who were guarding the supplies also received the news. They looked at each other. This kind of woman must be quite open-minded. Otherwise, why would she just run away with a man so easily? It's getting dark. I'll go back and see what they look like. The two of them exchanged shifts, one guarding the medical supplies in the depression, and the other going back to see the girl. Anyway, there were so many medical supplies stored in this depression, and no one would get them out in a short time. Even their professional salvage and leak-picking teams would find it difficult to come up with a solution within a few days, so they might as well go back to the camp and have some fun. The same idea applies to guarding in other directions. There are hundreds of large trailers, each loaded with medical supplies nearly 5 meters high. They will not run away if they are placed here. Everyone went back to see the girls, and only a few people were left in the depression. And dozens of large trailers. Yes, there were more than 100 trailers, but in the end only a few dozen were left. Just like that, he disappeared without a trace. As it was not getting dark yet, Hwami was still hurrying back to Xiangqing. She began to feel frightened and took out her steel bars from the level 10 storage and hit the guards with clubs one by one. She hit one and dragged one away and collected several medical supply trucks. When the last guard discovered that there were no supply trucks behind him, he was also hit by a club. Hwami quickly collected the last batch of medical supplies and finally lowered her head to look at the guards scattered on the ground. Their clothes were all branded goods, so she could just recycle them as garbage. She walked over, stretched out her claws, and stripped the dozen or so men who were knocked unconscious on the ground. Even their underwear and socks were not spared. Hwami, who was suffering from energy anxiety, picked up the medical drugs scattered on the ground in the depression and threw them into the recycling bin. She seemed so crazy that she even took the pills covered in mud. If possible, she also wanted to throw the mudslide that fell nearby into the recycling bin. But we don't know how much time this will take, and it will also affect the changes in nearby mountains. While Hwami was hesitating, she received a call from the relative of the factory manager at the gas station. Hello? Sister Hua, the diesel and gasoline you ordered are stuck outside Xiangqing and can't be brought in. Do you want to return them? The diesel and gasoline that Hwami ordered last time had actually been delivered, but Hwami immediately ordered 10,000 tank trucks of gasoline and 10,000 tank trucks of diesel. The relative at the gas station knew that he could no longer transport so much goods, not because he had no source of goods, but because even if he had a source of goods, he could not transport them to Xiangqing. He sighed on the phone. Did your team stockpile any supplies? This is inside information. Don't tell anyone else. All the roads out of the city are blocked. Not only can't oil get into the city, but other supplies such as food and drink can't get into the city. The relative at the gas station started laughing again. Look at what I said. Your rescue team will definitely be fine. After all, Boss Gong has given 10 billion to the rescue team. I heard that you have been shopping a lot recently. You must have supplies. Hwami also smiled after hearing this and said, Look at what you said. You know I've been buying a lot recently, so maybe others don't know about it? The rescue team only has so much supplies. When the time comes, everyone will ask us for it. Even if we stockpile as much as we can, there's nothing we can do. Without waiting for the gas station relative to say anything, Hwami continued. Let's put it this way. We have done so many deals, and our cooperation has always been pleasant.
You don't have to test me.
For other things, if you are short of mineral water, tarpaulins, and respirators, just come to me for them. I can only watch and sell you some other things like self-heating hot pots and oranges. I have a lot of them here, and I can sell you tens of thousands of them. I have the authority to do so because I am familiar with Boss Gong. Also, I need diesel and gasoline on a long-term basis. Where is your tanker stuck? I'll find someone to haul it.
Just tell me the address.
Hwami spoke in an official tone. How much energy can she convert from recycling garbage? The most reliable ones are diesel and gasoline. So since she is out of the city now, she will collect the tanker first. The relative at the gas station immediately became happy. He pointed out a direction to Hwami. Our sister, Hua, still has a way. Have you heard? Qin Ziren, the emergency department, has been trying to mobilize the garrison of the Xiangqing emergency department to transport medical supplies into the city for him so that he can move up, but Captain Gong didn't agree. Haha. The other party thought that what Hwami meant by finding someone to tow the goods was to find the garrison to tow the goods, and he became even more respectful to Hwami. This woman is not simple. She must have a special relationship with Gong. You have to hold this woman's thighs tightly. Hwami did not explain, and just let the relatives at the gas station say whatever they wanted. Anyway, there were only a few big guys in Xiangqing, and if there was any news, everyone would share it with each other. Qin Ziren wanted to mobilize the garrison, but the fact that there was no mobilization became like a joke and was passed around among the bigwigs. Of course, many people also knew about Hwami's previous frantic purchase of supplies from the big guys. What is reassuring is that Hwami did not intend to monopolize all the supplies. At least she promised her relatives at the gas station that she was willing to sell an unlimited amount of mineral water, tarpaulins and respirators, as well as a certain number of self-heating hot pots and oranges. When food and supply trucks could not enter Xiangqing, Hwami was able to sell these, which made many people feel at ease. After hanging up the phone with her relative at the gas station, Hwami changed direction and planned to walk to the place where the tanker was stuck and continue to collect the tankers. Her feet paused, and she kicked a white foam box. The box is well packaged. It should be the medicines that the group of people took out from the medical supplies trailer. Hwami picked up the foam box from the mud and wiped the mud off the box with her sleeve. No wonder those men don't want it. What do they want it for? She was going to throw it in the recycling bin. But when I look at the packaging of this box, it seems quite tight, and the test papers inside are definitely not contaminated. Hwami decided to keep it, washed it directly with mineral water, and put it into her level 10 storage. She climbed up the depression, still thinking about the early pregnancy test paper in her head. Suddenly, she remembered that, it seemed that she didn't have her period this month. On the rainy night, a flash of lightning suddenly flew across the sky, shocking Hwami where she was. No way, it can't be that bad. She has never thought about this possibility. How about we take a test? Anyway, I just picked up a box of early pregnancy test strips. It's not free. At this moment, the laughter of men and women suddenly came from behind a forest on her side. It was the group of men in the camp. I guess these men were getting along well with the two lost women. They were talking and laughing, and it was quite lively. Hwami's cell phone rang. She looked down and saw it was an unfamiliar phone number. So I picked up the phone and heard Dai Fong's nervous voice. Hwami, where are you?
Hwami?
Hwami, I want to tell you something. Can you come and help us? Xion, and I can't seem to get away. On the other end of the phone, Dai Fong hid in the tent and didn't dare to go out. There were men everywhere outside. They had set up an open-air tent and were telling jokes to Fong Xion. The joke was somewhat explicit, which made Dai Fong feel very uneasy. She hinted to Fong Xion countless times that she should leave, but Fong Xion looked at the high-end red wine on the camping table and felt that these men were either rich or noble. She was also deliberately being retained by the men, so she could not leave at all. In other words, the two of them were entangled by this group of men. Dai Fong used the excuse of going to the tent to rest and recharge. After thinking it over, she called the rescue team, but the rescue team did not arrive yet. She called Hwami again. She felt that Hwami's ruthlessness in beating people was comparable to that of this group of men. And Hwami also left the city. Didn't she go out of the city to receive supplies? She should be wandering around here. Thinking of this, Dai Fong quickly told Hwami about her and Fong Xion's situation and cried again. Hwami, Sister Hwami, please come and save us. It was all my fault before. I was not good. I shouldn't have disobeyed you. I shouldn't have left the city. Please come. Hwami touched her belly and refused directly. No, I can't come. I'm weak now. I need to take good care of myself and can't do strenuous exercise. Hwami, you can't do this, Hwami. Dai Fong's angry voice sounded on the other end of the phone. Hwami hung up the call and continued walking deeper into the woods. According to the direction given by the relative at the gas station, if she walked about 10 kilometers from where she was now, she would reach the place where the tanker truck was stuck. The relatives at the gas station have sold all the oil that could be obtained in the entire Xiangqing to Hwami. The current batch of oil was transported from the neighboring city by him using his connections, but still couldn't beat time. Hwami calculated that it was only a dozen kilometers, which would normally take her 20 to 30 minutes to drive. But now she had to trek over the mountains and hills, so she had to prepare a whole day. With this plan in mind, she was no longer in a hurry. She walked for a while in her raincoat, found a high ground with a relatively wide view, and released the nanny car she had won in a lottery from the level 10 warehouse. I originally planned to take a rest, then take out the early pregnancy test to test whether I was pregnant. But when she opened the macaron-colored nanny car, Hwami realized that she had thought the problem too simply. This is not just a cheap item given away in a lottery, it is simply a top-notch luxury nanny car. There are original wooden floors, airline business class leather seats, and the car is also equipped with a shockproof and fall-proof baby car seat. The key point is that this nanny car has a pocket-sized kitchen area, a bathroom, and a mother and child bed in the back. There is even a baby guardrail on the bed. There is also a small table for doing homework. Children in the end times still need to do homework. Hwami felt as if fate was playing a joke on her. How about taking a test? She must be overthinking it. What's wrong with her period being a few days late? She used to have irregular periods every month. Besides, I wasn't pregnant in my previous life, so how could this accident happen in this life? Hwami didn't take it seriously and went into the bathroom of the nanny car with the early pregnancy test paper. She really didn't want to complain. This was already a top-notch luxury nanny car. Could they give her a bigger toilet? She was holding the pregnancy test paper in her hand, waiting for the result nonchalantly, when she received a call from Gong Yi. Where? There was a crackling rain over at Gong Yi's place. There was a lot of noise, and there were also sounds of women crying and shouting. Hwami felt annoyed after hearing this. She looked at the pregnancy test paper in her hand, and 2 red lines slowly appeared. What does that mean? Where is the instruction manual? She sat down on the airline seat, flipped through the instructions for the early pregnancy test paper, and spoke in a very aggressive tone. What do you care where I am? Why is it so noisy over there? I received an SOS. A bunch of scumbags wanted to bully 2 women. You know these 2 women. During the process, 2 of them ran away, 1 fell off the mountain, and the other was crying. Gong Yi was wondering whether to talk about this matter. He stood in the rain. Dai Fong and Fong Xian behind him were sent away by the lifeguards. There was a group of men squatting on the ground. Obviously, Dai Fong won't live long, but Fong Xian is fine. Dai Fong and Fong Xian?
Oh.
Hwami looked at the 2 bars on the instruction manual in shock. Is she pregnant? Are you pregnant? Pregnant? On the phone, Gong Yi asked worriedly. Are you okay? Where are you? When I first received the SOS, I thought you were in here. I was so worried. Where are you?
Speak.
Talk? Talk nonsense?
I'm busy.
Hwami hung up Gong Yi's phone directly. When he called again, she added Gong Yi's number to the blacklist. Then one person pressed his forehead and leaned on the work board to digest the news. Well, maybe the measurement was not accurate. This is a big deal. I have to find Ko Minghong later and get her a more reliable doctor to check it out. She wasn't pregnant in her previous life, so why is she pregnant in this life? What went wrong? If she really gets pregnant, should she look for that duck? After all, that duck is the child's father. But since the money and goods were already paid for, wouldn't it be a bit unfair to go back to the duck and ask for after-sales service? TSK, what's the point of thinking so much now? I need to go back and see a doctor for a detailed checkup to find out the truth. Hwami thought about it for a long time and finally persuaded herself that health was the most important thing at this time. If she got pregnant, she still had to take good care of herself. So she filled the water tank of the nanny car with a large bucket of mineral water, took a hot bath, and fell asleep. On that stormy night, she never expected that a man would run through all the surrounding wilderness in order to find her. She pushed the blindfold on her face to the top of her head and yelled in a bad mood, "Who is it? Who is looking for death?"
I.
Gong Yi's voice sounded outside the car door, filled with deep anger. Open the door. Opening the door at this time is seeking death. Don't think Hwami couldn't hear the anger in Gong Yi's tone. Her bladder started to panic, and she turned over in bed, opened the small window above her head, showed her face, and shouted, "What?" Gong Yi, who was standing by the car door, walked over with a damp look on his body. There were many scratches on his resolute and handsome face. The rain hit his face, dripping together with the blood from the wound. He stared at the disheveled Hwami and sneered, "It's easy to find a place for you to sleep." After searching over mountains and across rivers for a whole night, we approached the area and saw the nanny car parked on the high ground at a glance. Yes, it saved him a lot of trouble. Hwami lay on the bed, feeling guilty for no apparent reason. She tried to hold herself together. "What do you want from me? Are you free?" "Yes, I am just free." Gong Yi outside was so angry that he was about to explode. He had an incomprehensible anger and yelled at Hwami. Fong Xian said that you also left the city and the 2 of them followed you out. I was thinking maybe your body was dumped there. Well, you're sleeping here peacefully. You are really good. This time Gong Yi was really anxious. He had dealt with many vicious SOS. When he heard Fong Xian crying and saying that Huami was also near them, he became anxious. But she called Huami, and she put him on the blacklist. Given Huami's temper, she would definitely not be that obedient. She was just afraid that if she resisted, those cruel people would beat her, hurt her, and finally abandon her body in the wilderness. When he thought of this possibility, Gong Yi couldn't stop searching. He stood in the rain, staring at Huami, his eyes gradually turning red, gritting his teeth. Get me off the blacklist. Seeing Gong Yi like this, Huami felt guilty and soft-hearted. She never thought that Gong Yi could find this place. It must have taken a lot of effort. It's really thoughtful. Gong Yi is a good person. She hurriedly found her cell phone and car keys, dragged Gong Yi's phone number off the blacklist, and used the car keys to open the car door. He did not get in the car. He stood outside the car, covered in mud and blood, and asked unhappily, "You were staying in the city. Why did you come out?" "Getting supplies, what can I do?" Huami yawned and got off the bed. She walked to the door and motioned Gong Yi to get in the car. "Don't stand at the door."
Come in.
"No, I'm very dirty." Gong Yi lifted his feet, which were covered in mud. Huami's nanny car was quite clean. He went in, and she would have to clean it up later.
Don't bother her at this time.
"Just come in if I tell you to. I picked up this car and I wasn't any better than you when I came in." Huami turned around, swept the pregnancy test paper on the homework board into the trash can, and got a bottle of water for Gong Yi. She turned around and found her big bag, took out ethanol, sterile gauze, and hemostatic gel. "Come up and I'll show you the wound on your face." Her tone became much better. After all, Gong Yi was a nice person, and he had been looking for her for the whole night, so she had to be nicer to him. Gong Yi looked at Huami steadily, opened his lips, and finally took off his muddy boots and got into the car. As soon as he took off his raincoat, Huami forced him to sit on the airline chair. The anger he had been accumulating all night dissipated very quickly when he saw Huami was safe and sound. "Do you know what it means for you, a woman, to be out there at this time and invite a man to get in the car?" He saw her turn around and use sterile gauze soaked in ethanol to rub it on his face, and he couldn't help laughing again. After a while, Gong Yi stopped smiling and said slowly, "Dai Fong was almost dying from the fall, and Fong Xian was sent back to Xiangqing crying all the way." These few ordinary words imply the evil of human nature, which is evil to the extreme. That group of scumbags thought Fong Xian and Dai Fong were the kind of casual women, so they were indeed planning to get rid of them. But before it even started, Dai Fong pulled Fong Xian away. The two of them ran around in the rainforest in a panic, and finally Dai Fong fell off a cliff. When he was sent to the emergency center, he was only breathing his last breath and has not woken up yet. On the contrary, Fong Xian was crying. She was fine, but she didn't say anything when asked. Gong Yi did not explain the details of what happened, but Huami knew what happened. She stood in front of Gong Yi calmly, cleaning the cut on his face, with a slightly sarcastic expression on her face. "When I left the city, the two of them followed me. I told them that it was dangerous outside the city and asked them not to leave. It doesn't mean you will be 100% sure to encounter danger once you leave the city, but the risk factor is definitely higher than inside the city. Especially two beautiful women." After cleaning the blood off Gong Yi's face, Huami threw away a ball of sterile gauze stained red with blood and applied hemostatic gel on Gong Yi. Then he said to Gong Yi, "I saw the camp of those men from a long distance away, but I didn't approach them. We still have to be cautious at times like this. I didn't expect Dai Fong and Fong Xian to go there." As she spoke, she sat on a chair by the door, looking at the raindrops flying outside. "Last night, Dai Fong called me and said that you were too slow to go and asked me to go and rescue them first, but I didn't go." She knew that if she said this, many people would scold her for not helping the two girls, saying that she was cruel and heartless, and that she knew the two girls were in danger, but still didn't help. In fact, with her skills, it is not a problem for her to fight against many people at once. But what if? What if there was a 1 in 10,000 chance that one of the men was better at fighting than Huami and knocked her down before she could teleport? What should she do? These two people were not indispensable to her life, not important enough for her to risk her life to save them. She was selfish, and she didn't want to take any chances with it. What's more, there is a high possibility that she is pregnant with a little one. I know that what I said was too selfish and mean for you garrisons, but this is me. I don't care if you want to be friends with me in the future. Huami continued talking, hugging her belly with her arms, looking stubbornly at the rain outside the door. She had never been friends with the garrisons in her previous life. The sentiments of these garrisons in the early days of the apocalypse were too noble, which made her seem particularly selfish. A big hand covered her head, and the warm and dry palm rubbed her hair. Huami turned her head and saw Gong Yi's smiling face. He smiled, with two shallow dimples on his cheeks. He looked less serious than usual, like a big boy. I have been an SOS for more than a year. I can tell you responsibly that your choice this time is 100% correct. It's like a child seeing someone drowning. He can't jump into the water to save the person. He must ask an adult for help. Dai Fong had already reported an SOS signal, so their actions were a little slow, but that was because Dai Fong did not report her location clearly. You have to trust the rescue team. Compared to the wild, Xiangqing is just a local point, a very small point. Outside the city are endless mountains and wilderness, with large areas of uninhabited areas. In many areas, there is no signal at all. What's more, Dai Fong and Fong Xian finally ran out of the camp. Under such circumstances, it took the rescue team only a few hours to find the traces of Dai Fong and Fong Xian, which was considered extremely fast. So, who can say that Huami's self-preservation is wrong? At this time, 2 people have already been killed, so is it really necessary to send another innocent girl into the wolf's den? Is this right? Isn't this selfish? You've done a good job. Just like what you did just now, you didn't open the door for me immediately before you were sure of my intention. That was right. Gong Yi couldn't help but pull a few more handfuls of Huami's hair. It felt as smooth as he remembered. It was not until his hand was opened by Huami that he said again, "All right, I'm angry enough. What do you have to eat here? I've been looking for you all night, and you haven't had a sip of water." Huami then suppressed the complicated emotions in her heart, stood up, rummaged through her large shoulder bag, and took out a self-heating hot pot, dark mustard flavor. "Change it, I don't eat this." When Gong Yi saw the small hot pot that Huami took out, his eyebrows jumped. He has a psychological trauma about this taste. You are the only one who has too many things to do. Huami rolled her eyes at Gong Yi, then rummaged through her bag and pulled out a pack of instant noodles with pickled cabbage flavor. This time, Mr. Gong didn't say anything. He sat on the chair, watching her busying herself for him, and suddenly asked, "What supplies do you want to receive? I'll assign some people to you to help you transport them." Standing in the small kitchen area, Huami took out a small pot to cook instant noodles and smiled. "I heard that Qin Ziren asked you to borrow someone, but you didn't lend him any. Why are you assigning someone to me this time?" Gong Yi behind him did not answer. Huami looked back while cooking noodles. The man who said he wanted to eat noodles was looking at her in a daze. Huami quickly turned her head away and lowered her head to cook noodles. She felt so uneasy because of the ambiguity and danger. Gong Yi's eyes were drowning. Gong Yi behind him lowered his head, thought for a moment, and chose a distance that Huami felt was safe. Qin Ziren's purpose is not simple. He wants to take control of the garrison, not necessarily to transport medical supplies into the city. Huami couldn't help but curl her lips. She brought the small pot to the homework table and sat on the chair next to it. There was a small aisle between her and Gong Yi. He did go a little too far. It's not a good thing for the garrison to fall into his hands. Looking at Gong Yi lowering his head and eating noodles in big mouthfuls, as if he was starving and hadn't eaten for several days, Huami said, "But I don't want your garrison either. You have too many rules. It's boring. You can't fight with others, you can't kill or burn people, so what's the point of bringing a team to garrison? It also hinders Huami's freedom." Gong Yi was eating noodles, his cheeks were bulging, and his dimples were faintly visible. He pointed at Huami with his chopsticks. "Look, you've chosen it. So, what do you think would be more exciting?"
Me.
Huami really thought about it. She rested her elbows on the armrests of the chair, supported her chin with one hand, and made a pistol gesture with the other hand. I want this. If anyone doesn't listen to me, my people will rush up with machine guns and shoot, 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 shoot. That's a nice thought. Gong Yi gave Huami 3 words. The garrison is the most disciplined team in the world, and is different from the gangsters. He finished the noodles in a few bites, and felt his stomach warm. Where are the supplies you want to pick up? I'll have someone deliver them to you. Hurry back to the city. What are you doing wandering around outside? Huami ignored him, stood up, put away the small pot, went to the kitchen to wash the pot, and said to Gong Yi, just focus on your rescue and maintaining order. You don't need to worry about other things. After washing the pot in a few seconds, Huami opened the bathroom door and took out a raincoat. I'll go take a look around. If you're tired, you can take a nap in my car. As she was talking, Huami put on her raincoat and prepared to park the car here. Gong Yi and the others were running all over the mountains anyway, so if anyone got tired, they could come here to rest. Gong Yi raised his hand to stop her. He raised his drooping eyes and looked at Huami. Okay, if you don't let me care, I won't care about you that much. Then how did you get in touch with me last time? You have to tell me. After saying that, he acted like a scoundrel. Huami, we have known each other for such a long time. I don't want you to be the same as those 2 women next time I see you. There were stars twinkling in Gong Yi's deep eyes. He was sitting on the chair and was actually not much shorter than Huami. Huami opened her lips, flipped her hand inside her raincoat, took out a cartoon universal signal connector, searched around, and found a big red angry bird with bared fangs and claws. Here, stick this on the back of your phone, and you'll be able to call me no matter where I am. She pressed the angry bird on Gong Yi's forehead, and while he was reaching out to take it off, she had already jumped lightly out of the nanny car. Standing in the rain, Huami smiled and looked back at Gong Yi and sighed, this little bird looks a lot like you. When he knocked on her car door, his momentum seemed to explode. Gong Yi looked at the phone sticker in his hand and couldn't help but sneer. Huami was such a naughty girl. Watching Pai Yada walk away and her back disappearing in the rain, he took out his new mobile phone and pasted the angry little red bird on the back of the phone. Not to mention, the cell phone signal instantly reached full bars. It's amazing. Huami had rested for a night and was full of energy. She quickly approached the section of the road where the tanker was stuck. There was an entire road filled with tanker trucks, probably hundreds of them. Because this batch of tankers were transferred from the neighboring city, if the road in Xiangqing is blocked, they can actually return to the neighboring city. But the problem is that the retreat route of more than 100 tanker trucks was also cut off by a huge landslide. For safety reasons, the drivers of the tanker trucks have already evacuated this section of road, and specific rescue measures need to be discussed further. There was no one on the rainy road except Huami. She jumped off the overturned mountain and walked along the winding national road, storing the tanker truck in the level 10 storage.
Turn on security scan.
Completion of Security and Defense Works Defense Project Rating. Completed the construction of 2 square meters of black soil wall rating. Basic Protection Project. Get 5 square meters of black land. Please choose a site for the black land. When a lucky draw X1, just as Huami was happily collecting oil tankers, a page of letters appeared on her screen.
She stopped. Huh?
The 2 square meters of black soil were placed in the square of the rescue center. Originally, Huami thought that these 2 square meters of black soil would form her independent supermarket system, but she didn't expect that a wall would be built next to the black soil, which could be considered a security defense project. Huami was immediately very happy. She had already thought about what she was going to plant this time. Last time she planted some fruits, so this time she would plant some rice. Anyway, it has been raining every day recently, which is annoying, so I just plant rice. She thought happily and drew the new lottery ticket. Obtain orange tree growth speed X120, time limit. 30 days what? Huami was struck by this award and hurriedly brought up the black soil panel and saw that the orange tree pattern on it was rapidly changing into color at an extremely exaggerated speed. She was shocked and quickly clicked a button to harvest. Get orange X7893 before Huami took 2 steps. The orange tree that had just turned gray turned colorful again. Obtain Orange X8876, get Orange X9095, get Orange X1095 unlock storage level 11, space 11 by 1. No. If this continues, the orange warehouse will explode. Hwami quickly sent a message to Gong Yi. Hwami, I bought a lot of oranges. Starting today, each of you garrison members must eat 100 oranges every day for a month. Hwami, don't throw orange peels around. Pick up the garbage and put it behind my RV. I can use it. Hwami, in addition, the boys are in the growth stage, so midnight snacks are also necessary. Each of them can have a self-heating hot pot as a midnight snack every day. Gong Yi. Gong Yi was on his way to a rescue mission when he received Hwami's message and replied with a few dots speechlessly. This is good. I can't escape the fate of having stir-fried vegetables for 3 meals a day, and I have to add a small hot pot with dark mustard flavor as a midnight snack at night. That's not all. We have to eat 100 oranges a day? Gong Yi ran for a while and felt that he couldn't let this woman go on like this anymore, otherwise she would really treat the garrison and rescue team like pigs. So he stopped and quickly sent her a voice message. Gong Yi, how many oranges did you buy? Hwami, a lot. Hwami also sent a voice message back. During the time she was talking to Gong Yi, she had harvested tens of thousands of oranges. If this continues, the oranges will be poisoned. Gong Yi, then did you buy the meat last time I asked you to? Hwami chose not to reply to the message, because she forgot about it. After she had stored all the tanker trucks on the road into the level 11 warehouse, she called the agricultural trade giant. She wants to buy frozen meat. This tycoon is also a very impressive person, he said with a smile. I can still get a few tons of frozen meat, but the car can't enter Xiangqing. Hwami also smiled. Whether we can enter Xiangqing is our business. Just bring the frozen meat. If you find any problem, please tell me. The other party paused and sighed. At times like this, I can truly appreciate the benefits of having garrisons in my hands. Ordinary teams did not dare to leave the city at all. I heard that the mountains were loose due to continuous rain and earthquakes. Recently, many people were not buried in earthquakes but in landslides. If an ordinary person leaves the city and is trapped in a landslide, mudslide, or something like that, and the rescue team is unable to arrive in time, he or she will die. But garrison is different. The overall mobility of garrison is good. It is the best time to use garrison to transport supplies. The giant was becoming more and more polite to Hwami. Miss Hua, there are so many of you. How can a few tons of meat be enough for you? Will the rescue team kill chickens, ducks, and fish? I can get you a lot of these living things. I have connections in the next city. I can get you live chickens, ducks, fish, pigs, cattle, sheep, and even chicks, ducks, and fish. Because of the natural disaster, these living creatures in the neighboring city have no market. With each passing day, these living creatures continue to grow, die, and consume various feeds. Therefore, the giant's acquaintance in the neighboring city is eager to get rid of these burdens. Hwami thought about it for a moment. Wait for me. Then, she hung up the phone with the giant and called Hu Jing. Do your relatives know how to dig fish ponds? On the other end of the phone, Hu Jing asked about his relatives. After a few words, Hu Jing replied to Hwami, meeting. Hwami immediately hung up Hu Jing's phone and called the giant back with a smile. I want all the poultry, fish fry, etc. you have. I'll take whatever you offer. It will take many years for plants and animals to mutate, and before that, humans will have to go through countless natural and man-made disasters. Enough for Hwami to raise this batch of poultry, and then slaughter and eat them. I was discussing the price of live poultry with the tycoon when he asked, I heard that you have a lot of tarpaulins and mineral water? You can even get medical supplies? Yes, how much do you want? Hwami also smiled. When it comes to doing business, resource exchange is the kingly way. I need 60,000 tarpaulins, 1 million bottles of mineral water, and 10,000 of each type of medical supplies. I have another request. I hope to use the garrison to transport these things out of Xiangqing. The giants are people who do big business. Their cars go out in the rain, so they need to use waterproof tarpaulins. Especially for those who deal in vegetable, rice, and flour business, 60,000 tarpaulins are very few. In this kind of rainy weather, Waterproof tarpaulin has become a scarce commodity for many peers. Mineral water is also in urgent need, and the agricultural trade giant plans to find a way to transport it out of Xiangqing and sell it to the neighboring city. Huami stood on the empty road and said to the giant, "The garrison can't lend it to you, but I can find a way to clear a path for you. If you get blocked while using this road, you can call me, and I will clear it for you. Also, I have lots and lots of oranges here. Would you like to buy a few tons?" As she spoke, she released her nanny car from the level 11 storage and drove forward. If she encountered fallen trees, landslides, or fallen boulders, she would stop the car and recycle these obstacles into the garbage station. Recycling, Mud X1, Conversion Energy X 0.00001 Recycling, Tree X1, Converted Energy X 0.001 Recycling, Stone X1, Conversion Energy X 0.00001. These mud, fallen rocks, trees, and the like can generate a little more energy than the garbage created by humans. When the giant heard on the phone that Huami still had oranges, he happily agreed. He wanted to buy a few tons and sell them in the next city. After confirming the details with the giant, Huami gave the giant the address of Lianhua Xingxing Supermarket and asked him to send someone to the underground garage next to it to drag mineral water, tarpaulins, medical supplies, and oranges. Then he cleared all obstacles along the way and returned to Xiangqing. Once they entered the edge of Xiangqing, they would be easily discovered, so Huami called Hu Jing and asked him to find some more relatives to form a clearance team to symbolically clear the road outside Xiangqing. Hu Jing shouted at the top of his voice on the other end of the phone, "Miss Hua, we don't know how long it will take to clear the ruins in the city. Why are we thinking of clearing the outside of the city?" He couldn't understand how long it would take to clean up such a vast area outside the city. Could it be cleaned up in a lifetime? Even if Huami had a lot of supplies, he couldn't waste them like this. Huami seemed to be confident. "I just want to ensure that one road is unobstructed. You have dozens of relatives driving around on this road all day long. If they encounter garbage, they can drag it to a fixed garbage dump and I will arrange for people to clean it up. By the way, aren't you guys building a bunker for me now? There's a lot of garbage in our neighborhood, right? Don't just pile it up in the city. Take it to the unified garbage station outside the city. The treatment is still the same as what we agreed on before. On this basis, I will give you 100 extra oranges per day. Please don't throw the orange peels away. We need to pay attention to environmental protection now." I was actually very depressed for a while. I was completely in a state of depression, and it took a lot of effort to maintain a normal life. So you won't understand how many mountains and rivers I have crossed to appear before you this time. I actually want to say more, but I don't want to spread too much negative energy. It's not easy, but this terrible year is finally coming to an end. Environmental friendly? Hu Jing stood on a ruin, looking at the broken walls and ruins all around him. In this environment, Miss Hua actually told him to be environmentally friendly. He felt that his life might be a little magical. There were also people who worked for Miss Hua, whose daily wages were increased by 100 oranges each. Hu Jing wondered if he was hallucinating. There are no fruits to be found in Xiangqing now. The only place selling fruits is Huami's RV supermarket in the rescue center. An orange is sold for 19.9, and even at this price, many people are still scrambling to buy oranges. It can be seen to what extent the fruit shortage is. But as long as we clear the obstacles for Miss Hua, everyone will get 100 oranges every day. Is it true that whoever gets the supplies gets the world?
Jing.
Hu Jing, what are you doing? A contractor with a mouthful of gold teeth climbed up the ruins with his ace sticking out, wearing the same colorful flashing goggles as Hu Jing. Seeing that Hu Jing was still in a daze, he took out his safety helmet and hit Hu Jing on the back. Hu Jing seemed to be awakened. He came to his senses and told the contractor what Huami had said to him. "That's great. That's great." The contractor slapped his thigh and said happily, "You've got the right thigh. You know, the city's obstacle removal team is too busy now, so it's our turn to step in. I tell you, your uncles and aunts are all out of work, so let's call them all." Hu Jing, who was wearing a raincoat, ignored the relative's excitement. He looked worried. "Miss Hua, if you continue like this, won't your family go bankrupt?" He was very worried. In this world, who wouldn't want to stock up more supplies? With Huami's way of spending money, no amount of supplies would be enough to support her. Hu Jing is an upright man, and he is worried about Huami. But the contractor had another idea. He hooked Hu Jing's shoulder and said, "Don't worry about Miss Hua. I've asked around about the person behind Miss Hua. You know Gong Yi, he's a very tough guy. He got 10 billion when the earthquake just happened. How could he be short of supplies? Don't make me laugh." Compared to Hu Jing, who was worried about these trivial things, the contractor pointed to the mist in front of him and said, "I'm telling you, Jing, you should worry about our real problems. This thing is a bit weird, do you see it? I've never seen such a thick mist. If it's thicker, we can take a bath in it. These people who work outside all year round are very sensitive to the weather and nature. Although the rain is not heavy, it accumulates and will always have a great impact on human life. Especially the rain that fell did not accumulate much on the ground, and I haven't seen any roads in the city with deep water. The water just floated in the air, making the fog thicker and thicker. If it gets thicker, wouldn't the whole city be like being submerged in water? And this is what a small person like Hu Jing should worry about." In the Xiangqing Temporary Rescue Center shrouded in fog, Huami was driving into the city. After she collected the tanker truck and the garbage, she had to go back to the city to find a doctor to check her out. Huami will always be worried until this matter is resolved. Just after crossing the city boundary, we saw that the garrison had set up a checkpoint on the road. When they saw Huami's car coming, 2 guards immediately came out of the checkpoint and stretched out their hands to ask the car to stop. Huami opened the car window, and the garrison outside smiled and said, "Sister Hua, you're back? Well, what is this for?" Huami gestured to this level, not understanding what this was doing. The garrison outside the window answered enthusiastically. "The boss said that a lot of people have come to our Xiangqing recently. We need to check everyone coming in and out to make sure no evil people come in." Gong Yi was stimulated by the matter of Dai Fong and Fong Xian, especially in the current environment. He can still control the situation within the city, but he really can't control the situation outside the city. So, he shared the population electronic archive from the Xiangqing Police Archive with the garrison here. Everyone entering or leaving the city must have their pupils scanned, register with their real name, and have their criminal record checked. Other criminal records will be paid special attention to. Great job. Huami couldn't help but silently give Gong Yi a thumbs up in her heart. This guy was really born to be a boss. Things that others would take several years to react to after the apocalypse, Gong Yi accomplished in the first 2 months. If he continues investigating like this, Xiangqing's crime rate will be the lowest in the entire apocalypse. In the driver's seat of the nanny car, Huami took off her goggles and blinked her fox eyes with slightly hooked ends. "Then you sweep it for me." "Sister Hua, I'm sorry, this is our discipline." The garrison said this, took out the scanner apologetically, and scanned Huami's pupils. Although everyone knows that Huami's file is very clean, discipline is discipline, and discipline is rigid, especially for the garrison led by Gong Yi. 1 is 1, and 2 is 2. No special treatment will be given to anyone. Well, except when Sister Hua was fighting, I didn't see it. I understand. Come, eat the orange. Huami put on her goggles with a smile. At this moment, she had not done anything illegal, so there would be no problem for her to enter the city. After that, she took out a big bag of oranges from the car and stuffed them out of the window. "Eat them. You're welcome. I have more after you finish them. Eat more to supplement your vitamin C." A large bag full of oranges got stuck in the window when it was being stuffed out, and it was only with the help of the garrison outside that the window was pulled out. And at this moment, Huami is still harvesting oranges. Now, every harvest produces hundreds of thousands of oranges. How long has it been? As soon as the checkpoint was opened and Huami just entered the city, Gong Yi's message came. "Gong Yi, why are you returning to the city just now?" "Huami, are your eyes on me? You knew it as soon as I returned to the city." She parked the car on the side of the road and replied to Gong Yi's message. "Gong Yi, my brother sent me a message before you even passed." Huami. Oh, Huami was free and upgraded the level 8 factory while replying to messages. Level 9 factory. Water bottles, all specifications. Mineral water, all specifications. waterproof tarpaulin, specification 2x1.5m, self-priming filter type anti-particle respirator, all. Orange juice, specification 1L, limited production. Ethanol x 60,000, painkiller x 50,000, sterile gauze x 40,000, hemostatic gel x 30,000, goggles x 20,000, condoms x 10,000. Why are there orange juice and condoms? Whenever Huami sees the word orange, she gets a headache. And condoms, what exactly is this thing used for? Huami couldn't figure it out. In the last lottery, X100000 was drawn. Hu Jing and the contractor, two big enemies, sold X 10,000 each. There are still X 80,000 condoms left that have not been sold. This time, she was given a limited production of X 10,000. Are they going to make humans extinct? Huami angrily sent a message to Gong Yi. Huami, orange juice? What do you think of giving your garrison 30 bottles of 1L orange juice every day? Gong Yi, come on. Eat 100 oranges a day and drink 30 bottles of orange juice. Are you crazy? That she is crazy? Huami was so angry that she chose not to reply to the message. Keep driving. After a while, the nanny car drove for a while, and Gong Yi sent another message. Gong Yi, I have a few more injured people here. I want to send them to your place to help take care of them. Huami, more money. I want nursing fees. Huami stopped the car and went to the roadside to reply to Gong Yi's message. There's no way. If she gets pregnant, she will be two people now. It doesn't matter how I bump into her. The little one in her belly is so fragile. So, she even drives very carefully and has to stop the car to send a message. Gong Yi, you can pay the bill yourself. Just don't let us eat oranges anymore. Huami. Huami didn't want to pay attention to him anymore because her level 11 storage was about to be blown up by Jizzy. So, Huami quickly made orange juice X 10,000. To make orange juice, you need to consume oranges. If you can't sell these oranges externally, you can only consume some of them internally first. Then, Huami now has to find a place to house the 5 square meters of black land. Otherwise, the supporting facilities will be incomplete, and after the level 11 storage is full, there will be no way to upgrade. By then, there will be no place to store the oranges, and they will ripen and fall off automatically, flooding her Lotus Xingxing supermarket. Huami didn't dare to click on the Lottery X1 to upgrade the level 9 factory, so she could only stay there for now. Otherwise, if I give her another orange tree growth speed X120, time limit, 30 days, she will probably go crazy. As the car drove along, Huami stopped the car and greeted any patrol officers she encountered along the way. Then, give them a bag of oranges. Greeting is secondary. Giving oranges is primary. When they drove to the rescue center, Huami got out of the car, called Dafu and Xiaofu, and quickly carried down the nanny car full of oranges. They are all put outside the RV supermarket for sale. Seeing this, Yi Rong, who was weaving a straw mat in the RV, said with a sore tooth, "The oranges you made last time sold well. But didn't you make too many this time? 19.9 each. What if you can't sell them?" A few days ago, when Huami left the rescue center, she dragged a flatbed truck full of oranges. It sold out pretty quickly because no one else was selling fruit in Xiangqing. However, no matter how fast they sell, they cannot resist the saturation of the market. Once the market is saturated, no one will buy the oranges, and they will just rot, which is a pity. Huami thought about it and felt the same way. Then lower the price to 9.9 each and offer a discount for promotion. As long as she can hold on for a month, the pressure on her level 11 storage will be reduced. The most urgent task is to consume the oranges quickly. Thinking of this, Huami gave Chao Feng another instruction, asking him to get a truckload of oranges to deliver to the people. This was a temporary rescue center, so some should also be sent to Kuming Hong's place. Chao Feng drove a truck loaded with oranges and took a tour outside, delivering a large bag of oranges to the medical staff in the emergency area and several guards on duty. This was what Huami told everyone before she left. Every garrison member must eat 2 oranges every day. Now the plan has changed. Huami has announced that everyone must eat 100 oranges every day and medical care must be included. This is totally impossible to do. There was no way to count the 100 oranges distributed to each person, and the workload was too large for Chow Feng to handle it alone, so he could only give a bag to each person he met. There is no way to count how much is in a pocket. The garrison accepted it with a bitter face. The medical staff were busy and didn't really listen to what Chow Feng said. But when they saw someone giving them oranges, they happily accepted them. When he came back, Chow Feng saw Huami, Dafu, and Xiaofu pulling the tarpaulin in the misty drizzle. He hurried over and said, "Sister Hua, let me help." Before Huami could open her mouth to refuse, Chow Feng quickly grabbed the tarpaulin and spread it out together with Huami, Dafu, and Xiaofu. Huami saw that he moved quickly and didn't look like an injured person at all, so she stopped talking about wanting him to rest. She just gestured to a few people and told them to build a shed between the RV and the bus to form a temporary courtyard. When I first came back, I felt that visibility was getting lower and lower outside the city. When I drove into the city, I found that the air quality in our area was good. Huami sat in the RV and pulled out a straw mat to play with. As she walked into the city, she found that Xiangqing seemed to be shrouded in steam. If she hadn't been wearing goggles, she wouldn't have been able to see the road 5 meters ahead. But when we got near the RV, visibility became noticeably better, and there was moisture everywhere outside, but it was very dry in the RV and the bus. Yes, so now many people come to ask if we have goggles and respirators for sale. Yirong also thought that the mist was too thick. I heard that the dehumidification function of the air conditioner in the emergency area is turned on 24 hours a day. The earthquake has finally stopped, but the drizzle is falling again. The mist is quite annoying. Chow Feng stood outside the awning of the RV. The film on his face was so dry that it peeled off. He sighed, "I don't know when this will end. We're just getting started. Just bear with it, and be prepared that the world will never get better." Huami lowered her head and played with the straw in her hand. She wanted to say something encouraging, but she felt that it was useless to lie to them. She said that they would be fine after enduring this period. No, this was just the beginning. If they were not mentally prepared for a long-term battle, they would collapse in a few months. At the beginning of the end of the world, many people developed psychological problems because of this. They felt that there was no hope in life at all, and finally chose to commit suicide. You should not expect hope, but just adjust your mindset, abandon the good life in the past, work hard to welcome the end of the world, and it would be best to adapt to it. Silence, a depressing silence, echoed in the RV supermarket team. At this time, Huami slowly raised her head and said to Chow Feng, who was covered in heavy clothes, "Just now, your boss Gong sent me a message saying that 2 more lifeguards from the rescue team were injured. This time they were trapped under the mudslide. Cheer up, we still have a lot of things to do." Huami explained to Chow Feng why she had to set up a temporary oilcloth tent. Because Chow Feng and Tang Yu were wounded soldiers on the garrison, Huami originally did not intend to tell them about these things, so as not to affect the recovery of both people. But when Huami saw Chow Feng's ability to run and jump, she still told him. After all, when the wounded were sent over, Chow Feng and Tang Yu would also know about it. The two of them also have to help take care of the wounded in the rescue team. Chow Feng was just stunned for a moment and stopped talking. He helped Huami pull the oilcloth over the tractor and created a square space between the RV and the bus. He then quietly went to the open-air supermarket outside the RV to help place bottles of mineral water on the empty shelves. Behind the RV and the bus is a large wall built by Hu Jing and his men, which has now been used as a warehouse. There was a tarpaulin stretched over the perimeter wall, which worked quite well, so not a single drop of rain seeped into the warehouse. Seeing that Chow Feng was busy, Huami went into the walled warehouse and piled 1,000 bottles of orange juice in the corner. Condoms, self-heating hot pot, dark mustard flavor, respirators for children, respirators for adults, mineral water, all specifications, newborn onesies, Xiao Chaihu granules, Jingxi Mingmu tea, baby diapers, and folic acid in quantities of 10,000 each were also piled up in the walled warehouse. This open-air supermarket sells mineral water of various specifications and has always been Huami's best source of income. But she also has a lot to do, and often the speed at which mineral water is put on the shelves cannot keep up with the speed at which she sells the water. During this period, Hwami felt that she was sleepy, greedy, and a little lazy, and didn't want to do heavy work. So the shelves outside the RV are often sold out. Once they are sold out, they are empty. She doesn't want to move the empty shelves around and fill them with mineral water. So Dafu and Xiaofu became her best children's assistants. In the past, when there were no walled warehouses, Hwami could only drive a flatbed truck out for a while, find a corner where there was no one and no surveillance, place dozens of boxes of mineral water on the flatbed truck, and then drag it back to the RV. Dafu and Xiaofu would come up to help. Later, Chao Feng rushed to do the job of putting goods on the shelves of the RV. Now it is even more convenient. With the walled warehouse, Hwami only needs to get a big truck and transport the supplies into the walled warehouse. In fact, no one knew exactly how much supplies were transported into the walled warehouse. Chao Feng was wearing a raincoat made of waterproof oilcloth by Yi Rong, and he quickly placed mineral water, oranges, and other goods on the shelves. Only half of the water was put on display when someone came to buy water. There was a man holding a bottle of water in his hand. When he saw Chao Feng turning around, he was so scared that the bottle in his hand fell to the ground. Perhaps because he knew that he looked a little ugly, Chao Feng avoided the expression and turned his face away. The man couldn't help but said angrily, "You look like this. Don't you have any sense of self-awareness? Don't come out to scare people, okay?" Chao Feng didn't say anything, his body hunched over, a feeling of inferiority and shame sweeping over his heart. It was as if it was really his fault that he ran out and showed up in public after being burned like this. Oh shoot. The man was still cursing. I was really frightened by this monster-like man. You're wearing a raincoat. What are you doing here? The Hunchback of Notre Dame? Before he could finish his words, Hwami, who was standing behind him, slapped him on the ear, causing his head to tilt to the side. Hwami kicked him in the lower back and cursed, "You look like a human, but other than your big mouth, there's nothing human about you." She highly suspected that she was pregnant. She really didn't want to move and just wanted to find a place to stay, but this man's mouth was too annoying. Hwami kicked the man a few times and was hugged by Gong Yi behind her. Before Hwami could be surprised, she wondered when Gong Yi appeared. He hugged her slender waist from behind, lifted her up into the air, and put her aside. He took a few steps forward, picked up the man on the ground, and said coldly, "Do you know who you are scolding?" "Huh. Why is he like this?" "Because he rescued countless people from the ruins and was blown up by the gas tanks in the ruins. You are so wicked in your words." Gong Yi grabbed the other person's collar and punched him. Don't let the heroes who save people feel that this world is not worth living. With another punch, Gong Yi successfully made this bad-mouthed man have a pair of panda eyes. Hwami stood aside and watched. Beside her, Dafu and Xiaofu, wearing small raincoats, clapped their hands in joy. Good fight. Yeah, we beat up the bad guy. Kill him, kill him. It is not allowed to beat someone to death. The most you can do is beat them into a pig's head. Because of discipline. Hwami rolled her eyes and watched Gong Yi beat the talkative man away. One day, discipline would kill these garrisons and lifeguards. It was just like that in my previous life. The garrisons and lifeguards who knew well that they should not charge, but under the wrong command of the management, sent their lives in groups into natural disasters and man-made calamities. I knew that going forward would mean death, but I still went forward without hesitation. Because that is their discipline. Gong Yi turned around and helped the hunched Chao Feng straighten up. Stand up straight. What are you afraid of? You haven't done anything shameful. You can be worthy of the conscience of heaven and earth. Why are you shrinking? Just stand up straight. We are heroes. Why should we be afraid of the evil spirits and monsters? He patted Chao Feng's shoulders. Holding the back of Chao Feng's neck again, Gong Yi leaned his forehead against Chao Feng's forehead, wishing to pour the ideas in his mind into Chao Feng's head. Brother, we can't hide in the dark forever. You are the pride of the rescue team and the pride of all of us. You must live like a human being. The boss will always be watching you, and live like a human being. So, what if I have a face that is completely unrecognizable? No one has stipulated that exposing a face like this to the sun is illegal, right? It's not this face that is ugly. What's ugly are those people who know the truth and start to mock and ridicule others, saying that this face is unsightly. This kind of thing will not happen only once, but many times. Many strange looks and many uncomfortable words will always be around Chao Feng. No one knows what happened to Chao Feng, so since no one knows anything, why can't he hold off on speaking or blasting? Yes. Chao Feng stood up straight, his eyes were red, and the hemostatic gel on his face made him look as if he was covered with a layer of transparent plastic wrap. But on such an embarrassed and strange face, there was a light of determination. People who live seriously are always the most beautiful. Huami couldn't help but smile like an auntie. Seeing Gong Yi and Chao Feng looking at her, she gave Chao Feng a thumbs up. What a great guy. You must work hard, be optimistic, and live strong. I really like a reader's comment on my apocalyptic writings. She said that Bao Bao Zi's apocalyptic writings always have a positive and vigorous feeling amidst their world-weary tone. Behind Gong Yi were 3 lifeguards covered in mud. When they were dug out of the mud, the 3 of them were almost dying, so they were quickly sent to Huami Tangyu. The factory director, Yi Rong, Da Fu, and Xiaofu also came out to help. Ah Fu is still injured. He was beaten and his muscles and bones were broken, so he can't move. He could only watch others busying themselves and could not help in any way. After Gong Yi finished explaining the matter to Chao Feng, he turned around and saw Huami carrying 2 sacks of oranges, standing next to the full shelves, looking at him with a smile on her face. Gong Yi frowned, walked to Huami, put one hand on the back of her neck. There's an SOS. It's urgent. I'm leaving now. Please take good care of yourself. Orange. Huami, smiling, raised her hands and placed 2 sacks of oranges in front of Gong Yi. Seeing Gong Yi's indescribable expression, she smiled cutely and kindly and asked word by word, gritting her teeth, "You don't want to answer? I'll bring you something to eat." "Eat, eat, eat." Sister Hua gave it to me. How could I not eat it? Gong Yi had an expression of unbearable pain on his face. He reached out and took the 2 sacks of oranges, holding one in each hand. Run very fast. He didn't care about Huami. What was there to care about? He just had to be obedient first, and then he would see whether she could eat it or not, whether she could finish it or not, and whether she could finish it by herself. Isn't it necessary to say something else? The lifeguards who were carrying people behind them saw that the boss had run away, so they lowered their heads and tried to slip past Sister Hua's blind spot. But is it possible?
Huami tilted and shouted, "Da Fu Xiaofu."
2 children rushed out quickly, each dragging 2 large sacks, which were full of oranges. Regardless of whether all the oranges can be eaten or not, the garrison and rescue teams must receive at least 100 oranges per person per day. But, since these garrison lifeguards have all returned to the city, how can they leave the city empty-handed? Sister Hua must give them some local specialties to take out of the city, right? So, when the lifeguards arrived, they carried the wounded on stretchers. When he left, there were several sacks of oranges on the stretcher. It was very magical. Waving a handkerchief, Huami saw off Gong Yi, who was carrying 2 sacks of oranges, and the lifeguards who were leaving with several sacks of oranges. She turned around and looked towards the emergency area. Huami put on her raincoat and told the people in the car, "I'm going to go out and see if there are any humidifiers for sale. Look at what you guys have done. You have to be adults to do it." Even though it was raining so hard, there were still people coming out to set up stalls. Da Fu and Xiaofu behind them quickly put on their raincoats and said, "Sister Hua, we want to go too." They need to go out for a walk, otherwise they will keep pulling at their cracked lips. Huami had no objection to this, and walked with the 2 children through the misty rain. Oh my god, this is exactly what Huami needs now. Look at how dry Xiaofu's mouth is. Look at how dry the skin on Dafu's face is. Look at the static electricity on Huami's hair. Buy it quickly. Boss, even though the world is not good, don't be pessimistic. Huami said this, waving his hand casually, with heroic spirit. Big and small, count how many kinds are here, and buy them all. The 2 children immediately and obediently went into the rain and started counting. They didn't care what they were, cream, essence, or gel, as long as the boss said they were 1 yuan each. They just counted them. The stall owner looked at Hua Mi as if she was an idiot. The emergency center was looking for dehumidifiers at high prices, so he set up a stall here to sell hydrating skincare products, but after 2 days, no one came to inquire. Hua Mi, however, is going all in on these hydrating skincare products. What is that if not stupid? Finally, I counted them and took the samples with me. There are about 30,000 kinds of skincare products on this stall. The stall owner said to Hua Mi with sympathy, just pay 30,000 yuan. Although the purchase price of these brand-name skincare products of mine is over 100,000 yuan, forget it. I need the money to buy medical supplies. Medical supplies? Hey, I have them. Boss, let's exchange resources. Hua Mi smiled and started negotiating the price with the boss. She didn't sell it at a high price, including a respirator, ethanol, painkillers, sterile gauze, and hemostatic gel, 8 pieces each. In exchange for the pile of brand-name skincare products on the stall owner's stall. The stall owner agreed, without even thinking about it. He just came from the next city, which is really short of medical supplies. Needless to say, the situation there is dire. And the city next door is just a microcosm. It reflects that the whole world is in a state of shortage of medical care and medicine. But after seeing the medical supplies that Hua Mi took out of her bag, which looked like 3 no products, the stall owner's face suddenly fell. It was obvious that the stall owner had just entered the rescue center not long ago and didn't understand the situation inside. He silently took out a bottle of ethanol and smelled it, then asked with some doubt, "Beautiful lady, where did you get these medical supplies? They weren't made by some unqualified small workshop, were they? How come there's not even a manufacturer on this bottle? I won't even mention whether these things are worth 30,000 yuan, but won't anyone die if they're used?" Hua Mi took out a stack of UN-certified documents from her big bag and handed it to the stall owner. "If you make fake goods, I'll punish you tenfold. If someone dies because of my stuff, look, you see, my stall is right there in the RV stall in the square, just come find me." She said she was so and took out a whole stack of information, but it didn't prove anything. But Hua Mi said that the RV stall was hers, and the stall owner immediately smiled. "Oh, you should have told me earlier. You are a person with a background. We who run small businesses will have to rely on you to take care of us in the future." Who among those who set up stalls outside the rescue center doesn't know about the RV stall? The entire rescue center is guarded by this RV stall. Even if Hua Mi is not there, no one dares to take a penny for free. Since Hua Mi said she was the owner of the RV stall, the quality of her things was naturally guaranteed. In other words, even if the quality is not guaranteed, there is no need to worry about not being able to find someone. The stall owner happily accepted the pile of medical supplies and then heard Hua Mi say, "Do you want some oranges? I'll give them to you." As he spoke, he took out a dozen oranges from his large shoulder bag and placed them on the stall. It's so generous that it's jaw-dropping. Seeing Hua Mi being so generous, the skincare stall owner felt embarrassed and started chatting with Hua Mi. "More than half of our city collapsed overnight. We couldn't save people. We had medicine at first, but because the roads were blocked, we couldn't get it in. Xiangqing was the first city to be hit by the earthquake. When the neighboring city started to shake, medical supplies donated by all walks of life were pouring into Xiangqing. By the time people in Xiangqing had begun to get used to earthquakes, they had already begun to spread to various cities like a plague. In every city, a large number of people were injured or even killed. Every city needs medical supplies. In comparison, Xiangqing is indeed the city with the lowest mortality rate. That's because many of the people who died were not killed by the earthquake, but because the medical supplies did not arrive in time and they were killed by their injuries. Many smart people have noticed this trend, and those who can come to Xiangqing, including those with families, are rushing to Xiangqing. This is in stark contrast to the situation not long ago, when people in Xiangqing were leaving the city with their families, some even selling their belongings in order to leave Xiangqing. Look at me. I can't stop talking to you. The vendor selling skincare products packed his luggage and put the dozen oranges Hua Mi gave him in his pocket. My son is still in the emergency room. Thank you for the orange. I'm leaving now. After saying that, The stall owner ran to the emergency area where his child was lying. He was lucky today. Not only did he sell all his skincare products, but he also got a dozen oranges.
He is to give it to his son to try.
Huami looked at his back as he left, shook her head slowly, asked Dafu to take the hydrating skincare products back, and she continued to visit the stalls with Xiaofu. As roads outside cities are blocked and logistics become increasingly difficult, online shopping is no longer a reality. What we are competing for now is probably the amount of material reserves in each city. In cities with insufficient reserves, chaos will soon emerge. There will also be more and more survivors like the skincare product stall owners running to Xiangqing from other cities. Because for now, Xiangqing's material reserves are still quite sufficient. Even if some food supplies are short, don't we still have Huami's oranges to back us up? If people are really so hungry that they want to eat tree bark and mud, they have to eat oranges no matter how bad they taste. This reminded Huami of the checkpoint gong Yi had set up at the city gate. Huami stopped and turned to Xiaofu and said, "Go back and tell Uncle Xiaofeng to prepare a big truck. We will go to the city gate to sell oranges." With Gong Yi's checkpoint there must be a lot of people outside who cannot enter the city, at least not in a short period of time. The survivors had traveled a long way, tired and hungry. When they saw oranges being sold at the city gate, wouldn't they rush up to grab them? By then, the sales of Huami's oranges will definitely be good. Xiaofu responded and ran away quickly. After sending the two children away, Huami had already arrived at the door of the emergency area. The little nurse was eating an orange at the door. Didn't Xiaofeng come over and give each of the medical staff in the emergency area a bag of oranges? The young nurse decided to eat 2 oranges every day to supplement vitamin C and whiten her skin. Huami took out a bag of oranges from her bag, greeted the nurse with a smile, and stuffed the bag of oranges in her hand into the nurse's hand. You're welcome, you're welcome. Eat more. Eat it all in one day. Come to my place and get more after get off work. No, Sister Hua, you already gave us a bag. The young nurse tried hard to swallow the orange peel and refused to accept Huami's kindness. To be honest, she didn't eat dinner today. She only ate 2 oranges because her stomach was only so big. After taking the vitamin C supplement, she couldn't eat rice. Here. Why are you being so polite to me? Huami enthusiastically stuffed the bag of oranges into the bag and walked into the emergency area. Whenever she met medical staff along the way, she would give them oranges. She sent him all the way to the emergency area, but before she found Kaminghong, a bloody person suddenly rushed out from the cubicle in front. Huami took a look and found that it was Dai Fong. Dai Fong woke up, her eyes were crazy, holding a piece of glass in her hand, and she shouted, Fong Xine, where are you?
Come out. Fan Xin.
Why did you push me? I was kind enough to save you, but you pushed me down the mountain, Fong Xine. The medical staff around wanted to get closer, but she swept them with a piece of glass. Don't touch me. None of you are a good person. Don't touch me, Fong Xine. Come out. She scratched herself madly with the pieces of glass, not allowing anyone to get close to her. With every movement she made, the wounds on her body would burst open, spilling a large amount of blood. A doctor nearby felt very strange and whispered to the nurse, Where on earth did you get this painkiller? It works better than anesthetics. In fact, Dai Fong could not survive. Her injuries were not only external, because she fell from the mountain, but more internal. Originally, she couldn't move at all, and her entire body's organs were rapidly failing. But after taking a painkiller, her pain was isolated, and she was able to stand up and run. However, she was burning up the last of her body's energy by this state. If she couldn't calm down in time, she would die soon. Even if she was quieted in time, she would die soon. It was Fong Xine. She couldn't run anymore. I went back to find her, and she started arguing with me. She blamed me for angering them. She blamed me. Dai Fong looked crazy, and her speech was incoherent. Now it seems that she was definitely not conscious. She was scratching everywhere with the glass pieces, and she would hurt anyone who came close to her. She kept shouting. She didn't want to run anymore, so I tried to drag her away, but she pushed me down the mountain.
Fan Xin.
I was so good to you and you pfft. A mouthful of blood spurted out of Dai Fong's mouth. She stopped scratching madly and stood still like a stopped clock. Then she saw Huami and smiled. You're right, stay away from her. As soon as she finished speaking, Dai Fong fell to the ground, her eyes open, and she was dead. She is dead. It turns out that not everyone can survive after taking painkillers. Painkillers are not a panacea. Everyone sighed and gathered forward. A doctor in a white coat rushed over, took out a flashlight, and checked Dai Fong's pupils. The time of Dai Fong's death was announced. Huami stood quietly in the distance, watching this farce. This was the second time Dai Fong died in front of her. In her previous life, Dai Fong was killed once by Fong Xian. It's still the same in this life. What could she say? She could only sigh at Dai Fong. Soon a nurse came forward and carried Dai Fong's body away. Huami turned around, took out her phone, and sent a message to Gong Yi. Huami, you said, if your fate could be repeated again, where would you be now in your previous life?
Gong Yi?
Gong Yi, you're so weird. Are you scared by Dai Fong's death? The news from Gong Yi came quickly, because the garrison had already entered the emergency area, so Dai Fong's death in front of Huami was reported to him immediately by the garrison. Huami did not reply to his message. She was just expressing her feelings and was not scared by Dai Fong's death. Considering that she has been fighting in the apocalypse for her whole life, what does this little accident mean? She was just thinking that the end of the world in this life was completely different from the last life. Even the order of natural disasters was different. So, where was Gong Yi in his previous life? In the previous life, Xiangqing quickly fell into the cold wave, and Gong Yi never appeared at all, let alone setting up checkpoints in Xiangqing now. Where did Gong Yi go in his previous life? Did he freeze to death in the cold snap? Or did he die in a rescue operation? Huami felt a little heavy-hearted. In the emergency area filled with injured people, she silently looked for Ko Minghong. Not found. Not only was Ko Minghong missing, but Qin Ziren and Fong Xian, who used to pop up like flies, were nowhere to be seen either. She asked someone, and that person said that Ko Minghong had gone to buy a dehumidifier, and Qin Ziren had been transferred out of the emergency area. Fong Xian naturally followed him and left the emergency area. Because Qin Ziren failed to complete the task of transporting medical supplies into the city, he was transferred from the management and command position of the emergency area. As for where it went, no one knows. No. Dehumidifier? Huami then felt something was wrong. It seemed that except for the place where the waterproof tarpaulin was, everywhere was misty and wet. So, what's wrong with tarpaulins? She thought of the dry RVs and buses and the waterproof tarpaulins that felt slightly warm to the touch. Wow, Huami suddenly had an inspiration. No wonder Yurong, Dafu, Xiaofu, and others who lived in the RV and the bus had peeling skin on their dry faces. In other places, humans are almost unable to breathe due to the thick water vapor, but the RV team still needs to replenish water. Isn't this funny? Huami took out her phone and sent a message to Ko Minghong. Huami, old man, I have a treasure that can remove moisture. 10,000 yuan each. Do you want it? Ko Minghong, you're a little girl, but you're always talking about money. Are you obsessed with money? Why don't you find a good man to marry at such a young age? Why are you so shrewd and mercenary? Huami, do you want it or not? I don't have much. Ko Minghong, yes. Look, just for one simple word yes or 2 words no, he still scolded her. This old man Ko Minghong is really a bad guy. Huami, let me make this clear first. My equipment needs to be embedded in the wall and the ground and requires professional construction. I will send a professional construction team to renovate the entire emergency area for you. You approve the formalities, but don't ask questions and hinder our construction. Ko Minghong, as long as you can achieve the dehumidification effect for our emergency area, I promise not to ask so many questions. Ko Minghong gave Huami a military order, and he didn't think there would be any problem with the money. A device with excellent dehumidification effect would cost tens of thousands of dollars, right? Huami's equipment only costs 10,000 yuan per piece, so why is the unit zhang? Ko Minghong was a little confused. Anyway, as long as the dehumidification effect is good, the price is cheap. After dealing with Kuming-hong, Huami happily called Huijing, "Old Hua, I found another job for you. Don't I have a lot of tarpaulins? Decorate them for me. Make some extremely high-end photo frames and frame each tarpaulin. Yes, they must look very expensive. At least it looks like it's worth the price of 10,000 yuan." After Huijing agreed, Huami called Kuming-hong again. "Hey, old man, where are you? Find me a doctor. Do you think this is a vegetable market? Don't follow Qin Xiren's example. I'm telling you, the medical staff are all busy right now. If you're still alive and kicking, don't make things worse. There's a lot of noise over at Kuming-hong's place. He's arguing with someone at the management headquarters." After hastily hanging up the phone with Huami, Kuming-hong pounded the table in anger. "I said, I need medical supplies, but you don't have them. I need a dehumidifier, but you don't have them either. Now I'm here to solve the funding problem for our emergency department, but you guys cram so many patients in. The space is so small. What on earth do you want to do?" At a large round table, several administrators were clinking porcelain cups. Their bodies and hair were wet. "In this case, you have to solve the problem yourself. Last time you said you were short of medical supplies. I think it's not bad for you to get some from the garrison." All the administrators in the office laughed. The atmosphere was very relaxed, completely different from the tension and gloom in the emergency area. Kuming-hong opened his mouth and originally wanted to say that the emergency area now had sufficient medical supplies and that he had exchanged the medical supplies that were stockpiled outside the city with Huami. But looking at these administrators with relaxed expressions, he suddenly didn't want to say anything. "Okay, Mr. Ko, I know there are difficulties. Who doesn't have difficulties now? So many cities have been affected by disasters. We in Xiangqing can't just stand by and watch them die." An administrator stood up, patted Kuming-hong on the shoulder, and escorted him out of the office door. "Just focus on treating patients and saving lives. Don't worry about these things outside. Gong Yi will take care of the order, and we will take care of the management. Don't worry. And you have to believe in that man called Gong Yi. He is a talented person. When the first earthquake just started, he started to make money and didn't let our Xiangqing management system take advantage of a single cent." There is a hint of gloating in the meaning of this statement. Since Gong Yi is capable, let those who are capable on Gong Yi's side do more work. Gong Yi can hold 10 billion yuan firmly in his hands, so it will be no problem for them to provide more medical supplies and save more people. Kuming-hong turned around and walked out dejectedly. He walked into the rain in his raincoat, looked up with a miserable smile, and watched the drizzle falling from the sky. It is because of these nosy Xiangqing administrators that people feel uneasy. He came here to approve a sum of money to buy a dehumidifier, but the funds were not approved. Instead, these administrators told him that Xiangqing decided to accept seriously injured patients from all cities. These people just ask for money without paying, but they take on a lot of work. He is now relying on Huami to have sufficient supplies. If Huami hadn't exchanged medical supplies for him, what would have happened? I'm afraid the emergency area would have been littered with corpses. There are also dehumidifiers. The emergency area needs a lot of them. Otherwise, something big will happen in the emergency department. But Kuming-hong didn't get the funding, so how can he pay Huami for the dehumidifier? Are you going home for the Chinese New Year this year? At the beginning of this year, I promised to take little Mimi to shaman. The little girl has always remembered it, but looking at the current situation, she dare not go far away. Kuming-hong helplessly sent a message to Huami. "Kuming-hong, Xiahua, I don't have the money to buy the dehumidifier, but I have to buy it. I have a deposit of 1 million. Do you think it's enough?" Huami received such a message inexplicably, and she could really feel Kuming-hong's inner despair and collapse through the screen. "Huami, what do you think? A dehumidifier costs 10,000. To fill such a large emergency area, I need more than 100 dehumidifiers. I have to put them on the ceiling and the floor. Do you think 1 million is enough?" "Kuming-hong, what should we do? The higher-ups won't approve the funding, and Qin Xiren is missing again. Last time, he owed you hundreds of thousands of dollars for medical supplies, but he was transferred away without even getting approval. Otherwise, Ko Minghong would not have come to the management headquarters in person to ask for money today. Qin Ziren did things without considering the consequences. He just left without saying anything. Not even responsible. If Ko Minghong hadn't needed money to buy a dehumidifier, he wouldn't have known that Qin Ziren had never reported the hundreds of thousands of dollars owed for the garrison. Of course, even if Ko Minghong personally went to the management headquarters and explained clearly what the hundreds of thousands of dollars were used for, the management headquarters still did not approve it. Reason? The reason is that Gong Yi has made 10 billion yuan and Gong Yi is rich. Ko Minghong, I know that nothing I say now will help. With nowhere else to turn, the only person I can turn to is you, Xiaohua. The emergency room is full of injured people. The current moisture is fatal to them. What else do you want to exchange? Just say it directly. I will cooperate with anything I can do. Huami looked at the text messages on her phone, walked in the rain, and thought for a while. Huami, I need a private doctor who is tight-lipped. The medical skills must be very good, especially with rich experience in obstetrics and gynecology. Huami, after the dehumidification equipment is installed, the emergency area will be very dry. I have a batch of orange juice here, so I hope to get a few vending machines in the emergency area. Huami, I don't have the source of the vending machine. You can find it for me and I won't pay cash. I can pay you with oranges. Ko Minghong agreed to all the conditions proposed by Huami. Because only Ko Minghong knows that although Xiangqing is now in good order, it can only guarantee the most basic personal safety. In fact, everything is messed up. In the emergency area, several people are sent in every day because of respiratory distress. Ko Minghong believes that this is caused by the excessive moisture in the air. He submitted report after report, but no one paid any attention. It's not that the administrators deliberately ignored such a serious matter, but that they had too many things to consider, and they were too comprehensive. Even now, they still have to maintain the glorious image of Xiangqing, taking on all the seriously injured patients in the city. How could they read the reports made by Ko Minghong? After negotiating a deal with Huami, Ko Minghong used all his connections and personally selected dozens of vending machines for Huami. He looked at the 1 or 2 bars of signal on his cell phone and said to Huami, who came over, "Are you sure this thing can always be used? You know the situation in Xiangqing. You never know when there will be no signal. The vending machine is connected to a local area network. When others scan the QR code to pay, the amount will be automatically transferred to Huami's account. If there is no signal, those who want to buy things cannot scan the code, and Huami cannot receive the money." Huami just took a walk around the garrison supplies and collected dozens of tons of vegetables. She also secretly put dozens of tons of oranges into the tent where the vegetables were stored. After receiving Ko Minghong's call, she walked over immediately. Because of exercise and wearing a waterproof oilcloth raincoat, her whole body was dry and hot. When Huami arrived, she saw the vending machine towed by the truck and laughed while drinking water. "Sure, Mr. Ko, if you don't go to treat illnesses and save lives, you can accompany me to search for supplies. You have the ability to support yourself. There are so many vending machines, and they are the most advanced and brand new. I don't know where Ko Minghong got them from. This old man is very efficient and is not afraid to show off his reputation." Ko Minghong glared at Huami. He was wearing a mask and a raincoat. "Answer the question. Don't be so joking with me. If you can't solve the signal problem, it's useless to have this thing." "No problem." Huami smiled and patted the dozens of vending machines one by one. Every time she patted one, she attached a universal signal connector to the machine. "Just look for the things, and I will take care of the rest." She turned around and saw the fox's eyes were full of smiles. "Mr. Ko, please put 10 of these machines in the emergency area and give the rest to me." After saying that, Huami called Xiao Feng and asked him to find a few people to move the remaining vending machines to the rescue center. He also instructed Xiao Feng to send Dafu and Xiaofu to use a trailer to bring the orange juice, newborn onesies, self-heating hot pot, dark mustard flavor, folic acid, mineral water, Xiao Chaihu granules, Qingximingmu tea, condoms, respirators, and mineral water from the walled warehouse. She makes sure all the vending machines are fully stocked. Xiao Feng agreed immediately and gave Huami a military order. "Sister Hua, I promise to get this done. If anything goes wrong, you can shoot me. This honest young man made Huami couldn't help laughing. She said leisurely, I'm confident that you can handle the rescue center. If there are any mistakes, you won't be shot. You can just eat 10 meals a day, including mustard-flavored hot pot, orange snacks, and orange juice. It would be better to be shot. Chao Feng shuddered, and his gums seemed to ache. Huami hung up Chao Feng's phone happily, turned around and looked at the female doctor following behind Kuminghong. This is Dr. Xian Xiaorushin. She is very experienced in maternal and child health care and has dealt with all kinds of difficult and complicated cases in childbirth. Kuminghong introduced it with pride. Now all the medical staff in and outside Xiangqing have gathered in the emergency area. Everyone is very busy. I had to work very hard to convince Dr. Xian. The little old man's face was full of a smug expression of praise me quickly. Then he quietly assured Huami, don't worry, Dr. Xian is very tight-lipped. Okay, I don't need to express my gratitude for your kindness. Everything is self-explanatory. Huami patted the old man on the shoulder and stuffed a bag of oranges into his pocket to express his gratitude. Only oranges represent my heart. Hey, there are so many oranges in my office that I haven't eaten yet. Hey, Kuminghong, holding a heavy bag of oranges, didn't really want it. Really, I don't know why, but I feel like I can see oranges everywhere recently. Whether it's medical staff or garrisons, everyone has 2 oranges in their pockets and they peel and eat them whenever they stop. Is this Kuminghong's illusion? There seems to be an overabundance of oranges in the rescue center. Huami ignored Kuminghong's refusal, hooked her arm around Xian Chiru's shoulder, and walked towards the nanny car parked next to her. Xian Chiru opened Huami's hook, her thin face full of fatigue. Miss Hua, let's get to the point. What do you want to consult? She didn't like to talk nonsense. There were many pregnant women and children to take care of in the emergency area. Now, she just wanted to serve Huami so that she could return to her job. Don't worry. Come and drink your orange juice. I'll be fine soon. Huami asked Xian Chiru to get into the nanny car. She sat down and stuffed 7 or 8 bottles of orange juice into Xian Chiru's arms. After scratching her hair again, Huami said embarrassedly, I might be pregnant. I took a pregnancy test, and it came back positive. Upon hearing this, Xian Chiru hurriedly put the pile of orange juice in her arms on the ground. She took out her stethoscope and listened to Huami's heart and lungs, checked her tongue coating and her mental state. You look pretty good. The test paper showed that you are almost right, but we still need to do a detailed, full set of examinations. Are you feeling any discomfort now? Huami thought for a moment. She can run and jump, but sometimes she vomits a lot, but not very often. She likes spicy food. So, am I pregnant with a boy or a girl? Dr. Xian, I heard that sour food means a boy and spicy food means a girl. So, am I pregnant with a girl? Her face was still full of longing, which surprised Xian Chiru. Xian Chiru's tense expression relaxed involuntarily. You seem to be looking forward to having a child. This mother is different from the pregnant women in the emergency area. Most of the pregnant women in the emergency area do not plan to have children. Yes, because we don't know when this world will get better, and having a child now will be a burden to everyone. It is also irresponsible to the child. Therefore, every day there are a large number of pregnant women in the emergency area who request abortions. This made Xian Chiru very uncomfortable. For a woman, the harm of an abortion is devastating. The point is that a large number of miscarriages among pregnant women actually reveal the despair of the entire society. Huami was stunned for a moment. Was she looking forward to it? I can't really say. I never thought of not wanting this child. From the beginning, she suspected that her period had not come and whether she was pregnant. She was more confused because she was not sure whether she was really pregnant, so she was a little confused about the arrival of this child. Xian Chiru stared at the expression on Huami's face and asked, Where's the baby's father? Have you communicated with him? For many pregnant women, the idea of abortion is first proposed by their husbands, because they do not have the ability to support the life of a newborn in this world. Huami waved her hand nonchalantly. The baby has no father.
Ah?
Not the palace team? Xian Chiru felt like she had gotten a big melon. Did she miss some information? Last time, Huami beat up so many administrators in the emergency area, and Gong Yi clearly protected her and did not pursue the matter of beating at all. The medical staff in the treatment area were all saying that Gong Yi and Huami were a couple. Huami had an expression of how is it possible? I can say responsibly that it had nothing to do with Gong Yi. Well, let me be honest. I was a little impulsive when I was young. It was the impulsiveness of young people. She was too embarrassed to say that she had spent a lot of money and ordered the most handsome duck in the nightclub. In Huami's memory, this incident happened a lifetime ago. Starting over again in her lifetime, she began to pay the price for her youthful impulsiveness. Now, thinking back on my behavior at that time, it was so childish and ridiculous. Huami restrained her expression and added, "Of course, it can't be Qin Ziren's. Qin Ziren's genes are not good, and he is too ugly. So the baby shouldn't be ugly." Xian Chiru, who was already a little confused by Huami Lei, tried to stay calm. She looked apologetic. "I misunderstood. Then how are you going to feed the baby without a father?" "I support myself. I will support myself the same way others support me." Huami leaned back in the comfortable airline seat, resting her hands on her belly. "After the examination, Dr. Xian told me that I just needed to know how to raise a child. I've never raised one before. She has the supplies and abilities, can fight and kill monsters. So does it matter who the father of the child is?" Xian Chiru looked at Huami with an expression as if she was looking at a warrior. "Miss Hua is very strong. Well, then please come to the emergency room sometime, and I will give you a detailed physical examination." She gave some instructions, then stood up, got out of the nanny car, and turned back to Huami and said, "Don't worry, Miss Hua, I won't tell anyone about this." After all, Huami is now a well-known figure in the rescue center. If the people in the emergency area knew that she was pregnant before marriage, it might cause some trouble. For example, I don't know if Qin Ziren will harass Miss Hua because of this. Huami nodded in satisfaction and stuffed the 7 or 8 bottles of orange juice on the ground back into Xian Chiru's arms. Take it back and eat it." "Well, I'm so sorry, Xian Chiru felt like she had met a rich man. She returned to the emergency area with a bunch of orange juice. Along the way, she saw a vending machine just a short distance away from the emergency area. These vending machines are now full of goods, and many injured patients in the emergency area are using their mobile phones to scan codes to buy things. The things in Xiangqing are really cheap. In our city, a bottle of orange juice costs hundreds of dollars. You still have Xiao Chaihu granules. I'll buy a few more boxes. This stuff is in short supply right now. The injured in the emergency area were all talking about it. To be honest, a bottle of 1L orange juice was only 99.9, and a box of Xiao Chaihu granules was only 66.6. At this time, they were really affordable. Someone bought orange juice, opened it, and took a sip. His eyes sparkled. "This is really good orange juice. It's all orange pulp." In this day and age, there is actually juice that is not diluted with water. I was really dizzy. Little Meme came over to talk to me and knocked over a cup of coffee next to the laptop, spilling all over the keyboard. The keyboard doesn't work well now. Typing is slow. Orange juice unknowingly became the cheap juice in the emergency area. Not long after, Huami received news that all her orange juice had been sold out. Tang Yu was dragging a truckload of oranges and taking Da Fu out of the city, preparing to set up a stall outside the city. Huami quickly produced 100,000 orange juices and called the Garrison Supplies Department, asking the people there to go to the underground garage next to the Lotus Xingxing supermarket to pick up the supplies. After finishing all this, Huami got into the nanny car and drove to her Lotus Xingxing supermarket. The road is now clear. The city clearance team has actually been working all the time, and there is a lot of work to do. The reason why they have no sense of presence in the front and only feel that Xiangqing is full of rubble is because they are simply too busy to handle it. But this time when Huami returned to the city, she found that the main road from the city gate to the rescue center had been cleared by the clearance team. After Huijing's relative, a contractor, cleared the road in front of the Lotus Xingxing supermarket and connected it to this main road, Huami could drive directly from the rescue center back to the supermarket entrance. The fog was still very thick, covering the entire road and even the entire Xiangqing in gray mist. Although the roads are clear, not many people dare to drive out in this kind of weather. If Huami hadn't worn goggles, she wouldn't have dared to go out while pregnant. In the thick fog, Huami drove all the way to the entrance of her supermarket. Along the way, many migrant workers wearing colorful goggles waved at her car. Huami responded by smiling all the way. When her car stopped at the barbed wire fence, Hu Jing and the contractor came over. "Miss Hua." From a distance, Hu Jing raised his hand and greeted. I don't know if it was Huami's illusion, but Hu Jing trotted over, as if he was in still water, and actually stirred up the gray mist around him, bringing up a white mist. "The water vapor is so dense." Huami lowered her head, turned her palm upwards, and flicked it casually. It felt wet and sticky. No wonder Ke Minghong said that recently more and more people have been sent to the emergency area due to respiratory distress. If the moisture in the air were a little thicker, people would be like drowning and would suffocate to death. She also felt the problem was serious. Fortunately, her respirators are produced in unlimited quantities and have already been supplied to garrisons, rescue teams, and medical staff. "Miss Hua, why didn't you inform us when you came back? We could have arranged a welcoming ceremony for you." The contractor grinned with a mouthful of gold teeth. His big gold teeth had now lost their audience because he was wearing a respirator on his face. He was seen gesturing exaggeratedly. "Here, we'll prepare a big red arch for you. Here, we'll have 2 rows of people welcoming you, holding plastic flowers in their hands. When you come, everyone will shout in unison, 'Welcome, welcome, warm welcome.'" "Hey, Miss Hua, why are you leaving?" The contractor hammered the usually silent Hu Jing and said, "Do you know how to curry favor with your boss? Why are you silent, Miss Hua?" "Miss Hua, wait for me. I'll carry your bag for you." The contractor hurriedly followed behind Huami, bowing and nodding, and serving her wholeheartedly. These days, the best way is to flatter the boss. Huami walked directly to the half-collapsed underground garage. She turned around and said to the contractor and Hu Jing, who followed her, "You guys go ahead and do your work. If Chi Chuan's brothers come later, please help me entertain them. I'll go downstairs and take a look." "Miss Hua, let me give you a flashlight." The contractor smiled and wanted to follow, but Huami waved her hand to stop him. With goggles, there is no need to use a flashlight. She stood at the entrance of the dark underground garage and took a look at the landslide inside. This is really a natural place to store supplies, but the rainwater is pouring into the garage. If the rain continues for a while, this underground garage will probably be flooded. Huami turned around and said to the contractor and Hu Jing, "Think of a way to stop the water from flowing into this garage. Install lights inside, and do some drainage to make it easier for Chi Chuan and the garrison to move the goods. I still have a lot of tarpaulins. You can use them to cover the outside of this garage to prevent water from seeping in." "Use tarpaulin to prevent water seepage?" The contractor has been working in construction all his life, and this is the first time he has heard of this kind of water seepage prevention. He patted his chest and said, "Don't worry, Miss Hua. I am a professional in waterproofing. Just leave this project to me. I promise to do a good job for you." Huami nodded, "Then lay another layer of waterproof tarpaulin for me on top of your anti-seepage project." Huami didn't care about this. An extra layer of waterproofing would provide an extra layer of protection for her warehouse. "Okay, don't worry." The contractor stood at the entrance of the garage and watched Huami go into the basement. He bent over and shouted, "Miss Hua, a lot of places inside have collapsed. Please be careful." Huami, who was already standing in front of a landslide, responded, avoided the sight of the contractor and Hu Jing, and put the concrete beam in front of her into the recycling station in exchange for 0,000. She walked forward, collecting garbage, cement blocks, dented cars, and household waste along the way. Just asking Hu Jing and the contractor to clean up the garbage would probably take half a month. The huge underground garage was quickly cleaned up by Huami, and all the waste was recycled into the garbage station, exchanging for a total of 1.5% energy. She stood in the empty underground garage, found a clean spot, and took out all the mineral water, tarpaulins, respirators, and orange juice that could be taken out of the level 11 storage. After finishing all this, Huami was about to go to the supermarket when she received a call from Chi Chuan in front of the wire gate. Sister Hua. Chi Chuan almost cried on the phone. Finally, the call got through. Sister Hua, it was not easy for me. What's wrong? I thought you were missing. You haven't been selling mineral water for a few days? Is business not good? Huami stopped and felt that there was a lot of noise coming from Chi Chuan's side. There seemed to be sounds of people shouting slogans and smashing glass. It's quite messy. I can't come over, Sister Hua. Chi Chuan shouted at the top of his voice on the other end of the phone. I'm in City A. It's a mess here. Medical supplies and food are in short supply. Our convoy wants to go to Xiangqing, but all the roads outside City A are blocked. Before he could finish his words, a gunshot was heard. Huami listened to the familiar sound of chaos. She quickly walked into the supermarket, found a map, and spread it out. Where is City A? Chichuan, the road from City B to Xiangqing is now open. If you can find a way to get from City A to Xiangbi Expressway, there will be my clearance team there who can take you back to Xiangqing. City A is actually not far from the road she cleared. Before the end of the world, it was only an hour's drive away. These cities that are so close now seem to be separated by a chasm. Huami found City A on the map. She took out a marker and connected City A and Hunan B Expressway. Because the agricultural trade tycoon said he had a supply in City B and could get large quantities of frozen meat and a lot of live poultry. So Huami has been asking Huijing's relatives to do their best to clear the highway from Xiangqing to City B these days. All the garbage cleared was piled outside Xiangqing. She will collect it when she has time. Huami didn't care about other cities. She didn't have that much energy to clear all the roads in the world. Looking at the map, Huami asked Chi Chuan on the phone, where is the clearance team in City A? City A is short of medical supplies and food right now because the roads are blocked. As long as the clearance team can clear the roads and the supplies can get in, that will be great. Chi Chuan was on the other end of the phone, leading his friends through a chaotic and angry crowd. If the garrison commander of City A had half the courage of our Commander Gong of Xiang City, City A wouldn't be in such a mess. When the earthquake spread to City A was able to remain calm at first because many people ran from Xiangqing to City A, and City A was quite popular. Everyone worked together to encourage each other and help the A City rescue team save lives. But soon, the relief supplies could not keep up. At that time, the outside world also donated a lot of money to City A, but the money was stuck in the management system of City A. If the rescue team wants to use it, they need to report it layer by layer. People's hearts are complicated, especially when it comes to reports that require money. Just look at what happened when Ko Minghong asked for funding from the Xiangqing management headquarters. You stated your reasons, and I stated my concerns. You said you had an urgent need, but I don't think this matter is as urgent as that one. The SOS is here, and every second of delay means the loss of several lives. The rescue team soon had complaints because the relief supplies had not yet arrived. It's like a domino. If one piece falls, all of them will fall. The rescue team saved people on an empty stomach and waited every day for funds to come in to purchase supplies. But by the time the management system approved the funds, the road outside City A had already collapsed, and all supplies could not enter the city. It would be strange if City A was not in chaos. The biggest difference between Xiangqing and City A is that from the very beginning, Gong Yi grabbed all the money in his own hands. He doesn't need to get funding from the headquarters for anything he wants to buy. He also didn't have time to go to the management system to ask for funding again and again. Huami heard the gunshots from Chi Chuan's side and frowned. You and your people should be careful and remember to bring the money back. Sister, what uses money at this time? Amidst the flying banknotes, Chi Chuan led the group on foot out of City A, saying, it's estimated that money will no longer be useful in Xiangqing soon. We have to find a new way to survive. Ikegawa was not making this up. Prices in City A were skyrocketing, and they dragged hundreds of thousands of bottles of mineral water here to sell at 10 yuan a bottle, and they were quickly sold out. Then these few days, I was trapped in City A and witnessed the chaos that began to fall into City A. Only then did they realize that the mineral water at 10 yuan a bottle was basically given away for free to City A. Because there is money everywhere on the street, from time to time there are crazy people who can't bear the pressure and throw money everywhere. It's just like scattering paper money for the dead. No, no, no. The money is still useful. Huami was afraid that Chi-Chuan would not bring back any money, so her end-world supermarket cashier system would have no income, and she would have no money to upgrade the factory. You must bring the money back, because if you want to buy something from me, you must use money. I won't recognize anything else. Hearing this, Ikegawa, who was leading the way, suddenly stopped. The friend behind him asked, "Chuanzi, what's wrong?" "Quick, pick up the money." Ikegawa pulled over a backpack, bent over, and started picking up the scattered banknotes on the ground. City A is still in a frenzy. There are people on the rooftop who are about to jump off the building. They're holding stacks of money and scattering them everywhere. It's useless, ha 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 ha. A crazy laugh was heard, and a body fell from a high altitude, right behind Ikegawa and the others. The small group of speculators looked back, picked up Ikegawa, who was picking up money, and ran away. "Chuanzi, you have to pick up flowers that are worthless. Hurry up and leave, quickly." Let me go, Sister Hua said she recognizes money. "Let me go." Ikegawa's shouts were drowned out on the way out of City A. It was still cloudy and rainy in Xiangqing. Huami took a nap on the second floor of the supermarket. After getting up, she prepared to go to the emergency area. She made an appointment with Dr. Xian for a checkup today. As soon as I walked out of the supermarket, a line of characters appeared. Detection danger. The supermarket is about to be flooded. The flood came so soon? The supermarket was about to be submerged? She turned around and saw a ball of orange waves pressing over the roof of her supermarket. Oh my God, Huami remembered. These were the oranges she had not harvested. In just one night, the oranges ripened, fell, ripened, over and over again, and the cycle is now almost flooding the backyard of her supermarket. Fortunately, the disaster occurred at night, and Hu Jing and his colleagues had not yet come to work. Huami quickly rushed to the backyard and stuffed oranges into the level 11 storage as she walked. It is a bit slow to stuff the oranges one by one, but when there are too many oranges, you only need to store them in level 11 storage in a moment. I quickly dealt with the overwhelming oranges and successfully unlocked storage level 12, space 12 by 1. Huami tidied up the backyard of her supermarket again. All the messy gravel and other things were recycled, making the backyard much more spacious. She vaguely remembered that there was something she hadn't done yet. Oh, she still had 5 square meters of black land to settle. What kind of bad memory was this? How could she forget such an important thing? Huami hurriedly settled her own 5 square meters of black land in the backyard and planted rice. Given that there was only one orange tree on 1 square meter of black soil, it almost caused an orange disaster and flooded her supermarket. This time, Huami only dared to plant 1 rice seed on 5 square meters of black soil. Well, just 1 pill. After finishing planting the land, Huami looked at the Lottery X2 in the lottery pool and hesitated for a moment. Forget it. She didn't dare to draw. Just keep it. These lottery opportunities need to be stored for at least a month until the oranges have reached their growth period. After settling on the 5 square meters of black land, Huami drove the nanny car out of the iron fence and went directly to the emergency area of the rescue center. Xian Chiru was indeed very tight-lipped. She took Huami for examinations along the way, and even the nurses didn't know what she was doing these examinations for. Even the vaginal ultrasound was performed by Xian Chiru herself on Huami. No more updates this afternoon. My stomach hurts. I have to go to the hospital.